A tale unfolds of a spirit cat and a girl who inadvertently traverse to the Ming Dynasty, where the spirit cat's essence inhabits the ailing prince, transforming into a strikingly handsome figure with an icy demeanor. He is torn between safeguarding the forbidden bamboo grove and pursuing the girl who has also crossed time, embarking on an endearingly prideful journey of love across realms. Chapter 1. A Convergence of 9 stars. Shall we? Stay away. A girl of delicate appearance, approximately 13 or 14 years old, with tear-filled eyes, find her long hair ensnared by dense bamboo branches, obscuring her fair forehead. Her tone is urgent, laced with terror. Her anxious hands futilely grasp the stout bamboo stalk at her side, while an overwhelming, blinding light pulls her in with relentless force. She struggles desperately to free herself, yet remains powerless. A pure black, short-haired lion cat emits a series of frantic woo-woo, woo-woo, whoa warnings, its body low and poised for attack, unblinking eyes fixed on the girl before it, torn between the instinct to leap to her aid and the uncertainty of how to act. Crack! The bamboo leaves and branches snap under the increasing pull of the light. In despair, the girl cries out, "Don't worry about me. Shall we? Run away." Then, a particularly jarring sound of zizzizizi fills the air, and the girl vanishes. The lion cat, named Xiao Hui, feels its mane bristle with fury, letting out a resonant roar akin to that of a lion. Without hesitation, it leaps into the swirling light. It was an ordinary afternoon, with a gentle drizzle pattering in the bamboo grove of Waterfall Park, the verdant leaves glistening with moisture. The rustling of leaves mingled with the distant rumble of thunder, casting a serene atmosphere around. The rapport of the 9-star alignment had rendered the park surprisingly deserted, amplifying its solitude. Juan Keeman, clutching a blue umbrella, strolled leisurely along the path beside the bamboo, where no visitors meandered on the quiet stone trail. She cherished rainy days, as they enveloped her in a bittersweet sense of happiness she couldn't quite articulate, yet adored with fervor. Moreover, she had a cat awaiting her nourishment. With a tinge of worry, she quickened her pace, pondering whether Xiao Hu's little nest had been soaked by the rain or blown away by the wind. Approaching the small den, she softly called, "Xiao Hui, Xiao Hui, come out. I brought you some fish treats." Yet, instead of the expected, joyful springing forth of Xiao Hui, the cat remained hidden. Anxiously, Keeman ventured deeper into the bamboo thicket, calling out as she went. This park, shaped like a crescent moon, was once a civic project aimed at benefiting the public. Its expansive grounds housed numerous specialized botanical gardens, the most renowned being the vast bamboo grove, which extended deep into the crescent's curve, exuding an air of tranquility reminiscent of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Woo! Suddenly, Keeman heard the familiar furious growl of Xiao Hui. She recognized it without a doubt, having cared for it for years, becoming intimately familiar with its vocalizations, especially its growls. In the past, whenever they were together, if other cats or dogs passed by, Xiao Hui would emit such roars, as if to declare its ownership over her, much like a lion asserting its territory. Moreover, Xiao Hui allowed only her to stroke its head, often exposing its belly for scratches, and when Keeman obliged, Xiao Hui would squint its eyes, shivering with suppressed laughter. Once, another little girl, upon spotting Xiao Hui, exclaimed in wonder, "Wow, look at that striking, pure black cat. It even has a mane." As she reached out to pet its head, Xiao Hui swiftly dodged and crouched low, assuming an aggressive stance, clearly signaling, "Get lost. Stay away from me." That scene had sent Keeman, who was reading beside Xiao Hu's nest, in a fits of laughter as she playfully scolded the cat for its behavior, admonishing it not to be rude to the young lady. Xiao Hui then affectionately nuzzled against her feet. Woo! Xiao Hu's growl intensified with rage, prompting Keeman to stumble forward, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld a blinding light not far from Xiao Hui. This light was silent yet eerie, occasionally crackling with what appeared to be electric currents. Beyond the light lay deeper bamboo woods and a dilapidated factory site overgrown with weeds. To her growing horror, Keeman realized that Xiao Hu's furious growls were a response to a slender bamboo branch entwining one of its front legs, while another branch seemed to be wrapped around its neck, tightening with every backward movement. Keeman rushed over, discarding her already closed umbrella, her hair sticking to her forehead and cheeks from the rain. With one hand, she comforted Xiao Hui, while the other sought to untangle the bamboo from the cat's body. Ugh! Keeman struggled to pry apart the tightly bound bamboo and prickly leaves, envisioning how long Xiao Hui had fought to escape, only to become ensnared again. Why was it so difficult to free it? Panic surged within Keeman as she watched Xiao Hui grow increasingly agitated, as if it perceived not the light, but rather the shadowy presence of a predatory feline, poised to deliver it to a dark, sinister kitchen. Heart aching with worry, Keeman murmured soothing words. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, Xiao Hui. They'll get you out right away." As she crouched, then lifted Xiao Hui, she unwittingly stepped into another patch of blinding light on the ground. Instantly, the light beneath her flared up, drawing in the light behind her, accompanied by a dissonant zizzy sound. The branches and leaves of bamboo swiftly closed in around Keeman, ensnaring her hair within the thicket, prompting an involuntary "ah" to escape her lips. In a flurry of panic, Keeman momentarily forgot to call for help in this weather. At this time, within the dense bamboo grove, it was unlikely anyone would hear her. Moreover, she noticed that as she became ensnared, the pressure on Xiao Hui eased considerably. In its panic, it managed to free itself. Yet, the sudden surge of light was overpowering, and in the fleeting moment Keeman had to think, she realized she was being drawn into its depths. In terror, she shouted to Xiao Hui, "Stay down, don't come over." Looking into Xiao Hu's anxious eyes, she sensed despair. The sound of Xiao Hu's roars faded from her hearing, and in another instant, all she could manage to cry was Xiao Hui. "Run! Cousin! Cousin! What has happened to you? Your Highness! Your Highness! Please wake up!" Trembling so violently. "It's terrifying." "Shoo! Keep your voice down." In an opulent chamber, a multitude of individuals crowded around the bed. A rather lovely young woman was perched at the bedside, weeping and calling out, while a woman adorned with jewels sat beside her, fervently grasping the hand of the figure on the bed, pleading earnestly. Behind them, the servants, clad in dark attire, whispered among themselves. What has befallen the prince? Why is he so gravely ill this time? And why is he trembling like this? Why does he curl up like that? He resembles a cat. A young maid, too forthright for her own good, quietly asked her sister, "Be quiet. Do you wish to die?" The sister hastily covered her younger sibling's mouth, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at the figure curled into a ball, shaking while emitting sounds that were neither moans nor roars. "Clear the way. Make way. The imperial physician is here. Lord Imperial Physician, please hurry. We beg you. You must save our prince. We have no idea what has suddenly come over him." A middle-aged man, resembling a steward, anxiously guided the royal physician through the throng toward the prince's bedside. With tears streaming down his face, the steward lamented, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't followed him and endured the scolding, this wouldn't have happened. If anything happens to him, how can I face the late king?" The royal physician, known for his composure, remained silent as he hastened from the corridor to the bedside. He quickly washed his hands with a clean towel and grasped the prince's slender, cold hand, his fingers resting on the prince's wrist. In that instant, the room fell into a profound silence, with everyone holding their breath. As the physician examined the pulse, his brow furrowed deeper, and he switched hands, ultimately placing both hands on the prince's wrists, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. After a long pause, the physician rose, refraining from issuing a prescription, and calmly addressed the steward. "I require a moment to speak with you." The steward immediately stood, respectfully leading the physician to a more secluded room down the hallway. The physician sat quietly, and the steward signaled a young boy to bring tea before the child silently exited. Then, the steward took his seat, sitting tensely at the edge of the table. Master Lu, the prince's ailment is indeed perplexing. His pulse is robust and steady, yet he remains unresponsive. Strangely, his heartbeat is slightly quicker than that of an ordinary person, and his body temperature is somewhat elevated. However, there are no signs of a cold. It resembles more the effects of substantial nourishment that would lead to an increase in both temperature and heart rate, yet without the symptoms typically associated with such nourishment. Might I inquire if he has recently been given a potent tonic, perhaps a century-old ginseng? None whatsoever. This is quite astonishing. Nonetheless, Master Lu need not be overly troubled. The prince's condition should not be grave. Perhaps he was merely startled. Could there have been something in the bamboo grove that frightened him? The prince has a profound fear of snakes. Could it be that he encountered a large serpent in the bamboo grove? But that seems unlikely. We scatter realgar wine in the grove daily to deter snakes, lest they take advantage of an unsuspecting moment and frighten the prince. Master Lu explained anxiously. Am I afraid of snakes? That little rodent speaks nonsense. I am a cat. How could I possibly fear snakes? Capturing one would be a grand feast. Oomph. The man on the bed murmured and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 2. The awakening of the cat. Prince Xiaohui awoke abruptly, as if jolted from a deep slumber, the moment it sensed a familiar grip on its wrist, rather, its paw, taking its pulse. A faint, almost imperceptible scent wafted through the air, a scent belonging to that girl, the charming, delightful, warm-hearted girl. In an instant, it yearned to leap up, to soar through the air on all fours in search of her. Yet, to its dismay, it found itself utterly immobilized. Had it lost its mind? Where was it? Why did it feel such an unsettling chill? Why could it not wag its tail? Who were these people? They were clamoring and gripping its paw. Calling it prince, but what did that even mean? Was it referring to me? I am not a prince. I am Xiaohui. That is the name the girl bestowed upon me. What a lovely name it is. Wait a moment. How am I suddenly capable of contemplating all these things? Despite having cultivated my essence through the clear dew of thousand-year-old spiritual bamboo roots, I have only lived for a mere few decades. Far from achieving such enlightenment, could it be that I have encountered a celestial being who has granted me the gift of human form? Yet, that does not seem right. At that moment, a rare celestial phenomenon, the rare alignment of 9 stars, had occurred, which I thought would benefit my cultivation, but instead, I nearly met my demise, dragging that girl down with me. Yes, where is she? I long to be held in her embrace, to be tickled and to see her smile. My hearing seems to have sharpened beyond measure. After all, I am a cat, blessed with acute hearing, and I can clearly hear the words of the man referred to as Wang Tai from a distant room. Wait, is this person named Lu Guanshi suggesting that I fear snakes? How is that possible? I am a cat. How could I possibly fear a mere snake? Catching it would merely provide a delightful feast. Xiaohui muttered to itself before suddenly opening its eyes. Instantly, a kaleidoscope of colors flooded its vision, leaving it utterly astonished. The feline race perceives the world in shades of black, white, and gray, unaware that colors could be so vibrant. Reminiscent of the explosive beauty it felt upon first encountering that girl. Where am I? A low, husky voice, tinged with a unique feline charm, erupted from its throat, startling everyone. Especially itself. It instinctively touched its throat and coughed awkwardly. This tone was indeed far from the familiar meow it was accustomed to. It swiftly scanned the faces surrounding it, unaware that the tearful girl beside the bed and the woman accompanying her were both momentarily taken aback. Its eyes were strikingly beautiful, resembling deep, shadowy pools or black obsidian. Suddenly, the little maid behind it cried out, "The prince has awakened. Sister, come quickly. The prince is awake." Instantly, a flurry of commotion ensued. Some hurried out to summon Lu Guanshi, while others rushed to fetch basins and cloths to prepare for the prince's washing. Some leaped with joy, yet dared not make a loud disturbance. Clearly, this prince held a significant place in their hearts, for their heartfelt expressions of joy at his awakening were undeniable. Xiaohui mused silently. The girl, whom they referred to as cousin, still bore tears on her face as she grasped one of its paws tightly, joyfully throwing herself into its embrace. "Cousin, you have finally awakened. I thought I would be frightened to death. Who are you? Get away from me." He abruptly withdrew his hand, forcefully pushing her away. How he despised others touching his belly. Was that a place she could lay claim to? he thought indignantly. Cousin, what's wrong with you? I am your cousin, Shishu. Ling Shueshu, don't you remember? Startled, Ling Shueshu immediately reached to feel her cousin's forehead, checking if he had lost his senses. Get away. Xiao Hui expressionlessly pushed her hand aside, adding, and who do you think you are to ruffle the hair on my forehead? Such audacity. Where am I? Xiao Hui asked once more. You are in your royal residence. Your Highness, what troubles you? And why are you licking your palm, then smearing saliva into your hair? A woman adorned with jewels asked, her voice laced with both confusion and caution. At that moment, Steward Lu and the royal physician entered. And upon seeing the awakened prince, Steward Lu was overwhelmed with emotion, repeatedly bowing in reverence. Your Highness, it is all my fault. I failed to keep watch over you, allowing you to experience such a fright. Who would have thought there were snakes in that bamboo grove? It is entirely my oversight. Please, punish me. Xiao Hui, without hesitation, retorted, what snake could frighten me? Suddenly recalling that he was now a prince and that princes feared snakes. He quickly amended, only a gigantic serpent could terrify me to such an extent. Rise, do not kneel. Now, let everyone leave. I have just awakened and require rest, or my head will grow muddled. Is that agreeable? Fortunately, having often listened to the girl from the bamboo grove at Shui Luo Garden, who incessantly chattered at him, he had learned her language, having silently conversed with her countless times in his mind. Otherwise, managing to articulate so much at once would have proven quite challenging. At last, everyone departed, and Steward Lu went to arrange affairs. That cousin was also taken away by the woman. Xiao Hui, gazing at the basin for washing hands and face, curled his legs and nestled upon the couch, eager to begin licking his paws and palms again. I have traversed time. Xiao Hui finally confirmed one thing. How laughable it was, back then, when that girl hugged his belly and read Gong and Bu Bu Jing Xin to him. He had silently mocked her, thinking what a childish trick to deceive. How could this foolish girl believe it, so engrossed in her reading? And yet, he had directly crossed over into a person. Xiao Hui affirmed a second thing. And now, he was a prince. Suddenly, he recalled what the girl had read about princes. This was his third certainty. I must find that girl. This was the most resolute truth Xiao Hui had determined. I miss you, he murmured, his voice soft and magnetic, a sound so low that if one were near, they would hear the tremor of his heart. He felt his body had recovered significantly, rising gracefully, his sleeves fluttering lightly. Naturally handsome, he now exuded the enchanting elegance of a spirit cat, making even his rising appear ethereal and extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Hui resolved to inspect this chamber. Seeking any useful clues, he understood that he must first stabilize himself, then secure the royal residence, and only then comprehend the current situation to pursue her again, believing her essence lingered in this world. Not far from him, however, he was uncertain whether she had sustained any injuries during her traversal, or if she still retained her original form. He was even more apprehensive about the possibility that she might have, like himself, unwittingly inhabited another creature's body, perhaps even that of a small bird. As this thought crossed his mind, a buzzing sensation filled his head. No, I must calm myself, he resolved, and organize my thoughts clearly before embarking on a search for her. To once again behold her sweet smile and warm kiss, reminiscing about the times she would kiss him, the little cat, without a care in the world. The prince's face suddenly flushed crimson. He rose and approached the writing desk, standing upright with some difficulty. Yet, after nearly a century of cultivation, despite having spent the early years guarding the roots of the ancient emerald bamboo, it was true that the awakening of a feline spirit was somewhat delayed. Thus, his intelligence was roughly akin to that of a 15 or 16-year-old child. However, this was sufficient, particularly since his spiritual awareness had been nurtured by the 1,000-year-old emerald bamboo, rendering him inherently more perceptive and wise. Now, with the pure young spiritual energy of an adult human man's body, the combination made him exceptionally clever and his vigor surged dramatically, according to the traditions of the spirit cat clan. This prince should be able to retain his youthful appearance for at least a century, if not a millennium. Each successful cultivation of a spirit cat requires the assistance of spiritual entities to attain a human form. Once achieved, one can enjoy a long lifespan, unless one willingly disperses their spirit to return to the essence, thereby attaining a higher state of enlightenment. All of this was made possible by the 1,000-year-old emerald bamboo, which possessed wisdom and concealed its spiritual roots. Standing on the ground were merely a few unassuming slender bamboo stalks, yet they safeguarded its existence through the ages, enduring the passage of time while retaining its spiritual wisdom. Evolving from an ordinary bamboo grove to the bamboo gardens of various dynasties, and now to the emerald bamboo scenic area in the city. It had always protected itself well, had it not fallen in love with the local land and wished to remain. It might have long since attained human form and departed. Despite his awkwardness, he moved gracefully towards the writing desk, displaying no lack of elegance. He casually flipped through various letters and ceremonial scrolls. Fortunate to have studied ancient characters during his cultivation, for otherwise, recognition would have proven quite challenging. One invitation was bound with a delicate purple satin ribbon, adorned with fine golden threads, clearly of considerable value, originating from the Wang family. Ling Xingyue. He ran his fingers over the name inscribed on the invitation, realizing, "So my name is Ling Xingyue," he murmured to himself. He then swiftly rose and began to scour the small bookshelf behind him, which was filled with family genealogies. His eyes moved rapidly over the lines, and he quickly grasped the essence of everything. They were originally from an external noble lineage. Due to the late prince's extraordinary military achievements, he had been bestowed with a hereditary title. Thus he was the second generation of their family. His father, the late prince, perished in the last battle, and soon after, his mother followed him into the afterlife, leaving him as the sole heir, entrusted to the current steward, Lu. The cousin in question was the only daughter of his aunt's family. Due to the prince's untimely demise, his aunt did not remarry and was subsequently chosen by the current emperor as a martial consort. Thus their daughter bore the surname Ling. Another woman, who held the hand of the man, was once the betrothed young wife of a favored subordinate of the old prince, yet fate had dealt her an unfortunate hand as that valiant warrior met his demise on the battlefield. Despite this tragedy, she remained unwaveringly loyal and vowed never to remarry. Eventually, she was brought into the prince's residence by the lady of the house, nurtured at her side. Thus, despite her youth, she had already donned the attire of a married woman. In the third chapter, titled Three Spirits and Empathy, Ling Xingyue, despite her exceptional eyesight, had spent an entire night tossing and turning, only to observe him with sleepy, half-closed eyes, overwhelmed by drowsiness. Cats, by nature, are prone to slumber. And as weariness enveloped him, he succumbed to a deep sleep, which lasted until the following evening. After instructing for a bath and a change of attire, ensuring she was thoroughly refreshed, Ling Xingyue settled into a chair and summoned steward Lu to enter. Just as she was about to inquire whether any unusual occurrences had transpired in recent days, particularly the sudden appearance of a little girl, steward Lu preempted her. "Your Highness, in a few days, we shall celebrate your 18th birthday banquet. Due to your sudden illness, we had postponed the arrangements, but since you are now recovering well, I thought it prudent to begin planning. I wanted to ask if, aside from family, there is anyone else you would like to invite. In previous years, you preferred a quieter gathering, often inviting only close relatives and omitting those from outside, without even sending invitations. Will this year follow the same pattern?" Ling Xingyue furrowed her brow and asked, "If we invite more guests, will they all bring their daughters along? Will there be an influx of young maidens?" Upon hearing this, steward Lu's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. What had come over the prince? Why was he suddenly so concerned about matters pertaining to girls? In the past, merely mentioning such topics would ignite his fury, as if he were ready to draw his sword. In truth, both steward Lu and the entire household were somewhat privy to the prince's sentiments, though they dared not voice their thoughts. The staff of the residence were primarily those saved during the hardships faced by the old prince and princess, along with the descendants of former loyal subordinates who had sought refuge in dire times. Many were the widows and children of young subordinates who had fallen on hard times. The old princess had taken them all in. Thus, the entire household felt immense gratitude for the life-saving kindness of the old prince and princess, and they were devotedly loyal to the new young prince, though the young prince exhibited a somewhat irritable temperament. He was also known for his kind-heartedness. As peace returned to the realm, he relished the role of a leisurely prince. Today, he sent a beloved dish of yellow river carp. Tomorrow he presented exquisite blood-swallowed delicacies from the palace. And the day after he bestowed a variety of jewels. It was truly a dazzling spectacle, overwhelming to behold, leaving everyone in silent amusement. Moreover, the young prince's boisterous and straightforward nature demanded immediate sampling of the delicacies he gifted. Refusal to taste would incite his displeasure, and he expected the jewels to be worn right away, growing irate if his gifts were not appreciated. Thus, the widow gradually became accustomed to adorning herself with splendid jewels each day. To elaborate, the widow's surname was Long, named Lung Qingqiu, merely 20 years of age, just 2 years older than the young prince. Due to her husband's legacy, she was always respectfully addressed as Sister Qingqiu, and she presented herself in the attire of a married woman. Initially, the young prince referred to her simply as Qingqiu, believing them both to be youthful and inconsequential in the eyes of others. However, As time passed, it became apparent that the young prince's affections were entirely focused on her. Indeed, if you wish to invite esteemed guests for the birthday celebration, it is certain that many young ladies will be in attendance. Ling Xingyue was instantly filled with delight, yet merely stirred slightly. The image of that girl's young daughter flickered in his mind, causing a gentle stir within his heart, evoking a sensation akin to a tingling tail. Despite the fact that his tail was no longer there. Very well. Then, issue the orders to ensure thorough preparations, he commanded. Draft invitations to summon all relatives and friends who have young daughters. If possible, let them bring along their little maidens as well. Off you go. Although Steward Liu was taken aback, he promptly set about his tasks, realizing the extensive preparations required, including food, tables and chairs, attendants, maids, and a plethora of invitations. In an instant, the Wang residence buzzed with the same fervor as a festive celebration. Lang Qingqiu, initially overjoyed by the princess awakening, found herself gradually falling for the tender-hearted young prince over the years. However, being a woman of steadfast virtue, she had vowed never to remarry in her youth. Her parents and brothers had taken turns persuading her. Yet, just moments ago, she thought she had misheard. She could hardly believe that the prince, who had always been devoted solely to her and dismissive of other women, would host such a grand feast and extend invitations to noble ladies and even their maidens. A chill enveloped Lang Qingqiu's heart, leaving her bewildered and unable to comprehend, let alone inquire. Countless times, when Ling Xingyue had ardently expressed his feelings towards her, her heart raced with joy. Nevertheless, as a chaste woman, she could not afford to express any sentiments of that nature. As she meandered slowly, she found herself wandering towards the garden frequently visited by the prince, near the sprawling bamboo grove. From a distance, she observed the young prince not seated in his usual lotus position on a small mat beside the bamboo, but rather clad in garments as white as snow, strikingly handsome and ethereal, more enchanting than ever before. She beheld him leaning closely against a sturdy bamboo stalk, his eyes gently closed, hands gripping 2 clusters of emerald leaves, his feet deeply embedded in the earth, as if he could touch the bamboo roots. Suddenly, he shuddered, opened his eyes, which were as dark and profound as obsidian, now imbued with a hint of alluring elegance. His gaze swept across the surroundings, landing upon Lang Qingqiu. Leave. Who permitted you to approach this place? How dare you? Lang Qingqiu's face flushed crimson, instantly igniting a surge of embarrassment and fury within her. Although this bamboo grove was typically off-limits to all, with dire consequences for those who dared to intrude, he had always treated her differently, often allowing her to bring him tea or an umbrella without much refusal. Blushing fiercely, Qingqiu ran away, tears brimming in her eyes, perplexed by the sudden change in the young prince's demeanor towards her, who had always shown her such warmth. Meanwhile, Xiao Hui pondered the revelations he had gleaned from the harmonious communion with the bamboo spirits, which had indeed astonished him. He finally understood why he had traversed to this place and body. It turned out that the prince's bamboo garden was, in fact, the future site of Shui Luo Park many years hence. Xiao Hui had relied on the spiritual energy emitted by the bamboo for his cultivation, ultimately merging with the spirit of the bamboo, becoming a centuries-old spirit cat, a millennia-old spirit bamboo, and the reincarnated embodiment of a man entwined with the bamboo spirit. In summary, Ling Xingyue could be encapsulated in a single notion. Should the day come when all spiritual connections are unlocked, he would emerge as the most formidable spiritual entity of the spirit cat clan. However, how can one unlock the connection of the 3 spirits and achieve their mutual empathy? Little Gray is quite oblivious to this. It only knows how to communicate with 2 spirits and has never even heard of the concept of 3 spirits connecting. Moreover, it currently occupies the body of Ling Xingyue, having transformed entirely into her. How can the solitary soul of Ling Xingyue awaken within the same body and complete the tri-spiritual empathy? What has come over this young prince? He truly exhibits the temperament of a child. Just a few days ago, he graciously presented a platter of jewels to Sister Qingqiu, yet today he suddenly speaks harshly, although the prince treats Sister Qingqiu well. She is, after all, a widowed and virtuous woman. If any scandal were to arise, it would surely be detrimental to both her and the prince. Yet, throughout the years, I have never seen the prince display fear. Who can say, "Come, come, we must leave, lest we provoke the prince's ire and suffer his wrath"? Our young prince, despite his childish temperament, possesses a kind-hearted nature, and he harbors nothing but goodwill towards each of us. Let us refrain from discussing him in private. Indeed, that as the crowd gradually dispersed, Ling Xingyue let out a sigh. He too harbored similar thoughts, upon awakening that day and witnessing the deep concern etched upon the woman's face. He understood that matters were not as simple as they seemed. Yet, in his heart, he did not hold her, for he appeared to be fond of the laughter, countenance, and gentle touch of the girl from Shui Luo Park. As though he were ensnared in a seal, his mind consumed by thoughts of her. Thus, why allow this woman to cling to hope? He was not afraid of idle gossip, nor the potential loss of wealth and status. He merely wished to spare this unfortunate woman from further heartache, and he certainly could not harm the girl who had traversed time alongside him to this era. Furthermore, he had yet to unlock the connection of the three spirits, rendering him incapable of perceiving distant realms. He required assistance, even some resources, to locate that girl and ensure her happiness. Chapter 4. The family banquet catastrophe. The lively family banquet preparations were finally complete. Awaiting the arrival of esteemed guests, Steward Liu took it upon himself to manage the invitations, tirelessly running about to invite 30 distinguished families, along with their wives and daughters, to celebrate the occasion. With the maids, servants, and drivers bustling about, the atmosphere was truly abuzz with excitement. Ling Xingyu donned a 3-layered white garment adorned with bamboo leaf embroidery, strikingly handsome, his gaze intense and piercing, as if cloaked in frost and moonlight, yet filled with a myriad of enchanting fireflies. At the outset of the banquet, Steward Liu, accompanied by several young servants and maids, presented a specially crafted dish, said to be invented by the young prince himself, inviting everyone to indulge in its flavors. Whoever could name it would have the honor of marrying the daughter of the family in question. The maids and servants who knew the answer were equally resolute, promising not to retract their words. Laughter erupted as the guests took it as a light-hearted prelude to the meal, a jovial conversation starter, for most were unfamiliar with one another, and sitting together could easily lead to awkwardness. The dish was elegantly arranged on a delicate platter, featuring 2 layers of fluffy baked flatbreads, adorned with sesame seeds, crowned with a slice of beef patty and accompanied by several leafy greens. It presented quite a delightful spectacle, continuously served in abundance, ensuring everyone had their share. The noble ladies and their daughters could not help but smirk, remarking that the temper of this young prince was indeed quite true to form. The male guests appeared to maintain their composure. After all, it is only natural for men to harbor a few trivial thoughts, and they had grown accustomed to such eccentricities. Furthermore, this young prince, having reached a considerable age, was indeed due for marriage. Nevertheless, being part of a prestigious family, everyone who partook in the feast praised the exquisite delicacies, lauding the young prince's cleverness. As for the names, they were as varied as they were extravagant, each one more lavishly extolling elegance and grandeur than the last. Some referred to a bouquet of flowers while others spoke of prosperity and honor, and there were even those that called for eternal harmony. It was truly a source of both amusement and bewilderment. Ling Xingyue felt a profound sense of disappointment. It seemed that her beloved companion was not among the gathering of guests. After all, how could she possibly miss out on her favorite KFC? Reflecting on the warmth they once shared over a beef burger, Ling Xingyue's heart ached with nostalgia. Where had that girl, who bloomed with a smile like the opening of flowers, disappeared to? Even more distressing was the fact that since the last time he caught a whiff of that familiar scent, he had been unable to detect any trace of her presence. The delicate aroma of bamboo leaves, which once enveloped him, seemed to have vanished completely. He had even sought the counsel of the royal physician, straining his senses in vain to catch a hint of her essence, only to find it irrevocably absent. His despondency deepened, giving way to frustration. Turning away, he made his way to the study, seeking solace, and as he passed, he noticed Lang Qingxiu approaching, yet he chose to ignore her and hastened his departure. Lang Qingxiu awkwardly took a seat beside him, but after a moment of silence, she too left to the adjacent corridor to sip tea and admire the blossoms. She had little appetite, her spirits dampened, and she felt somewhat better in her solitude. Was that the chaste and virtuous Lang Qingxiu? How pitiable she was, living in mourning at such a young age. When would it ever end? Thankfully, the old matriarch, moved by her tragic circumstances, had taken her in and kept her close. Otherwise, how could she now be adorned in jewels and fine silks? Although her husband had perished due to the old prince's machinations, the royal family had treated her with genuine kindness, truly deserving of her gratitude. Indeed, her husband's death was linked to the old prince, who had generously rewarded her family. Yet she had chosen to leave quietly without claiming the reward or saying a word. Enough? The ladies swiftly admonished their daughters to silence, alarmed at the indiscretion of discussing such private matters openly. The young girls, unwittingly echoing what they had overheard, were treading perilously close to scandal. Meanwhile, at the back of the corridor, Lang Qingxiu's mind buzzed as if struck by thunder, leaving her utterly speechless. What had she just heard? She questioned herself. Was my husband killed by the old prince? Thus, the matriarch took me into the household. My husband's family left the capital without a word, and it too is connected to the old prince's family. My current plight is the result of the old prince's actions. In a moment of reflection, she recalled Ling Xingyue's fleeting warmth and subsequent indifference. So that is it. She mused, you feel guilty, and that is why you have shown me kindness, is it not? Your indifference is merely a reflection of your newfound affection for another maiden. Who is she that occupies your heart so? Who is the one that day who silently uttered, I miss you? I, consumed by concern for you, did not depart but instead concealed myself behind the screen, foolishly believing that you harbored feelings for me all along. In truth, I was but a guilt-ridden accessory in your life. As the autumn chill returned, I recalled my own absurdity, adorned in pearls and jewels. It was all but a jest. I laughed for a moment, only for tears to cascade down my cheeks. The banquet finally concluded with lively revelry, and there stood Ling Xingyue, resplendent in exquisite attire beneath the moonlight, radiating an elegant grace. Butler Liu had arranged for the noble guest who chose to remain, and it goes without saying that the family gathering was equally vibrant. After her bath, just as Ling Xingyue intended to retire, she heard a gentle knock at the door and found Ling Qingxiu timidly standing at the threshold, holding a tray that bore a wine jug and 2 cups. Your Highness, today marks your birthday, and we have yet to share a drink. In years past, we would vigil together under the moonlight. Ling Xingyue felt a pang of melancholy and agreed, then let us share a cup. She opened the door, inviting Qingxiu inside, and poured a cup, downing it in one swift motion. Having lived as a cat, he had never tasted wine, and tonight he resolutely abstained, as that girl had once remarked that she disliked alcohol, citing its harm to the liver, and so forth. After finishing, a sudden warmth surged through his throat, prompting him to pour 3 more cups, after which he lost consciousness. Alas, woe is me! How shall I continue to live? A sudden cry jolted him awake. Stretching languidly, he was taken aback to find Ling Qingxiu lying beside him clad only in her undergarments, her other garments strewn in tatters across the floor. A sight that was most disheveled indeed. Glancing at himself, he realized he too was clad only in his undergarments, and the whispers from outside had swelled into a cacophony, impossible to ignore. This young prince truly had the audacity. Not even the purest of maidens was spared. How shall this woman endure? It is said that even the emperor holds her in high regard. Should this matter reach the palace, how shall the prince extricate himself? Seeing Qingxiu in such despair, could it be that the prince truly forced himself upon her? What shall we do? A calamity looms. Do not speak such nonsense. The prince is not of that ilk. Besides, he has recently come to terms with his feelings and wishes to meet other maidens. How could he possibly have forced Qingxiu? Regardless, this uproar had made half the noble families in the capital aware, which essentially meant the entire city was informed of this disaster. A misfortune indeed. If it were kept private, it would be one thing, but such a commotion could lead to chaos, and the prince's reputation would be sullied by charges of lust clouding his judgment. Ling Xingyue was utterly bewildered. With a swift leap from the bed, his foremost thought was not of Qingxiu's pitiful weeping, nor the murmurs of the guests outside, but rather, what on earth transpired? Could it be that I allowed another maiden to scratch my belly? Surely not. If that were the case, I would have felt something. Each time that girl scratched me, it brought such delightful sensations that my tail would nearly arch skyward. It is inconceivable that I felt no itch at all. But what about my clothes? It is rather inconvenient now that I am no longer a cat and lack fur. I cannot allow outsiders to see me like this, for the girl might very well become upset. She once spoke to me quite seriously, admonishing that I should not casually expose my belly to others. This is truly a disaster, if these guests were to spread the word, and with so many of them present. It is almost certain that it would be disseminated. Should that girl learn of this in the future, she would undoubtedly never forgive me. Furthermore, given the chaotic state of the KFC I have created, if she hears about it, she will surely realize I came here with her. Upon hearing that I was sleeping with another woman in such a manner and had my belly touched, she would be furious. What if she decides to ignore me? What shall I do? Ling Xingyue thought at a speed several times faster than that of an ordinary person. Despite her anxiety, her brow merely furrowed slightly, her eyes remaining as deep and dark as black jade, now gleaming with a hint of wicked charm that sent a shiver down Ling Qingxiu's spine. She wouldn't ignore me. Why do I feel so flustered at the thought of her? But what if? What if we meet again in the future? Yes, I have a lifespan of nearly 1,000 years. I will surely find her again and never leave. Yet, what if she knows about my current predicament? Would she shy away from me? Would there be a rift in her heart? Ling Xingyue knew this was undoubtedly the result of alcohol. It turns out the cat tribe's tolerance for liquor is quite poor. As he had only consumed 3 cups before collapsing, Truly a lightweight. He cast a cold gaze at Ling Qingqiu's tears. This woman, despicable. Suddenly, a murderous intent surged within him. Your Highness, you cannot abandon me. How am I to be accepted in this world in my current state? I wish I could die. Yet if I were to perish, I fear it would bring trouble to you and the palace, leading to accusations of your irrationality, not only coercing me but ultimately driving me to death. As Ling Qingqiu lamented, she glanced at Ling Xingyue's handsome visage. You cannot die. Ling Xingyue replied flatly. If you were to die, she would blame me, calling me cruel. She cherishes kind-hearted individuals, for she is indeed so benevolent, never resorting to scheming. Who is she? Who is she in your mind? Ling Qingqiu suddenly asked sharply. Sister Qingqiu, a clear voice rang out from outside. Are you all right? We are all outside. Do not be afraid. Please come out. My mother has reported to the Empress Dowager overnight, and she is summoning you now. It is that cousin. What is she doing here? The Empress Dowager is summoning you. You have landed yourself in great trouble, Ling Xingyue coldly remarked. Chapter 5. The Girl's Ballet, Thoughts and Longings Amid the Towering Peaks of Snow-Capped Mountains. A breathtaking expanse of lush pasture land unfolds before the eyes. The mountain summits are blanketed in white snow, while the meadow flourishes in vibrant green, with golden lotuses swaying gently in the breeze. The sunlight blazes fiercely, rendering it almost blinding. This bountiful land is the only granted pasture of the current dynasty's foreign prince, known as the Lank pasture. Here, one feels that anywhere beneath the blue sky can be regarded as royal territory. Where cattle thrive and horses grow strong, nourished for a millennium, the prince is certain to visit annually, as tending to the royal horses and livestock is of utmost importance to the court. Lankman, what mischief has that girl Kerr embarked upon again? Ever since she fainted in the capital last time, she seems to have become considerably more spirited. I have never seen her frolic about in such a carefree manner before. Truly, may the snow goddess bestow her blessings. A woman clad in traditional Mongolian attire, appearing to be around 40 years of age, stood nearby. Though her garb was not particularly elaborate, her delicate features were striking, especially with a string of amber-red beads adorning her neck, which added an enchanting allure to her presence. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to the snow goddess. Beside her stood a Mongolian man, whose demeanor was reserved and gentle, exuding a calm and steady aura. I shall seek her out. She is feeling better now. With that, he promptly stepped out of the yurt and ambled into the distance, the distance of 3 to 5 li from the yurt. A young girl, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, donned a vibrant crimson outfit. With rosy lips and an unparalleled beauty, her radiant smile was as splendid as a garden in full bloom. Most remarkably, amidst the verdant expanse, she stood atop the fence, dancing on her tiptoes, while a gentle breeze caressed her. Her red attire was mesmerizing, reminiscent of blooming golden lotuses and the blossoming of red pearls. Little Keeman, you can dance now. You dance beautifully. A boy, seemingly around 15 or 16, approached with a warm and inviting demeanor, his eyes curving into a gentle smile. His luxurious Mongolian robes signified his esteemed lineage. Brother Situ, what brings you here? Has your master not punished you with the calligraphy practice today? Keeman inquired cheerfully. As her smile illuminated the air, Situ felt a sudden dizziness, as if his breath had momentarily halted. Situ was the firstborn son of the matriarch overseeing this pasture, cherished by all as if he were a precious gem. Little Keeman, you have become increasingly beautiful, Situ murmured shyly, although he had often praised Keeman in the past. Today he felt an unexpected warmth flooding his cheeks, leaving him flushed and disoriented. Gazing at Keeman's radiant smile, he hesitated to reach out and caress her forehead or the glossy strands of her hair. Keeman, like a nimble dragonfly of the steppe, leaped down from the fence post, landing gracefully on her toes, and twirled in front of Situ, rendering him utterly mesmerized. Brother Situ. Hey, what is wrong with you? Why are you in a daze? Keeman waved her delicate white hands in front of Situ's face, her hands appearing almost translucent in the sunlight, soft and fair. Situ awkwardly lowered his head, instinctively running his fingers through his hair at the back of his head. He had grown up alongside Keeman, but she seemed to have changed. She was no longer the slightly slow-witted girl who seldom spoke, but rather a joyful spirit now. Remembering her earlier smile, he felt a warmth enveloping his face once more. Little Keeman, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. Keeman, shall we go pick golden lotus flowers together? Situ asked eagerly. No, just look at your entourage. They're all watching you with eager eyes. I do not wish to be the center of their attention wherever I go. Keeman shot him a playful glance before moving gracefully towards home. What dance were you performing just now? You danced on your tiptoes like a beautiful swan. Situ exclaimed with genuine admiration. Oh yes. It was quite lovely. Situ, it is called Swan Lake, a ballet dance. It is very elegant. Keeman explained, her eyes twinkling with delight. Ballet? A dance? How have I never heard of this? You are truly remarkable, strikingly beautiful. C2 expressed heartfelt admiration. My parents, intending to request a visit with the esteemed Wang Tai while bringing gifts, were thwarted when I was struck by a bolt of lightning while peering over the wall. Strangely, there was no thunder accompanying it. My mother recounted how that very lightning had sent the bamboo grove, merely a wall's distance away, swaying chaotically, consequently. My parents were so frightened that they abandoned their request to see the young prince and instead hurriedly carried me straight to the residence of Wang Tai. Fortuitously on a swift steed. Upon arriving at Wang Tai's abode, to my astonishment, I awakened in a daze, as if from a grand dream. Vague memories of numerous dreamlike experiences lingered in my mind, including the ballet I had seemingly learned over the years within that dream. Afterward, Wang Tai examined my pulse and declared that my health remained as robust as ever, if not improved. Regrettably, in that fleeting moment of waking, I forgot much of what transpired in my dreams, retaining only a few fragments. Wang Tai kindly prepared a prescription for me, stating that nourishing my body would enhance my intellect. Hee. Lon Keeman chuckled shyly, recalling her past tendency to appear rather vacant, though she could not quite remember why she had been so. How wondrous. I thought so too, noticing the significant transformation in you over these past few days. You have become more talkative and cheerful, yet you remain as exquisite as ever. Nay, even more so. I thoroughly enjoy your laughter, truly cherish you. As C2 spoke, his voice gradually softened, but Keeman, lost in contemplation of bygone matters, scarcely heard him. She only sensed that C2 was praising her smile, which made her beam even brighter, akin to a splendid display of fireworks. It is noteworthy that C2 was merely a year or two her senior. Yet Keeman's parents held even greater loyalty to C2's family, as they were trusted confidants and overseers of the vast estate. Keeman regarded C2 with a unique fondness. She rarely smiled at anyone else, but would occasionally offer a smile to him. C2. Each of Keeman's smiles felt like a dazzling spectacle of vibrant pink peach blossoms. As they conversed, they noticed Keeman's father approaching in a state of concern. Illuminated by the warm and reassuring glow of the setting sun. Mare, your mother is quite anxious. Are you feeling unwell? Having spotted C2, Keeman's father bowed respectfully. Greetings, young Master C2. What brings you here? Do you have any instructions for Keeman? Please, rise. Good to see you, Uncle Lon. There are no instructions. Let us not stand on ceremony. You accompanied my father from the capital to this desolate place, working tirelessly for the late Lord Wang, earning my utmost respect as an elder. From now on, please feel free to call me CTU. Si2 affectionately assisted Lon Jing to his feet, preventing him from bowing further. As for Keeman, you know she is my favorite, the one I most enjoy spending time with. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. Should anything arise, she is well attended by many attendants, and no major mishaps will occur. I promise. C2 conversed warmly with Uncle Lon Jing. Lon Jing cast a glance at C2's somewhat bashful countenance, and suddenly, an understanding dawned upon him. He refrained from articulating it outright, merely smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, young Master C2. Lon Jing then bent deeply and bowed. You have come again. Please, rise. C2 hastily assisted Lon Jing to his feet. By the way, Uncle Lon, I have heard from father that the young prince has been summoned by the emperor due to certain charges. They say he has succumbed to his passions, disregarding the emperor's grace, undermining the morale of the army, and jeopardizing the very foundation of our military. He has been ordered to leave the capital for reflection. Father mentioned that he might very well come to our ranch for his penance. What? When did this happen? Everything was perfectly well when I was there last year. How could such a significant event transpire in just a few months? Lon Jing inquired anxiously. I am not entirely certain. It seems to be related to a widow from the military. The young prince refused to apologize and has consistently declined the Empress Dowager's marriage arrangements. The situation has escalated considerably, culminating in a decree from the emperor not only to admonish him, but also to mandate his departure from the capital for contemplation. C2 recounted what he had heard in a flowing narrative. The young prince we intended to visit upon entering the capital, is it not? Kuwan asked. Indeed, it is, replied C2's father with a gravity that matched her own. I wonder what this young prince looks like. Is he as warm and handsome as my brother? C2? Lon Kuwan mused, shaking her head. What am I even thinking? C2's mind was equally restless. I wonder if this young prince will catch a glimpse of Sister Kuwan. She is so lovely. It is said that he is a man of carnal desires. daring enough to involve himself with a military widow. If he were to see one so beautiful and charming. Oh, that would be most unfortunate indeed. This young prince is said to have a rather childish temperament. Yet I have also heard that he is infatuated with a beautiful widow from the residence. A woman of the Leng family. However, that should not excuse his base actions under the influence of intoxication. The three of them walked in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Then let us await the arrival of the young prince. They concluded. Chapter 6. The Spirit of Lingzhou, Part 1. In the clear autumn, how have you been? On the official road leading from the capital to Lanke Ranch, a grand procession of people and horses meandered along. The servants and attendants were numerous, and even the number of carriages exceeded a dozen. After all, the prince was coming to the ranch for self-reflection, and necessary supplies and personnel could not be overlooked. Moreover, the Empress Dowager had personally bestowed upon them the consort, Lady Lang, along with her dowry and various items, creating a truly magnificent sight. Most astonishingly, amidst the procession of carriages, stood two small bamboo plants, their leaves of vibrant green, instantly capturing attention. Although Leng Qingxiu felt an inner bitterness, in the deepest recesses of her heart, there lingered the memory of Ling Xingyue. She despised this part of herself, questioning how she could forget the vengeance for her husband's death, or the humiliation she endured since awakening from her fainting spell. She should not reminisce about the past, nor should she recall those warm, gentle eyes that had only ever looked at her with kindness. Tossing and turning, Leng Qingxiu reassured herself, I am holding on to these bamboo plants merely to put on a fade for the young prince, to make him believe that I harbor feelings for him. This way, I can better contemplate how to navigate my future beside this prince, who now seems so unfamiliar. However, deep within her heart, she was genuinely concerned that Ling Xingyue might collapse again after leaving Juzi. Her worries were knotted like 1,000 threads, and whether her feelings stemmed from a sincere concern or merely a fade of duty was something she herself likely could not discern. She had not anticipated that Ling Xingyue would bring her along to Lanke Ranch for reflection and contemplation. She sensed that the prince seemed somehow altered, no longer exuding that tender affection towards her. It is often said that a woman's intuition is the most reliable, and she was nearly certain of this. The prince had changed. Yet, what exactly had changed was beyond Ling Qingxiu's ability to articulate. Although the prince remained courteous towards her, showering her with luxurious gifts and hospitality prior to the family banquet, she could still detect a subtle difference, a polite warmth that felt somewhat distant. Most notably, the warmth in his eyes, which had once conveyed a painful tenderness solely for her, had been replaced by a pair of captivating, deeper eyes. Was this a manifestation of the prince's growing maturity with age? Or had his illness after that fainting episode caused him to forget the past? Leng Qingxiu felt a throbbing headache. Why had Ling Xingyue brought her along? Did he still harbor feelings for her? Yet remained aloof due to some unspoken complexities. And who was that girl he missed? With a flick of her hand, she opened the soft fabric of the carriage curtain, allowing a rush of cool air to seep inside, and let out a long sigh. Ling Xingyue, clad in a dark robe adorned with bamboo leaves, had deep-set eyes. Despite the dusty roads, a faint aroma of bamboo leaves lingered around him, almost imperceptible, evoking a sense of distance that was both reverent and unattainable. Although he was infuriated by Ling Qingxiu's presumptuousness, there was a fleeting moment when he wished he could slap her several times, even contemplate her demise. Nevertheless, he restrained himself. After all, this woman was pitiable and genuinely cared for him, or rather, the true Ling Xingyue. Had it not been for the nocturnal black cat that had forcefully traversed into Ling Xingyue's body, they might have enjoyed a harmonious existence together for centuries. Furthermore, the current Ling Xingyue could no longer perceive that unique, sweet fragrance that had once surrounded him, an aroma reminiscent of dew-kissed blossoms, something he found difficult to describe. Perhaps it was due to that girl, who seemed to possess an innate connection with the bamboo, her essence mingling with his. Yet, that scent was far more delightful than mere bamboo leaves, Ling Xingyue mused inwardly. Although his spiritual senses had not yet fully awakened, his sense of smell had vastly improved compared to when he was a cat. Why could he not detect even a hint of her presence? Since that incident, he had not sensed it again. Where could she be? Surely not. No, it couldn't be. Through his connection with the Lingzhou, he knew that the girl had indeed entered this realm along with the 9 stars light. If anything were to befall her, he would surely sense it. After all, he was no longer an ordinary spirit cat. Even if there were minor mishaps, that fragrance would not simply vanish. Ling Xingyue let out a heavy sigh, murmuring to himself, "Where are you? If you are present, I shall not conceal anything from you. I will divulge all and ensure that the sister-in-law of the Leng family reveals the truth of the matter to you." I am Ling Mao, and how could I possibly be unaware of whether that event transpired? I shall never allow you to overthink and leave me. His voice was deep, magnetic, and captivating. If he were to speak in such a manner face to face with a young lady, it is likely that anyone would succumb to the charm of his tone. Thus, we meandered and paused, traversing nearly 3 months before finally arriving at the lawn pasture, during which an event transpired that left Lang Qingqiu utterly astonished. To this day, she cannot ascertain whether she was dreaming, or if her eyes deceived her, or perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination. That day, the drizzle was incessant and bitterly cold. She inadvertently noticed Ling Xingyue staring vacantly at the 2 bamboo stalks she carried along, their leaves glistening vibrantly in the rain, stirring the soul. Unsure whether it was a pretense or genuine empathy for the rain that fell heavily upon his shoulders, she instinctively pulled over a slender bamboo umbrella and held it above him, tenderly shielding Ling Xingyue's head. At that moment, Ling Xingyue turned, his eyes warm and fervent, brimming with the same enthusiasm and concern as ever. Those very eyes sent a tremor through her heart, as if a giant drum had struck it, causing her heart to skip a beat and her breath to falter. "Qingqiu, are you well? Did you bring this?" he inquired, his voice resonant and gentle, imbued with profound care and deep affection. Ling Qingqiu lifted her face, momentarily entranced, and unconsciously took a step back, yet the umbrella remained instinctively poised above Ling Xingyue's head. The fine droplets cascading onto her face, veiling her eyes in a mist of disbelief and moisture. "Madam, why are you caught in the rain? Quickly, come into the carriage. Why are you holding the umbrella over that bamboo?" The girl, Chun Xing, exclaimed in surprise. Upon awakening, she found herself nestled in her carriage, the interior warm as spring, with a small charcoal stove glowing red. A splitting headache assailed her. "Madam, you are unwell. Fortunately, the accompanying doctor has already checked your pulse. He said you have been overly fatigued from your travels and have succumbed to a chill due to excessive worry, but do not fret. It is not severe, and a few doses of medicine will suffice." Chun Xing spoke briskly, her red ribbon bobbing adorably as she spoke. "I am ill. Did you see the prince standing by the bamboo just now? He spoke to me." Ling Qingqiu grasped Chun Xing's hand, inquiring earnestly. Chun Xing jumped in shock and hurriedly urged her to lie down, exclaiming, "The prince was by the bamboo." "No, he has been in his carriage the entire time. He just went to wash his hands and change his clothes after the meal. When I came out, I saw you standing alone by the bamboo, gazing up at those 2 lush stalks, the umbrella tilted forward as if to shield the bamboo from the rain. And no one saw." "No one saw. No one at all," Ling Qingqiu murmured. "Moreover, the prince has not called you Qingqiu in a long time. Have you forgotten? He now addresses you as Madam Ling. Look how much the prince cherishes you. He immediately changed your title, proclaiming to everyone that you are his wife." Chun Xing chattered away, oblivious to the implications. "Her calling me Lady Lung stems from a place of affection, yet it also reflects his disdain, as he refrains from uttering my name and cannot address me as sister-in-law any longer. Thus, to signify a distance and subtly remind me of my status as the widow of a deceased husband, he chooses to refer to me as Lady Long, a constant reminder not to forget my place or indulge in futile hopes." Ling Qingqiu pondered this melancholically. However, she had just witnessed Ling Xingyue, the man he once was. Could it truly be that her inability to accept such a transformation had conjured illusions, or was it merely a consequence of her illness distorting her perception? Yet those eyes could not be mistaken. She firmly believed. Those eyes, she was intimately familiar with them. The tenderness, the warmth, the fervor that was uniquely hers, remained unchanged, and that name, Qingqiu, which sent shivers through her heart. How could she have not heard it? How could she have not seen it? Ling Qingqiu tightly shut her eyes, yearning to immerse herself in the tender scene from moments ago, the gentleness found in the rain. Yet, the incessant chatter of Chuanqing interrupted her reverie. "Lady, you may be ill and experiencing hallucinations. After all, the prince particularly enjoyed admiring bamboo in the rain, which might explain your misperception. Please do not overthink it. Lady, although I did not see you standing with anyone before I left, it certainly was not the prince, for he was in his carriage at that time, and I saw the curtain was drawn back." Chuanqing chuckled at her own words, amused by the absurdity. Could there truly be 2 princes? At the mention of 2 princes, Ling Qingqiu abruptly opened her eyes, filled with a newfound clarity. Could it be that another entity, perhaps a demon, had usurped the prince's form? The very thought of such a being sent a chill through her, prompting her to shake her head vigorously in denial. How could that be? Yet, how could she explain the stark contrast in Ling Xingyue's behavior before and after his fainting? How could she account for his treatment of other girls, which was markedly different from before? He claimed that he had slightly injured his head during the fall, resulting in some memory loss. But could a mere fall cause such a transformation? Or was it possible that there truly were two princes? If this was not the original Ling Xingyue, then where was the true Ling Xingyue? Chapter 7. Spirit Bamboo One Soul, Part 2. Sealed by love due to the medication, Lang Qingqiu had not fully processed her thoughts and soon drifted into a hazy slumber. Chuanxing busied herself with arranging the items for the medicine preparation, and before leaving, she meticulously tucked the blankets around her mistress and stoked despite the chaos and commotion brought on by the unexpected events. The accompanying physician was a trusted elder of the royal household, renowned for his medical skills. Although not on par with the royal physician of the palace, he was still among the finest. Thus, despite Lady's slight ailment, it did not significantly hinder their progress. After merely 2 days of rest, they would be ready to set off again. Ling Xingyue lowered the soft curtain of the carriage. His expression grave, for he had inadvertently overheard Lang Qingqiu's words to Chuanxing amidst the bustling turmoil. She had indeed seen the true and rightful prince, the spirit Bamboo One Soul. If the spirit of the Lingzhu possesses its own consciousness, the prospect of the three spirits empathizing in the future becomes exceedingly plausible. Not only could his potential for creation be boundless, but he might also harness the unity of the three spirits to command the entire Lingnao and Lingzhu clans, making the search for that girl a mere trifling matter. The mere thought of this pierced through Ling Xingyue's heart with acute pain, as if his very essence were being twisted. Is this love? Could it be that the Lingmao clan also harbors tales of sealing? In his childhood, he had heard that among the Linglang clan, every man of each generation would be bound by the fate of a destined woman. Once sealed, he would plummet into the depths of love, unable to behold the visage of any other woman. In his eyes, in his heart, she would be the sole focus of his existence, unchanging through lifetimes. Ling Xingyue, during his days as a mere Lingmao known as Xiao Hui, vividly recalled the day of their encounter. Etched in his memory, as if time could never diminish its clarity, her face had shone like the sun in his eyes, rendering time itself motionless, as if the earth had ceased its rotation. Ecstasy surged within him, his heart raced, and he could almost taste the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. From that moment on, he could no longer perceive other women, hear their voices, or accommodate their presence. It was solely her, just her. He desired her, the memory of her soft, rosy lips gently blowing towards him in the dappled sunlight stirred his heart with an unprecedented yearning. He longed to kiss her. He yearned to savor her exquisite fragrance reminiscent of orchids. No matter the cost, I must find you. I will certainly find you. Ling Xingyue murmured, his deep, resonant voice betraying his resolve and longing. He reached out to part the soft curtain, and the brisk air outside immediately struck his nostrils. He strolled towards the section of Lingzhu brought by Qingxiu when suddenly he caught a faint whiff of something. Whose aroma was that? But it was too faint, scarcely perceptible. Instantly, he became alert, feeling the hairs on his neck stand on end. It had been so long since he had detected such a scent. Ling Xingyue dashed towards the two Lingzhu, attempting to merge with them to commune. Yet these two Lingzhu were far too weak to yield any results, forcing him to abandon the notion. Why could he suddenly perceive her fragrance? He was certain it belonged to her, for that scent was so unique, especially to him, a rare essence that held extraordinary significance. Under the dimming twilight, Ling Xingyue quietly slipped away from the caravan, heading towards a nearby forested peak. As soon as he evaded everyone's gaze, he unleashed the speed of the Lingmao to be a small tree. A fawn seemed to sense a shadow flitting by, barely discernible, moving with astonishing swiftness. Yet, the fawn said nothing, merely blinking its large, soft eyes languidly, showing no interest in the fleeting creature. Ling Xingyue agilely ascended to the highest treetop, where the peak soared straight and tall, its tips piercing through a thin layer of clouds. In an instant, he beheld a sky alive with twinkling stars and the moon, casting a beautiful glow upon the world. He held his breath, maximizing his spiritual awareness, striving to sense that faint trace of presence, yet it seemed to have vanished entirely. How could this be? How could this be? Ling Xingyue suddenly let out a roar akin to that of a lion in fury. At present, the court still supported a cadre of sorcerers, among whom there were rumored to be several masters of peculiar and sinister arts, capable of utilizing spiritual artifacts for their own cultivation to maintain their youthful appearance, while also contributing elixirs of youth to the emperor in hopes of gaining favor. Thus, it would be wise to exercise caution. The priority now was to hasten to the Lanku pasture, and then deliberate on the matter at length. Fortunately, my dual spirits are unified, granting me longevity. As long as there are no unforeseen circumstances, I shall undoubtedly locate her. Did you sleep well last night? Your Highness, did you hear the lion's roar? It frightened us terribly. We dared not step outside the carriage all night, exclaimed Chuanxing, the girl, who immediately began chattering with alarm upon waking. Ling Xingyue mused, where could a lion have come from? If there were truly a lion, it would sense my spiritual cat's aura and flee in terror. Nevertheless, the girl's radiant smile was as dazzling as that of the young lady. With this thought, Ling Xingyue instinctively nodded gently at her and reassured, do not worry, it is nothing. It must have been the sound of falling rocks, or perhaps you misheard. He then strolled into the carriage to partake in breakfast. If it were any other woman who heard Ling Xingyue speak so tenderly, she would have been starry-eyed with infatuation. Yet, this silly girl Chuanxing harbored no such thoughts, and instead, she joyfully rushed off to share the news with the other maidens. Repeatedly affirming, the prince said it was merely falling rocks. It definitely was not a lion's roar. We can all rest easy. Thus, they journeyed along, stopping intermittently. The secondary consort, Lung Qingqiu, though no longer fainting or suffering from the chill, seemed to grow increasingly pallid with each passing day. Even the usually cheerful Chuanxing began to notice this change. One day, she unexpectedly overheard a man conversing with Lang Qingqiu inside her carriage. This piqued her curiosity, for the prince seldom entered the secondary consort's carriage and had never spent a night in her company. Even she, who was not particularly astute, sensed that something was amiss. But who could this man in the carriage be? Chuanxing took a few steps forward, eager to discern the conversation. Could it be a nefarious individual taking advantage of the chaos? Just then, she heard what seemed to be Lang Qingqiu murmuring to herself. Hesitating for a moment, she lifted the curtain, and Lang Qingqiu suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with a brilliance that seemed on the verge of illuminating the surroundings. Ling Xingyue sat quietly with his eyes closed in meditation within the carriage. Having sensed the arrival of the spiritual bamboo spirit, throughout this journey it had manifested 3 times, each time allowing but a couple of fleeting words to be spoken, yet the intervals had noticeably shortened. It appeared that his ability to condense the spirit had significantly improved. However, during the latter 2 instances, Ling Xingyue only sensed the arrival of the spiritual bamboo spirit, lacking the enhanced perception of the 3 spirits' connection, thus failing to capture the girl's presence once more. It seemed this young man had concentrated all his strength to meet Lang Qingqiu, shutting down all other perceptions in the singular pursuit of seeing his beloved. Condensing the spirit into a divine form was already a formidable challenge. Achieving a meeting through mere ethereal semblance was an even greater trial. It seemed this young man was indeed a person of profound emotions. The spirited cat could not help but feel a profound admiration for the princely figure before her. As the carriages moved gracefully along the winding path, the evening glow painted the horizon, and the sweet chirping of spring apricots filled the air. The servants and maids laughed and chatted as they journeyed together. Although this trip was meant for reflection and penance, it was imbued with warmth and joy, leaving no room for worry among them. Perhaps it was the presence of the prince that dispelled their fears. Inexplicably, as long as he sat calmly in the carriage, a sense of happiness enveloped them. Why was this the case? In truth, it was the gentle sound of the spirited cat's soft purring that brought a comforting sense of stability and warmth. Yet, no one pondered this phenomenon, and so it remained unexamined. Chapter 8. Purple Cold Orchid. Can man faint? The carriages moved in a rhythmic stop-and-go. Every evening, after the dinner, Ling Xingyue would, with the agility of the spirited cat, quietly slip away to the mountaintop, seeking out a lush tree. There, he would unleash his spiritual power to ascend to the treetop, gazing at the twinkling stars while honing his senses to catch even a faint trace of that girl's essence. Yet, each time he was met with disappointment. The girl's unique fragrance, reminiscent of ethereal bamboo and morning dew, was something he could never get enough of. Whenever she departed, he would curl his claws tenderly and lie in the spot she had occupied, relishing the remnants of her enchanting presence. Thus, half a month passed in the blink of an eye as the wheels of the carriage creaked along. Ling Xingyue had spent 15 days climbing trees, and one could say the stars had certainly been a feast for his eyes, which was not without its merits. As the Blue Ranch came into view, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. They had encountered no banditry along the way. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to ensure the safety of all the members of the prince's entourage. Manager Lu calculated the remaining distance, dispatching a swift horse with a letter to the Blue Ranch to notify them and assure them of their safety, allowing the ranch's chief steward, Si Jinyao, to promptly arrange for the young prince's arrival. However, within the confines of the ranch, Can Man's household was in disarray. Lan Jing wore a worried expression, yet he suppressed it, tending to his unconscious daughter, Can Man, while gently reassuring his wife, Lianer, do not fret excessively. I have sent for the renowned physician of our grasslands. They will arrive at dawn tomorrow. Rest assured, Can Man will be fine. Have faith. Tears glistened in Chu Lian's eyes, and she paid no mind to wiping them away. Her gaze fixed intently on her daughter, fearful of missing any sign of her condition. Si2, upon hearing of Kunman's fainting, rushed over without waiting for an announcement, darting straight into her bedroom. This ordinarily courteous and well-mannered young man momentarily forgot that he should not intrude upon a young lady's private quarters. Although the ranch's inhabitants were generally rugged and straightforward, both his family and the Lan families were brought over from the capital. Especially under the astute guidance of Chief Steward Si Jinyao, who valued a refined and principled education, nurturing C2 into a gentle and warm-hearted young man. Uncle Lan, how is Sister Kunman? Why did she faint? When did it happen? Have you called for a doctor? Is it the renowned physician you summoned? C2's barrage of questions nearly left him breathless. Lan Jing observed C2 approaching and first performed a courteous greeting with both arms, then gestured for the servants to promptly bring in tea, while ensuring that C2 was comfortably seated beside the small table next to the deep purple Kong bench by the window. Young Master C2, he began, this afternoon, Manor insisted on visiting the small grove, but coincidentally, both her mother and I have pressing matters to attend to, matters concerning the arrival of the young prince, which cannot be treated lightly. I am not at ease in trusting this to anyone else. Lan Jing took a sip of the hot tea, his face reflecting its warmth, yet he paid it no mind and continued. The late Lord Wang's immense kindness towards your father and me is something we can never fully repay, especially the trust and recognition he bestowed upon the chief steward. That is beyond words. Therefore, your father instructed that we must not allow the young prince to suffer any grievances, having grown accustomed to the gentle and affluent environment of the capital. I fear that the sudden transition to this harsh and frigid place may render him unwell or susceptible to the cold. Hence we are personally overseeing his living arrangements and all related matters. Lan Jing took another sip of tea. And then, young Master C2 pressed, please, Uncle Lan, tell me how Kunman fainted. His urgency regarding this particular matter was evident. While hosting the young prince was of utmost importance, it seemed trivial in comparison to the well-being of Kunman. We noticed her becoming increasingly lively and cheerful lately, and we thought that allowing her to laugh and enjoy herself might be beneficial for her condition. So we did not stop her from going to play there. Chu Lian could no longer contain her emotions and began to sob. Manor, my dear Manor, please wake up. I am so worried about you. Since her birth, Kunman had been frail and ailing. When she reached 2 or 3 years of age, she still could not speak, but her exquisitely beautiful large eyes would blink at you, and occasionally, her smile would blossom like a field of peach blossoms, making it impossible to look away. Thus, the pasture was rife with tales of the Lan family's enchanting daughter, often referred to as the snow goddess. Subsequently, Chu Lian and Lan Jing took her to seek renowned physicians across the grasslands, consulting one after another, yet Kunman's health showed little improvement. She often appeared somewhat dazed, except when she saw C2, who would occasionally elicit a rare, delicate smile from her. Despite this, C2 remained her most cherished companion, always protecting her and forbidding anyone from uttering a single word against her. There was once an arrogant descendant of a local noble family from a neighboring county who, pointing at Kunman, remarked on her beauty as a foolish girl. C2 did not hesitate to give him a thorough beating and insisted that the boy apologize to Kunman. Fortunately, they were both still young, and neither set of parents intervened, which allowed the children to form an unexpected bond. The boy even vowed that he would always be there for C2 whenever needed, sending swift messages by carrier pigeon, and as a parting gift, he presented C2 with 6 pairs of fine carrier pigeons. In return, C2 gifted him 2 magnificent horses capable of traversing 1,000 miles by day and 800 by night, leading to a heartfelt farewell, almost as if they had sworn brotherhood. Lan Jing pondered for a moment, wondering what had befallen the boy, as he had expected him to stay with Kunman for a while longer. He wished to call out to Manor to see if she might awaken, but unexpectedly, the child suddenly stood up and ran away. Lan Jing, unable to endure any longer, rose and said to Chu Lian, Lianer, I shall go fetch the doctor. Dawn is approaching, so please keep a close watch on the child. Chu Lian nodded, indicating that he should hurry, assuring him that everything was under her careful watch. C2 hastened home, took out his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and swiftly penned the details of the situation, tying the note to the leg of a messenger pigeon. With a flick of his hand, he released the bird, which soared high into the sky, heading straight for the county town. I2 meticulously detailed the circumstances, only changing the designation of the shaman to that of a renowned physician, and expressed his desire to personally go to the county to fetch him. Si Jinyao pondered for a moment and replied, Your Uncle Lan and I are close friends. And you are also a pillar of the Lan ranch. You should go at once. I will also prepare to accompany your mother to visit the Lan family and check on the child. Kuwan. C2 was overjoyed. His father's agreement for him to go personally signified his father's acknowledgement of his feelings for Kuwan. Since Uncle Lan and his father were such close friends, it was possible that his father would permit him to stay by Kuwan's side, or even allow her to attend their family school. C2 had never entertained the thought that Kuwan might not awaken or that something unfortunate could befall her, for he firmly believed that a bright future awaited him and Kuwan. How could his little Kuwan possibly sleep without waking? It was an inconceivable notion, especially with him, C2, by her side. As he lost himself in such thoughts, he quickly donned his clothes and boots. Instructing his servants to prepare a warm carriage and swift horses, he was determined to personally fetch the old shaman. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, the distant howls of wolves echoed faintly. Although wolf sightings were rare during the day on the ranch, there were still packs lurking not far from the estate, occasionally taking advantage of the night to raid the sheep. Nevertheless, C2 paid no heed to these concerns. He summoned 2 sturdy young men, harnessed 2 swift horses to the carriage, and tied 2 fine steeds alongside, bringing along some gold, silver, and precious cloth, and set off towards the county town with a sharp crack of the whip. The messenger pigeon would surely reach its destination faster than he could, and that rascal Jiang Bei would likely arrive at his grandfather's house before him. When he arrived, he would earnestly plead. And surely the shaman would not refuse. Although Jiang Bei had promised that he would only assist if I or my family faced life-threatening illness, Kawanda was not a stranger. Moreover, if I were to marry her, she would become part of my family, wouldn't she? The mere thought of the word marry made C2 inexplicably flush with excitement. Chapter 9. The shaman clan. C2 steadied his mind and urged the driver to quicken their pace. The only official road leading to the ranch was enveloped in dust as the galloping horses maintained their swift momentum towards the city of Ming Dynasty, where Jiang Bei's family resided. After 2 full days and nights of exhausting travel, C2 finally arrived at Ming Dynasty. Knowing that Jiang Bei's family held significant local influence, he inquired briefly and soon learned the location of the Jiang residence. Since he had not had the opportunity to send a message ahead of time to inform Jiang Bei of his visit, he brought along his precious box of treasures and made do with the doorman's announcement. Before long, he heard Jiang Bei rushing towards the gate, shouting, "C2, you actually came in person. I received your messenger pigeon. Grandfather has not been at home for quite some time. He is currently residing in a villa on the outskirts of the county. I have already sent someone to invite him. Soon, I shall return home, so do not worry." Jiang Bei, adorned in a blue-green long robe embellished with cloud patterns, stood out strikingly. Upon closer inspection, those cloud motifs appeared to possess a uniqueness that set them apart from the ordinary. This young man, with his delicate brows and almond-shaped eyes, exhibited a remarkably flamboyant handsomeness, his gaze simultaneously disdainful yet tinged with an underlying aggression. Unmistakably a forthright individual devoid of treachery. Si2 approached and embraced the youth tightly. Both patting each other's shoulders, their eyes inadvertently shimmering with fervent tears. It had been 5 or 6 years since their last encounter, despite the occasional exchange of messages via carrier pigeons during this time. Both were burdened with numerous responsibilities. Particularly, C2's father, C. Jin Yao, had forbidden him from engaging with any distractions such as pigeons, birds, or crickets, leading to infrequent communication and intensifying their longing for one another. Jiang Bei guided C2 inside, where they greeted Jiang Bei's mother. Jiang Bei's father, occupied with official duties, had been away for several days, so they refrained from further mention of him. Instead, the 2 friends draped their arms over each other's shoulders and made their way into Jiang Bei's room. Once seated, C2 sipped some tea and hastily consumed a piece of pastry, eager to explain the intricate details of his predicament. Particularly, when recounting Jiang Bei's earnest admonitions from the past, he clarified, "I understand the significance of what you have confided in me. Throughout these years, I have never disclosed it to anyone, nor have I sought anything from you. It is only out of desperation that I have come to seek your assistance. As for the peril concerning your family, the threat to life and death that you mentioned, I comprehend the gravity of the situation, yet can I not ignore the fact that she is the one I hold dear, more precious than my very life. Should anything happen to her, my heart would shatter, and I would be unable to endure the pain. Furthermore, my father has tacitly acknowledged my feelings for her, and she is destined to be my wife in the near future. Thus she shall be my family, is she not? Hence, I dared to approach you for aid. I understand your concerns regarding the number of lives at stake. The more individuals aware of this secret, the greater the peril. But rest assured, I vow to keep the true identity of the shaman concealed, merely stating that he is a renowned physician from the capital who has been introduced to me by your family. I shall not let this information leak." As C2 spoke, his face flushed with embarrassment, his ears burning, unable to meet Jiang Bei's gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Bei's expression grew increasingly troubled as he listened, a fleeting hint of sadness flickering across his features before quickly reverting to his usual air of disdainful beauty. Finally, when C2, his expression grave and resolute, lifted his gaze to Jiang Bei, the latter spoke earnestly, "This is a matter of my family's utmost secrecy. Presently, the Emperor is in search of individuals with profound knowledge of alchemy for his own purposes. My family wishes to keep this matter concealed to avoid any calamities. Moreover, our lineage has long been associated with shamans, and revealing this information would not bode well, as the common folk often harbor fear and aversion towards shamans, even entertaining thoughts of their extermination." Jiang Bei continued, his voice low and somber, "Our family tradition is one of generational transmission, exclusively passed down to the eldest son and grandson. Others remain entirely unaware, unless my father perceives a direct threat to his life or faces an unavoidable circumstance. Even my mother would be kept in the dark." Situ was exceedingly anxious, longing for the shaman's swift arrival so that he could promptly accompany him to the pasture to seek Keeman. He paid no heed to Jiang Bei's fervent confessions, his mind wholly occupied by the image of Keeman's tightly shut eyes. Fortuitously, at that moment, the doorman, Xiao Ding, arrived to announce that the esteemed ancestor had reached the entrance and requested the young master to hasten and greet him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bei quickly rose, adjusted his attire, and bowed in response. The two then affectionately assisted their grandfather into Jiang Bei's residence. The shaman, with a flowing white beard and piercing eyes, exhibited prominent veins on his hands yet remained steady, appearing to be around 60 years of age, making it difficult to fathom that he was Jiang Bei's ancestor. Nearing a century of life, the shaman wore an expression of displeasure and coldly addressed Jiang Bei. "Did you not beseech me repeatedly, claiming that your beloved was in grave peril, imploring my assistance? You even threatened to perish if I did not come, yet you failed to personally welcome me. Instead spinning a tangled web of deceit about your beloved's plight. You scoundrel!" Jiang Bei's handsome visage instantly flushed crimson, his ears burning with embarrassment. Casting a glance at Situ, he earnestly replied, "Grandfather, Situ is my closest confidant and dearest friend. Aiding him is tantamount to aiding me. I implore you. I have unwavering faith in him. He would never spread falsehoods." Situ, filled with gratitude, offered another bow before the shaman. The shaman shook his head and said, "You are Situ, the young master, correct? It is not that I refuse to assist you. Rather, our family adheres to ancestral rules that prohibit us from aiding anyone outside of immediate kin, lest we invite calamity. This principle has allowed our shaman clan to endure for over a millennium. We do not engage in the emperor's alchemical pursuits for wealth, nor do we partake in commoners' ailments for wisdom. We, the shaman clan, cultivate a path of freedom and live a life of leisure. In the beginning, our clan resided deep in the mountains, isolated from the world, living in peace for generations. However, our reclusive existence was disrupted when we aided an outsider, leading to our notoriety. Requests for assistance multiplied, and our fame spread far and wide." The shaman sipped the freshly brewed tea served by his attendant and slowly closed his eyes, continuing, "Little did we know. The more we rescued, the swifter the calamities approached. 1 year, the eldest son of a high-ranking official fell gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. Upon learning of our clan, they dispatched soldiers to insist upon our aid, prompting our clan leader, Shaman Nu Jishan, to personally respond. Upon arriving and employing her skills, Shaman Nu discovered that this young man had not succumbed to illness but had instead abused his power, oppressing the weak, and was thus punished by the heavens. Although she had healed countless patients, this was her first venture beyond the mountains, leaving her unfamiliar with the world's complexities. She conveyed the truth to the official, only to find that he feared the exposure of the matter might obliterate his reputation and even endanger his family's lives. At that time, the skills of the shamaness were renowned far and wide. Observing her innocent demeanor, I feared that even if I warned her, she might still divulge the cause of the vice-chancellor's son's affliction under the influence of others, further exacerbating the situation due to her extensive connections. The shaman let out a deep sigh, expressing her anguish and indignation. That treacherous vice-chancellor, after a night of scheming, has concocted a vile plot. He deceitfully claimed that the shamaness could save his son, and with tears streaming down his face, he pleaded incessantly. Thus, the shamaness established a ritual altar in the courtyard, intending to alleviate the patient by dispersing some of their vital energy to comfort the spirit of the woman who had been wronged to death by him. Although this would temporarily weaken the patient's body, their spirit would gradually improve, and with abstinence, good deeds, and herbal remedies, several more years of life could be extended. However, little did I expect that the vice-chancellor, obsessed with preserving his official reputation, would disregard his son's life entirely. Cold-hearted and indulgent by nature, he was not particularly attached to this son. After all, in the grand scheme of his official career, this one child was insignificant. Should he perish, there were many more to take his place. As the shamaness was channeling her spiritual awareness to connect their energies, he ordered the altar to be set ablaze. Slandering her as the source of the malevolent spirit, he accused her of being a charlatan masquerading as a shaman, and even worse, he claimed that the boy's illness was caused by her summoning of dark forces. All to exploit the situation for unjust gain and potentially to conspire against the state. From that moment on, our shaman lineage scattered into obscurity, with our Jiangmen clan now exiled to this desolate place of Mengba, struggling to survive. Yet, we could no longer practice medicine, and thus the teachings of our shamanic arts were confined as family secrets. After recounting these events, the shamaness took a sip of strong tea, closed her eyes, and fell into a meditative silence, uttering no further words. Chapter 10, Revisiting Old Matters, Part 1. Jiangbei's Pli Situ was suddenly drenched in sweat, his usually gentle countenance betraying his anxiety. The once soft arch of his brows now bore signs of distress, and the elegance of his features was overshadowed by a deeper, more profound worry. Jiangbei cast a glance at Situ, witnessing the usually composed man on the verge of tears. His usual grace seemingly vanished. A pang of sympathy struck Jiangbei, and in that moment of heartache, he felt an overwhelming sense of loss of control. His mind clouded and his vision blurred, just as Situ was still grappling with how to respond. His expression grave, Jiangbei lifted the hem of his garment and, with a thud, knelt before their ancestor, performing a solemn bow. His handsome forehead touched the ground thrice, each time resonating with a muffled thud. Great ancestor, you have watched me grow. I, Jiangbei, have never sought help in my life. The last time, due to my negligence, I caused the son of Li Tongpan to break his leg. I almost faced my father's wrath. Yet I never uttered a word of plea, silently enduring the consequences. As a result, I could not stand for nearly a year, suffering far more than that boy. I attempted to heal myself, but due to my youth and inexperience, I nearly ruined my own legs, enduring immense pain without ever asking for your assistance. As Situ spoke, he bowed again, his forehead meeting the ground with a heart-wrenching thud. Great ancestor, this time, your great-great-grandson beseeches you earnestly. Please, I implore you to assist Situ, to help him. If that girl were to encounter any misfortune, Situ would be utterly unable to endure it. I comprehend that sentiment, a feeling that no one else can grasp as I do. As he spoke, Situ's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, and he couldn't help but gaze at Situ, his face a canvas of heartache, as if it were not Lan Qimen who was about to faint, but the exceedingly anxious Situ before him. From the moment Jiangbei first met Situ until he departed from that pasture, the time they spent together, neither long nor short, amounted to nearly half a year. At that time, he was still quite young, perhaps around 12 or 13, standing on the cusp of budding emotions, only beginning to grasp the complexities of human relationships. During that period, he simply felt that the young master Situ before him, with his crescent-shaped eyes and elegant demeanor, was exceptionally refined, often graced with a gentle smile that exuded warmth. He found himself inexplicably drawn to spending time with him, sitting closely, occasionally holding his hand to bask in the sunlight, feeling a curious flutter in his heart that was warm, tender, and exhilarating. However, Jiangbei soon discovered that Situ's affections were not directed towards him, his dear friend, but rather towards a rather simple, yet strikingly beautiful girl named Lan Qimen. At that moment, he could not fathom why he felt a sense of discomfort within. Unable to contain himself, he feigned indifference and, adopting a questioning tone while being acutely cautious, uttered to Situ, "Hey, Situ, that simple girl is quite good-looking, isn't she?" Though it was framed as a question, his voice trailed off, imbued with a hint of melancholy. Yet, Situ remained oblivious to Jiangbei's subtle jealousy and inner turmoil. Perhaps even Jiangbei himself was unaware of the depth of his own sorrow. In a fit of anger, Situ seized Jiangbei by the collar and resolutely declared, "Apologize to Qimen. Who gave you the right to speak of her like that? She is not simple. She merely prefers solitude and speaks little, yet she understands everything in her heart." In that instant, Jiangbei's heart chilled, though he concealed it well. However, that chill was gradually replaced by rising anger. He was incensed that Situ's gaze seemed solely fixed on Lan Qimen, leaving no place for him, his intimate confidant, in his heart. Thus, When he forcefully shrugged off Situ's grip on his collar, it bore the semblance of provocation. As though he were ready to brawl, Situ, unwilling to show weakness for Keeman's sake, was genuinely furious, unable to contain his wrath at the perceived insult to the most beautiful and cherished Keeman in his heart. Yet, accustomed as he was to elegance and propriety, despite having learned some wrestling techniques from his master, he was no match for the cunning Jiang Bei, who was over a year older than him. In a few swift moves, Jiang Bei pinned Situ to the ground. Situ, unable to rise, struggled in indignation, both of them holding their breath, silent yet unwilling to relent. Thus, they wrestled and tussled, with Jiang Bei on top and Situ beneath for a while. Until Jiang Bei inadvertently pinned Situ's arms above his head, leaving Situ with a delicate pinkish-white flower clinging to the corner of his mouth. The flower tickled him unbearably, and with his hands immobilized, he attempted to pucker his lips to dislodge the blossom from his face. Jiang Bei gazed intently at Situ, perceiving her discomfort. As he held her hands firmly, he was suddenly compelled by an inexplicable impulse to pick a flower with his mouth. In that fleeting moment, his lips brushed against Situ's, who was straining to pucker hers. Though it was merely a fleeting touch, Jiang Bei's heart raced like a drum, and a wave of warmth surged from his ears to his neck, leaving him momentarily dazed, his grip loosening considerably. Realizing that the pressure on her hands had been released, Situ swiftly rolled over, throwing Jiang Bei to the ground. She quickly regained her footing and delivered 2 swift kicks to him. Pointing an accusatory finger as she declared, "You lost. You must never bully Sister Command again. Do you understand?" Jiang Bei lay on the ground, watching as Situ strode away with an air of feigned composure. He remained there until the stars twinkled in the night sky, at which point he chuckled softly to himself. What a foolish Situ. Does she think I was competing with her in wrestling? The stakes were merely whether I would continue to bully Command, however. What Situ did not anticipate was that the very next morning, Jiang Bei approached her with a cheerful demeanor. As if nothing had transpired the day before. He casually draped an arm around her shoulders, treating her as a brother, and insisted on holding her hand up to the sun to admire it. It was during this moment that Jiang Bei earnestly contemplated the depth of their camaraderie. He understood Situ's thoughts and affections and solemnly resolved to clarify how their companionship should evolve. For that was what Situ cherished and needed the most. Chapter 11. Revisiting Old Memories Part 2. The Truth of Soulmates. At last, the day of departure arrived. Before leaving, Jiang Bei feigned nonchalance as he bid farewell to Situ and the other children. Suddenly, he turned to Situ and said, "Situ, I deeply value our friendship." Although they had quarreled over trivial matters, their bond had only grown closer. Situ approached him to embrace him seriously in farewell. At that moment, Jiang Bei leaned in and whispered a few words into her ear. "Situ, my family descends from a lineage of shamans. This is a secret you must never share with anyone. If you or your family ever encounter a life and death situation that you cannot resolve, send a message with a carrier pigeon to me. I will summon my great-grandfather to assist you, even though he has long remained in seclusion. Do not disclose this to outsiders." Situ was momentarily taken aback but nodded earnestly, responding, "I will remember. Thank you, Jiang Bei." Jiang Bei hurriedly made his way to the carriage, personally selecting 6 carrier pigeons. All of the most precise, intelligent, and obedient variety, which he had trained himself. These were the finest among them. Situ felt a twinge of sadness at Jiang Bei's departure. After all, it is a rare treasure to find a true confidant in life, especially for a young heart. Gradually, Jiang Bei ceased to write to Situ repeatedly. He mused that perhaps Situ was now spending time with her beloved Command. This fellow has likely forgotten about me. His so-called soulmate, he thought. However, Situ is still but a child, truly overwhelmed with busyness, flailing about in all directions. Fortunately, his father has consistently imparted wisdom through both words and actions, meticulously teaching him everything from accounts and management to academics, as well as wrestling and swordsmanship. Thus, aside from his studies, Situ is required to genuinely engage in the management of the ranch, leaving him so occupied that he scarcely has time to miss Meet's eye, let alone think of Jiang Bei. The following day repeats this cycle, causing Situ to forget Jiang Bei entirely. Alas, at this moment, our spirited prince, the spirit cat, is deeply yearning for his girl. "I miss you," murmured Ling Xingyue, her voice soft and magnetic. If one were to be near, it would surely make one's heart tremble. Jiang Bei, too, did not enjoy leisurely days for long, as he was seized by his stern father and sent to the dwelling of the ancient shaman in the outskirts. "Master, why have you summoned me? I still have calligraphy and sword practice to attend to." Jiang Bei protested with a sullen expression. "What, little darling? Have you already taken a concubine at such a tender age? Why has your father never mentioned this to me?" The ancient shaman's eyes widened in surprise. Ha! What nonsense about taking a concubine? A true man should first establish his career before marrying. I am certainly destined to be a great general defending the nation. How could I possibly marry so early? Jianbei and the ancient shaman exchanged playful banter, revealing a side of him starkly different from when he was in his father's presence. The sharp, aggressive aura surrounding him had softened considerably, transforming him into a charming child by the shaman's side. The ancient shaman gazed fondly at his cherished grandson and gently remarked, "By the way, little Jianbei, why not visit your cottage and see what delightful creatures are in that small wooden cage by the wall? I wonder if it holds your little darlings." Jianbei, filled with excitement, leaped up at once, for the heart of a child is easily stirred. If his father were to catch him, he would surely be punished with the chore of copying the family rules 50 times. He was nothing like his father's stern demeanor. The ancient shaman shook his head with a smile and a soft side-eye. In truth, he preferred this version of Jianbei. His father was far too serious, having raised him with little warmth, treating him with such strictness that Jianbei was nearly molded into a sage. This was not in accordance with Jianbei's true nature, reflecting on the legacy of the shaman clan, which ought to rest upon the shoulders of this stubborn child. The ancient shaman could not help but sigh. This child has had it tough. Henceforth, Jianbei resided with the ancient shaman for over half a year. Each day at dawn, he would rise to begin his studies, poring over a daunting stack of ancient texts covering fundamental medical skills, herbal knowledge, basic shamanic theory, and the application of spiritual energy, topics that could easily give one a headache. He would study until the sun reached its zenith, allowed a brief intermission to stroll in the courtyard, admire the flowers, and clear his mind. After lunch, the ancient shaman granted Jianbei a respite of 3 incense sticks worth of time, permitting him to frolic with his little darlings. Naturally, if Jianbei missed his friends or confidants, he could seize this moment to pen a letter and send it via carrier pigeon. Jianbei certainly relished this privilege. Every day after lunch, he would vanish in the blink of an eye. Often, when the old ancestor went to search for him, he would find him sitting despondently on the stone bench beside the pigeon coop, resting his chin in his hand, with a small pile of crumpled paper balls accumulating on the little round stone table. It would be futile to recount such tedious matters to Situ, for he would hardly find them engaging. Nor could I recount the relentless tales of military strategy, as Situ would undoubtedly be disinterested. Perhaps I should share the medical knowledge I have acquired. He might find that intriguing. Yes, that shall suffice. Jianbei hurriedly finished writing, grasping the tightly wrapped small bamboo tube containing the letter, and eagerly made his way towards the pigeon coop. Alas, these ancient medical texts made my head ache. But it was a perfect opportunity to showcase my profound knowledge to that pedantic Situ. Haha. Chapter 12. The Grassland Chishi, Part 1. The Shaman's Will to Save Great-Grandfather. Jianbei implores you. For the first and last time in my life, I beseech you to break your vow. I promise. I implore you to save Situ's beloved Kiman. Situ is akin to family, and Kiman is like a sister to my family. In essence, Situ is me. I am Situ. To save Kiman's life is to save Situ's life. To save Situ's life is to save mine. It is to save the life of your great-grandson. Situ's words were filled with heartfelt urgency, and any soul who heard such a poignant plea, akin to the sorrowful cry of a cuckoo, would be moved. Situ, too, was affected. Jianbei seemed to understand his character well. He was averse to forcing others into difficult situations, especially if it meant harming someone else to help himself. Thus, Jianbei took it upon himself to kneel and plead first, easing the burden on Situ. Moved by the sincerity of Jianbei's plea, Situ knelt beside him, gazing earnestly at both Jianbei and the shaman elder, his voice tinged with desperation. Upon my arrival in Mengbashang City, I received a message via carrier pigeon from Uncle Lanjing. Kiman's father T informed me that none of the doctors they sought could awaken her, and they fear her breath is fading. Yet, I firmly believe in the shaman elder's medical prowess. You must be able to save Kiman. I vow here and now. I, Situ, shall never reveal the secrets of the Jiang family shaman clan to outsiders, and should I do so, may I be struck down by lightning. Furthermore, I humbly request the shaman elder to permit me to bond with Jianbei as sworn brothers. From this day forth, in life and death, with no regrets. Upon hearing this, Jianbei trembled slightly, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Situ, contemplating. This works, indeed. To share a life with Situ is quite splendid. After all, I can be by his side more, alleviating his worries and bringing him joy. Beyond that, I desire nothing more. Jianbei immediately straightened his posture, his gaze fervent, as he grasped Situ's hand and declared, I am willing. I wish to be by your side always, to be your good brother. Situ, observing Jianbei's expression, found this arrangement agreeable, yet sensed a hint of reluctance in Jianbei's tone. his earlier fervor had waned, replaced by a tinge of melancholy. Without overthinking, Sita reached to pull Jiangbei toward the courtyard to kneel and pledge their brotherhood before the heavens. Enough, enough. You two children may rise. I consent, sighed the shaman elder. And the two youths joyfully leaped up, embracing one another. With a heartfelt sense of gratitude, Situ fervently patted Jiangbei on the shoulder, only for Jiangbei to unexpectedly relax, as if the absence of a sworn brotherhood was a source of immense satisfaction for him. He bore Situ's enthusiastic embrace with a gentle smile, yet tenderly grasped Situ's flailing arms, concerned that his overwhelming excitement might lead him to collide with the doorframe behind them. The ancient shaman spoke slowly. The reason I acquiesce to your request is not due to your oath, Situ, nor is it out of sincerity for your desire to bond with my great-grandson. Rather, it is because I hold my great-grandson in high regard. Due to our Jiang family's unique status, he has endured stringent treatment, often unable to see his mother and subjected to his father's harsh discipline from a young age, resulting in a lack of joy and fostering a somewhat cynical and rebellious nature. Situ, you are the sole individual for whom he cares so deeply. It seems I am compelled to assist you, whether I wish to or not. I merely hope that you will treat my great-grandson kindly in the future, and refrain from making him wait endlessly for your carrier pigeons. With not even a single letter to ease his longing to at this juncture, the shaman cast a meaningful glance at Jiangbei. Immediately, Jiangbei, feeling a surge of anxiety, turned to Situ, wondering what this fellow was doing, completely ignoring my correspondence this time. Perhaps I should refrain from disturbing him. He appears truly occupied. Wait, do you think your old ancestor's eyes are failing and his hearing has dulled? Jiangbei turned away, slightly embarrassed, casting a glance at Situ without further explanation. Observing Situ's sudden return to his usual composed demeanor, Jiangbei couldn't help but chuckle, hurriedly pulling him up and exclaiming, "No need for such formality. Let us hasten to join our grandfather at the ranch." The three of them exited and climbed into the carriage as two swift steeds galloped forth, racing towards the ranch. Fortunately, the two fine horses left behind by Situ had been well fed and rested by the young servants, eagerly awaiting Situ's return. In no time, the trio arrived at the Lank Ranch and promptly headed to Kameng's residence. Kameng had been in a coma for 5 or 6 days, her eyes tightly shut, her cheeks pale, and her breath weak, evoking deep sympathy. Upon entering the room, Situ's heart tightened at the sight, his expression darkening as he silently grasped one of Kameng's frail hands, gazing imploringly at the ancient shaman. Witnessing Situ's demeanor, Jiangbei's expression also grew somber. He immediately requested the Lan family to step outside, allowing Grandpa to have ample space for his healing, while also ensuring that too many outsiders would not witness the shaman's mystical intervention. The shaman retrieved 3 black spirit banners from his robe, triangular in shape, adorned with golden-threaded, dragon-like cloud patterns, exuding an air of antiquity rather than opulence. Respectfully, the shaman invoked the spirit banners, suspending them around his body. Though there was no wind within the tent, the banners rustled as if imbued with a life of their own. Both Situ and Jiangbei dared not utter a word. Jiangbei, in particular, understood that the elder's silence and immediate commencement of the healing process indicated he had sensed something amiss, prompting his urgent action. Fortunately, the cold purple orchid, having greedily absorbed spiritual energy not long before and failing to cultivate it in time, was inadvertently plucked by the unconscious Lan Kameng, thus losing the faint trace of spiritual vitality it had just acquired. To awaken the girl, it is imperative that she consumes the cold purple orchid, which has absorbed her spiritual essence, and it must be transformed by the prairie chishi grass to take effect. Chapter 13, Prairie Chishi Grass, Part 2, The Shaman's Tale. The prince, moved by sentiment, urged Situ to personally serve tea, while Jiangbei swiftly brought forth a soft stool for the elder to sit upon. Once the elder had settled into a moment of contemplation, the two focused intently to hear the entire account. The cold purple orchid is a being of profound spiritual essence, originating from a realm of bitter cold. When not subjected to intense spiritual energy, it should exist serenely like any ordinary flower in that ethereal land. However, the soil harbors a faint awareness of spiritual energy, leading to the abrupt emergence of lush forests in an area that should not have such abundance. This is a manifestation of the supernatural. After the spirit of the land departed, the residual spiritual energy became exceedingly weak, allowing only for rapid growth without the capacity for transformation into a supernatural entity. Yet, this girl possesses a remarkably potent spiritual energy reminiscent of spiritual bamboo. While attempting to pluck the cold purple orchid, she inadvertently transmitted her energy to her hands, resulting in the orchid swiftly absorbing her abundant essence. causing her to faint from exhaustion. Situ, having listened attentively, immediately inquired, "Grandfather Elder, is the prairie chishi grass a unique treasure of our prairie? What does it look like? I shall set out to find it at once." Jiang Bei paused for a moment, then interjected swiftly, "It is indeed a remarkable herb, yet my voice falters when I speak of the chishi grass." The shaman nodded in affirmation. "Yes, that is the spiritual herb you have encountered. Jiang Bei that it would be prudent for you to accompany Situ in the search. However, as night has fallen, the spiritual essence of the herb dissipates completely after dark, making it unlikely for you to find it tonight. It would be wiser to rest well and embark on your quest at dawn tomorrow." Though anxious, Situ deemed it wise to heed the elder shaman's counsel and rose only to sit down once more. "But why is it called prairie chishi grass?" Situ asked, puzzled. The shaman explained, "This spiritual herb earned its name due to its origins. Long ago, it possessed spirit and was enamored with the snow goddess of the prairie. Gazing at her with longing, unwilling to leave its full essence behind, the snow goddess eventually learned of this devotion and, deeply touched, is said to descend to meet it every year on Chishi. During their encounter, the goddess inevitably touches the exquisite spiritual herb, granting it the extraordinary ability to merge all forms of spiritual awareness." After concluding his tale, the shaman added, "You outsiders may regard this as mere folklore. But for us of the shamanic lineage, it is a veritable truth, an indisputable reality. The stories passed down through our clan are genuine. We cannot, under any circumstances, misrepresent or distort these matters and the spiritual herbs." With that, the elder shaman closed his eyes in meditation, falling silent on the outer roads of the Blue Ku Ranch. A procession of carriages and soft sedan chairs meandered gracefully, approaching the hour of evening repast. As the crisp air was suffused with moonlight like frost, Ling Xingyue, adorned in an elegant dark outfit intricately embroidered with golden threads depicting bamboo patterns, appeared strikingly handsome, his attire flowing lightly, exuding an enchanting aura of ethereality. "In just a few days, I shall arrive at the tranquil haven of Lan Ku Ranch, and yet, Ling Xingyue has become remarkably composed and serene. He undertakes his endeavors and interactions, whether with people or cats, without a trace of regret. Once a decision is made, he embraces it wholeheartedly. This principle governs his dealings in the world, whether for the sake of felines or humanity. From the moment he borrowed the ethereal power of Lingzhi for cultivation, to his voluntary sealing by that girl, and his impulsive leap into the flickering shadows of light, he has never wavered in his resolve. Even when faced with the necessity of marrying Lung Qingqiu and departing from Beijing to reflect, he experienced not a single moment of regret or resentment. To Ling Xingyue, these tribulations hold little weight. Calamities and resolutions, minor misfortunes and minor peace, he remains indifferent. What truly concerns him is the girl's thoughts, her radiant smile, and whether she remains safe enough. Yet, in his nearly century-long existence, the sole regret he harbors is that he never inquired about or learned the name of that girl when he had the chance. Indeed, it is astonishing that a dignified spirit cat like him, who has spent so long in the company of that girl and willingly allowed himself to be sealed by her, remains ignorant of the name of that girl. As pure and clear as dew, this stands as his greatest and only regret. Fortunately, thankfully, he recognizes her unique scent, a delicate fragrance that is utterly inimitable. In recent days, the true essence of Ling Xingyue has not graced him with its presence, leaving him devoid of any profound spiritual resonance. However, as he draws nearer to the ranch, Ling Xingyue seems increasingly attuned to that refreshing, dew-like essence. For a fleeting moment, he even imagined the girl was within the ranch. Despite the lush grass, nothing could obscure the clarity of that tiny droplet. Unlike the initial tumult he felt upon first sensing that fragrance, this has become the only thing capable of stirring his emotions. He calmly calculates the girl's position, seizing the opportunity to scale trees and mountains under the moonlight. Perhaps the weight of longing has coalesced within him, or perhaps the prolonged absence has intensified his desire to see her smile, leading Ling Xingyue to grow increasingly silent. He had thought he could follow the scent to find her, yet he remains unaware of what may have transpired with the girl or whether she is departing the ranch. The essence he perceives grows ever fainter. Ling Xingyue understands that the more he yearns for answers, the more he wishes to find the girl swiftly, the more he must maintain his composure. He longs for her, longs for that smiling face, the tender touch of her soft lips, a fervent emotion that has blossomed within him since becoming human. Chapter 14. The Prairie Chishi Grass. 3. As the Snow Maiden emerges. Situ, filled with anxiety, endured until dawn, never once leaving the tent of Lan Kemen. With the first radiant rays of sunlight breaking over the horizon, Situ roused Jiang Bei. The two swiftly donned Mongolian fur packs and departed from the tent of Lan Kemen. Venturing into the depths of the grassland as Situ had never encountered the Qixi grass of the prairie, he walked while listening to Jiang Bei's detailed description of its appearance. Delicate and fragile leaves unfurling from the base, always adorned with tiny dewdrops at their tips, glimmering with a spectrum of colors when kissed by the sun. Even if one were to uproot it, the dewdrops would not easily dissipate, rendering it particularly beautiful and mysteriously enchanting. I find it challenging to articulate, yet it possesses a unique essence. Upon sight, one could undoubtedly distinguish it from all other flora, exuding an air of serene elegance and undeniable existence. Jiang Bei appeared to be lost in thought. Although it bore no flowers, it stirred emotions more profoundly than blossoms, leaving an indelible impression on one's heart. After attentively listening, Situ's mind conjured an image of chives, and he dared not voice his thoughts as he glanced at Jiang Bei. The two pursued the sun, searching meticulously, yet as twilight approached, they had found not a single specimen. Situ grew anxious and firmly grasped Jiang Bei's slender, warm hand, which had turned slightly pale from urgency. He suddenly yearned to hold Situ's hand as before, directing it towards the sun, observing how the sunlight fractured and sparkled through the spaces between his fingers. At such moments, Jiang Bei felt a gentle warmth and an indescribable sensation of yearning enveloping the deepest recesses of his heart. Jiang Bei, why are you lost in thought? Pray tell, among all the grasses I've found, is there not a single one that resembles the Qixi grass? Situ released Jiang Bei's hand to retrieve various plants he had gathered in his pouch. Jiang Bei felt an unexpected pang of loss as that warm hand slipped away, and he meticulously examined the green grasses Situ had collected. Fixing his gaze on Situ's anxious eyes, he confidently declared, "None of them are it." Jiang Bei then chose to ignore Situ's mutterings behind him. How can none be it? The sun is about to set. He moved further afield. Situ's legs ached from prolonged walking. Yet he remained silent, bowing his head to continue searching. Situ, why not search around here? Rest against that small tree when you find it. You're too exhausted and may not endure much longer. I'll venture to that mountain over there. Don't climb up, it's too high. Just wait for me at the base. After saying this, Jiang Bei cast a deep glance at Situ before heading towards the foot of the mountain. Perhaps due to the peculiar lineage of the shamanic tribe, Jiang Bei felt an oddity about the mountain. Though not towering, it was certainly not diminutive. Yet curiously, it was entirely barren, composed solely of stones, devoid of any grass, flowers, or saplings. How could such a desolate rocky hill stand amidst the prairie? It was indeed perplexing. How could Qixi grass, with its innate spiritual essence, possibly thrive in such a forlorn place? Situ, upon realizing this, rose and called out towards Jiang Bei, "Do not go. It is merely a waste of time. The sun is swiftly descending." Yet, Jiang Bei seemed oblivious to his words, continuing briskly towards the stone mountain, with a sigh of resignation. Situ ceased his insistence and immediately immersed himself in the new expanse of flora, diligently searching. He must locate the Qixi grass. It was imperative that it did not disperse its spirit after sunset. I must save Kameng. Her breath is already so faint. I must find this grass from the grassland Qixi today. No matter what Situ searched, his thoughts wandered. Exhausted, he barely noticed that he was beginning to mumble to himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei reached the foot of the mountain, employing the techniques of the witch doctor clan he had practiced over the years, unleashing his accumulated spiritual energy to ascend swiftly. In a short span, Jiang Bei arrived at the summit, where he sensed a stronger spiritual force. Yet, scanning the surroundings, he was perplexed to find no signs of life. This was unexpected. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bei recalled what his ancestor had once imparted. The bloodline of the witch doctor clan harbors a sacred spirit. This spirit can manifest hidden weak spirits. However, it requires the expenditure of spiritual energy from the wrist to draw forth blood, which, when scattered upon the location of the spiritual herbs, would reveal them, rendering them unable to conceal themselves. This was also the reason the witch doctor clan could consistently procure sacred herbs and spiritual medicines that were elusive to ordinary folk. Yet, this was the clan's greatest secret, one that even the most revered female healer had never disclosed, for it pertained to the lineage of the witch doctor clan. Should this trait be revealed to the world, those driven by greed would undoubtedly seek to exploit it, scouring mountains and seas for unparalleled sacred herbs. How much blood would the witch doctor clan be compelled to shed? How many children would be left orphaned, adrift, and ultimately, even the last child would not be spared? There was a grave possibility that they would be coerced into reproduction, enslaving them for generations. Thus, this monumental secret was a stringent code upheld by generations of witch doctor heirs, before one could be enlightened. They would kneel and swear a blood oath. Should they break this vow and divulge it to outsiders, their dearest would face divine retribution, with no escape from a fate of unimaginable suffering. Hence, this secret remained unknown even to Situ. Jiangbei, following the flow, waved his arm again, switching to the other side. After 4 or 5 such motions, fatigue began to set in, and his wrist ached unbearably. Just as he was about to surrender, a glimmering qixi grass emerged, shimmering with spiritual dew. Its delicate leaves, green as jade, trembled, with a droplet of spiritual dew sparkling like crystal in the slanting sunlight. Jiangbei was overjoyed, quickly concealing his wrist injury, and then called out urgently, "Situ, hurry up! I've found it. The grassland qixi grass is here." Situ, on the verge of losing hope, felt as though divine intervention had propelled him forward upon hearing the news. As he reached the summit, he gazed at the qixi grass, its elegance reminiscent of a frosty moon in the sky. "It is indeed as you described, ethereal and exquisite," Situ exclaimed, and despite his reluctance, he reached out to pluck it. Who dares to touch the sacred qixi grass? How audacious! Suddenly, a voice akin to thunder echoed from the heavens. Chapter 15. The snow goddess startled by the thunderous rage. Situ instinctively recoiled, distancing himself from the delicate neck of the prairie qixi herb. In an instant, Jiangbei spun around, firmly positioning himself before Situ. With a swift motion of his wrist, he cut through the air, sending a spray of blood towards the source of the voice. How dare a mere mortal, such trifling skills, presume to act recklessly before this deity? The blood of Jiangbei, infused with the essence of a shaman, seemed to halt abruptly, as if separated by an invisible barrier, before cascading to the ground. Alarmed, Jiangbei clasped his arms in a deep bow, lowering his gaze to inquire, "May I ask which celestial spirit graces us?" "A humble mortal, Jiangbei of the Banshang city, has inadvertently trespassed and seeks your benevolence to forgive this transgression." Jiangbei steadfastly shielded Situ behind him, willingly shouldering the blame. Situ hastily followed suit, bowing deeply to the ground, refraining from touching the sacred herb, yet inwardly consumed by anxiety. With the sun nearing its descent and the light waning, Situ's worry intensified. The feeble breath of man was a matter of urgency. Yet the elusive prairie qixi herb remained out of reach. Jiangbei cast a sidelong glance at Situ, discerning his intentions, and promptly pressed him down, preventing him from rising. He then knelt down, proclaiming, "I, Jiangbei, have a younger sister named Lan Qimen, who, due to an unfortunate accident, has been drained of her spiritual essence by the cold purple orchid and has been unconscious for 6 or 7 days. Her life hangs by a thread. Her spiritual awareness is faint, and her power is too weak to sustain her any longer. Our lineage of shamanic healers possesses knowledge of herbal remedies that can utilize the all-encompassing prairie qixi herb to aid in absorbing the spiritual essence of the cold purple orchid. Consuming them together will restore her vitality. We are compelled by necessity and humbly request your grace to allow us to take 1 prairie qixi herb for the sake of healing and saving a life." With this, Jiangbei prostrated himself on the ground, daring not to lift his head. Situ knelt behind him, catching sight of a burst of radiant, iridescent light that dazzled his eyes. When he dared to look again, he beheld a woman whose beauty was ineffably white, noble, and elegant, enveloped in an ethereal aura, standing before them. Both Situ and Jiangbei hastily bowed low. They felt a refreshing, intoxicating fragrance enveloping them, rendering them entranced. The woman was so stunningly beautiful that they could scarcely bear to gaze directly at her. "You are a descendant of shamans. Should you not exist far from here, in the depths of Ma Yuan? Separated from this world, when did your clan of shamans begin descending the mountains to practice medicine? Our lineage of shamans has remained in seclusion for several centuries, following the tragic demise of our leader. The shamanists. We adhere to a blood oath that forbids the indiscriminate revelation of our shamanic identity and the unwarranted assistance to outsiders. Failure to comply will bring divine retribution upon our most beloved. Thus, we shall not disclose our identity nor offer aid unless we deem an individual worthy of our lifelong devotion, faith, and love." Upon finishing, Jiangbei knelt again upon the ground. The woman's gaze, once icy, now softened with a hint of warmth. I am the snow goddess of this land. You may simply refer to me as the goddess At first. I believed you to be mere marauders of spiritual herbs, particularly when it concerns the singular essence of such a herb, which incited my ire. When you mentioned the shamanic clan, I recalled having once received a boon from one of your kin, and was well aware of the clan's regulations that I had presumed that the shamans would remain in seclusion for eternity, never to emerge. Yet it appears you are indeed one of their bloodline, not here to deceive me out of knowledge. If that is the case, then follow me. This spiritual herb, having been nourished by the blood of your clan's leader, is why you were able to summon it through your incantation. Otherwise, how could this divine herb, the elusive spirit grass, be summoned so effortlessly by you? Perhaps it is the occasion of Chishi that seeks to repay your clan's kindness. It must have recognized your lineage, hence its intention to reveal itself. As twilight descended, Sito Jianbei, having listened to the tale of the Chishi grass's kindness recounted by the Snow Maiden, found that the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, and the night had grown deep. Ling Xingyue's carriage finally arrived at the Lang pasture, where Langman still lay in a deep slumber. The venerable shaman, observing the dusk creeping in without a trace of Jianbei and Sito, understood that complications must have arisen during the herb-gathering process. Without further hesitation, the old shaman swiftly enacted a second spell, summoning 9 resplendent black-gold spiritual flags that encircled Lankman subsequently. The elder shaman retrieved a spirit bone needle from his medicinal box, piercing his chest to extract a half-silver bowl's worth of blood. As the clan's leader, he had yet to disclose this matter to Jianbei, fearing it might bring peril to him. The elder shaman then produced a crimson pill from his kit, merging it with the blood, and meticulously inscribed shamanic incantations upon Lankman's forehead, hands, and feet. He was confident that this would seal the child's spiritual energy, consciousness, and all aspects of her soul, essence, and even memories, thereby ensuring that she could endure for several more hours. Although the Ling couple harbored concerns for their daughter's well-being, witnessing the elder shaman's composed demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance within them. Moreover, as Ling Xingyue had been overseeing all aspects of the pasture's operations, they were compelled to leave the tent and attend to his needs, clad in a white robe adorned with cloud patterns. Ling Xingyue approached the waiting Si Jinyao, exchanging pleasantries but refraining from mentioning any further. He did not partake in the grand welcoming banquet hosted by Si Jinyao, citing the lengthy journey and his exhaustion as reasons for his polite decline. Si Jinyao, not wishing to press the matter, complied, as he was not particularly well acquainted with this young prince. Although they met annually, Ling Xingyue was not as familiar with him as the late king had been. Ling Xingyue was entirely preoccupied, unable to contemplate food as the increasingly faint aura of the girl he sensed filled him with trepidation. This worry rendered him unable to swallow even a morsel. She seemed to vanish without a trace, as if she had never existed at all. Chapter 16. The blossoms intertwined. Ling Xingyue was engulfed in profound anguish, for after such an interminable period without glimpsing the visage of that girl, he could no longer feel her gentle caress, one that had brought him warmth and a delightful tingling sensation within his heart. He missed her dearly. In those days, he had been but a cat. A spirit cat with less than a century of cultivation. At that time, it seemed he had yet to experience the clear emotions of human affection. He only knew that the moment he laid eyes on her, it felt as though the entire world had ignited, and the sun shone so dazzlingly that it was almost unbearable. The thunderous tremor of his heart was an experience he had never encountered before. Thus, this nameless spirit cat of his acquired a name that he cherished dearly, Xiaohui. He vividly recalled her delicate, rosy visage, her slender, immaculate hands, and the gentle, downy sensation that enveloped her ears as sunlight streamed through. His little paws, unable to resist temptation, would venture to explore those nearly translucent ears, yet their owner would always laugh sweetly, exclaiming, "That tickles. Xiaohui, stop it." Following which, she would erupt into peals of laughter. "Ha ha, hee hee, hoo hoo. Now, be good, stop it." Xiaohui, the more she playfully rebuffed him with gentle words, the more he would cause mischief. He would stretch out his tiny paws to reach for her seemingly invisible, soft ear fur, stubbornly lounging at her feet, refusing to budge. With audacity befitting a spirit cat, he would nuzzle against her rosy cheek and delicately lick her sweet face with his little tongue. After all, he was a spirit cat, and in the eyes of that girl, he was merely an adorable little kitten. Naturally, this would change when he noticed other boys, foolish cats, or silly dogs approaching her, prompting him to emit a fierce growl that declared his claim over her. Each time he displayed his fury, the girl would gently pat his head, saying, "Good boy. Xiaohui, don't be so fierce to the other little friends. Then her delicate hands would tenderly rest upon his forehead, spine, and the belly he had deliberately exposed at such moments. He would squint his eyes, his little legs trembling with happiness, and his tail stiffly twisting in delight. Now, he found himself forcibly traversing into the body of an adult man, swiftly completing the transformation from spirit cat to a refined human form. He had fortuitously inherited the reincarnation of a prince whose essence mirrored his own, Lingzhui Pe, a being of spiritual prowess. Consequently, he simultaneously absorbed the wisdom accrued over a millennium of cultivation, coupled with his own nearly century-long cultivation as a spirit cat and the profound spiritual energy from the thousand-year Lingzhu. He possessed an extraordinary intellect shielded by 3 spirits. This enabled him to swiftly master human language, discern colors, adopt complex thought processes, and even grasp intricate traditional characters in a remarkably short span of time. What drove him to the brink of ecstasy was the newfound emotions he experienced, emotions only human men could possess, an indescribable feeling that quickened his heartbeat, evoking a tumult of sentiments at the mere thought of her, a blend of melancholy and blissful depth. This was the essence of falling for a girl, perhaps even loving her. Furthermore, what intrigued Ling Xingyue was that upon entering the Lan Ke ranch, he was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. The intensity of this power felt akin to that which could only be unleashed by divine beings, leaving him trembling under the weight of such formidable wrath. Yet, as swiftly as it had come, that furious energy dissipated, and Ling Xingyue paid little heed, caring only for the aura of that girl, while dismissing all other presences around him that a few miles away from the ranch where Ling Xingyue was temporarily residing. In the chamber of Lan Kimuan, Situ was presenting the precious prairie chishi grass, which he had nearly sacrificed his life to obtain, to the venerable shaman grandfather. The old shaman, after retrieving 3 spirit flags, produced a delicately crafted, deep black pill. Without disturbing the other spirit flags and incantations surrounding Lan Kimuan, he swiftly combined the prairie chishi grass with the cold purple orchid, and a radiant light flickered forth, not blinding to the eyes, but emitting a gentle blue glow that danced like flames before swirling into motion. Thus, the venerable shaman devoted an entire incense stick's worth of time to channeling energy, ultimately creating a brilliant purple pill that he handed the pill to Situ, instructing him to administer it to Lan Kimuan. However, Situ soon discovered that Lan Kimuan was unable to swallow on her own. Her pale lips were tightly sealed, resisting even when the purple pill was placed within her mouth, in a state of helplessness and unwilling to apply force for fear of hurting her delicate cheeks and lips. Situ was at a loss. The old shaman grasped Lan Kimuan's wrist, took her pulse for a moment, and urged Jiang Bei, quickly, fetch water. Situ, lie beside this girl, facing her directly. Hurry, we are running out of time. Without a moment to ponder or feel shy, Situ dashed through the spirit flags and reclined beside Lan Kimuan, turning her to face him. Situ placed the purple pill in her mouth. Then, you must hold water to help her swallow it. Quickly, do not hesitate. The old shaman, in a frenzy, directed Jiang Bei while Situ took charge. With no time for reluctance, Situ held a mouthful of warm water, trembling as he pressed his lips against Lan Kimuan's, using his tongue to transfer the water into her mouth. The old shaman then flipped Lan Kimuan over, channeling his spiritual energy from about a foot above her body. Gulp. At last, Lan Kimuan swallowed the purple pill, prompting a collective sigh of relief from everyone present. Situ hastily rose to his feet, his composure utterly lost, looking disheveled with his cheeks and ears flushed like vibrant clouds at sunset. Jiang Bei's heart was tumultuous. He had intended to jest with Situ, teasing him with, "Ah, you young lad, what great fortune you have." Yet, as he opened his mouth, he found himself unable to utter a sound, realizing that his throat had tightened in a moment of extreme frustration, rendering him speechless. Thus, Jiang Bei managed a bitter smile within himself, choosing silence. Situ, still immersed in the tumultuous feelings from moments prior, remained oblivious to anyone's presence, including Jiang Bei in the room. Therefore, he too remained silent. His body quivering, his face aglow, the old shaman, engrossed in his efforts to aid Lan Kimuan, paid no heed to the unusual expressions on Jiang Bei and Situ's faces, nor to the chaotic thoughts swirling within them. Consequently, the old shaman remained silent in this tent. Following the polite yet firm rejection of the Lan couple in another tent, the 4 individuals present, indeed, 4, as Lan Kimuan had yet to awaken, fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, the old shaman broke the quiet, exclaiming, "By the grace of the shamanic maiden, this girl has survived." Upon hearing this, Situ's eyes sparkled like brilliant fireworks, and he grasped one of Lan Kimuan's frail little hands through the spirit flags. Situ buried his face in her delicate fingers, tears streaming forth. You are finally going to awaken. Chapter 17. The Qixi grass repays its gratitude. As Jiang Bei's expression grew increasingly somber, he was the first to shatter the silence. Elder Ancestor, are you aware? Today we nearly failed to procure the Qixi grass from the grasslands. Furthermore, Elder Ancestor, do you know? This Qixi grass once shared a profound connection with our Wu-Yi clan. Long ago, in a time when the Qixi grass was not yet named as such, it merely referred to itself as the spirit herb. In those days, it would bloom, but only once during the Qixi festival of a year when a spirit was fully realized. And that singular bloom was witnessed by the snow goddess. At that time, the snow goddess was not yet a deity. She was merely the snow goddess of great renown. On that fateful day, in a whimsical mood, she descended from the mountains to frolic. Though it was the month of July, wherever she wandered, delicate snowflakes danced gracefully in her wake. Adorned with an ink plum hairpin, her eyes sparkled like crystalline snowflakes, and her visage was breathtakingly exquisite, as if carved from frost and snow, rendering her nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. Moonlight, akin to a veil of white mist, cascaded onto her slightly furrowed, ink-black brows, hinting at unspoken thoughts. At that moment, the Qixi grass happened to bloom, its flowers elegant and enchanting, a kaleidoscope of colors exuding a fragrance so rich it seemed as though a multitude of blossoms had burst forth. Captivating the attention of the snow goddess, she reached out, her fingertips brushing the petals, and unexpectedly, a strikingly handsome man materialized before her, beaming with a radiant smile. The snow goddess, momentarily startled, soon smiled in return. Ah, so it is but a spirit herb. That smile rendered all the vibrant blooms around them pale in comparison. The ethereal figure conjured by the spirit herb found himself utterly entranced, his gaze fixed upon the snow goddess. Feelings deepening within him. At that moment, the snow goddess, feeling somewhat melancholic, found his dazed expression endearing. Thus, their acquaintance blossomed into conversation, and they shared companionship until dawn. Yet, the spirit herb was irrevocably smitten by the snow goddess. Unable to forget her, however, achieving human form was merely the first step in the plant's transformation. Such form was not permanent and required 7 transformations to attain true humanity, followed by ascension to the realm of spirits. Unfortunately, each time the ephemeral human form reverted to its original state, all memories of its human experiences would be lost to prevent interference in future cultivation, though it had already cultivated for over a millennium. Only a mere 200 years remained for its subsequent transformations. Yet, the path to human form grew increasingly perilous, necessitating the complete erasure of any memories from its human state to avoid falling into madness, which would obliterate any chance of genuine human existence. However, this spirit herb, in its inaugural transformation, was compelled to disperse its spirit, leading to significant depletion of its essence. Fearing the complete dissolution of its spirit, it conjured several ordinary spirit herbs to flourish in the snow-laden mountains, gazing daily in the direction of the snow goddess. This tale reached the snow goddess through the local earth spirit, deeply moving her and thawing her once icy heart, prompting her to descend the mountain to visit him. By that time, the spirit herb's essence had waned, its vitality nearly extinguished, and its spirit was dissipating. The snow goddess, anxious and determined, implored the earth spirit to summon the Wu-Yi clan for aid, for it was said that the Wu-Yi clan descended from ancient healers and spirit deities, their blood possessing the power to restore vitality. Acting on her request, the earth spirit soon located the leader of the Wu-Yi clan, who personally descended the mountain to offer assistance. He personally carved his heart and shed his blood to nourish the spiritual herb, ultimately allowing it to gather its essence once more and attain immortality. The snow goddess, moved by the herb's heart, named it Qixi grass to commemorate the day of their encounter, visiting him every year on the Qixi festival. Over time, as the Qixi grass thrived in the grasslands surrounding the snow goddess's abode in the snowy mountains, it gradually came to be known as the grassland Qixi grass. Jiangbei then remarked that after Lan Qimen consumed the fusion of the grassland Qixi grass and the cold purple orchid, known as the purple elixir, she awakened serenely after just 3 days. The shamanic symbols painted on her forehead and limbs were absorbed by the purple elixir's enchantment. However, everyone noticed that Lan Qimen seemed somewhat different than before. She had become even more beautiful. Particularly, her fair visage had reached a level of beauty that was beyond earthly comparison. Although Lan Qimen appeared to be the same, Her demeanor now exuded a lightness and elegance. Thus, Situ dared not miss any classes nor frequently request leave. Fortunately, Keeman had awakened, prompting Situ to hasten the execution of his intentions with utmost urgency. He wished to implore his father to invite Lon Keeman to study at their family school. With careful consideration, Situ expressed his desires to his father, stating, "The number of literate women in our grasslands is quite limited. Fortunately, Keeman's mother taught her to read from a young age. Given this splendid opportunity, we should encourage the women of our grasslands to pursue education, lest outsiders believe us to be mere uncouth savages." To his surprise, his father did not hesitate and readily agreed. He promptly instructed Situ to deliver the invitation to the Lon residents. However, the newly arrived young prince, Ling Xingyue, was also invited, as he had just turned 18, the ideal age for study. Currently, Ling Xingyue had no accompanying tutor, prompting Situ Jinyao to sincerely invite the young prince to join their school and become a disciple. He elaborated that the principal instructor at the Situ Jinyao Ranch School was the esteemed scholar, Master Zhuang. Renowned in the capital. It was only due to a significant favor that Situ Jinyao had received from him that the scholar was willing to return from retirement to teach his son, Situ. Thus, such a teacher would not undermine the young prince's status or scholarship. Chapter 18. Unrecognized encounter in the Lon Kimu Ranch School. Everyone sat upright, awaiting the arrival of Master Zhuang for class. Remarkably, Ling Xingyue displayed no impatience, quietly occupying a seat in the last row. This arrangement had been thoughtfully made by the scholar, as Ling Xingyue was not only older than his peers, but also significantly taller. Consequently, the scholar had unceremoniously placed him in a seat against the wall at the back. Ling Xingyue, however, appreciated this position. He favored tranquility and shunned commotion, with keen ears and sharp eyes. He could hear and see clearly even if seated by the window. Moreover, Ling Xingyue understood that the knowledge he had acquired during his cultivation might not hold value in this era. Thus, he was eager to learn and comprehend more, as this would facilitate a more prosperous existence in this era, while also rendering the attainment of a stable and contented lifestyle far more feasible, particularly in his quest to find that girl and bring her happiness. Moreover, given his current predicament of reflecting upon his actions at the pastoral retreat outside the capital, it was uncertain whether the emperor might one day be swayed by malicious whispers, leading to his demotion to a commoner. The possibility of him even facing a dire fate was not to be dismissed. Ling Xingyue pondered silently, concealing any trace of her thoughts. The venerable scholar, Master Zhuang, had yet to enter, but first he cleared his throat several times. The assembly fell into an immediate hush, awaiting the arrival of the esteemed teacher. At that moment, the door creaked open, and in rushed a girl, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Akin to 1,000 blooming flowers illuminating the world. It was none other than the tardy Lon Keeman. It appeared that her penchant for indulging in slumber had not yet been remedied. Situ smiled to herself, murmuring softly. Lon Keeman, with her head bowed, hurried to her designated spot, only to discover that her desk was positioned beside an unfamiliar gentleman. She quickly raised her gaze to regard him, and her first impression was that this man was extraordinarily handsome. Yet, there was something unsettling about the depth of his eyes that sent a chill down her spine. At that moment, the gentleman happened to glance in her direction, but his gaze lingered for merely an instant before swiftly averting, even faster than Lon Keeman could manage. Embarrassed, she immediately lowered her head and hurriedly took her seat. Just then, Ling Xingyue was abruptly assailed by an overwhelming floral fragrance that left him gasping for breath. He loathed such excessively potent and fervent scents. Consequently, he shifted his chair aside and cast a disdainful look at Lon Keeman as she gracefully settled into the seat beside him. Suddenly, another aroma captivated him. Indeed, it was an irresistible allure, reminiscent of the delectable catnip favored by the mystical and powerful feline clan. In an instant, the distasteful floral scent was entirely eclipsed, overshadowed by the compelling fragrance of the catnip that beckoned him with an almost magnetic pull. Unconsciously drawn towards it, he leaned to the side, abandoning his usual demeanor of pride, aloofness, and elegance. Meanwhile, Lon Keeman had been discreetly observing this remarkably handsome man since she had taken her seat. She noticed that he had earlier appeared to disdain her presence, even covering his nose with his delicate, slender hand. Instantly mortified, she surreptitiously lifted her sleeve to her nose for a sniff, detecting only a commonplace aromatic fragrance. However, in the next moment, he disregarded the chair beneath him and leaned in closer, adopting a look of both enjoyment and insatiable greed. as if he intended to devour her with his gaze. Startled, she felt a shiver run through her, while Ling Xingyue too sensed her tremor and instinctively pressed against the wall. Lan Qimen observed him once again cover his mouth and nose with that fair, slender hand, as though he had caught a whiff of something foul. She was instantly filled with anxiety, unable to muster the courage to glance his way again. She found herself unable to resist stealing glances at the position of the man, whose hair was as dark as lacquer. Atop his head, he wore a sleek black hairpin, devoid of any other adornments. He was clad in a deep crimson robe adorned with bamboo embroidery and subtle dark patterns, draped over with a soft cloak of shimmering black and purple. From the side, his nose was well defined, and his features were strikingly deep. Just then, the man unexpectedly turned his head, his gaze as profound as the night. Startled, Lan Qimen nearly gasped. She quickly let her hair cascade over the side closest to him, shielding herself from that piercing gaze. In contrast, Ling Xingyue seemed oblivious, effortlessly absorbing all the teachings of the venerable scholar without any conscious effort. At long last, the scholarly figure, who had been droning on with earnest admonitions, declared the class was over. In a swift motion, Ling Xingyue rose from his seat with an elegance that was both natural and refined, departing the classroom before anyone else had the chance to stand. In that moment, Lan Qimen could not help but notice. This man was much taller than she had imagined. How insufferable he was, treating her as if she were a mere piece of meat, as if he were assessing whether she bore an unpleasant odor. Such an affront was utterly humiliating. As Lan Qimen simmered with indignation, she slowly began to gather her belongings. The old scholar disapproved of students bringing along their attendants and servants. The purpose of attending class was to learn, not to indulge in leisure. After painstakingly packing her brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone into her writing box, she hurriedly left the classroom, oblivious to the enthusiastic calls of her peers. Since her fainting episode, Lan Qimen's mental state had returned to that of an ordinary girl, perhaps even more astute. She possessed a fundamental awareness of her appearance, upbringing, and even the subtle sense she carried, which she felt too shy to discuss with others. Chapter 19. Changing seats. Lan Qimen trudged along, carrying her writing box with a sense of dejection. Usually, she could sense the admiration of several boys towards her, even a certain fondness for her looks. She prided herself on her cleanliness, bordering on a mild obsession. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, often nourished by rose essence, leaving a delightful fragrance in its wake. Her attire, too, was beyond reproach. She favored elegant crimson garments, each meticulously washed and scented by her devoted maid. Soon, as the thoughts of her grievances swirled in her mind, she felt tears threatening to spill. Yet, with the servants of various young masters and ladies waiting at the entrance, she knew that being seen by them would be utterly disgraceful. The following day, Lan Qimen, anxious about the possibility of being late yet again, rose early to prepare herself and promptly urged the coachman to drive her to the school. Moreover, she had barely slept the previous night, her mind entangled in a restless whirl of thoughts, tossing and turning. Consequently, she arrived at the scholar's classroom the next day, inevitably sporting two prominent dark circles beneath her eyes, her expression stern. As she reached the entrance, before even stepping inside, Lan Qimen overheard a conversation between the unfamiliar gentleman and the scholar. His voice was low and magnetic. Although she had only heard him utter a few words the day before, she inexplicably recalled the timbre of his voice. Despite his rapid speech, he articulated his words with clarity and charm. "Sir, I do not wish to occupy the seat at the back by the window. Could you assist me in changing my seat?" A wave of confusion washed over Lan Qimen. He was requesting a seat change, a matter that surely did not concern her. After all, they were strangers, having only met the day prior. He could not possibly harbor any sudden aversion towards her. She reassured herself. "Then you may switch to the seat to the left of Lan Qimen, which is not by the window," the old scholar replied with a hint of impatience. This venerable figure, a literary luminary, had retired to his hometown upon reaching his 70s, ceasing to teach. However, due to the past kindness shown to his family by the Jean family, he had accepted an invitation to this remote ranch to impart his knowledge. Thus, he held no fondness for this young prince and was particularly unwilling to grant him any special favors, especially in light of his numerous demands regarding mere seating arrangements. The fact that he was even willing to accommodate a slight adjustment already constituted a significant concession. Nevertheless, Ling Xingyue was dissatisfied and persisted. "I do not wish to sit in the last row. I would like to move forward several rows, if you please, sir." The scholar suddenly slammed the book he had been reading onto the desk. "Absolutely not. You are already the tallest student in the class. If you sit at the front, how will the other students behind you be able to hear the lecture? This is not your royal banquet hall. You cannot simply decide where to sit as you please. This is a school, a place of learning. Avoid unnecessary disputes and focus on your studies. Ling Xingyue felt a flicker of irritation, yet he restrained himself. For he recognized from the previous day's lessons that the old scholar was indeed profoundly knowledgeable and possessed a commendable character. With that, he clasped his arms respectfully, bowed slightly, and then made his way to his seat. Since the previous day, he had sensed an alluring fragrance emanating from the girl beside him, akin to irresistible catnip, and he worried that such temptation might lead him to lose control. Thus, he sought to distance himself from her, hoping to concentrate on his studies and spare her any potential trouble. Unbeknownst to Lan Keeman, she stood outside, lost in a dazed it was not until C2 arrived for class and noticed her haggard appearance. Her eyes misty as if on the verge of tears, that he gently touched her forehead and inquired, "What troubles you, Keeman? Why are you still standing in this wind? Are you unwell, or has something happened at home?" Sidhu, feeling a pang of concern, inquired with genuine care, "I am perfectly fine, Brother Sidhu," replied Lankman. "My father insisted that I personally express my gratitude to you. He mentioned that had it not been for your earnest plea to your father, the chief steward, I would not have had the privilege of attending this esteemed academy. The classroom of the venerable scholar Zhuang is not one that just anyone can enter, so I am truly grateful to you." Brother Sidhu, upon finishing her words, Lankman affectionately grasped Sidhu's hand and gave it a gentle shake. In truth, Lankman had hesitated and struggled throughout the night before deciding to arrive at school today, intent on discussing the matter of changing her seat with the scholar. However, as the daughter of the chief steward Jin Siyao, and being a girl at that, she considered it a considerable favor just to be permitted to attend the academy. If she were to raise too many concerns, especially given that Scholar Zhuang was not particularly accommodating, she feared it might cause trouble for her father. Thus, after much contemplation, just as she resolved to broach the subject, that insufferable young man preempted her. His disdain for her had reached such a point that he sought a seat change. In an instant, tears threatened to spill from Lankman's eyes, somewhat distracted. She followed Sidhu's lead to her designated seat, watching as he meticulously arranged her writing implements in the books for today's lessons. Without uttering a word of thanks, she released his hand and quietly settled into her chair. Instinctively, she glanced sideways. That young man's gaze was sharp and stern, his eyes seemingly emanating a subtle radiance. This time, Lankman felt no fear, only confusion and a sense of injustice. Even if that detestable person were to approach her for conversation, she resolved to ignore him. She had never harbored such intense dislike for anyone in her life. Feeling aggrieved, Lankman propped her wrist against her cheek, resting her face against the window, her thick hair providing a veil that obscured her view of that loathsome individual. She attentively listened to the sage's teachings, diligently taking notes. This scholar truly possesses profound knowledge, Lankman thought with admiration. Unbeknownst to her, she completely forgot about the person who had caused her so much unrest. Becoming engrossed in the lecture on the third day that followed, Lankman felt utterly wretched. One might even say her situation could not be worse. The reason for her distress was the day's blinding sunshine, which was so radiant that even the bamboo leaves of the academy shimmered with brilliant light, exacerbating Lankman's unease, as she preferred the rain. Furthermore, she was fatigued both physically and mentally, having barely slept throughout the night. It was not that Lankman disliked the fervent sunlight. Rather, she found its overwhelming brilliance made her heart race, making it impossible to experience the world with tranquility and serenity. Moreover, her sleepless night was consumed with thoughts of why that irritating young man, despite his handsome appearance, seemed so intent on targeting her. She tossed and turned, unable to find rest, dreading the prospect of encountering him the next day and worrying whether he would further humiliate her at dawn, especially after he had so brazenly approached the scholar to request a seat change. Her anger swelled to the point where she had meticulously formulated a plan, should that insufferable person continue to treat her with such blatant disrespect. She would confront him directly. She had even rehearsed her questions with clarity, almost ready to inscribe them on paper. However, the third day dawned unbearably dreadful. The situation could scarcely have been worse. Lan Keeman felt a gnawing sense of guilt that prevented her from even glancing at that individual. Terrified of encountering the disdain that seemed to radiate from him, she arrived at her seat early, burdened by the weight of two exceedingly prominent dark circles under her eyes from the previous day. With her head bowed, She silently twirled her exquisite purple sandalwood brush between her slender fingers. This brush, of considerable value, had been a gift from her brother Situ. Oddly enough, Lon Keeman found it curious that she felt no such trepidation when in the presence of Situ or other boys, even those who had previously harbored ill will toward her. Yet, against this thoroughly detestable stranger, her mind was a tumult of conflicting emotions, rendering her too timid and bashful to utter even a single inquiry. It had escalated to the point where she could not even muster the courage to steal a glance. Was it perhaps due to the enchanting depths of his eyes? Could those eyes truly unsettle the thoughts of others? This only exacerbated Lon Keeman's exasperation and distress. Nevertheless, when that tall figure elegantly and swiftly entered the classroom, she found herself unable to resist casting a fleeting glance, despite her inner admonitions to refrain. In that moment, she caught a glimpse of a blurred, dark collar glinting with golden radiance in the brilliant sunlight. All her fanciful musings were momentarily halted by the sound of Scholar Zhuang's footsteps. Indeed, Scholar Zhuang approached with steady strides, rounding the screen to stand before the lectern. In this era of peace, the diligent youth primarily pursued their studies for the civil examinations, aspiring to contribute to the world, to become virtuous officials. There is nothing inherently wrong in this, nor is there any shame in it that a man ought to possess an open heart, to speak boldly, and to harbor righteous thoughts. This is the mark of true manhood. Yet, what follows after achieving success? If one is short-sighted, narrow-minded, and devoid of eloquence, how can one expect a long-lasting career in governance? Even if one ascends through familial connections or a stroke of luck, they are bound to descend again. Therefore, my esteemed students, diligence in your studies is the foundation of all achievements. You must cultivate a solid grasp of knowledge, filling your mind with literature, so that success comes naturally, and your demeanor shines forth, paving a smooth path to an official career. Scholar Zhuang was acutely aware that his students were the very materials for the literary officials of a peaceful world, and he understood the true motives of the young masters, even the princes, who had come to study. Thus, he commenced by directly addressing the 4 books and 5 classics, invoking the profound impact of Chu Yuan and Laozi. Captivating the audience with the grandeur of history and literature, he supplemented his discourse with past examination questions and highlighted the shortcomings of previous dynasties, elucidating the greater principles and delving into the nuances. In this manner, Scholar Zhuang not only imparted knowledge but also nurtured character. His clear and discerning teaching methods immediately commanded the respect and admiration of both Ling Xingyue and Lon Keeman. Although Ling Xingyue has never attended a school, during her time as a spirit cat in training, she has never had the opportunity to peruse books concerning ancient academies. Her sole source of information has been the girl who constantly accompanies her, reading and performing dramas. Thus, Ling Xingyue possesses a rudimentary understanding of the general appearance and educational environment of ancient scholars. Consequently, she has always perceived ancient Confucian scholars as somewhat pretentious and utterly hypocritical. For instance, numerous students are motivated by the desire to attain official positions, while many scholars aim to produce students who can become officials, all the while adopting an air of moral superiority and elegance in their pursuit of knowledge, which she finds exceedingly distasteful. However, this particular scholar, Zhuang, is remarkably different. He does not shy away from stating, those who wish to illuminate moral virtue for the world must first understand their nation. To govern their nation, they must first harmonize their families. To harmonize their families, they must first cultivate themselves. To cultivate their hearts, they must first rectify their intentions. When the heart is rectified, the self can be cultivated. And when the self is cultivated, the family can be harmonized. Only when the family is harmonized can the nation be governed. When the nation is governed, the world can enjoy lasting peace. Knowledge is not merely about understanding a line of poetry, such as the reeds are lush and the white dew is like frost. Certainly, the subsequent line, the one I long for is on the other side of the water, can assist one in seeking a life partner. This is indeed a significant matter in life. Knowledge encompasses a comprehensive understanding and cultivation. Only with a wealth of literary knowledge can one truly embody high nobility and elegance, serve with integrity, pursue a lasting career, and remain invulnerable. Thus, you must earnestly and diligently apply yourselves to your studies. It is truly unexpected that this old scholar, Zhuang, is a remarkable educator. No wonder his students are spread throughout the world. And even after returning home multiple times, he has been repeatedly invited back to teach. This venerable Zhuang, now over 70, does not shy away from the row of female students, as it is customary for a teacher to be like a father. Especially since these young ladies are nearly of the same generation as his grandchildren, he then solemnly stated, although women in our dynasty cannot enter the court or participate in the imperial examinations, I personally believe that it is not inappropriate for women to study in academies that in the future, you will also enter the realm of wifehood, and managing a household effectively is no easy feat. Therefore, you young ladies must earnestly strive to learn. Chapter 21. Xingyue and Modsong. Misunderstandings persist within the academy. There are a total of 9 students that it is only natural that C2 sits at the very front, directly facing the scholar's lectern, allowing for personal guidance. Due to the scholar's advanced age and his sensitivity to the cold, the lectern is positioned at the innermost part of the classroom, against the warm wall, far from the draft of the door. This arrangement was personally overseen by Si Jinyao, demonstrating respect for the scholar. The other students comprise Si Jinyao's daughters and his more capable confidants, such as Lan Kamankang. Except for the young prince, Ling Xingyue, who sits at the back by the window, the other students are familiar with one another, and some are quite close friends. Mr. Zhuang upholds strict rules, forbidding servants from attending to them in the classroom, which serves to cultivate the resilience of these children who have never experienced hardship or labor. Moreover, Mr. Zhuang is a man of utmost integrity, and aside from C2 being the legitimate son of Si Jinyao, he recognizes C2's remarkable intelligence and gentle disposition. Possessing both grace and a deep understanding of propriety, he is held in high regard by the esteemed scholar. Although C2, the young master, is not diminutive in stature, he appears somewhat shorter amidst the assembly of Mongolian youths. Thus, it is only natural that C2 occupies the most prominent position directly in front of the scholarly figure. Enraptured by the lecturer's discourse, Lan Keeman unwittingly forgets the individual on her left who causes her discomfort. While attentively listening and diligently taking notes, a few strands of her lustrous black hair inadvertently cascade forward, resting upon her arms. As she writes fervently, her hair gradually slips down to her delicate, fair hands. Instinctively, Lan Keeman flicks her hair back with a swift motion, allowing it to soar behind her. At that moment, she suddenly perceives an intense gaze, seemingly predatory, lingering beside her. Instinctively, she turns around. Does that gaze harbor a desire to devour me? A thought races through her mind. Is he contemplating my demise? Ling Xingyue, too, finds himself irresistibly drawn to the fragrance emanating from Lan Keeman, the enchanting scent reminiscent of a mystical feline herb, compelling him to glance sideways. He struggles against this alluring pull, his throat tightening as his Adam's apple quivers in response. This girl is utterly exasperating. Does she not realize the intoxicating aroma enveloping her? It is either an overwhelming fragrance that suffocates or a chaotic mishmash of mystical herbs, creating a scent that drives one to ravenous desire. How utterly detestable. Having gleaned valuable insights from recent lessons, Ling Xingyue recognizes this as an opportune moment, vowing to seize the chance to immerse himself in the study and adapt to this era. Yet, the intoxicating scent of the woman irritates him greatly. Consequently, he discreetly exercised his princely authority the previous night, summoning C2, who was rather close to her. Under the cover of darkness, he inquired in detail about the woman, including the nature of her fragrance. When C2 arrived, his countenance was clouded with worry, reflecting his deep concern. Unbeknownst to Ling Xingyue, rumors of his lascivious reputation had already spread to Lan Keeman's estate, causing C2 to fret over potential disturbances to her peace. Thus, Ling Xingyue acquired scant information regarding the woman, only learning that she had fainted recently after consuming cold purple orchids and certain mystical herbs, leading to her unique scent. Upon arriving at the classroom, he endeavored to suppress his breathing, yet the heightened senses of his feline spirit permitted him to discern that exquisite fragrance, akin to a famished being suddenly encountering dried fish. Even though he had assumed human form for quite some time, the remnants of his feline essence continued to exert a profound influence over him. He must conceal his true nature, otherwise, danger would swiftly close in. Setting aside the opinions of the masses, even the enlightened sages in the emperor's court or the treacherous practitioners scattered across the realm would not spare him, potentially seeking his life and spirit to aid their pursuit of immortality. Although he currently possesses 3 spirits guarding him, the lack of harmony among them and the absence of complete empathy necessitate caution, as despite being significantly more formidable than an ordinary individual, prudence remains paramount. Lan Keeman twirled her hair, The intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, akin to a whirlwind that directly invaded his nostrils. In an instant, he was engulfed by an overwhelming irritation. Fortunately, it was not long before Scholar Zhuang announced the end of class. This time, Lan Qinyuan hurriedly grasped her book box and, alongside Situ, hastily departed as was customary. Upon exiting the school gates, Situ gently took the book box from Lan Qinyuan and escorted her to the carriage before turning to leave. "Who is the man seated to my left? Does he recognize me? I fear that I have lost fragments of my memory and cannot recall him. What? Has he been bothering you?" Situ immediately tensed with concern. No. It's just that he seems to radiate a certain hostility, not particularly amiable that in truth. Lan Qinyuan had a sudden whim, speculating that perhaps she had unintentionally offended that gentleman in the past, resulting in his unusually harsh demeanor toward her. She then learned that his name was Ling Xingyue, and that he was a newly appointed prince. The atmosphere at the Lan family dining table was serene, with Lan Jing attentively serving dinner to both Lan Qinyuan and her mother, Chu Lian. "This time the beef stew with potatoes has been prepared to suit your taste. Do give it a try," he said, rising to ladle a generous spoonful into Chu Lian's bowl. Chu Lian smiled gently at Lan Jing, while the mother and daughter felt warmth and happiness blossom within them. With such a family, such individuals, such a home, and such a dining experience, she felt immeasurably content. This, indeed, was the greatest happiness in life. As the three of them conversed amicably during their meal, the Lan family was unencumbered by the numerous formalities typical of noble households. They paid no mind to the rules of silence at the table or refraining from conversation while dining. Chu Lian observed Lan Qinyuan closely, sensing that her daughter seemed somewhat distracted. She gently stroked Lan Qinyuan's hair and, feigning casualness, inquired, "Qinyuan, how have your classes been these past few days? Is the instructor teaching well? Can you understand the lessons? How are the other students? Are you getting along well with them? Have you faced any injustices? By the way, isn't Situ young master around? Is he taking good care of you? And that new prince, has he spoken to you? It would be wise to maintain some distance from him. Given his esteemed status, you must be respectful." Chu Lian inadvertently articulated the most crucial piece of advice. Chapter 22. The Lan family dining hall. Lan Qinyuan realized that her expression had betrayed her inner thoughts, prompting her to quickly don a radiant smile. "Mother, you know I have never been one to seek trouble. You need not worry," she assured. "The instructor teaches splendidly, and I can understand the lessons. The other students are quite amiable. No one has bullied me. Please, don't fret. Brother Situ is exceptionally kind and attentive, caring for me with remarkable detail and thoughtfulness. As for the new prince, that he is also quite nice, though he has not conversed with me, nor have I spoken to him." Lan Qinyuan patiently explained each point to her mother before casually turning to her father and asking, "Oh, by the way, father, do you know much about that young prince? What kind of person is he?" I sit beside him, wishing to glean a modicum of understanding to avert any unnecessary troubles. Lan Qinyuan anxiously awaits her father's response. The young prince, having only recently ascended to his noble station, is a product of tragic circumstances. The old prince perished valiantly in battle, and the old matriarch, consumed by sorrow, soon followed him to the afterlife. One cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy for that unfortunate child. As we converse, Lan Jing serves a spoonful of beef into the small bowl before Lan Qinyuan. Fortunately, the steward Lu, appointed by the late prince, is a man of utmost loyalty and competence. He diligently manages all affairs of the prince's household while attending to the young prince's daily needs, overseeing the lands, estates, and pastures left behind by the old prince. As the young prince matured, Lu took him on tours of the more significant pastures and estates. Hence, I have encountered him several times. And for a few years, I also served alongside Lord Sijin Yao at the prince's residence, leading to our occasional interactions. Lan Jing rises once more to serve Chu Lian some rice in the Lan household. It is customary for the family to dine without calling upon servants to attend them. Eventually, when he met Qinyuan's mother, Chu Lian, it was serendipitous. She, too, possessed a free-spirited nature, and the two fell in love at first sight, finding a harmonious connection. Their meals were characterized by a delightful exchange, where each would serve the other, sharing dishes with affection and warmth. During these meals, they occasionally engaged in unspeakable acts. Thus, the dining quarters of the Lan family were off-limits to servants without explicit permission. With the arrival of Lan Qinyuan, the family gradually grew accustomed to dining and conversing together, enveloped in a cozy and tender atmosphere. However, the couple refrained from any indiscreet conduct at the dining table. The servants enjoyed a reprieve, setting the table before retreating to enjoy their own meals. Only a young attendant remained stationed outside the dining area, poised to respond to any calls. Moreover, the servants, influenced by the lively nature of Lan Jing and his spouse, also engaged in spirited chatter during their meals, filling the air with laughter and merriment. Thus, during family meals, Lan Qimen's household was a veritable haven of open dialogue and camaraderie, with the main dining hall always radiating warmth and harmony. Though the young prince is tall, he has never been particularly robust, often succumbing to illness that required protracted treatment. That I later heard that he once fainted near his family's South Bamboo Grove, alarming steward Liu and others. Upon regaining consciousness, it seemed his mental faculties had been somewhat impaired, and he had forgotten many things. Fortunately, his health improved, and there have been no further reports of him collapsing due to illness. Nonetheless, the prince I remember was rather taciturn and somewhat irascible, appearing to hold a particular fondness for the widow of a general who had served the late Prince Des, for the rumors suggesting that the young prince had forced himself upon her. I consider them mere fabrications unworthy of credence. The orphan of the late prince, having been nurtured by the old matriarch's teachings, possesses a notable grace and intellect, renowned throughout the capital, with the upright Lu Guanshi deliberately nurturing and assisting. The young prince could hardly be the person described in the rumors. After sharing these thoughts with Command, Lan Jing cast a silent glance towards Chu Lian, seemingly to reassure her, alleviating any worries she might have regarding the young prince attending the same academy as Lan Command. Hesitantly, Lan Command inquired, "Has father heard whether the young prince is particularly sensitive to scents?" To which the response was that there had been no such mention, only that he seemed to have a profound fondness for the fragrance of green bamboo, delighting in the sight of bamboo in the rain, often sitting alone for hours on end. Lan Command nodded in understanding, realizing that perhaps her own floral perfume was too overwhelming, which might have made the prince less fond of her presence. A person who so adores the scent of green bamboo surely would not appreciate an overpowering floral aroma. With this revelation, her spirits lifted considerably. She began to hum a little tune learned in her dreams. Little Messy. Oh, little Messy, the king of messiness is he. No one likes him at all. Regardless of whether it was accurate, it was a melody from her dreams, and no one in reality had ever heard it. With a radiant smile illuminating her face, she returned for another bowl of rice. Chu Lian, observing Lan Command's beaming countenance, felt a surge of joy. Speaking of the rice from the Lan family, it was indeed a remarkable delicacy in the region. As the pasture did not yield rice, the residents seldom considered it a staple. Yet, Lady Lan Jing, Chu Lian, had a particular fondness for rice. Initially, she managed without it, but soon found herself craving it, unable to enjoy other foods. Lan Jing, feeling sympathetic, promptly arranged for the estate manager to bring a supply of rice each month during procurement trips. Thus, rice at the Lan household was a rarity not afforded to everyone. Even Lan Jing herself rarely indulged, mostly reserving it for Chu Lian and occasionally sharing with Lan Command. After a delightful dinner filled with laughter, Lan Command gracefully departed to her chamber. That night, despite the fierce winds howling outside, she finally found peace. After carefully selecting a delicate yellow garment devoid of any fragrance to hang on her bedpost, she succumbed to a deep slumber. In her dreams, she seemed to encounter an extraordinarily handsome black lion cat with deep, mesmerizing eyes, gently resting at her feet, urging her to caress it with tender strokes, occasionally calling out softly, "Meow." Chapter 23. Command's wisdom alleviates woes. Star and Moon smile softly. Thus, Lan Command drifted into a dreamlike sleep, awakening only at the break of dawn when the sun was already high in the sky. Alarmed, she thought, "Oh no, I will be late." Swiftly dressing, she not only donned her fragrance-free attire, but also refrained from applying any makeup, concerned that the heavy scent of floral powders might further discomfort the young prince. As her maid hastily assisted her in dressing, time slipped away, leaving no opportunity for breakfast. Lan Command quickly informed her father before urging the young servant to prepare the carriage and set off towards the academy. Point 1 might wonder why Lan Command did not bid farewell to her mother. It was simply because Chu Lian was still peacefully asleep. All of this can be attributed to Lan Jing's indulgence of Chu Lian. He is unconcerned about when Chu Lian rises, whether it be at the sun's zenith or even later. To the point of lunchtime, Lan Jing remained smiling and utterly uncomplaining. After all, for all matters deemed non-essential, Lan Jing is more than willing to shoulder the burden alone, allowing Chu Lian the luxury of indulging in a long slumber. Regrettably, this tendency has also been inherited by Lan Kaman were it not for her schooling. Lan Kaman could easily sleep in until she rivaled her mother, even now, while attending her studies. Lan Jing only instructs his servants to check if Lan Kaman has awakened when the hour grows late enough to risk tardiness. When Lan Kaman hurriedly arrives at the school, the scholar has already circled the bamboo grove and is about to step through the school gates. Disregarding all decorum, Lan Kaman quickens her pace, catches up to the scholar, bows, and swiftly passes through the screen to take her seat. At that moment, she cannot resist casting a discreet glance at Ling Xingyue, curious if he has noticed the change in her scent. Unfortunately, Ling Xingyue does not look her way. Instead, he gazes deeply out the window, seemingly awaiting the scholar's arrival. Of course, Ling Xingyue has indeed sensed the shift in Lan Kaman's fragrance, for as a member of the Spirit Cat clan, he can detect even the slightest alteration. However, he merely perceives that the girl has lost her former cloying scent of cosmetics. Yet the rich aroma of spiritual herbs continues to waft enticingly, a scent that he finds somewhat torturous to endure. Nevertheless, Ling Xingyue also recognizes the girl's intelligence. Through her subtle expressions, he discerns what displeases him about her, noting that today she has made a point of foregoing any makeup. Reflecting on this, Ling Xingyue finds himself softening towards her. His piercing, abyss-like eyes momentarily lose their harshness. Although he still struggles against the captivating scent of the spirit cat herb emanating from Lan Kaman, he manages to maintain his composure, revealing no hint of his inner turmoil. Yet, beneath his icy demeanor, a flicker of doubt and a tiny fissure begin to emerge. Having inhabited this era and the body of a prince for nearly a year, Ling Xingyue recalls his existence as a spirit cat in a world filled with vibrant nightlife. By day, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of a certain girl, longing for her gentle touch and tender calls. By night, under the moonlight as pure as frost and amidst the jade-like bamboo, he would immerse himself in cultivation. The spirit cats are known for their love of sleep. Often, after completing their training and feeling languid, they would curl up in the cozy nook prepared by that girl, sleeping soundly until the sun reached its zenith. Even if awakened in the early hours by visitors entering the park, he would merely pause his gentle purring, stretch lazily, and cover his eyes and cheeks with his tiny paws, quickly drifting back into slumber. In his dreams, the girl's visage appears irresistibly beautiful. Even in moments of boredom or solitude, a few playful leaps could transport him to any lively place. Watching the neon lights flicker like her sparkling eyes, observing the moon hang low like her sweet tenderness, witnessing the bustling crowd resembling her playful pouts, and gazing at the flowing river akin to her radiant smile, him, everything felt so vibrant and warm, dispelling any sense of loneliness. Perhaps because the essence of that girl lingered everywhere, his emotions were indeed profound and filled with happiness. Now, in this place, in this era, despite the throngs surrounding Ling Xingyue, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. Yet, Ling Xingyue was engulfed by a deep, uncontainable sense of loneliness and a heavy feeling of emptiness. When one dissects the word loneliness, it reveals images of children, fruits, small dogs, and butterflies, all sufficient to enliven a summer evening at the mouth of an alley, rich with human warmth. Children holding melons beneath the willow trellis, small dogs chasing butterflies in narrow lanes. The world brims with laughter and chatter, yet I am left with only the breeze whispering through my graying hair. Children, fruits, cats, dogs, and fluttering butterflies are indeed bustling, but all of this bears no relation to you. That is what loneliness signifies at this moment. Ling Xingyue acutely felt this truth. In the absence of that girl, no matter how lively the surroundings, he still felt isolated. Even the exhilaration of traversing the world lost its meaning in her absence. For a long time, Ling Xingyue remained indifferent, seemingly devoid of interest in everything. However, now, the essence of Lan Kaman beside him stirred him. At times, he was overwhelmed by the rich fragrance wafting through the air. And at other times, the alluring scent of catnip tantalized his senses, compelling him to resist. This diminished Ling Xingyue's sense of solitude considerably. Reflecting on this, a smile inadvertently graced his lips. This fleeting smile was caught by Lan Kaman, prompting a thought to flit through her mind. Those smiling eyes, as radiant as the stars and the sea. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence that Master Zhuang had just begun to discuss Zhuangzi's Zhuangzhou's dream of a butterfly, evoking reflections on life as a dream. akin to a galloping steed that swiftly passes. Then, hearing Ling Xingyue let out a gentle sigh from the last row, he called out, "Ling Xingyue, do you have something to lament? Feel free to share. Today, we can speak freely." Ling Xingyue, taken aback by Master Zhuang's inquiry, was absorbed in the memories of his past experiences. Nevertheless, he first bowed slightly, then replied solemnly, "I wish to express my sentiments through a small verse." Nothing more. With eyes as dark as the night, he recited softly, "The mountains harbor idle clouds. The frost spans 1,000 miles, a fleeting touch of sorrow. Yet it is a fairy terminal. The old eyes know not the transient nature of humanity. Glancing into the mirror, one finds oneself aged." After finishing, he did not glance at anyone, slowly taking his seat. Ling Xingyue's voice was inherently low, and combined with the profound emotions of those present, the classroom fell into a hushed silence. Everyone savored the depth of those few lines, growing increasingly entranced by the profound emotions they evoked, feeling ensnared within them. Even Master Zhuang fell silent for a moment, nodding repeatedly at Ling Xingyue, yet offered no further words. Chapter 24. The gentle scholar and his caring disposition. Thus, the group remained in silence for a considerable time until the scholar suddenly recalled that class had come to an end. As the academic session had just commenced and formal teaching had not yet begun, and due to the scholar's hasty arrival, he had not prepared systematically for the lesson. Therefore, everyone had merely completed half a day's session. Briefly summarizing and discussing the key points from the morning's class, it would be some time after lunch before the scholar would dismiss the class. Consequently, it was well after lunch when the scholar finally announced the end of the class. Instructing everyone to return the next day, Lan Qimin was hearing Ling Xingyue recite his heartfelt sentiments for the first time, and she couldn't help but feel an immense admiration. However, what captivated her even more was Ling Xingyue's deep, magnetic voice. Yet, being still a child at heart, Lan Qimin had not yet experienced profound feelings of loneliness. As she gradually regained her composure, Lan Qimin felt a surge of pride. Thankfully, that fellow actually smiled. Ling Xingyue finally stopped pinching his nose at me, but when she glanced to the side, she discovered that the young prince, Ling Xingyue, had quietly departed, leaving his seat completely vacant. It was then that Qimin realized her stomach was growling fiercely, and the thought of her father's homemade fragrant roasted lamb chops only intensified her hunger, causing her to swallow involuntarily. That moment, Situ approached her with eager anticipation. "Qimin, would you like to stay at my house for dinner? I've asked the chef to prepare your favorite charcoal grilled lamb chops." "Thank you, brother Situ, but I can't. My mother and father are waiting for me at home to have dinner together." Situ understood that mealtime at Lan Qimin's home was a warm occasion, one that no member of their small family would easily miss. Unlike his own household, where he often dined alone, occasionally accompanied by his mother, he mostly found himself eating by himself. Situ did not insist further and helped Qimin organize her books neatly. Carrying her book box in one hand while they walked towards the entrance, engaged in conversation, as usual, Situ gazed affectionately at Lan Qimin's carriage as it slowly departed, until it vanished around the corner. Inside the carriage, Lan Qimin, feeling quite hungry, urged Xiaoyu to quickly fetch the food box they had brought along. Eager to have a few bites, to her surprise, Xiaoyu presented her with a fruit box filled with exquisitely crafted pastries. At a glance, Qimin could tell they were not made by her family's cook, as several of the delicate treats were entirely unfamiliar to her. Among them, one pastry was translucent like jade, embedded with rose petals that were distinctly visible, its vibrant red contrasting beautifully with the white. Without hesitation, Lan Qimin reached for one and tasted it, truly delightful. As she savored the treat, she couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoyu, where did this chef come up with such innovative pastries? I've never seen anything like it, and it's so delicious. It's so beautiful, a feast for the eyes." Saying this, she handed a piece to Xiaoyu, chewing contentedly as she urged, "You should try some too. It's exceptionally good." Xiaoyu withdrew her hand with a giggle, saying, "How could I dare to eat this? This is a special selection from the treat box that young Master Situ specifically chose from the Situ residence. He hasn't even allowed himself to indulge, having it personally delivered by his devoted servant, Fengge. He was worried that you would be hungry after class and thought you couldn't bear the hunger. So he instructed me to ensure you had something to eat on the way." A warm current surged in Lan Qimin's chest. Gentle brother Situ was always so kind. Throughout this time, aside from the incident when she fainted in the capital and Situ was not by her side, he had always been there to hold her hand, care for her, and comfort her during any minor ailments or discomfort she experienced, though she retained but faint memories of her childhood, during which she seemed perpetually lost in thought. She occasionally caught snippets of conversations from others. However, Lon Keeman vividly recalled an incident involving a mischievous boy from outside the ranch, whose name eluded her memory. She only remembered that this boy, perhaps a few years older than her, had remarked, "The foolish girl is rather pretty." This had incited her brother, Situ, to furiously confront the boy, who was nearly a head taller than him, resulting in a fierce scuffle. After which he compelled the boy to apologize to her. Reflecting on these memories, a veil of mist rose in Keeman's eyes. Her brother Situ had always been a remarkably sensitive and warm-hearted individual. And with his striking looks, Lon Keeman mused wistfully about which fortunate girl would one day marry him. The thought of her brother taking a bride filled her with excitement and a whirlwind of thoughts. No longer mindlessly nibbling on her piece of fruit, she daydreamed about the qualities that a bride worthy of Situ should possess. After a while, she scrutinized Xiaoyu, shaking her head as she muttered to herself. She must be several times more beautiful, clever, and endearing. Yet, upon noticing the enticing delicacy in her hand, she promptly cast aside her contemplations and devoted herself to savoring the delectable fruit. She then insisted on sharing a piece with Xiaoyu, and upon seeing her begin to taste it, she repressed a smile, stating, "In this vast pasture, although my father strives to find sweet and delectable treats for my mother, even hiring 2 skilled confectioners to assist at home, nothing compares to the beauty and taste of this fruit." Imagining her mother's delight upon seeing such an exquisite fruit box brought a chuckle to her lips. Xiaoyu, recalling the lady's fondness for sweets, nodded in agreement, and together they burst into laughter. Xiaoyu, with utmost care, broke off half of her fruit and offered it to Keeman, who cheerfully accepted, as their bond resembled that of sisters, rendering such gestures insignificant. After finishing the 2 jade-like fruits, Xiaoyu cautiously remarked to Lon Keeman, "Miss, Master Situ truly treats you with unparalleled kindness. You are indeed fortunate," to which Lon Keeman, with a carefree pat on Xiaoyu's shoulder, replied, "Indeed, we share our blessings together." Chapter 25. Stealing wild fruits. The carriage rolled forward at a leisurely pace, as it was, after all, carrying Lon Keeman, the esteemed young lady of the household, and could not jostle excessively. Having indulged in such exquisite pastries, Lon Keeman found herself lacking appetite for the coarser confections made at home. Moreover, the sweet fruits were quite filling, and thus she no longer mentioned the food box, instead engaging in light-hearted banter with Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a towering wild fruit tree caught her eye, its overripe, deep red fruits beckoning enticingly. Instantly, she felt a strong desire to taste them. She instructed Xiaoyu to secure the fruit box safely and immediately called for the carriage to halt. Dragging Xiaoyu down with her as they rushed towards the tree, with her long hair flowing and clad in a delicate yellow dress, Lon Keeman appeared exceptionally radiant, her beauty striking. Yet at this moment, she seemed utterly unconcerned with whether her actions conformed to the refined and graceful demeanor expected of a young lady. With determination, she climbed over the protruding roots of the tree, and fortunately, her mother's carefree nature, coupled with her upbringing on the prairie, meant she had never bound her feet. She swiftly plucked a fruit, wiped it on her garment, and took a hearty bite. Truly sweet. Blue Kemuan then reached down to pluck another for the eagerly waiting Xiaoyu beneath the tree. Xiaoyu gazed in astonishment as Blue Kemuan scaled the tree, fear palpable in her voice. "Heavens! Miss, do be careful. When did you learn to climb trees? I've never seen you do this before." Blue Kemuan, full of laughter and vivacity, seemed even more radiant than before. Now, with one hand holding the wild fruit to her mouth, she used the other to gather another, leaving Xiaoyu wide-eyed and covering her eyes in feared eye. In the end, the wild fruit that Blue Kemuan had carelessly tossed fell to the ground, splitting open upon impact. Although it was no longer visually appealing, Xiaoyu hastily picked it up, wiping it clean with a cloth before tasting it. It was indeed sweet and crisp, a delightful treat. However, her attention was suddenly drawn to 2 wild fruits growing together. These fruits were a deep crimson, almost blackened, nestled among 2 vibrant green leaves, exuding a breathtaking beauty that made her mouth water. Blue Kemuan steadied herself on her toes, clutching the fruit in her mouth, and reached out tentatively for the 2 fruits that were conjoined. She wished to present these rare, vividly red fruits to her mother and father, for such paired growth was exceptionally uncommon on the prairie. They were known as fuchi hui, symbolizing a profound and auspicious meaning if these two fruits were placed beside the translucent delicacies in the fruit box. The moment her mother opened it would be nothing short of exquisite. A delightful surprise. Blue Kimuan exerted all her strength to grasp them, yet her footing grew increasingly unstable, and in an unfortunate mishap, the fruit in her mouth fell to the ground. Xiaoyu gasped in fright, repeatedly calling for Blue Kimuan to come down. In truth, had Xiaoyu not been covering her eyes in fear of Blue Kimuan's precarious maneuvers, she might have noticed the faint glimmer of a shamanic incantation flickering on Blue Kimuan's forehead, only to vanish without a trace. Furthermore, this wild fruit from the prairie had become a remarkable remedy to break through the constraints that bound her. After the classroom discussion, Ling Xingyue was enveloped by a deeper sense of solitude that clung to her heart. Impossible to dispel. Suddenly, she instinctively crouched down, mimicking the reflex of a spirit cat when confronted with something of great importance. She sensed the presence of that girl. Yes, it was indeed the familiar aura, reminiscent of the delicate fragrance of fresh dew on bamboo. In an instant, Ling Xingyue was overcome with exhilaration, her throat feeling sweet as if a trickle of fresh blood surged within her. She swiftly unleashed the agility of the spirit cat, racing towards the source of that aura, no longer concerned whether the herdsman would witness her extraordinary speed and spread tales of it, nor whether her movements were graceful and befitting a princess standards. All she desired was to see that girl once more. All she longed for was a gentle touch upon her forehead. Moreover, this time, he wished for a reversal of roles. It would not be the girl embracing his form, but rather he who would pull her tightly into his arms, vowing never to let her depart again. His eyes sparkled like the stars in a dark night, radiating an unusual brilliance, while his handsome visage was etched with the tension following an overwhelming joy that he feared that this breath of life might vanish in an instant once more. He worried that he might fail to locate that girl in time. He dreaded the thought of this being yet another fleeting dream. He was anxious about whether the girl was in danger, which could explain the resurgence of her presence. His thoughts were chaotic, oblivious to the gazes of others, and he found it difficult to breathe. All he knew was that he must find her swiftly. The sooner, the better. Finally, Lan Qimen grasped the two intertwined wild fruits, her brow and cheeks glistening with delicate beads of sweat. Her face was flushed, radiating a vibrant beauty, dressed in a soft yellow garment. She stood among the lush green treetops, her charming smile dazzling beyond compare. "Look, Xiaoyu, I've reached them, the couple's orchid. How rare and beautiful it is," Lan Qimen exclaimed excitedly, waving her hands for Xiaoyu to see. Xiaoyu, nearly paralyzed with fear, lowered her hands from her eyes and called out, "Miss, please come down. Be careful. Take your time. Don't rush." Lan Qimen laughed, her voice as clear as a bell. "Xiaoyu, do you want me to descend quickly or slowly? You seem so flustered that you can't even speak coherently." "Huh?" Xiaoyu stretched out her arms towards Lan Qimen, perched in the tree. "Miss, throw down that wild fruit, the couple's orchid, in your hand, and I will catch it for you. It's too dangerous for you to bring it down like that." "Not at all. If I throw it down and you fail to catch it, it will shatter upon impact. And what will be left of the couple's orchid? It would be akin to two people turning against each other. The symbolism would be dire," Lan Qimen retorted, her gaze fixed on the ground below. Dismissing Xiaoyu's concerns, "I promise. I assure you, miss, it absolutely will not happen. Please, for the love of all that is good, do not attempt to descend in such a manner. It is far too perilous." Xiaoyu's face was a picture of impending tears. At that moment, the couple's orchid in Lan Qimen's grasp slipped from her fingers. She quickly seized a branch with one hand while reaching to catch it with the other, but before she could comprehend the situation, she plummeted straight down from the lofty tree. Chapter 26. The Rescue of Qimen by Star and Moon, confirming the heart's affection. If Xiaoyu had been a particularly calm and capable girl, it might have been a different story. Instead, this young girl, terrified, covered her eyes and could only scream, "Ah!" before collapsing to the ground in a state of confusion, her expression twisted in panic. Meanwhile, the young servant and the coachman had been ordered by Lan Qimen to remain on the distant path, and even if they had seen her fall, they would not have had time to rush to her aid. Lan Qimen was instantly drenched in cold sweat as she reached for the couple's orchid. Her trembling feet slipped from the branch. With her eyes tightly shut, she braced herself for the intense pain of the impending fall, fearing she might suffer a broken leg or worse, for in Lan Qimen's era, medical practices were not as advanced as today, lacking x-rays, imaging, and surgical procedures. Once a fracture occurs, it is fortunate if it is not a comminuted fracture, as a physician can rely solely on their experience and intuition to realign the bones. The pain, however, is excruciating, far beyond what an ordinary person can endure. Consequently, one may find themselves bedridden for at least 6 months before being able to walk again, and even then, the likelihood of becoming a limping invalid is exceedingly high. Conversely, in the case of a comminuted fracture, unless the shattered bones miraculously realign on their own, the fragments can penetrate the flesh, leading to extensive necrosis in that area, which may trigger multiple organ failure, ultimately resulting in a painful demise at such a dire moment. It is rather amusing that Lon Kimian could still recall the mere experience she learned in her dreams, astonishingly, as she plummeted from the tree. This thought crossed her mind. She even managed to open her eyes for a brief moment. Glancing at the couple's fern in her hand, her mind flooded with terror. My life is at an end. Regrettably, the distant servants and coachmen dared not cast a glance in her direction. Not only had Lon Kimian instructed them to avert their eyes, but as a lady of status, there existed a distinction between genders that made the servants hesitant to look, particularly at such an undignified spectacle of her climbing the tree. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu tightly shut her eyes. Thus, several events unfolded before Lon Kimian simultaneously, each occurring in what felt like the same instant. A figure clad in dark attire, with a tense expression, suddenly leapt from a distant tall tree. Indeed, it was a leap. What caught Lon Kimian's attention was merely the golden silk embroidery of bamboo leaves that shimmered in the slanting sunlight. In an instant, that individual, moving with a speed surpassing that of a cheetah, reached the wild fruit tree beneath which Lon Kimian was about to fall. Before she could comprehend the situation, she found herself cradled in a remarkably warm embrace. Before her stood an extraordinarily handsome face, with eyes as enchanting as the night. Lon Kimian, are you all right? His tone remained calm, yet a flicker of concern danced in his gaze. Suddenly, Ling Xingyue's eyes ignited with fervor, and he buried his flawless face into Lon Kimian's neck, inhaling deeply. Lon Kimian was still reeling from the shock, entirely unprepared for Ling Xingyue's series of actions. She stood there, dazed, allowing him to envelop her in his arms, first preparing to set her down calmly before transitioning to burying his head in her neck. And if the subsequent actions, Ling Xingyue's elegant features made Lon Kimian feel an intense heat. The fervor and joy rendered his typically stoic demeanor slightly askew. With one hand effortlessly supporting her body, he ensured to cradle the back of her head to prevent any discomfort from her drooping neck, while his other hand moved to tear open the fabric of her garment at the chest. Ling Xingyue had caught a whiff of the girl's familiar scent. That unique fragrance, reminiscent of cool dew and ethereal bamboo, was perceptible only to him. Moreover, aside from the faint aroma emanating from her forehead, he sensed an even stronger essence radiating from her body, ensconced in her clothing. Ling Xingyue's head buzzed, and a metallic taste filled his throat, a consequence of overwhelming ecstasy. It was her. Which girl is it? Ling Xingyue, overwhelmed by fervor, found her movements lacking the agility and grace of a nimble spirit cat, her hands trembling awkwardly as she tugged at Lankman's collar twice, without success. Lankman, sensing an unusual disturbance at her chest, diverted her gaze from the enchanting visage before her, only to behold an astonishing scene. Then, she slapped that handsome face with a resounding thwack. Ling Xingyue, what are you doing? Lankman tumbled from the grasp of Ling Xingyue's supportive left hand, on the verge of crashing to the ground. Before she could comprehend the situation, Ling Xingyue squatted down and caught her once more, this time cradling her entire little head with her right hand. Be careful, don't hurt your head. Ling Xingyue gazed tenderly into Lankman's eyes, her voice laden with concern. This time, Lankman refrained from recklessly twisting away from Ling Xingyue's embrace, acutely aware that such an action would result in her being pulled back into Ling Xingyue's arms again. At that moment, Xiao Yu lowered her hands, which had been covering her eyes, and was greeted by the sight of Lankman being held in Ling Xingyue's arms, their cheeks seemingly flushed like blooming flowers. Could it be that Ling Xingyue saved the young lady? How splendid! Xiao Yu hurried over, helping Lankman from Ling Xingyue's embrace, all the while weeping and searching Lankman's limbs. Young lady, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself in the fall? You frightened me to death. You must never climb trees like that again. If the master and mistress find out, they will surely punish me. With that, Xiao Yu couldn't help but burst into tears. Ling Xingyue also rose, looking down at Lankman, gently inquiring, Manner, you truly aren't injured, are you? Was my grip too tight when I caught you? Did I hurt you? Ling Xingyue, with a red handprint adorning her handsome face, leaned closer to Lankman. Chapter 27. Lankman's Embarrassment and Anger. Chuli and I, who permitted you to call me manner? You scoundrel. Recalling Ling Xingyue's earlier actions, Lankman felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, and no wonder the world speaks of him as one whose desires cloud his judgment. He already has a favored concubine from the Lung family, yet still seeks to take advantage of her, to insult her. It is only fitting that Ling Xingyue was exiled from the capital for his misdeeds. Truly deserved, Lankman thought, her face ablaze. Yet, upon reflection, he had saved her, and his speed was astonishingly remarkable. Could it be that Ling Xingyue is a person of great cultivation favored by the emperor, regardless of his status? He had rescued her, and she could not simply let it go. She must express her gratitude. Therefore, she bowed deeply and softly uttered, "Thank you, Lord Ling, for your rescue." Then, disregarding Ling Xingyue's fervent gaze, she took Xiaoyu's hand and hurried away. Ling Xingyue's heart surged with unexpressed emotions as he somersaulted through the air, flipping over a dozen times. Harnessing the spirit cat's remarkable agility, he swiftly leapt onto the wild fruit tree from which Lankman had just fallen, then lay on the ground where she had dropped, savoring the lingering essence left behind by her and the fragrance of the dew-kissed spirit bamboo. It is likely that Ling Xingyue herself was unaware of the laughter that emanated from the depths of her heart, pure, expansive, and resoundingly joyful. That laughter swept away all gloom and melancholy, ringing with unparalleled clarity and delight. How wonderful it would be to know who she is. Truly, it is remarkable. I have finally found her. Ling Xingyue, unable to contain her elation, murmured to herself, and then, unable to suppress the exuberance swelling within her chest, she tilted her head and let out a triumphant roar. In an instant, the vast grassland was filled with the sound of her jubilant exclamation. Lan Qimen, still immersed in the recent scene, was suddenly jolted by this resonant outpouring of joy, which prompted her to gradually relax. He is genuinely happy. Then, a flicker of shame crept into Lan Qimen's heart, as she recalled her earlier indignation, filled with righteous anger and scorn. Now, she found herself smiling and chuckling at Ling Xingyue's exuberant expression, which was so delightfully carefree. As Lan Qimen raised her hand, she realized she was still clutching the precious pair of wild fruits, the dual-hued huaihua, which she had nearly injured herself to acquire. She then glanced down at the exquisite fruit box, securely placed beside her, a gift from her brother Situ, and a multitude of troubling emotions swirled in her heart, refusing to dissipate. Upon returning home, Lan Qimen feigned nonchalance, her smile radiant as she presented the fruit box to her mother. As anticipated, her mother's eyes sparkled with excitement, almost shimmering with stars. If not for Xiaoyu being present, one might think that Chulian's mouth would water excessively over the delicate pastries, akin to a gluttonous child. After all, it was rather unbecoming for the matriarch to display such a ravenous appetite in front of younger generations. Remarkably, even at this moment, Chulian maintained her graceful composure, perhaps recalling the last incident where she nearly choked over a pastry. Chulian feigned calmness and waved her hand dismissively. "You may all leave. While the food is still warm, go and enjoy your meals. Only let Xiao Dao remain at the door. Xiaoyu, you should tidy up and hurry to eat. It is quite late, and I have instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite drunken lamb." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu, unable to contain her excitement for the drunken lamb, dashed away in a rather unrefined manner. Chulian took Lan Qimen's right hand with one hand, while holding the fruit box with the other, her face adorned with a smile, as she guided Qimen past the screen into the dining hall. Lan Jing had long since risen to assist Chulian, serving her favorite dishes into her bowl. Upon seeing the fruit box in Chulian's hand, he could not help but smile. He carefully set down the delicate porcelain blue soup spoon and matching bowl. Extending his hand to accept the fruit box, Chulian not only had a passion for food, but also possessed a keen interest in the dining ware. Her aesthetic appreciation was evident, for despite being on the grasslands, the utensils she used for dining were a complete set of exquisite porcelain, adorned with various elegant patterns. Particularly, that set of jade porcelain featuring the paired peonies was especially cherished by Chulian. Reserved solely for significant family celebrations and never to be used lightly, Lan Jing thoughtfully opened the fruit box for Chulian, gently lifting out the second layer, eager to present it on the table for her to savor each delicacy in detail. The dining hours of the Lan family are devoid of any restrictions. Furthermore, Chulian is not an inconsiderate mistress. If there were matters of great importance, she could certainly consume her meal with remarkable speed and attend to those significant affairs of the ranch. However, should there be no pressing matters at hand, the trio of Lan Jing, Chu Lian, and Lan Command can leisurely savor their beloved dishes for an entire afternoon. The ever-observant maid, Xiao Tao, has long grown accustomed to this scene, and thus, it no longer surprises her. The other maids and servants, too, remain unbothered by summons, relishing their leisure as they attend to their own tasks. The dining hall of the Lan residence is quite expansive, with a grand screen partitioning the area, creating a secluded space within. Therefore, Xiao Tao does not need to stand outside awaiting orders at tea this moment. A few exquisite small dishes have already been arranged on the little table before her, seemingly selected from the main dining table by the kitchen. This is indeed a special consideration for Xiao Tao, as the Lan family is known for their generosity towards their servants, particularly those who stand ready outside the dining hall. After all, this is the grassland, where certain delicacies are scarce, such as the annual delicacy of hairy crabs, which the family can scarcely divide among themselves. Yet, Chu Lian always ensures that a portion, often half of one, is set aside for the maids and servants waiting at the door, who are unable to enjoy their meals properly, not to mention the usual dishes like fermented mutton and charcoal-grilled lamb chops, for which Chu Lian often instructs the kitchen to prepare extra, ensuring everyone receives a share, much to their delight. Thus, it can be said that the servants of the Lan residence are indeed the most fortunate when it comes to culinary delights. As Lan Jing retrieved the second tier of the fruit box, Chu Lian was the first to spot the exquisite pair of couplet orchids, instantly transforming into a childlike exuberance as she snatched them up. Ah, how beautiful this is, so vibrantly red. Lan Jing, come look, it's a couplet orchid. Here, you break it apart. One for you, one for me. In her excitement, Chu Lian momentarily forgot to use formal titles, calling Lan Jing by his given name. Lan Jing, already accustomed to such behavior, accepted the orchid, admiring it and appreciating its auspicious symbolism, but he did not break it apart. Instead, he cherished it, placing it delicately on the small tray beside him. The small table, though seemingly only a foot in width and length, radiates a warm, soft hue, its contours exquisite and elegant, exuding a subtle yet noble charm. The tray atop it, predominantly adorned in shades of green, features bamboo leaves and ink chrysanthemums that appear to dance without a breeze. The petals of the ink chrysanthemums lazily and shyly unfurl, while the bamboo leaves sway gently, creating an enchanting scene as the delicate porcelain tray seems to come alive in a graceful ballet. The two couplet fruits, reminiscent of vibrant crimson blood, flourish within the tray, complementing the jade-green porcelain, as if they were a fleetingly beautiful painting brought to life with the recent arrival of the young prince at the ranch. The couple, Lan Jing and his wife, have truly devoted their hearts and efforts to their tasks. Consequently, the diligent steward, Si Jinyao, alongside steward Lu from the prince's residence, generously bestowed upon them an abundance of gold, silver, porcelain, and precious gems, not to mention a considerable amount of silk and brocade. As a result, the Lan family found themselves in a more prosperous position, with Chu Lian and Lan Qimian embarking on the creation of many exquisite garments that are currently in vogue in the Central Plains. Chu Lian, having a keen interest in these items, selectively adorned herself with elegant, subtle, and beautiful outfits, transforming the already enhanced tent of the Lan family into a space that exudes understated luxury and grandeur. In a moment of wonder, Lan Qimian was momentarily captivated by the stunning view of the jade plate adorned with entwined red fruits. Let us not separate them. May this couple of orchids remain together, Lan Jing gently remarked, his gaze fixed tenderly on Chu Lian. Thus, the meal unfolded in a warm and gentle atmosphere, filled with laughter and conversation, lasting nearly an hour. Once the meal concluded, Xiao Yu had long been waiting outside the tent. As Chu Lian continued to savor the delicate pastries and sweet fruits, she felt grateful for the coolness of the prairie, which allowed her to indulge without concern for her figure. Today, she was not clad in her usual work attire, but rather wore an elegant long dress made of moonlight white and pale purple silk, with the hem and cuffs elegantly trimmed. The cuffs were intricately embroidered with light yellow patterns, harmonizing perfectly with Lan Qimian's pale yellow attire. Completing her look was a simple black brocade outer garment, adorned with large clusters of purple flowers at the hem. Though her complexion was not alabaster, the rosy flush on her cheeks, a result of the prairie climate, added a touch of elegance to her appearance. The reason for Chu Lian's elaborate attire today was not only due to the recent influx of fine garments gifted to them, but also because it marked the 15th anniversary of her acquaintance with Lan Jing. They chose not to inform Lan Qimian of this special occasion, yet the presence of such a lovely companion made their celebration all the more joyful and fulfilling. Noticing Xiao Yu's entrance, Chu Lian casually offered her a piece of pastry. Xiao Yu, beaming with joy, carefully accepted the treat with both hands, wrapping it delicately in a cloth before placing it in her bosom. She refrained from mentioning that she had already tasted the sweetness of the fruit with Lan Qimian, as receiving a gift from her mistress was an exquisite honor. After expressing her gratitude with a bow, Xiao Yu knelt and said, "Madam, I have something to report." Recognizing the formality of Xiao Yu's approach, Chu Lian anticipated that it might pertain to an incident involving Lan Qimian during her time at school or on her way home. "Madam, on the way back from school today, I neglected my duty and did not keep a watchful eye on the young lady, allowing her to climb a tree to pick fruit, which nearly caused her to fall. I humbly request your punishment." Chu Lian responded, "Ah, I have already heard from Qimian about this. The tree is not very tall, and she did not fall. However, such behavior must not happen again. We shall overlook this incident this time. But please be more vigilant in the future. It's all right. You may rise." Xiao Yu cast a grateful glance at Lan Qimian, who mischievously blinked in response, casually taking a small bite of a pastry. However, Xiao Yu remained seated, bowing once more. "My lady, today Miss climbed a tree and accidentally fell. It was not I who caught her. I am deeply ashamed." With that, Xiao Yu bowed again and continued, "The young lady was caught by the esteemed Ling Xingyue, the young prince of the academy. I have been pondering privately that since the young prince is the master of our estate and has bestowed upon us such great favor, I dare not neglect to show my gratitude. Might I inquire, dear mistress, whether we ought to pay a visit to the young prince's residence to express our appreciation?" Upon hearing this, Chu Lian and Lan Jing were both taken aback. Particularly, Lan Jing hurried out from behind the screen, prompting Xiao Yu to elaborate. For, at the moment when the young prince caught Lan Qimian, he had been facing away from her. Moreover, due to her overwhelming fright, she had been oblivious to whether it was indeed the young prince who had shielded Lan Qimian's head from injury by holding her tightly, or if it was for some other reason. Thus, she had not mentioned anything that seemed slightly amiss. Furthermore, since the young lady had not brought it up, she felt no need to do so either. Nevertheless, the significant matter of the prince saving her life was something Xiao Yu dared not conceal. After listening, Lan Jing bid Xiao Yu to rise, praising her meticulous thoughts and her unwavering concern for her mistress. He then offered a few words of advice before allowing Xiao Yu to take her leave. The three individuals in the room fell into a moment of silence, which was broken by Lan Qimian. "Mother, I did not mention this matter because he did not ask for my thanks." And Lan Qimian's voice trailed off, leaving her subsequent thoughts unspoken. In truth, she wished to convey that the esteemed Ling Xingyue was nothing but a rogue, and she had no desire to visit his residence to express gratitude. Besides, she had already uttered her thanks at that moment. However, she believed that articulating this would only serve to burden her father and mother with unnecessary worry. Moreover, for reasons unknown, Lan Qimian felt that Ling Xingyue did not seem to harbor any ill intentions. Thus, she found herself at a loss for words, uncertain how to articulate her current thoughts and opinions. Lan Jing and Chu Lian, not perceiving the nuance in Lan Qimian's tone, assumed she had simply forgotten the incident. After all, it had only been half a year since Lan Qimian had regained her wits, and given her prolonged amnesia, it was entirely normal for her to occasionally forget things. Quickly, Lan Jing reached out to gently pat Lan Qimian's head, saying, "Qimian, you must be cautious in the future. If you were to fall again, even if it wouldn't endanger your life, injuring your leg would still be a grave matter." Lan Qimian nodded solemnly. Subsequently, Lan Jing and Chu Lian swiftly agreed that the following day, they would bring gifts and accompany Qimian to visit the residence of Ling Xingyue to express their gratitude for his timely rescue. Chapter 29. The Lan family visits the prince's residence. Part 2. A reunion with Xingyue Qimian the next day happened to coincide with a holiday for the students, who were all jubilant over this rare day off. Some had already resolved to take a leisurely ride on horseback. Others intended to venture into the county town to procure silk and brocade, as well as cosmetics, while yet others called upon friends to spend the day in merriment. Only Ling Xingyue remained immersed in the tumultuous emotions of joy and concern at the prospect of encountering that girl once more. Through yesterday's events, it appeared that the girl, now known as Lan Keeman, seemed to have little recollection of her past life before the crossing. During their brief time together in the academy, one would expect Ling Xingyue to have noticed the unique essence of the spirit bamboo that permeated Lan Keeman, a quality that set her apart. While it was conceivable that other girls might share a similar aura of spirit bamboo, the singular essence of the spirit cat, which belonged solely to him, could not be mistaken. Having cultivated the powers of the spirit bamboo for nearly a century, he had long been infused with the harmonious essence of both spirit bamboo and spirit cat. Thus, when he willingly enveloped that girl in his spiritual energy, he realized that he could never bear to part from her for the rest of his life. Consequently, wherever that girl's aura lingered, he could effortlessly locate her within a radius of several dozen miles. Later, after merging with the spirit bamboo, his powers surged, enabling him to seek her even across several hundred miles without difficulty. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that he and the girl were practically neighbors within the academy, separated by less than 3 feet, and he had failed to recognize that Lan Keeman was indeed the girl imbued with the fragrance of spirit cat grass. The very girl he almost consumed as mere cat grass was the one he cherished deeply, the one whose radiant smile lingered in his thoughts. Thus, Ling Xingyue was certain that Lan Keeman had been sealed by some force, whether a spell or simply the loss of memory due to the time-space crossing. Despite the turmoil stirred within him by this reunion, he worried that Lan Keeman might not remember him. Ling Xingyue, or even the spirit cat, Xiaohui, the previous night, he could not find rest. Even the cat clan's penchant for slumber could not quell his restless spirit in light of this encounter. To his further surprise, early the next morning, a servant arrived at his door bearing a visiting card. The card was inscribed by Lan Jing himself. Yesterday, my daughter Lan Keeman suffered a fall from a tree. And thanks to the prince's selfless rescue, Lan Jing, accompanied by my humble wife Chu Lian, will pay a visit to the prince's residence today at noon to express our profound gratitude. Upon reading this, Ling Xingyue sprang to his feet, donning his dark robe, his usually impassive visage suddenly transforming into an expression of anxious delight. Lan Keeman was coming. Outside the Lan residence, a carriage with soft curtains was prepared, and the coachman had diligently positioned the footstool at the carriage's entrance, awaiting the mistress and young lady's graceful arrival. After a brief moment, Lan Jing was seen approaching steadily, clad in a somewhat worn yet tidy black robe. His face exuded warmth, though the thick sideburns betrayed hints of the weariness of age. It seemed that the harsh winds and blazing sun of the grasslands had left their mark on this middle-aged man, imparting him with a touch of the ruggedness characteristic of men from the plains. The servant hurriedly stepped forward to present a fine steed, fully saddled and prepared for the journey in the next moment. One could see Lan Keeman entwining her arm with Chu Lian's, whispering sweetly as they approached leisurely. Her slender waist was adorned with a purple belt interwoven with emerald threads, truly delicate to the touch. Her lustrous black hair was tied with a light purple ribbon, with a few elegant strands gracefully cascading over her shoulders, accentuating her creamy complexion. That a purple crystal necklace around her neck further highlighted her exquisite collarbone. Though her face bore no trace of cosmetics, she appeared all the more fresh and enchanting. In contrast, Chu Lian had not changed her attire, still clad in the delicate garments from the day prior. Now merely complemented by a jade-colored soft satin outer robe threaded with silver, Lan Jing handed the reins to a servant, personally assisting the elegantly dressed Chu Lian and Keeman into the carriage draped in soft curtains. Being naturally meticulous, Chu Lian felt that visiting the prince, especially to express gratitude, warranted a splendid appearance to demonstrate sincerity. Given that the two locations were not particularly distant, they arrived at the gates of Ling Mansion before noon. From afar, Lan Jing spotted figures by the princess gate. Assuming they were servants awaiting their arrival, that he promptly dismounted, leading the horse forward with steady steps to show respect as the carriage approached the entrance. It became apparent that the figure standing there was none other than the prince himself, Ling Xingyue. Lan Keeman gently assisted her maid, Xiaoyu, down from the carriage, and the sight that met her eyes was the eagerly awaiting Ling Xingyue. Leaving her momentarily stunned, Ling Xingyue had exchanged his usual dark robe for a long coat of soft jade hue, adorned with intricate green bamboo leaf patterns, cinched at the waist with a broad cerulean belt. His raven black hair was styled up, embellished with a delicate green jade crown. Noticing his tall and graceful stature, coupled with the jade attire that seemed to harmonize with her own, Lan Keeman felt a rush of warmth. Her cheeks flushing and her heart racing. Lan Jing led Chu Lian and Lan Qimen in a respectful greeting to Ling Xingyue, while also instructing the servant to present the gift box they had brought to the prince's steward, Lu Guanshi. From the moment Lan Qimen disembarked, Ling Xingyue's gaze remained fixated on her face, an intensity so palpable that even the rough-hewn Lan Jing sensed it, stirring a sense of urgency within him. Chu Lian bore a worried expression, yet dared not reveal it, following Lan Qimen closely as they entered the prince's residence, built specifically for such occasions. As Lan Jing expressed his gratitude, followed by Chu Lian's reiteration of thanks. Ling Xingyue repeatedly responded with, "It's nothing. No need for such formality." Moreover, his occasional inquiries regarding Lan Qimen made the hours slip away, unknowingly leading them to lunchtime. Lan Jing hastily rose to take his leave, with Chu Lian also bowing in farewell. However, Ling Xingyue insisted that Lan Jing's family remain for lunch, stating earnestly, "Manager Lan, I am still young and unfamiliar with many matters concerning the ranch that I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Furthermore, as Qimen and I are classmates, I wish to engage more with her on our studies. I hope you, Madam Chu, and Sister Qimen can join me for a meal, so we may discuss further." Chapter 30. The Blue Family's Visit to the Prince's Mansion, Part 3. Ling Xingyue fervently expressed his feelings, and the combination of his cultured demeanor and refined appearance compelled the Blue couple to remain. Simultaneously, they pondered, could it be that the previous rumors were mere fabrications? This young prince indeed appeared to be exceedingly cultured and dignified. However, when he laid eyes on Manor, his gaze was fervent, radiating an unmistakable sincerity and affection that seemed far from feigned. Could it be that in just a few short days, Manor had captured the young prince's heart? Chu Lian's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. At the dining table, Ling Xingyue occupied the main seat, with the Blue couple to his left and Lan Qimen to his right. Beside them sat the wife of Steward Lu, who had also come to accompany them. The dishes on the table were exquisitely prepared, yet one particular item appeared to be unfamiliar to the Blue family. It was presented on a jade green plate, featuring 2 layers of fluffy baked flatbreads adorned with fragrant white sesame seeds. Nestled in the center was a piece of beef patty, complemented by several broad, verdant leaves that added a touch of elegance, albeit there was only a single serving, placed prominently in the center of the table. It signified its importance. Before the Blue couple could utter a word, Lan Qimen let out a giggle and remarked, "Mother, this dish looks remarkably similar to the Kentucky Fried Chicken I once dreamt of." Chu Lian was aware of Qimen's fondness for sleep and her propensity for dreaming, so she thought little of it, merely considering Qimen's comment rather reckless, fearing it might provoke the prince's ire. Blue Jing, being a man of few words, merely smiled faintly at the remark. Yet, they soon noticed the young prince, Ling Xingyue, whose expression transformed into one of uncontainable joy, his whole being trembling with excitement. Although he quickly regained his composure, his countenance softened further, and adorned in his jade-colored attire, he appeared even more handsome. Steward Lu's wife and the attending servants were privy to the events that transpired at the family banquet a year prior. At that time, Ling Xingyue had declared, "Whoever can name this dish shall marry me, regardless of rank, be it a noble lady, a maidservant, or even a lowly servant." Mrs. Lu silently mused. It seems that this young lady, Lan Qimen, has indeed named the dish correctly. However, she could not fathom why the young prince placed such significance on it. Ling Xingyue was deeply shaken. He gazed at the silent Blue couple, realizing that revealing the truth at this moment would be ill-timed. Moreover, it appeared that Manor had indeed lost part of her memory, recalling only fragments of past events, mistaking them for dreams. He made a concerted effort to calm himself, becoming even more attentive to Lan Qimen's dining experience. He personally served her favorite grilled lamb chops and cut a piece of the so-called Kentucky Fried Chicken to place on her plate. Ling Xingyue was aware of Lan Qimen's preferences through overheard conversations between Sidu and Lung Man, as well as from the joyful meals he had shared with the former Lan Qimen. After their meal, as the afternoon drew near, Ling Xingyue enthusiastically invited the Blue couple to stroll through the mansion's gardens, proclaiming them to be exceptionally elegant and beautiful. It was mentioned that tea sets had been arranged beside the only 2 verdant bamboos in the garden, with the hope of sharing tea and conversation with the Lan family. The tea was of exquisite quality, and the bamboos were a rare sight on the grasslands. The Lan couple had already discerned Ling Xingyue's intentions, yet they felt compelled to accompany him. Thus, at Ling Xingyue's earnest invitation, they strolled through the garden together. Ling Xingyue waved his hand, signaling the servants to withdraw, and then personally guided the Lan couple, Lan Qimen and Lan Jing, to the designated area within the garden. Upon reaching the two strikingly rare bamboos, Ling Xingyue extended his hand, inviting the Lan couple and Lan Qimen to sit and enjoy tea. Just then, Si Jinyao sent a messenger to summon the Lan couple, stating that there was an urgent matter to discuss at the Si residence, and they must not delay. Lan Jing and Chu Lian exchanged glances at the tea-drinking Lan Qimen, yet before they could speak, Ling Xingyue interjected, "You may go swiftly. It seems that Steward Si truly has pressing matters to confer with you." In the face of the prince's command and Steward Si's urgency, the Lan couple had no choice but to exchange a glance of silent reassurance with Qimen before hastily departing. Ling Xingyue, personally arranging the delicate jade porcelain bamboo leaf tea bowls, remarked nonchalantly, "Speaking of which, these two exquisite bamboos were brought here from 1,000 miles away by Miss Long. They are notoriously difficult to nurture. Yet fortunately, I possess a few methods to care for them, which has allowed them to thrive." Lan Qimen, seated at Ling Xingyue's right, felt an inexplicable familiarity and warmth towards the two bamboos. "Where was your wife, Lady Long, during our meal?" she inquired, sipping the fragrant tea and following Ling Xingyue's lead. "Miss Lung's full name is Lung Qingqiu. Before the emperor arranged our marriage, I used to call her sister-in-law. That day, overwhelmed by my own turmoil, I consumed a few cups of wine, which led to unfortunate events. However, I, Ling Xingyue, swear to heaven that I have done nothing to Miss Long. The specifics are not suitable for discussion at this moment. Yet I can assure you that the one I love in my heart is not her, and the one I have always held dear is also not her. How could I possibly act against her? You might think I am speaking thus to obscure my misdeeds, but I implore you to believe me. One day, I shall have her come and explain it to you herself." Upon hearing this, Lan Qimen became flustered. What was this? A veiled confession? In her nervousness, she began to cough uncontrollably, her smiling face turning crimson. Not far off, two maidservants tasked with caring for the bamboos hurried over at her call, ready to assist in easing her cough. Ling Xingyue's face flushed as well, realizing how easily emotions could be stirred. He anxiously watched as Lan Qimen gradually calmed her cough, quickly offering her a piece of fresh fruit to soothe her. Gazing at the fruit, Lan Qimen could hardly ignore Ling Xingyue's sincerity and fervor. Yet, memories of the previous day resurfaced, igniting a mix of embarrassment and anger within her. She stood abruptly, exclaiming, "Do you take me for a frivolous woman? How dare you speak so directly to me? Yesterday, you disrespected me, and today you bring this up?" With that, Lan Qimen made to leave. In a moment of panic, Ling Xingyue found herself at a loss whenever she encountered this woman. To make matters worse, she was either receiving slaps or enduring scoldings. Chapter 31. A visit to the Wang Ye's mansion by the Lan family. Part 4. An unexpected encounter with Lung Qingqiu. Ling Xingyue grasped the delicate wrist of Lan Qimen, who was about to rise and flee. With urgency, Lan Qimen, filled with a mix of shame and anger, summoned all her strength and speed to stand. However, as Ling Xingyue, in her haste, pulled her back, Lan Qimen lost her balance just as she had taken a step forward and began to topple toward the intricately carved stone table where tea was being served. Just as Lan Qimen's waist was about to collide with the table, Ling Xingyue, disregarding the scalding tea, threw herself onto the pile of teacups and teapots without a moment's thought. The force of her action shattered several pieces of porcelain. The sharp shards embedded themselves into Ling Xingyue's side and lower back. Yet, her hands firmly cradled Lan Qimen's delicate head and slender waist, preventing her from falling. Lan Qimen, momentarily stunned, thought she would surely suffer a painful impact against the carved stone table. Not to mention the likelihood of her delicate face hitting the hot teacups and teapot. However, closing her eyes, she felt no pain from the fall. Instead, a warm and strong hand supported her head, while another hand securely held her fragile waist. In an instant, Lan Qimen pressed her hand against her forehead in discomfort, while Ling Xingyue swiftly removed the hand that had been cradling Lan Qimen's head and placed it upon her forehead at the moment of their collision, anxiously inquiring, "Manner, did I hurt you? Let me see." As she spoke, she rose to her feet, her other hand shifting from her side to gently encircle Lan Qimen's slender waist, pulling her closer to inspect for any injuries on her forehead. Flustered and embarrassed, Lan Qimen forcefully brushed aside Ling Xingyue's hand and broke free from her embrace, turning to flee with her cheeks flushed like a blooming flower. Observing the charming little creature stumble away, Ling Xingyue couldn't help but chuckle softly. Rather than pursue her, he promptly instructed his maid to follow, commanding. After issuing his orders with a smile, Ling Xingyue chose not to chase after her, not out of shyness, but to conceal the bleeding wounds on his back from Lan Qimen's sight. He could distinctly feel a shard embedded deeply in his lower back. If he were to forcefully pursue her, it would undoubtedly lead to severe bleeding, staining the jade-colored garments he had donned expressly for their meeting. He wished to keep the fact of his injuries sustained while saving her from her knowledge, for he had not acted for her gratitude, nor did he wish to add to her worries. Meanwhile, Lan Qimen hastily wandered, only to realize she had inadvertently arrived at a guest room, with a robust wax plum tree nearby. Seemingly not the exit she sought, I've become lost in the prince's manor. Leaning against the ancient wax plum tree to collect her thoughts and catch her breath, she was suddenly startled by a cold voice tinged with annoyance that emerged from behind the tree. Are you the woman whom the prince risked his life to save yesterday? The unexpected question startled Lan Qimen, who quickly detached herself from the tree and turned around. There stood a graceful woman, elegantly poised beneath the wax plum tree, clad in a flowing gown of pale green adorned with subtle plum blossom motifs. Her hair, gathered with a golden butterfly ribbon, was casually tied back, and a delicate pink crystal butterfly graced her forehead. Emanating a soft glow, with lightly arched brows and a striking visage, she exuded an air of beauty. Adorning her wrists were exquisite white jade bangles, and her feet were clad in gilded shoes embellished with luminous gems. Her cold gaze was reminiscent of a pale butterfly lost in the darkness, evoking a sense of distant melancholy, accentuated by her attire of gold and jade, which bore an icy elegance. The woman remained silent, scrutinizing the captivating beauty of Lan Qimen, who resembled a celestial fairy. For reasons unknown, Lan Qimen instinctively recognized that this woman must surely be Ling Xingyue's secondary wife, Lung Qingqiu. Moreover, the slight age difference confirmed her suspicion, as Lan Qimen had once overheard her mother mention that Lung Qingqiu was around 20, perhaps a year or two older. Suddenly recalling Ling Xingyue's fervent confession moments prior, Lan Qimen felt a surge of guilt and stammered. I am the girl saved by your prince. My name is Lan Qimen. You must be Lady Lung Qingqiu. Am I correct? I did not catch a glimpse of you during lunch earlier, Lady Lung. Upon hearing Lan Qimen refer to her as Lady Lung, Lung Qingqiu's icy demeanor became even more frigid. Was it the prince who instructed you to address me in such a manner? I would kindly ask you to refer to me as Lady Ling from now on. Chapter 32. Qimen's soft plea to the young Master Sithu transformed into a fool. Lan Qimen was taken aback by Lung Qingqiu's sudden fury, rendered momentarily speechless. However, being quite astute, Lan Qimen quickly diverted the conversation. Lady Ling, the jewelry you adorn is truly opulent and resplendent. Were they all gifts from the prince? Indeed, I was never particularly fond of such jewels and silks. Yet I could not resist the prince's daily offerings prior to our marriage, which accumulated into quite a collection. He delights in presenting me with exquisite gems and loves to see me wear them. Thus, I gradually grew fond of them as well. Lung Qingqiu seemed to recount, almost inadvertently, the affection Ling Xingyue lavished upon her. Lan Qimen listened with a smile, yet inexplicably, a sense of discomfort stirred within the deepest recesses of her heart. Nevertheless, she swiftly cast these feelings aside, her thoughts fixated on this Ling Xingyue, the prince. He ardently loves his concubine while showering her with gold, silver, and jewels, all the while uttering shameless declarations to me. Truly he is nothing but a rogue, blinded by lust. Humph. Lung Qingqiu observed the subtle shifts in Lan Qimen's expression with keen scrutiny and continued, By the way, you are Lan Qimen. I shall henceforth refer to you as Sister Qimen. As the prince does, you may call me Sister Ling. I have a delectable soup made from the finest blood swallow that the prince once bestowed upon me. Do come and taste a bowl. Most young girls have a penchant for sweet treats. Do you share this fondness? When she mentioned the prince's previous gifts, the icy facade on her face appeared to soften just a fraction. Lan Qimen felt a deeper sense of discomfort welling up within her heart, prompting her to bid a somewhat stiff yet polite farewell to Lady Ling before taking her leave. That night, it was undeniable that Lan Qimen found herself once again grappling with insomnia. Unable to find restful slumber till the break of dawn the following day, she unusually rose from her bed, and with the attentive assistance of her maid, Xiaoyu, she swiftly washed and dressed before setting off to the Sijia Academy. Upon entering the classroom, Lan Qimen noticed that both her desk and the one beside Ling Xingyue were empty, and she let out a long sigh of relief. She quickly took her seat in the front row at Sithu's designated spot, anxiously awaiting the arrival of Sithu, Ling Xingyue, and the scholarly students. Lan Qimian meticulously rehearsed in her mind the explanations she had carefully formulated the previous night. Convinced she had left nothing out, with her mind at ease, she prepared her writing implements and other necessities as anticipated. Sithu, the earnest and refined child, arrived at the academy early, and upon seeing Lan Qimian seated at his desk, his eyes brightened, sparkling with delight. "Sister Mnr, what brings you here so early today? Have you forsaken your slothful ways, little lazy cat?" With a radiant smile, Sithu stood beside Lankman, gently inquiring about her well-being. Simultaneously, a sudden desire surged within him to tenderly caress Lankman's hair. Just as Sithu reached out, Lankman swiftly grasped his elegant yet warm hand with both of hers. "Sithu Gij, I have a favor to ask of you. Only you can assist me," Lankman exclaimed, shaking the very hand that had yearned to touch her soft tresses. Sithu gazed, mesmerized, at Lankman's charmingly adorable and breathtakingly beautiful face, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, yes. What is it?" "Whatever you need. If I can help, I shall certainly do so. I wish to switch seats with you. I am not particularly fond of my current position that it is rather dark at the back, and without a window. I find it difficult to read or write clearly. Doesn't your home have an abundance of luminous pearls? They emit a gentle, radiant glow, resembling the soft and warm light of 1,000 stars. Soothing to the eyes. Perhaps you could persuade your father to lend you one, and then you could sit at the back. Would that be all right?" Lankman hurriedly articulated her carefully considered reasoning, which she herself found somewhat absurd. Yet she felt utterly helpless. After all, she could not possibly admit that her concern stemmed from that lecherous fellow, Ling Xingyue. This moment, Sithu, with Lankman's hand firmly clasped in his, was devoid of any critical judgment or reasoning. He merely repeated, "Of course, no problem at all, manner." Upon uttering these words, Sithu promptly relocated his book bag to Lankman's original seat without immediately organizing his belongings. Instead, he stepped back in front of Lankman. Gazing into her eyes, he asked, "Manner, what about your eyes? Do you feel any discomfort now? Are you able to see clearly?" Seeing the sincerity etched upon Sithu's face, along with his genuine concern, Lankman felt a twinge of embarrassment. She quickly tugged at his arm and playfully replied, "Sithu Gij, there is no need for concern. Look into my eyes. They are perfectly fine. I can see clearly." As she spoke, she tilted her head back to meet his gaze. Allowing Sithu to inspect her eyes, which remained as clear as ever, Sithu admired Lankman's exquisitely elegant face, her lashes so distinct that he could count them, and her delicate rosy lips that continued to pout and inquire sweetly. An overwhelming surge of affection welled up within him. The usually composed Sithu's cheeks flushed crimson, his heart racing like a drummed at that moment. He resembled the childhood nickname bestowed upon Lankman, Lan Dai. To be precise, it would be more accurate to call him Si Dai now. Just as their delightful exchange continued, Professor Zhuang cleared his throat as he approached the podium, with a displeased expression. He remarked, "Professor Zhuang is somewhat traditional in matters of social conduct, and particularly disapproves of students rearranging their seats. If today you get along with him and sit together, what of tomorrow when you become friendly with another? Only to switch seats once more? What a chaotic scene, utterly lacking in decorum. This is not a mere child's play, hence in Master Zhuang's classroom, the notion of frequently changing seats is virtually non-existent. Any rare adjustments are made only out of necessity. Yet, this very matter vexes Master Zhuang immensely, as he seems to harbor no interest, nor any patience, for anything beyond diligent study. Master, I wish to swap seats with Brother Sithu." "And he has graciously agreed," replied Lan Qimian in a subdued tone, noticing the displeasure on the scholar's face. Sithu, observing Lan Qimian's cautious demeanor, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Chapter 33. A reunion in the classroom. Qimian and Xingyue engage in earnest conversation upon seeing Sithu rise to speak. Master Zhuang discerned his intention to plead on behalf of Lan Qimian. He suppressed the bow of respect from Sithu, denying him the opportunity to explain, and resolutely declared, "I shall soon assess the two of you regarding your comprehension of the previous lesson. The matter of seating is no longer up for discussion." Sithu gently organized Qimian's writing implements and textbooks while soothingly whispering to her, "Do not worry." Instantly, Qimian felt a surge of anxiety, forcing her to return to her designated seat. her delicate fingers nervously squeezing the purple sandalwood brush in her grasp. This moment, Keeman's long-standing affliction resurfaced, whether it was forgetting characters, failing to recite the poems her mother taught her, or struggling to comprehend the lesson. Her tension manifested in the relentless squeezing of the brush. Whenever she felt nervous, it was not until the adjacent desk shifted slightly due to a touch that she feigned calmness and gently placed the nearly crushed purple brush on the table. However, her nerves betrayed her, and as she set the brush down, it rolled away, clattering to the floor near Ling Xingyue's feet, halting its unwelcome journey. Keeman dared not turn her head, resolutely focusing her gaze on the textbook before her, as if the brush had never moved or fallen, let alone to such an inappropriate location. Anxiety gripped her anew, causing her to grasp another brush and squeeze it tightly. "Good morning, Sister Keeman," a gentle, melodious voice, soft yet magnetic, resonated. Keeman slowly turned her head to find that it was him, Ling Xingyue. Engaging her in conversation that he exuded a refined politeness, his demeanor almost eclipsing that of Brother Sidhu. His eyes, clear and profound as ever, now sparkled with the brilliance of distant stars. "I am Ling Xingyue," he stated, holding the purple brush that had fallen to the ground. "I have not had the chance to formally introduce myself until now. Let this occasion mark our proper acquaintance. In our previous encounters, our interactions have hardly been harmonious, whether I was busy rescuing you, provoking your ire, or being on the receiving end of punishment." Yes, she spoke. Ling Xingyue suddenly offered a faint smile, radiant like 1,000 stars in the night sky. Lan Keeman felt a slight constriction in her heart and hurriedly reached out to take the pen. However, Ling Xingyue did not immediately release his grip on the pen. Instead, he held it at both ends alongside Lan Keeman, his enchanting gaze fixated on her as he gently remarked, "Next time, do not grip the pen so tightly. Your fingers will ache." Nevertheless, he intentionally seated himself at a corner of the desk, a considerable distance from Lan Keeman, and began to attentively focus on the lecture. Though Ling Xingyue found himself irresistibly drawn to the ethereal aura that seemed to emanate from Lan Keeman, reminiscent of cold dew and spiritual bamboo, he was equally captivated by the subtle scent of catnip that lingered about her. Especially when he was not emotionally stirred, the fragrance of catnip became increasingly difficult to resist. Hence, Ling Xingyue endeavored to maintain a slight distance from this temptation whenever he needed to concentrate on his studies. Yet, his heart was resolute. Come what may, he would seek to discover the source of the catnip scent that clung to Lan Keeman. Even if he ultimately failed to eliminate it, Ling Xingyue would not waver in his affections. He would simply adapt to it, for what harm was there in a hint of catnip fragrance? With his mind set, he subtly shifted a fraction closer to Lan Keeman's seat. However, she awkwardly edged away in the opposite direction. Thus, Lan Keeman stubbornly refused to engage in conversation with Ling Xingyue, avoiding his gaze and even repositioning her seat further from him. Yet, Ling Xingyue appeared unfazed, frequently stealing glances at her under the pretense of studying the lecture, his eyes unwaveringly fixed upon her. Each time Lan Keeman felt the warmth of his intense gaze, she would surreptitiously glance sideways, only to be met with Ling Xingyue's exquisitely gentle, yet undeniably alluring smile. Given his profound mastery of the arts, why did he not simply approach the emperor in the capital? Reflecting on the day he had swiftly rescued her, it seemed he surpassed the Taoists maintained by the emperor in both agility and prowess. Thus, the class swiftly passed in the blink of an eye. Lan Keeman could not help but feel vexed at her own lack of diligence. She had once again failed to fully engage with Mr. Zhuang's teachings, feeling a deep sense of shame. His hands, remarkably graceful and exceptionally swift, meticulously organized her writing utensils and papers with precision and cleanliness. Ling Xingyue gazed warmly at Lan Keeman's beaming countenance and gently lifted her book box into his hands. Despite his remarkable speed, he did not lose an ounce of elegance. Even as he swiftly arranged and lifted their book boxes, to Lan Keeman's eyes, he retained every bit of his handsome demeanor. Lan Keeman stared in a daze at the scene unfolding before her. When did I ever invite him to assist me with my book box? When did I agree to walk with him? She thought indignantly. Due to Ling Xingyue's swiftness, by the time he had organized both their book boxes and lifted them, Sito had just finished tidying his own and was leisurely approaching to help Lan Keeman with her belongings. Lan Keeman initially thought it prudent not to firmly refuse Ling Xingyue, given his status as a prince. However, upon seeing his air of entitlement, she felt a surge of indignation. What does he think? Just because he is a prince, Can he simply choose to be with whomever he pleases and declare his feelings at whim? With a swift motion, she seized her bookbox and strode towards Situ, saying as she walked, "Situ Gij, I have already tidied up. You need not come over. Please retrieve your own bookbox, and we shall meet at the entrance." Without casting another glance at Ling Xingyue, who stood there in a daze, she hurried to the door. As Situ departed, he bid farewell to the scholar with a respectful bow before making his way towards the entrance where Lan Qimian awaited. Ling Xingyue stood there, momentarily stunned, watching as Lan Qimian and Situ conversed and laughed together. Though their figures disappeared through the doorway, Ling Xingyue's keen feline hearing caught every word of their exchange. "Man, what was that young prince doing with your bookbox earlier? I believe I saw him standing at your desk, holding it in his hands. What transpired between you two?" Situ inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Then came Lan Qimian's melodious voice. "He didn't say anything to you, did he? Did he bully you? Or utter something inappropriate?" A hint of anxiety tinged Situ's voice. Ling Xingyue clenched his fists. "What bullying? What impropriety? That girl even claimed I merely thought her bookbox was in the way. The prince, he didn't say anything to me, nor did he bully me. What are you worrying about? Situ Gij, with you here to protect me, I fear nothing." Man adores spending time with Situ Gij. Desiring to divert the conversation away from that individual, Lan Qimian quickly adopted a sweet tone. Indeed, Situ immediately took her delicate hand, gently leading her towards the door. Lost in thought, Ling Xingyue listened to their intimate banter, his throat sweetening and his mind growing hazy, his feet feeling heavy, reluctant to move. However, the scholar was already urging him on, and he had no choice but to slowly exit the classroom, his thoughts swirling as he approached the entrance to await his royal carriage. When he reached the great tree beneath which he had saved Lan Qimian, Ling Xingyue leaped up to the highest branch. He reclined there, leaning against the curve of the tree, plucking a wild fruit but not consuming it. He simply held it to his chest, watching the dappled sunlight dance through the leaves before him. Were those two fruits, which he had clutched tightly while falling from the tree, truly so delectable? Or was there a deeper meaning behind her fervent grasp? Ling Xingyue pondered silently, lying on the highest bough. Surrounded by deep crimson fruits, he plucked a pair of entwined double blossoms and thoughtfully tucked them into his chest. That a pang of sorrow struck him as he recalled Lan Qimian's rejection. Despite his awareness that Lan Qimian had forgotten their past, and the fact that she remained oblivious to his true identity as the spirit cat Xiao Hui, he found himself engulfed in a profound sorrow, his heart weighed down by a heavy gloom. Especially when he observed the intimate camaraderie between Lan Qimian and Situ, his discomfort morphed into a simmering anger, a yearning to confront that young man. However, he understood that such an action would irrevocably alienate Lan Qimian, for Situ was her beloved older brother with whom she cherished her time. Contemplating this, Ling Xingyue felt a deep ache within him. He was at a loss as to how he could ever be with that girl again. Their past interactions had been filled with such exquisite joy, where he could nestle in her embrace, touch her delicate ears with his paw, and even kiss her cherubic face. Now, however, she forbade him from touching her in any manner, not even allowing him to carry her bookbox. Ling Xingyue, lost in his melancholic thoughts, felt a frost gather in his profound gaze, lingering without dispersing. Lan Qimian had affections for Situ. Upon finally accepting this painful truth, his expression became distant, his brows furrowing slightly, his eyes reflecting a deep sorrow, as if he were falling into despair in the face of harm from others. Ling Xingyue could retaliate without hesitation, for few could rival his prowess in this world. Yet against the pain inflicted by Lan Qimian, he found himself utterly powerless, devoid of any thought of retaliation. His mind was solely occupied with her gentle smile, her slender hands, her adorable face, and the longing to embrace her soft waist within his arms. He was uncertain whether it was the experience of being human that ignited such fervent emotions, or if his feelings had been deeply rooted even in his previous existence as a spirit cat. Rendering him helplessly ensnared, he yearned to be with her, to whisper sweet nothings, to nuzzle against her, to hold her close, and to bestow tender kisses. Chapter 35. Starry Moonlit Affections. 3 cups of wine down. It was only at this moment that Ling Xingyue comprehended the fervor, yearning, and exquisite pain of human affection, a beauty so irresistible and entrancing. The image of the girl, hand in hand with Situ, her soft words and charming visage, pierced his heart with anguish as twilight deepened and the sun dipped low. The branches upon which Ling Xingyue reclined began to sway gently with the cool evening breeze. Yet, The flames of desire within him burned ever hotter, refusing to be quelled. The longing to hold her close never left his mind. Continuously stirring his soul, Ling Xingyue grasped the intertwined couplet orchid, lying there in silence until the lanterns flickered to life, the moon and stars shining brightly above, with wisps of clouds drifting lazily. Although her essence still lingered faintly around the great tree where she had once rested, Ling Xingyue found himself tormented further by this reminder. Thus, he decided against remaining there any longer, gracefully leaping from the branch and, under the moonlight's silvery sheen, swiftly made his way towards the nearest town, Ming Dynasty. Upon arriving on the bustling streets of the county, he was suddenly approached by a strikingly beautiful woman from a nearby tavern, who, with an alluring grace, seized his arm and leaned in closely, exclaiming, "Heavens, where did such an exquisite person come from?" It was truly astonishing to all of us, sisters. Before Ling Xingyue could gather her thoughts, the woman had already playfully lifted her vibrant crimson skirt with her right hand, her fingers elegantly poised in an artful orchid shape. With her other hand, she attempted to link her arm with Ling Xingyue's, gently nudging him as she urged him upstairs. Ling Xingyue, however, coldly pinched the woman's embroidered sleeve with his fingers, effortlessly detaching her arm, then replied in a calm tone, "I am here solely to drink. Just to drink." The woman, unfazed, giggled sweetly and replied, "Very well, young master, whether you come only for a drink or simply to sit with us, we would be most delighted to welcome you." Ling Xingyue paid no heed to her sugary laughter. Striding into the lavish tavern, the patrons in the main hall were momentarily taken aback, unable to tear their eyes away, both envious and sighing in admiration. At the entrance stood a young man, tall and poised, his long hair cascading like ink upon his jade-white attire, merely restrained by a delicate ribbon that gathered the front locks at the back of his head. Most striking were his eyes, not only beautiful and sparkling like the stars in the night sky, but also exuding a subtle, enchanting, glass-like allure. Ling Xingyue, with a gentle grace, ascended to the second floor, selecting a quiet spot by the window to sit. He instructed the servant to bring a pot of a mortal's drunkenness, for exquisite small dishes, and a small plate of crispy fried fish, a long-standing favorite of his tea this moment. He yearned for a touch of comfort to alleviate the heavy gloom that weighed upon his heart. Ling Xingyue felt an impending explosion of emotions if he did not vent his feelings soon. The wild sorrow following such ecstatic joy was not something a newly awakened spirit cat could easily bear. He was acutely aware of his limits as a member of the spirit cat clan and usually reminded himself to refrain from indulging in alcohol, lest he reveal his true nature and inadvertently harm others, potentially exposing himself to unnecessary troubles and fears. Yet today, Ling Xingyue wished to savor the intoxication of wine. The last time he had drunk to excess, he had caused a great uproar, resulting in his forced retreat from the capital for reflection and an unwelcome marriage to Lung Qingqiu as a secondary consort. This time, he desired nothing more than to indulge in a single bout of drunkenness. He lifted the white porcelain bottle of a mortal's drunkenness, slowly filling the accompanying jade-green cup before him, the base of which bore the imprint of a blue lotus flower. As the wine soaked into the lotus, it shimmered alluringly, a testament to elegance. Ling Xingyue pondered deeply, recognizing the rarity of such exquisite items in a modest establishment. Little did he know, the innkeeper's wife, enamored by his ethereal presence, had gone to great lengths to present him with her finest treasures for his enjoyment. The innkeeper, feeling unworthy, refrained from showing herself, not daring to approach Ling Xingyue for even a word. She merely felt it was best for such a splendid individual to savor his drink alone at the most picturesque window seat. Ling Xingyue, well aware of his own limits, began to feel his vision blur and his mind cloud after just a couple of cups. Seizing the moment before the effects of the alcohol fully took hold, he resolved to seek out Lan Qimen. The warm stirrings of emotion, fueled by the wine, left him unable to wait even a moment longer. Ling Xingyue exited the tavern, suppressing his eagerness as he walked slowly until he reached the city gates. The vast grassland lay before him, deep and expansive, with only the dim stars above and a crescent moon casting its gentle glow. Ling Xingyue slipped out of the crowd's view, unleashing the swift agility of a spirit cat, following the cold, dewy scent with a fierce yet graceful determination towards the tent of Lan Qimen. Nearby, a fawn gently nestled against its mother, comfortably drifting into a light slumber. Suddenly awakened by a gust of wind, it caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, leaving behind a crisp aroma imbued with the fragrance of spirit bamboo. Intrigued by the scent of the bamboo leaves, the fawn licked its small lips before burrowing back into its mother's embrace, softly succumbing to sleep once more, only to dream of the delightful essence of herbs. What was originally a journey of 3 days for the carriage, Ling Xingyue, with remarkable speed, arrived swiftly outside Lan Qimian's tent. Even in the depths of night, the fragrant essence of cold, dewy spirit bamboo grew more intense in that vicinity. It seemed to softly emanate from Lan Qimian with each breath, enveloping Ling Xingyue's chest. Without uttering a sound, he quietly leaned against the outside of her tent like a cat, holding a bottle of Ruinyu Xianrenzue. Tilting his head to take a delicate sip, succumbing to the intoxication, he leaned back and fell into a peaceful slumber outside Lan Qimian's tent. After an undetermined passage of time, Ling Xingyue was stirred awake by Lan Qimian's soft murmurs. He opened his eyes to find the distant horizon already touched by the first hints of cool, pale light. Realizing that lingering too closely to Lan Qimian might attract unwanted attention and gossip, and render himself rather foolish, he cast a lingering glance at the tent. It seemed he could hear the faint, delicate rhythm of her breathing and envision the gentle rise and fall of her chest, intertwined with her delicate, white hands. With that, Ling Xingyue quietly stepped away. Chapter 36. Qimian's morning impressions at school. Xingyue's apology encounter. The atmosphere was crowded yet silent, as if everyone were waiting for something. A weight settled in Ling Xingyue's heart, leading him to believe something was amiss at the manner that he hurried forward, speaking before he even arrived. Lu Guanshi, what has happened? Is there a problem? He surveyed the crowd. Why are you all awake and gathered here? You have no idea where you've been. You've frightened us all. As they dared not take it upon themselves to report to the authorities, he added, after all, we are the officials. Losing you is a significant matter. You must not do this again. As he spoke, Lu Guanshi's eyes reddened, and the crowd collectively sighed in relief. Laughter mixed with tears ensued, for in this era, even a single tael of silver was a considerable sum. However, Lung Qingqiu was not among the crowd. Only a maid named Chuanxing sat despondently on a small chair by the door. Given that the royal manor currently lacked a legitimate lady, Lung Qingqiu was, in essence, the sole wife of the prince, albeit a secondary one. Thus her absence from the gathering was not unexpected. The head cook, Aunt Wang, after finishing her remarks, swiftly turned her slightly plump figure towards the kitchen. Ling Xingyue did not refuse, for he was still somewhat under the influence of alcohol. He was concerned that his slightly inebriated appearance might frighten the girl he was about to meet. And he also worried that the teacher might scold him upon seeing him in such a state. Ling Xingyue had no personal maid or servant. He preferred to keep others at a distance and detested any unwarranted physical contact. Thus, he typically relied on 2 individuals, a maid named Saiju and a skilled stable boy named Zhao Hao. Saiju, please prepare for me a silvery white satin robe. I shall change shortly. Zhao Hao, ensure that there is some hot water in the bathing room, as I wish to take a bath soon. Oh, and ready the carriage for tomorrow's trip to the academy. Additionally, the 2 on duty shall each receive 100 copper coins as a token for their rest. Ling Xingyue swiftly made his arrangements. Lu Guanshi, you may all disperse. Aside from those I have mentioned, let the others go and have their dinner. Be quick, for if we delay any longer, it will soon be breakfast time. It was rare for Ling Xingyue to speak so much in one day, and those around him felt that the slightly inebriated prince was far more loquacious than usual. After enjoying a meal, bathing, and changing into his pristine garments, dawn had arrived, signaling it was time to head to the academy. Once again, Ling Xingyue instructed the carriage to proceed independently to the entrance of Sijiao Academy. Leisurely departing without further words, Lan Qimian, having enjoyed a night of deep slumber, felt somewhat fatigued, especially after several nights of restless sleep. This night, however, was refreshing, though in her dreams, she seemed to glimpse a pair of cat-like slit pupils. Strangely, instead of feeling fear, she approached and caressed the striking face belonging to those eyes, only to remember the man's smile revealing 2 sharp canine teeth reminiscent of a lion's. With all preparations complete, Lan Qimian bid farewell to her mother and set off in a soft-draped carriage, accompanied by her maid, Xiao Yu, in high spirits. True to her usual practice, she adorned herself without any fragrant powders or scents. Her attire was simple and pure, devoid of any aromatic traces. That scoundrel is so insufferable, yet here I am, overly concerned with his feelings. How ridiculous but truly benevolent. Indeed, I am far too kind. As she pondered Ling Xingyue's demeanor, She lauded her own virtuous character. The carriage jolted slightly before coming to an abrupt halt. Lan Qimin lifted the soft drape, and upon raising her gaze, she beheld a tall, slender figure standing just outside. Once again, it was Ling Xingyue, clad in a flowing satin robe that shimmered like silver. He exuded an air of authority, and the ribbons tied at his forehead danced softly behind him like a gentle rain. The slender reeds surrounding him swayed gracefully, leaning tenderly towards his feet that a faint sigh escaped his tightly pressed lips, dissolving into the delicate morning mist, as if it had never been uttered and would never be found again. He inclined his head to gaze at Lan Qimin, his eyes resembling clear, tranquil waters, shimmering with a hint of sorrow. One could not help but worry that if he lowered his head even slightly more, those eyes would overflow with emotion, threatening to spill forth and envelop her in a torrent of pure allure and fervent feelings. Miss Lan, I have waited here for you to sincerely apologize for my unintentional rudeness the other day. I hope you can forgive me and let bygones be bygones. Ling Xingyue was gazed at by Lan Qimin with a mix of curiosity and uncertainty, her lips involuntarily uttering apologies, as she hesitated to address her as manner or Sister Qimin as she once did. Lan Qimin stared in astonishment at the young prince before her, such a poised and coldly elegant figure, with the power to sway the court, humbling himself to apologize in such a lowly manner. Reflecting on the fact that Ling Xingyue's 2 embraces, which she found insulting, were acts of desperation to save her, Lan Qimin could not help but feel her expression soften. This child, Qimin, was inherently kind-hearted and gentle. Observing Ling Xingyue's tall and slender figure bending down to her, bowing and apologizing, she began to question whether she had been a tad excessive in her treatment of him. Thus, Lan Qimin also bent down from her carriage, standing directly before Ling Xingyue, gazing into his enchanting, profound, and passionately clear eyes, and earnestly stated, I was never truly angry with you. I simply did not know how to respond at that moment. She then added in a softer tone, in truth, I do not dislike you. Before she could finish her sentence, Ling Xingyue's face instantly illuminated, his eyes sparkling like a constellation, radiating with brilliance. He quickly lifted his head and interjected, I like you very much. He decisively interrupted the latter part of Lan Qimin's statement regarding her lack of displeasure in his retrieving the book box for her or in taking a stroll with her from the academy. After uttering this, Ling Xingyue's complexion flushed like a vibrant sunset, his heart pounding, waves of tenderness surging within him. Lan Qimin was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks also turning slightly pink, as she thought, what girl could withstand such fervent declarations? Even I was nearly entranced by his captivating gaze. After gathering her thoughts, she composed herself and addressed Ling Xingyue earnestly. I do not mind being friends with you or having you retrieve my book box. It's just that every time I leave the academy, I walk with Brother Situ. Upon hearing the affectionate reference to Brother Situ, Ling Xingyue felt a tightening in his throat and a dull ache in his chest. Forcing a smile, he replied, I understand. You and Situ share a close bond that I came here merely to apologize, and besides, you mentioned you don't dislike being friends with me, so let us cultivate our friendship further. I wish to be your friend, just like Situ. Would that be acceptable? Lan Qimin, moved by the sincerity and polite inquiry reflected on Ling Xingyue's face, nodded in agreement, saying, of course, I must also thank you for rescuing me on 2 occasions. With that, she performed a small bow to him. Please rise. Are we not friends now? She insisted. Between friends, there is no need for such formalities. You need not be so courteous. Moreover, I enjoy helping you, saving you. In truth, there was a final thought Ling Xingyue dared not voice. For you, I would forsake my very life, as long as I could save you, as long as I can remain by your side for such an enduring duration. Then, Ling Xingyue produced the exquisite blue lotus cup, alongside a bottle of wine entwined with bamboo branches and leaves. This cup is remarkably elegant and pleasing to the eye, a gift for you. Furthermore, I have filled this jade-like porcelain pot with the sweet nectar of spiritual bamboo. Do taste it. Is it to your liking? I have heard of your fondness for sweets, and within, I have specially included the snow lotus spirit honey, which when paired with this cup, will undoubtedly enhance the experience. You may take it. It will soothe your throat when parched and serve as a temporary sustenance when hungry. Consider it a token of my apology. Ling Xingyue, for reasons unbeknownst to him, transformed from a dignified spirit cat prince into a somewhat childish figure in the presence of Lan Qimin. The effort he expended to create this sweet nectar was considerable, draining his spiritual energy and utilizing the precious snow lotus, ultimately infusing it with the essence of spiritual bamboo derived from his cultivation, before presenting it to Lan Qimen with great pride. In truth, Ling Xingyue harbored his own little selfish motive. He was concerned that after class, Lan Qimen might engage in light-hearted banter with Situ and depart, neglecting him. Thus, he awaited her on the path to the academy. Intending to gift her the exquisite nectar he had crafted, he reflected upon his brilliant idea. A warm and enchanting expression graced his features, tinged with a sense of reassurance that Lan Qimen would not refuse his gesture. Indeed, she did not object. To do so would imply that she bore no intention of forgiving the young prince. Lan Qimen mused on Ling Xingyue's astuteness that in fact, upon hearing of the snow lotus spirit honey, her mouth had already begun to salivate. She performed a slight bow before delicately accepting the white jade porcelain bottle and the blue lotus cup, contemplating. This cup would be a splendid gift for my mother. She would undoubtedly adore it, and the exquisite blue lotus design at the base resonates beautifully with her name. Turning, she handed the items to her attendant, Xiaoyu, who graciously wrapped them in a silk cloth. Bending down to place them securely within the carriage, ensuring the porcelain cup was meticulously swathed to avoid any potential mishaps. Observing that the hour was growing late, Lan Qimen bid farewell to Ling Xingyue with a measured demeanor. Although she noticed he had not arrived by carriage, the distinction between genders prevented her from inviting him inside to journey together to the academy. Ling Xingyue remained motionless, watching the carriage advance slowly, inadvertently listening to the light-hearted conversation between Lan Qimen and her maid. "Miss, you left that young prince all alone. In this desolate stretch, though the distance is not great, do you expect a prince to walk to the academy on foot?" Xiaoyu inquired. "Moreover, you recall how he rescued me beneath the wild fruit tree, don't you?" Lan Qimen reassured Xiaoyu, gently patting her head as she nodded in agreement, then slowly replied, "After he saved me. As we departed, I deliberately observed our surroundings and the path we traversed. There were no other individuals or vehicles in sight. This indicates that he is either adept at walking and running, or he simply relishes strolling through the meadows and pastures, treating his visits to such locales not as burdensome toil, but rather as effortless pleasures, or perhaps as experiences he genuinely enjoys." Subsequently, Lan Qimen gathered her hair and remarked, "Moreover, we are women. It is advisable to avoid sharing a room with unfamiliar men." Upon uttering these words, Lan Qimen suddenly felt a twinge of shyness, uncertain if it was due to contemplating the image of riding in a carriage with Ruo and Ling Xingyue. Ling Xingyue watched the carriage gradually recede, the conversation between the two becoming increasingly indistinct, and she let out a barely perceptible smile, pondering to herself, "This girl has quite a few thoughts hidden away." Chapter 38. The cafeteria of Sifu Academy. Ling Xingyue sauntered toward the academy, wishing to conceal her altered demeanor from Lan Qimen for as long as possible. After all, Lan Qimen had long forgotten their past. And even if she remembered, Ling Xingyue was uncertain whether the current Lan Qimen could accept that she had once been a spirit cat. Along the way, the delicate strings of grass swayed gently in the soft breeze of the prairie, as tender as water. Suddenly, a poem recited by a girl from long ago flashed through Ling Xingyue's mind. In those days, the bamboo shadows danced, the sunlight fractured, and the girl's voice, like jade, was melodious enough that Ling Xingyue retained every line after hearing it just once. "The touch of water is like caressing your delicate neck. Endless longing branches forth within my heart. The leaves hanging from the boughs are my hands, immersed in water to sense your essence. On the surface, I touch your flowing hair, as I behold the gentleness blooming at the corners of your mouth. I hurriedly cradle your vibrant face, yet your gaze and silhouette slip through my fingers. My tears cascade from my fingertips, and you slowly settle within my heart, that I cannot cease my yearning, holding you close to my chest. But since you departed, time has ceased its flow. Lan Qimen, I shall never let you go this time." Ling Xingyue's gaze was resolute as she contemplated this. Predictably, Ling Xingyue arrived nearly 3 incense sticks late, and Zhuang Xuejiao's glare was as fierce as if he could kill, allowing her entry to listen to the lessons. Not wishing to waste the time of the other children, he merely stated, "Ahem, this shall not happen again. Cut it out." Ling Xingyue bowed in acknowledgement and retreated to her seat, though she could not help but cast a deep glance at Lan Qimen before sitting down. This class lasted only until noon, at which point the teacher announced the end of the session and informed everyone, "From today onward, we shall commence formal lessons, and no additional students will be accepted." The 3 newcomers, like the original students, were to begin attending classes twice a day from that moment forth. Breaks were to be shortened, allowing each student only 1 incense stick's worth of time to either take a stroll, digest their meals, or simply sit quietly in the classroom, preferably preparing for the afternoon lessons. Lon Keeman was the first to arrive at the cafeteria of CGI Academy, undoubtedly led there gently by Situ. Moreover, Lon Keeman was already ravenous, yearning to indulge in a hearty meal. Situ was exceedingly delighted, for he could finally share lunch with Lon Keeman every day, a day he had long anticipated. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Lon Keeman chose a seat by the window, and Situ, being considerate, assured her that she need not move in a short while. Situ returned with an array of 4 or 5 delectable dishes, even bringing along a generous portion of cumin lamb chops. It is worth noting that cumin was a rather scarce seasoning at that time. Although Lon Keeman felt as if she might faint from hunger, she maintained her composure, delicately savoring each bite amidst the presence of her fellow students. However, the rumbling of her stomach echoed persistently, a chorus of discontent at that moment. Lon Keeman suddenly heard a light chuckle. Turning her head, she spotted Ling Xinghua elegantly seated at a nearby 4-person table. Perhaps having washed his hands before the meal, his hair was slightly damp, with droplets of water occasionally forming and gently cascading down his handsome cheek. It is also possible that he had intentionally dampened his hair to remain more alert for the afternoon classes. As it was common for students to feel drowsy and disoriented after a poor night's sleep, his radiant face exuded warmth, friendliness, and a hint of charm and mischief. Ling Xinghua then made a gesture of eating heartily, followed by a playful indication towards his stomach, and pointed at the inverted crystal hourglass that signified the dining period. Lon Keeman understood his implication. He was encouraging her to eat freely without concern for the gaze of others. For time was limited, and she must not leave hungry, lest she suffer in the afternoon. However, this was her first experience dining in such a setting with so many young men. Although there were 2 other girls present, they were sisters, daughters of Si Jinyao. Despite not sharing the same mother as Situ, they were still considered minor nobles in this context, allowing them to discreetly find a corner and share whispers over their meal. Thus, by the end of the dining period, Lon Keeman had consumed merely a bowl of silver-toothed duck liver soup, a few bites of chicken, a small plate of vegetables, and a few tender morsels of lamb. As expected, Lon Keeman was still unsated, yet she felt too shy to request more. After all, the dining hall of the Lon family allowed for leisurely meals, where one could eat and chat at their own pace. She contemplated simply closing her eyes for a brief respite, to avoid fatigue and hunger in the afternoon, for being reprimanded by the instructors was one thing. Failing to absorb knowledge would be a grave misfortune, especially considering the opportunity Situ had fought so hard to secure for her education. Just then, she noticed a tall figure blocking her path as she entered the classroom. It was Ling Xinghua. In a departure from before, he held in his hand a bundle of meticulously cut lamb wrapped in oil paper, generously sprinkled with spices. "Quick, eat here," he urged. "Don't worry, I want to watch you. I'll stand outside and keep a lookout. Rest assured, you can eat at ease, and if you're thirsty, drink this." Ling Xinghua, with her crescent-shaped eyes, presented her a jade-like porcelain vial, which was indeed the sweet brew he had given her upon his arrival. Lon Keeman, taken aback, inquired, for she had not noticed him depart from the dining hall. It seemed as though he had been sitting at the adjacent table, accompanying her throughout her meal. Ling Xinghua, with a considerate smile, turned and departed. Moved and elated, Lon Keeman nestled herself in the seat by the window, where Ling Xinghua had sat, embracing the lamb and sweet brew. This vantage point afforded a clearer view outside and allowed her to discreetly observe the surroundings, ensuring that her delectable treats remained secure. Casting a glance at Ling Xinghua's earnest silhouette standing outside, she continued to consume her meal and drink rapidly, reflecting, "This roguish prince is rather commendable, quite attentive." Indeed. Chapter 39. The Tale of the Spirit Cat, Part 1. Encountering danger. Ling Xinghua's hearing was remarkably acute, allowing him to perceive the slight sound of Lon Keeman choking lightly on her food due to her haste. Amusement and concern washed over him. The customs of this era were indeed peculiar. Young women were expected to eat delicately, which hindered the healthy development of a growing girl like Lon Keeman. Contemplating this, Ling Xinghua resolved to secretly bring her favorite foods each day, utilizing the keen senses and speed of his spirit cat, for he could not bear to see his little girl go hungry every afternoon. After a brief interval, Lon Keeman hastily finished her meal, emerging from the doorway with her head bowed. somewhat embarrassed, and nodded to Ling Xingyue, indicating she had completed her meal. However, Ling Xingyue suddenly grasped her soft, delicate wrist, gently drawing her closer to him, and tenderly wiped a smudge of sweet brew from the corner of her mouth. You shouldn't be running around with this. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the scholars? Hand it to me. I will discreetly dispose of it without anyone noticing. Lan Qimen nodded, realizing she had indeed acted too hastily, nearly violating the Academy's rule against bringing any food or drink onto the premises. Ling Xingyue gestured for her to remain at the door, while he elegantly and swiftly approached her desk. He lifted her bookbox, swiftly removing the top panel, and, as anticipated, discovered the neatly folded paper from the meat parcel tucked away in a rough pen holder. Ling Xingyue glanced outside, retrieved it, and proceeded toward the Academy's entrance, carrying the two items that could potentially expose Lan Qimen to punishment. Before leaving, he nodded to her, as if to convey, there is nothing to worry about. I will handle everything. The mere sight of that boy, so casually holding Lan Qimen's hand, stirred a sense of discomfort within Ling Xingyue, escalating his irritation. The thought of forcefully removing that bothersome hand crossed his mind. Yet he ultimately restrained himself that it was merely a fleeting thought. He did not wish to provoke Lan Qimen's ire. Subsequently, he found himself astonished and somewhat regretful, realizing that he, a dignified prince of the spirit cats with over a century of cultivation and a spirit bamboo soul, felt intimidated by this diminutive girl who stood significantly shorter than he. Alas, what a small disgrace it was for the realm of spirit cats. Yet he found himself unable to control his impulses. Whenever the girl furrowed her brow, he was instantly frightened and hurried to coax a smile from her. When she lightly reprimanded him, he was so alarmed that he sought to quickly bow and apologize. If she refrained from eating, he would frantically go to great lengths, disregarding his own status, to procure food for her, even willingly becoming her little attendant and keeping watch for her. Yet all of these actions were driven by a singular desire, to witness her radiant smile. That smile was akin to 1,000 flowers blooming simultaneously, sending ripples across a crystal-clear lake, and he was perpetually enraptured by its beauty. Before his transcendence, he was but a spirit cat, engaged in cultivation. Each cycle of 99 years marked a significant milestone, and a successful breakthrough would allow him to progress further. However, failure could lead to disastrous consequences, even the loss of his life. With the aid of the ethereal bamboo's thousand-year wisdom, he found that each leap in years was achieved with remarkable swiftness. Each autumn brought unfamiliar grass, and days turned into sunsets among the bamboos. As clouds drifted and waters flowed, a century slipped away in the blink of an eye. And within that brief span, he had already leapt thrice. Yet, such reckless advancement also heightened the peril of losing himself to madness. During one such cultivation session, due to improper practice and an ill-timed full moon, he succumbed to the brink of madness. Aside from his tail and the head, which still retained some sluggish movement, the rest of his body lay in a state of painful paralysis, rendering him immobile. He yearned to crawl to a safer place, to escape the lurking wild dogs or fierce night cats in the eerie park, who might take advantage of his helplessness and strike him down, resulting in far more than mere injury. The specter of being devoured, leaving nothing but bones, haunted him with the thought of a torturous demise, despite exerting every ounce of strength, even causing his tail to bleed from the friction. He could barely move less than a foot, as the slanting sun slowly descended. The spirit cat let out a desperate howl, tears of despair forming at the corners of his eyes that he understood that he might meet his end that very night. For having spent nearly a century in the wild, he was all too familiar with the seemingly tranquil, yet viciously brutal environment of survival. He had often witnessed the gruesome fates of weak kittens and puppies, their bellies torn open or necks severed, or even those abandoned by their owners, hunted down and ultimately meeting a tragic end in a corner. They would then be sent to unscrupulous eateries, ground into meat paste, and unknowingly consumed by innocent diners. The spirit cat murmured once more, his heart heavy with sorrow. I am coming for you. Father, forgive me. Mother, for I cannot fulfill the hopes of cultivation you sacrificed your lives for. Gradually, the spirit cat closed his eyes, surrendering to fate that if heaven grants me life, I shall live. If heaven decrees my death, I shall die. Mew, what is wrong with you? Oh, your tail is bleeding. A fragrance, reminiscent of cold dew yet warmer, began to envelop him. Soon, he felt a delicate pair of soft hands gently lift him, cradling him tenderly. The icy chill of the ground, which had seeped into his very being, was replaced by a comforting warmth, and the agony in his limbs began to fade. Straining to raise his head, he beheld an extraordinarily lovely girl's face, appearing so close before him. Even the girl's thick, curled, long eyelashes were clearly discernible. Her eyes brimmed with compassion and warmth, radiating a gentle glow reminiscent of the stars in the night sky. However, that luminescence, in the eyes of the injured spirit cat, was even more resplendent and dazzling than the blazing sun at noon. He felt as though a part of his heart had deeply sunk. Perhaps it was due to her tender inquiry, or her gentle caress, or the warmth of her embrace, or the cool breath of dew. Or perhaps it was simply her exceedingly beautiful visage. The spirit cat could not discern the reason, yet he found solace in resting his head lightly against her delicate, fragile arm. He felt an overwhelming sense of safety. Free from fear. Chapter 40. The Spirit Cat's Past. Part 2. Rescue. The girl cautiously traversed the bamboo grove, arriving at a relatively open area at the forest's edge, with one hand gently cradling the injured black cat. She laboriously gathered some dry grass and picked up a few dried leaves, hurriedly arranging them into a soft little nest. She then carefully placed the small cat atop it, gently purring against its back and head. The spirit cat, feeling somewhat drained, nuzzled against her hand with his head, before heavily settling at the edge of the nest. The girl softly spoke to him. The spirit cat sensed her hesitation for a moment as she carefully concealed him back within the bamboo grove, creating a simple little nest for him before she departed, reassuring him with a firm tone. Then the girl swiftly dashed away through the bamboo grove as the sound of her receding footsteps faded into the distance. The spirit cat could no longer maintain his consciousness and fainted. He was jolted awake by a surge of excruciating pain, instinctively attempting to rise and assume a defensive posture. However, he quickly realized he was utterly immobile. Although the strength in his neck had somewhat returned, allowing him to lift it higher, his limbs remained numb and painful, unable to support him. The sunlight filtered through the delicate layers of bamboo, casting a gentle glow, within which the breathtaking girl, who seemed to take his breath away, gazed tenderly at him. The spirit cat felt his heart race violently, the layers of light creating a somewhat surreal sensation. "You're awake. I've bandaged the wound on your tail. The intense friction against the ground has severely injured the base of your tail, and I was worried about the possibility of inflammation leading to an abscess, which would be quite troublesome. So, I applied some antiseptic ointment and sprinkled anti-inflammatory powder before bandaging it up. You must be careful. Don't overexert yourself. Doing so could cause the dressing to come loose and worsen the wound. Do you understand? Oh, and when I cleaned the wound with the antiseptic, it must have hurt quite a bit. Please bear with it. That ointment, when combined with the anti-inflammatory powder, will intensify the pain. There's nothing else I can do. Just endure a little longer. It will be over soon." The spirit cat stared blankly at her soft pink lips as they moved gently, imparting her advice that moment. He suddenly wished for the first time, "If only I had already mastered my cultivation." As he beheld the visage of the girl before him, an unexpected yearning to caress her gently surged within him. Although the spirit cat had diligently practiced each day in the past, there were moments of lethargy when its efforts were reduced to mere trifles. Fortuitously, the spiritual essence of the millennium-old bamboo had permeated him. Otherwise, his centuries of cultivation would have amounted to little. With the aid of this ancient bamboo's power, the spirit cat had developed a rudimentary human consciousness, capable of contemplating intricate matters, yet the journey to complete transformation remained an arduous distance away. Then, the spirit cat observed the girl rising, and in an instant he realized, "Goodness, this girl is exceedingly tall. How can I possibly reach her? Oh no, what a predicament." Yet, the thought of being a 100-year-old spirit cat, and thus behaving coyly towards a woman, was an idea he had never entertained, one he deemed utterly unimaginable. Straining to maintain composure, he gazed silently at the girl through the golden rays of the setting sun. Although he remained unable to walk upright, the sensitivity of his ears was unaffected. He heard her footsteps as she traversed the bamboo grove, until the rustling of the bamboo leaves in the breeze masked her approach. What could she be doing? This bamboo forest is profoundly secluded. As nightfall descends, it could instill fear in a girl such as she in this very moment, rather than concern for his own potential paralysis. He found himself fretting over her well-being. What a curious predicament. The spirit cat was struck by the absurdity of his own concerns. His thoughts were bewilderingly disordered. Just as he was musing, he again caught the sound of her footsteps, accompanied by a heavy, labored breathing. as if she were struggling under the weight of something cumbersome. The bamboo grove provided ample cover, allowing him to distinctly hear the sound of her body brushing against the bamboo stalks. Why does she not share her intentions? Why has she been gone for so long, carrying such a heavy load? What is she thinking? A flicker of worry crossed his mind. Surely, she would not tire herself out. Would she not stumble? With this thought, the spirit cat strained his ears even further, listening intently to every sound she made, unknowingly depleting his precious spiritual energy in the process. Indeed, with the aid of his spiritual power, the sounds became clearer, even rendering the rustling of the bamboo leaves almost negligible. At last, her footsteps drew near, heavier and increasingly labored, her breaths quickening into gasps, when the girl reappeared before him, adorned with delicate fragments of bamboo leaves. He was astonished to see her cradling a large bundle of bamboo poles, short, neatly cut, and as thick as a bowl's rim. She placed the poles beside the polystyrene board she had brought, panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on her brow, adding an air of playful charm to her appearance. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare a warm, comfortable, and secure little nest for you. Thus, you shall no longer be chilled. And ordinary wild dogs or nocturnal creatures will not easily reach you to cause harm. You are still injured and surely lack the strength to defend yourself. I will safeguard you. Rest assured. The girl, having made her promise, turned once more to gather the building materials she had so painstakingly acquired. A gust of night breeze swept through, causing the bamboo shadows to dance, casting fragments of twilight that resembled shattered jade upon the ground. That petite figure seemed to emanate boundless strength and warmth. In the chapter titled The Tales of the Spirit Cat, Part 3. Deeply rooted affection. Not long after the constellation of the Sirius had dragged the resplendent sun beneath the waves, the night descended like a swarm of bats, enveloping everything in darkness in an instant. Soon, the lanterns flickered to life, marking the late hour of night. Bathed in the moonlight, the girl began by laying bamboo poles flat between two adjacent bamboo stalks, spaced about half a meter apart, and then layered another row atop them. This will help insulate your nest from the dampness below, which is beneficial for your healing, she declared. Next, she retrieved a small medical kit from the side, opening it to extract a gleaming little knife. With great effort, she sliced the gray foam boards she had dragged in, piece by piece, and arranged them in an overlapping manner atop the bamboo poles. The spirit cat watched in awe as the girl, as if performing magic, produced a large roll of white gauze several centimeters wide, followed by a substantial roll of seemingly highly adhesive tape, and then a tiny pair of shiny scissors, even pulling out a stack of neatly folded cotton pads. With meticulous care, she organized these items. First, she wound the tape around the layered structure of the small platform, securing it tightly, ensuring the base of the cat's abode would be more stable and robust. She then erected 3 additional gray foam boards to form the walls of the house, adhering them firmly in place with the tape as per her designed arrangement. The girl delicately cut a door into the last gray board, just large enough for a cat to enter and exit with ease. She then diligently connected this wall, featuring an entrance and exit, to the other 3, reinforcing it with many layers of tape on both the inside and outside, thus creating a sturdy framework for the 4 walls. Subsequently, she affixed the trimmed black foam roof onto the wall structure, completing a charming little house. This quaint dwelling boasted a black roof, gray walls, and a gray base, seamlessly blending into one another, resembling the shape of a 2-story villa at first glance. The girl then fluffed the cotton pads, layering them gently within the small house, and finally draped her light purple sleeveless velvet jacket over the soft, fluffy cotton. She approached tenderly and scooped up the spirit cat, who had been gazing at her in a daze. Nestled back into her embrace, the spirit cat felt the warmth radiating from her body. Looking up, he sensed that her face glowed with an exquisite brilliance born of kindness. You mustn't call out too loudly tonight, for your cries might attract ill-intentioned villains. You may not be aware, but this place is known for those who capture cats. There are also fierce dogs that could find you. You currently find yourself in a state of physical limitation. Do bear with it. Do you understand? The girl tenderly bestowed her blessings while gently cradling the spirit cat, placing it within the cozy confines of the small, warm room. Fortunately, her slender wrists allowed her to carefully maneuver both hands through the petite doorway, gently setting the creature upon a layer of violet fabric. She even adjusted its head to ensure warmth and security, allowing it to observe the outside world at a moment's notice, should the need arise. Remarkably, The girl then procured a small pouch of food and a delicate porcelain dish from her tiny medical kit. I apologize, I didn't have time to prepare cat food. Here is some finely chopped beef liver and chicken breast, along with some dried fish that I often enjoy that I'll share half with you, she said, meticulously arranging the food in the small dish. Placing it in the corner nearest to the spirit cat's head. Before I leave, I will wrap this gauze around your little home several times. Then weave thin bamboo sticks and mugwort grass together like a basket, making it even more difficult for anyone outside to discover you. Remember, do not make loud noises at night. Upon finishing her words, the girl diligently constructed an additional soft fence around its little abode for extra protection. Finally, as the park grew increasingly desolate, she ensured everything was in order. By the way, you do not have a name yet, do you? From now on, I shall call you Little Gray, which perfectly complements the striking gray-black mane around your neck that resembles a lion, and suits your new home splendidly. With that, the girl picked up her treasured medical kit and scampered away with a cheerful gait. The soft mew that escaped the cat, though subdued, was imbued with gratitude and tenderness, carrying a hint of a spoiled charm, as if to say, "All right, I understand." Ling Xingyue, recalling that endearing call, recognized it as his very first expression of affection, causing his cheeks to flush crimson. In truth, that incident had been far more perilous than he had initially perceived. It was only after he had traversed into Ling Xingyue that he delved into ancient texts, realizing that had he not been rescued just in time, if he had remained frozen overnight, he would have faced a fate worse than death, a life without the ability to walk, which would surely be more agonizing for a spirit cat than death itself. Ling Xingyue vividly remembered every minute detail of that day, never once forgetting the radiant visage of the girl enveloped in a halo of light. From that moment onward, he harbored a different sentiment toward her. Regrettably, he was unaware that the dizzying heartbeat and concern for her well-being that eclipsed his own worry was what one might call affection, if at this juncture Ling Xingyue's feelings for the girl were still confined to mere fondness. Then the time they spent together subsequently would lead him to fall deeply in love with her. Thus, whenever other wild dogs or foolish cats attempted to snuggle beside her, relying on their cuteness to win her kindness, Ling Xingyue would invariably spring forth, body low to the ground, mane bristling, emitting a low, furious growl of defiance. Adding to the fact that he is a spirited and long-practiced spirit cat, he remains unscathed, effortlessly surpassing the ordinary night owls and wild dogs that dare to cross his path. Often, they are so intimidated by his aura that they flee in disarray, despite the girl's gentle reprimands following his bouts of anger, usually consisting of admonitions like, "No temper tantrums. Do not be fierce to other small animals." Ling Xingyue remains indifferent to her words. He simply saunters over to Nestle at her feet, his enchanting slit pupils gazing at her with an alluring blend of mock annoyance and affection, filling his heart with a profound sense of happiness. Simultaneously, he treats other girls who attempt to approach him with similar disdain, his inner thoughts echoing, "Do not dare to approach me. How audacious." Chapter 42. The Rite of Apprenticeship and Learning the Jade Dish. As Ling Xingyue pondered this, a faint sigh escaped his lips. Were it not for the depth of his emotions and his fervent desire to cultivate himself into a fully realized being, he might not have succumbed to the impulsive yearning that led him to believe he could attain mastery in the girl's lifetime. His longing to be by her side, to embrace her, and to remain close to her was overwhelming. If only for a day, he wished for the chance. Thus, he hastily sought to harness the immense energy of the 9 stars, in one line, to forcefully cultivate himself. Ultimately, not only did he fail, but he also inadvertently drew the girl into the light and shadow, transporting her to this era. He worried deeply that if she were to regain her memories one day, she might resent him for bringing her to this backward time, for tearing her away from her family and leaving her stranded here. Ling Xingyue's body trembled slightly, an unnoticeable shiver, as a complex expression of melancholy yet tenderness, sweetness yet sorrow, began to surface. The image of Lan Qimen's equally graceful and charming visage from that time flitted through his mind, no less radiant than her present self in his eyes, regardless of how Lan Qimen transformed. She would always remain the most beautiful, the most breathtaking, the most extraordinary existence, akin to the splendor of fireworks blooming. He lowered his gaze to the girl before him, pouting her red lips, and gently caressed her satiated belly. Feeling a warmth wash over him, the once cold and indifferent shell of his heart began to fracture, those cracks filled with tremors of tenderness. Suddenly, he noticed a glimmer in Lan Qimen's eyes. followed by a look of uncontainable joy spreading across her face. Following her gaze, Ling Xingyue discovered that the source of her relaxation and happiness was none other than the insufferably warm C2. A cool, distant haze enveloped his vision. Yet, when he beheld the woman's smile once more, inexplicably, the tenderness within him surged forth, undeterred and relentless, crashing against his quivering heart. Though your smile is not meant for me, I would still brave fire and water for the sake of your joy. Ling Xingyue gently closed his deep, ink-like eyes, his alabaster cheeks hardening in resolve. It was the first day of formal classes. Enduring a full day proved taxing for the 70-year-old Zhuang Xuejiu, leading to a more relaxed atmosphere in the classroom during the afternoon session. After a period of earnest study of the 4 books under the guidance of Master Zhuang, the students commenced the ceremony of reverence at the Xijia Academy. This event is a solemn tradition at the academy, held whenever new students enroll, taking place on the day classes officially commence after the current cohort has been fully admitted. Generally speaking, Xijia selects a few particularly precious items, based on the number of students admitted and the esteemed scholars teaching them, which are then placed to the right of the scholar's lectern. Each item is housed in a uniquely styled, exquisite box. However, each student is forbidden from opening the boxes. They may only select one that resonates with them, and once a choice is made, it is irrevocable. After making their selection, the students perform a formal ceremony of reverence, bowing 3 times and kneeling 9 times to honor their master. They then open the box to reveal its contents, upon which the master personally inscribes a name seal on one corner of the chosen item, which henceforth belongs solely to that student. This particular item, known as the Xijia Jade Dish, is unique to the Xijia Academy, and only the scholars of Xijia have the privilege of bestowing it. Thus, if a student diligently completes all scholarly pursuits and graduates, wherever they may go thereafter, should they encounter difficulties, presenting the Xijia Jade Dish will ensure that Xijia acknowledges them as one of its own and offers assistance. This is undoubtedly a clever strategy employed by Xi Jingyao, for no matter how high these students may rise in the future, they will always remember the nurturing guidance of Xijia. Hence, the annual ceremony of reverence at Xijia is an exceptionally solemn and lavish affair. As Xi Jingyao selects rare and invaluable treasures for the Xijia Jade Dish each year, this year is no exception, particularly with the esteemed young prince enrolling personally, which elevates the significance of the ceremony. Consequently, the selection of the Xijia Jade Dish must be approached with even greater caution and care. Master Zhuang, believing that young ladies have a particular fondness for such exquisite items, somewhat favorably allowed 3 female students to choose first. Following the order of seating, Lan Qimen was the last to be called forward. She meticulously examined her options and ultimately chose a deep purple brocade box. Holding the box delicately, she performed the traditional 3 bows and 9 kneels, a gesture befitting a young lady, distinct from the kneeling bow of the gentleman. Upon opening the brocade box, Master Zhuang revealed a purple crystal butterfly, its wings intricately carved and lifelike, with the butterfly's tail adorned with luxurious silk threads woven into a design of 9 phoenix peonies. Lan Qimen was immediately captivated, feeling as though this exquisite purple butterfly was destined to be hers. Master Zhuang carefully inscribed the 5 characters Xijia Jade Dish in a corner of the butterfly's wings. As each name was called, and students stepped forward to select their Xijia Jade Dish, the boxes on the lectern gradually diminished. The students remained unhurried, for although the boxes varied in appearance, the contents were preordained. Devoid of distinction. At last, it was Ling Xingyue's turn. He approached and discovered among the remaining boxes a particularly unassuming small wooden box. The small wooden box, entirely shrouded in black, even bore a hint of mold. It was isolated, having been pushed into the farthest corner by the numerous selectors, teetering on the brink of falling to the ground. Without hesitation, Ling Xingyue chose it, cradling it delicately in her palms. She then performed a solemn bow to Master Zhuang, and after rising, cautiously presented the wooden box to him. Master Zhuang received it with both hands, opening it with great care to reveal a stone of rather peculiar shape. The stone's surface was translucent, revealing 3 distinct layers within. The outermost layer was a deep black, faintly adorned with polar patterns. The middle layer was a soft red, subtly inscribed with a representation of the 4 symbols. The innermost layer was a gentle white, faintly echoing the patterns of the 8 trigrams. The heavens birthed the duality of yin and yang, from which emerged the 4 symbols, and from these, the 8 trigrams. Could this be the legendary celestial 8 trigram stone? Chapter 43. Ling Xingyue's allure and whimsical charm. Ling Xingyue was suddenly taken aback. The value of this stone lay in its recognition by the spirit cat clan, or indeed by all spirit races that had achieved a measure of cultivation. Only the human race was somewhat unfamiliar with its methods of use. This celestial 8 trigram stone was said to be an exceptional treasure for those proficient in the art of cultivating spiritual objects. Moreover, the intricate patterns adorning the stone were naturally formed, remnants of ancient artifacts. Those among the spirit races who delved into its mysteries, or even enlightened beings, could glean profound insights about the cosmos, grasping the past, present, and future, for it was believed to be a divine object. Legend has it that this stone was a humble fragment left over after Nuwa mended the heavens, moved by its translucent and lustrous quality. The goddess personally placed it in a spring of abundant spiritual energy, granting it an opportunity to cultivate and take shape. For a long time, this event went unnoticed by Nuwa. Eventually, it repeated its previous exploits. By chance, a meteor shower graced the sky for 7 consecutive days and nights, drawing the stone into a tremendous burst of cosmic energy, resulting in a distortion of time and space, revealing an otherworldly manifestation. Consequently, Nuwa sealed it within this diagram of 8 trigrams, rendering it forever unable to emerge. Yet, should this object fall into the hands of a skilled cultivator, it would likely yield a very different scenario. Humanity finds cultivation inherently more accessible than other beings. Even for the spirit races endowed with abundant spiritual energy, achieving transformation requires arduous effort over hundreds of years. Thus, Nuwa ensured that neither the name nor the origin of this object would ever be revealed to the world. The tale circulated among the spirit races only due to an inadvertent disclosure by a spirit fish that witnessed the event in the icy spring. However, this remained merely a legend, for no spirit being had ever obtained the celestial 8 trigram stone. Furthermore, when Ling Xingyue held it moments ago, she did not sense anything particularly extraordinary. She remained silent, pondering little, merely feeling that such an ancient divine stone had quietly drifted into the mortal realm. Her acquisition of it was a matter of fate, a blessing from the heavens that in the future, I shall diligently safeguard it. If possible, I will recite the ancient scriptures at dawn and dusk, so that this spiritual stone may soon embrace virtue and enlightenment. No longer enduring the torment of suppression and confinement, Zhuang Xuezhou did not recognize this celestial 8 trigram stone, yet he found its form remarkably archaic and peculiar, exuding an understated aura of the extraordinary. Thus, like with the jade discs of other students, he meticulously inscribed the 5 characters Si Shui Yu Dai Zhuang in seal script upon a corner of the stone, by the time all the students had received their jade discs. The sun had begun to set. While their hearts silently rejoiced, their faces betrayed not a hint of emotion. They rose together, bowing respectfully, awaiting Zhuang Xuezhou's departure. Once the teacher finally passed beyond the screen, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group as they settled down to tidy the clutter of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones on their desks. They then earnestly opened their boxes to retrieve the precious jade discs, choosing to adorn them around their necks, wrists, or as waist pendants. According to the Academy's regulations, as long as one remained within its confines, one must wear the jade disc at all times, never to be laid aside. Ling Xingyue gazed at the silk cord pendant in her hand and suddenly turned to Lan Qimen, saying, "Miss Lan, this jade disc is a pendant, yet I am unable to fasten it myself. Might I trouble you to help me tie it around my neck?" Ling Xingyue showcased her enchanting, deep-set eyes, her slender, fair hands cradling the small black wooden box, gazing expectantly at the somewhat astonished Lan Qimen. Was her voice not soft and appealing enough? Ling Xingyue pondered, then spoke in an even lower, more melodious tone. "Miss Lan, I accidentally injured my arm while climbing over the wall at noon, and I cannot lift it. It still hurts quite a bit. Therefore, I must trouble you for assistance, if you would be so kind." As she spoke, she deliberately massaged her unscathed arm, furrowing her brow and letting out a couple of feigned hisses of pain from her attractive lips. Upon witnessing this, Lan Qimen felt a pang of guilt. He even climbed over a wall for my sake and injured his arm. It is only right for me to help him with the jade disc. With graceful poise, she rose and extended her delicate, jade-like hand to receive the black wooden box. Gently opening it, she took out the exquisite stone pendant, carefully pinching the end of the gray silk cord. Facing Ling Xingyue with a hint of shyness, waiting for her to bend down. Given that Ling Xingyue was a full head taller than Lan Qimen, she willingly lowered her head, awaiting Lan Qimen to part the hair at the nape of her neck. Seeing that Ling Xingyue showed no intention of moving her hands to brush aside the thick tresses, Lan Qimen reluctantly returned the stone to the wooden box. Then, with gentle fingers, she swept aside the cascade of dark hair behind Ling Xingyue. Feeling the soft strands glide through her hands, sending ripples of warmth through her heart. Once finished, noticing that Ling Xingyue was still diligently bending down, she softly nudged his forehead and said, "All right, you may rise now." Lan Qimen could distinctly sense that when her hand brushed against Ling Xingyue's forehead, Ling Xingyue shivered slightly. In an instant, her face bloomed a deep crimson, reminiscent of splendid peach blossoms in full bloom. Ling Xingyue gazed at her with sparkling eyes, gently bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Lan, for your chivalrous act." Upon hearing Ling Xingyue's earnest words, Lan Qimen couldn't help but relax, suppressing a chuckle. She mused to herself. Ling Xingyue is indeed incredibly observant. She noticed my blush and, fearing I might feel shy or awkward, spoke so solemnly to help me feel at ease and comfortable. With this thought, she cast a warm glance in Ling Xingyue's direction. Chapter 44. A stroll in the rain. Qimen's heart fluttered. It was a rare day when a gentle drizzle adorned the landscape, the delicate grass glistening with trembling dewdrops, ready to fall. Moreover, today marked one of the bi-monthly holidays decreed by Master Zhuang, and from the moment she awoke, Lan Qimen's spirits soared, or perhaps it was more accurate to say, she rose from a luxurious slumber. For when Lan Qimen finally emerged from her deep sleep, it was well past noon. Having eagerly awaited this holiday, she seized the opportunity to indulge in a delightful lie-in, rivaling even that of her slothful mother. Her maid, Xiaoyu, had quietly ventured into Lan Qimen's chamber 2 or 3 times, only to retreat upon seeing her mistress deep in slumber. Outside the curtains, she busied herself with delicate tasks such as crafting pouches and embroidering the edges of garments. The exquisite embroidery on the collar of Lan Qimen's dress and the hem of her skirt were all painstakingly crafted by Xiaoyu's own hands. She could not entrust such work to others. Even if the garments were made by an outside tailor, the final touches of embroidery were always completed by Xiaoyu. After a considerable time, Xiaoyu finally heard Lan Qimen's sleepy murmurs, mingled with the sounds of her stretching. "Xiaoyu, is it raining outside?" Lan Qimen exclaimed as Xiaoyu lifted the curtain. Suddenly, a refreshing scent of raindrops wafted in, invigorating her senses. She quickly sat up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Miss, you truly have a fondness for rain. Indeed, it is raining outside. You must rise and take a look. It is precisely the kind of gentle rain you adore." Xiaoyu meticulously brought forth a light, verdant riding outfit that was easy to move in, assisting Lan Qimen to don it swiftly. Seeing her mistress's eagerness to rush outside, she smiled and hastened the dressing process. Lan Qimen's petite, flawless face, with its delicate features, boasted eyes as clear as a tranquil lake, brows as graceful as willow branches, a dainty nose elegantly perched, and a slender figure with a fragile waist. Her silk-like, inky tresses cascaded casually down to her waist, enhancing her enchanting beauty. Lan Jing, upon hearing the servants announce that his daughter had awakened, understood that she would surely wish to venture outside for a stroll now that the rain had begun to fall. Yet, Lan Qimen has always preferred to venture out alone without attendance, a habit that Lan Jing had long since grown accustomed to. Moreover, the household staff was not numerous, and the daily chores, combined with the tasks assigned by Si Jinyao, often left the family short-handed. Not far from the Lan residence lay the estate of Si Jinyao, and further still was the newly arrived young prince's manor. Thus it could be said that almost everyone surrounding the Lan family was familiar with Lan Qimen. The young servants from the 3 estates frequently traversed between them, ensuring that no significant danger lurked in the vicinity. Consequently, Lan Jing tacitly permitted Lan Qimen to occasionally stroll alone nearby, to daydream and indulge in leisurely explorations. However, observing the gloomy, rain-soaked exterior, accompanied by gusts of chilly wind, a sense of coolness enveloped the air. Therefore, he specifically instructed Xiao Tao, Chu Lian's maid, to bring a steaming cup of warm milk to Lan Qimen, reminding her to ensure that she drank it before stepping outside. As Lan Qimen grasped an oiled paper umbrella and prepared to step out, she was unsurprised to see Xiao Tao hurrying towards her with a thick insulated food container in hand. She approached with a smile, calling out, "Sister Tao, have you come to bring me warm milk again?" Xiao Tao, gazing fondly at her young mistress, who was 7 or 8 years her junior, opened the food container. Lan Keeman eagerly poured herself a cup of warm milk, drinking it in one go, instantly feeling a wave of warmth envelop her, both physically and mentally. Xiao Yu, watching Lan Keeman skip out of the house, followed closely behind with unease, murmuring, "Don't get caught in the rain. Remember to hold your umbrella. Don't throw it aside in your excitement and venture into the rain, or you'll catch a chill." "Oh dear, I've told you, Aunt Tao. You can be quite the nag." Xiao Tao, unperturbed, continued her admonitions, raising her voice slightly. "Miss, in this rain, you absolutely must not climb trees. They're slippery, and you might fall. You must not climb trees." Lan Keeman waved her hand above her head to signal her understanding, her voice gradually fading into the gentle patter of the rain, as a small oiled paper umbrella drifted further away. Lan Keeman's fondness for the rain was not a fleeting whim. It had been a long-standing affection, seemingly rooted in the dreams she had during her fainting spells, where she reveled in walking amidst the rain. Filled with boundless joy, the delicate green grass, adorned with glistening dewdrops, fell gently to the ground with the softest breeze, accompanied by the soothing sound of rain, creating a profoundly serene sense of happiness in Lan Keeman's heart. With the rain lightly cascading upon the verdant grass, Lan Keeman hesitated to tread upon the glistening emerald blades, choosing instead to amble slowly along the path leading from her home to the academy. Her gentle gaze wandered over the pastures flanking the narrow road, shrouded in the fine rain, as a subtle, bittersweet sensation of happiness began to rise within her heart. This feeling was inexpressible, yet Lan Keeman found herself enamored. Even in love, with the ineffable joy that accompanied this faint sorrow. Unbeknownst to her, she had strayed a little further from home when she distinctly heard the sound of hoofbeats growing ever louder. Approaching her direction, Lan Keeman swiftly sought refuge in the adjacent grassy area, delicately stepping into the fairy grass for a few paces, observing the muddy aftermath where the slender blades had been trampled. She felt a pang of sympathy at that moment. A brazen voice pierced the air. "Oh, is that the shepherdess from yonder? Her silhouette is truly reminiscent of a celestial being." This was followed by a cacophony of mocking laughter. "Come, turn your head around. Let me behold your visage. What a handsome face must accompany such a lovely figure." The crude and disrespectful remarks compelled Lan Keeman to instinctively retreat toward her home. "Ah, don't leave. That petite waist. TSK, such delightful curves." The irreverent banter drew ever closer. Chapter 45. Keeman encounters danger. As she had barely taken a few steps, the sound of galloping hooves surged ominously behind her, followed by the unmistakable sound of 3 or 4 individuals dismounting. A wave of anxiety engulfed Lan Keeman, her heart heavy with regret for having ventured so far from home on this rainy day. Typically, this thoroughfare bustled with passers-by, yet today, the rain had rendered it desolate. She discerned not a soul in sight, which only intensified her alarm. With a sudden surge of resolve, she recalled her father's teachings on self-defense. A sharp jab could potentially break an assailant's nose or incapacitate them. Fingers could be thrust into an adversary's eye socket, perhaps even dislodging an eyeball, and the classic knee strike to the groin. Alas, Lan Keeman had never truly committed herself to mastering these techniques, rendering her skills little more than superficial. That a voice echoed in her mind. "Stop pondering. How could you possibly contend with 3 or 4 burly men alone?" In response, Lan Keeman firmly admonished her inner voice. Silence. She understood that a frantic escape would likely lead her into their grasp before she could reach a safe distance from home, provoking their ire and inviting irrevocable harm. Instead, she resolved to remain composed, confront them directly, and assert her identity, hoping for a chance at mercy. With this determination, she slowly turned to face them, her gaze steady and piercing, her expression calm as she assessed the approaching figures. Among them stood one clad in fine silk, his demeanor lewd and stature diminutive, yet adorned in opulence. A green signet ring perched upon his thumb as he mockingly stroked his chin. The 2 or 3 others accompanying him appeared to be lackeys, garbed as attendants, trailing closely behind the short, lascivious gentleman. Upon catching sight of Lan Keeman's turned face, their expressions morphed into a tableau of astonishment. "My lady. Oh no. Miss, you are truly a vision of unparalleled beauty," one of them exclaimed, as if drool threatened to spill forth. That a wave of revulsion washed over Lan Keeman as she sensed the intruder's hand reaching toward her delicate face. Meanwhile, on this day of academic respite, Ling Xingyue found herself unable to meet Lan Keeman, grappling with a profound sense of longing at home. Recalling the past, Ling Xingyue had always cherished the rain, and consequently, even his once despised rainiverse spirit cat clan found themselves in a jubilant uproar during downpours. As the rain began to fall, Ling Xingyue's heart brimmed with gentleness, tranquility, and peace. Therefore, before the dawn broke, he rose from his desk by the window, diligently completing the scholarly tasks assigned to him. He then donned a striking outfit of black bamboo leaves adorned with silver threads and, without an umbrella, departed from the royal residence, making his way along the path frequently traversed by Lan Qimin on her way to school. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Xingyue once again strolled to the very tree where he had rescued Lan Qimin last time. "It seems I am quite fated with you, dear tree," he murmured with a faint smile, before springing up and gracefully reclining in the crook of its branches. The delicate raindrops fell gently, and the dense canopy of leaves shielded him from excessive dampness, allowing him to feel only the occasional drop or two, which was precisely to his liking. Perhaps it was the mist formed by the fine droplets that heightened his awareness of Lan Qimin's essence. For the gentle, clinging rain obscured her ethereal presence, reminiscent of cool dew on spiritual bamboo. As he recalled Lan Qimin's bright, lake-like eyes from their past encounters in the rain, Ling Xingyue felt enveloped in a warmth as tender as water. Perhaps I should take a stroll around Lan Qimin's home. I shall not intrude, Ling Xingyue resolved, gracefully leaping down from the tree like an agile leopard, and began to walk towards her abode. Being a 100-year-old man, Ling Xingyue did not possess the gentle regard for the delicate grass and flowers that Lan Qimin did. To immerse himself in the beauty of the rain-drenched meadow. He chose not to tread the path Lan Qimin typically took to school, but instead ventured deeper into the wilderness, away from the road. That he thought to himself that should he encounter anyone from the Lan family, or any acquaintances, it would not bode well for him. After all, as a dignified prince, it was unbecoming to linger on such a humble path. How would he explain his presence, no matter how he spun it? It would prove troublesome, and moreover, Ling Xingyue was reluctant to engage in conversation with those individuals if he were to inadvertently bring ill rumors upon Lan Qimin. That would be even worse. Thus, he decided to wander in the depths of the pastoral land, where he could admire the fine rain while still being near Lan Qimin's home. Content as long as he could sense her presence, as Ling Xingyue ambled along, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if something dire were unfolding, and an unsettling anxiety gripped his heart, rendering him unable to focus. His first instinct was to ponder whether the prince's true self had resurfaced. Yet, as he paused to engage in his spiritual senses, he detected no trace of the prince's third spirit body. Could it be that could something have happened to that girl, Lan Qimin? Panic surged within Ling Xingyue, and his steps faltered as he hastily made his way toward her home, the raindrops pelting his forehead due to his swift pace. Ling Xingyue's eyes darkened with intensity as he strained to perceive Lan Qimin's essence, and after running for a while, he immediately sensed her aura's instability. As if she were in great distress, this moment, the rain fell even more incessantly, its breath faint yet tremulous, revealing that the girl was undoubtedly in peril. That a profound fear gripped her heart, causing her breath to waver so uncontrollably. "Hold on, Mitsai. I shall be by your side shortly. Fear not." Ling Xingyue sprinted several paces further, straining to discern the direction of that presence. At last, she not only sensed the breath, but also heard the terrified, hoarse voice of Lan Qimin. "Do not approach. I am Lan Qimin of the Lan family. Should you harbor any ill intentions towards me, the Lan family and the Xi family will surely avenge me." Chapter 46. The rescue. The Lan family and the Xi family are but trivial matters. As the esteemed son of the governor, I shall not be intimidated by a mere steward of a ranch. A voice, brimming with arrogance and self-satisfaction, followed closely behind Lan Qimin's words. Ling Xingyue's heart twisted in alarm. Disregarding the raindrops that invaded her eyes, her gaze ablaze with fury, as if she could incinerate the droplets themselves. With a series of leaps and utilizing her acute auditory senses in conjunction with her spiritual energy, she swiftly pinpointed Lan Qimin's location. Adjusting her trajectory slightly, her expression grew cold, her eyes ablaze with fierce determination. "Release her." Before she even arrived, her voice rang out sharply. Upon hearing this, Lan Qimin inexplicably felt that suffocating terror and helplessness dissipate in an instant. Through tear-filled eyes, she beheld a shadowy figure darting towards her, moving with such speed that the golden threads of his garment flashed before her eyes. Smack! Ouch! Thud! A cacophony of sounds seemed to occur simultaneously. When Lan Qimian focused her gaze once more, she found that the lecherous son of the governor had tumbled into a distant patch of mud, sprawled with his rear end elevated, desperately attempting to rise. However, it appeared that his wrist or arm had been twisted, rendering him powerless to stand. As he cried out in despair, the other attendants, standing slightly farther away, dared not touch the hem of Lan Qimian's garment as they stood behind the lecherous young master. For them, this was indeed a stroke of fortune, as they remained unscathed. Nonetheless, they too had fallen, groaning and struggling to regain their composure. The lecherous young master bellowed, "You worthless wretches, come and help me up. Are you waiting for me to stand unaided?" Reluctantly, the others scrambled to their feet, enduring the dizziness from their falls, their legs swollen and backs aching, limping towards him to assist the governor's son, spitting out the mud and filthy water from his mouth. One attendant, accustomed to arrogance, exclaimed, "Which family do you hail from, you audacious brat, daring to strike the esteemed son of the governor? I reckon you must be tired of living." Like a shadow, Ling Xingyue swiftly approached, delivering several swift slaps to the insolent attendant. Before departing, she delivered a kick that sent him sprawling even farther away, unable to rise again. "Begone. Today, I spare your lives solely out of concern for the lady's well-being. Should such rudeness befall any woman again, I shall show no mercy. Hold on. I, Ling Xingyue, shall not alter my name or my surname, that if your father, the magistrate, wishes to maintain his position, it would be prudent for him to manage you more carefully. Otherwise, I, Ling Xingyue, a first-rank military marquis and a royal bestowal, shall demand his head." Ling Xingyue, concerned that these vile individuals might seek trouble with the Lan family in the future, issued a direct warning, thereby shouldering the entire matter upon herself. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback by Ling Xingyue's formidable background, particularly the son of the magistrate, who, having associated with his father for several years, recalled that there was indeed a formidable foreign prince in the court bearing the surname Ling. This revelation nearly caused him to tumble from his mount. His wrist was too weak to exert force, so one of the stronger attendants had no choice but to ride behind him, holding him securely as they galloped away. Ling Xingyue glanced down at Lan Qimian in her embrace, who looked at her with disbelief. The suddenness of the situation left her body somewhat stiff, her hands clenched into tight fists, fingertips turning pale. Ling Xingyue gently caressed the top of Lan Qimian's head and spoke to her in a calm manner. "Relax. Do not be afraid. Loosen your grip. If you continue to hold on so tightly, it will hurt in a moment." After saying this, she took Lan Qimian's delicate, pale hands and softly pried open each finger one by one. Lan Qimian felt a warmth enveloping her hands and involuntarily shivered. "Does it hurt?" Ling Xingyue cradled those soft little hands within her own, bringing them to her lips and softly blowing upon them. A gentle breeze swept past the two, intertwining with the sparse ancient trees of the grassland, creating a soft, melodious sound akin to a koto. Mist lingered at the horizon, clouds billowed, and the rain had ceased without either of them noticing. Ling Xingyue's gaze lowered, her focus intent on her task. That a stray wisp of hair, dislodged by the wind, danced lightly before settling down, brushing against their palms. Initially, the tight grasp of hands had left marks of fingernails upon her pale palms, causing some discomfort, but it was no longer unbearable. Yet, with Ling Xingyue's gaze so tender, inexplicably, Lan Qimian found herself softly replying, "It hurts." Lan Qimian could not fathom why she would deceive Ling Xingyue, just as she remained oblivious to how Ling Xingyue sensed her peril and repeatedly came to her rescue. Tightening her hold on Lan Qimian's hands, Ling Xingyue suddenly closed her eyes, turned her head to the side, and with a pallid expression, murmured, "Miss Lan, please speak to me about something to distract my mind." Lan Qimian gazed into his eyes, somewhat perplexed. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" "Speak of trivial matters, anything unimportant, to help me calm down," Ling Xingyue clarified, keeping one hand firmly grasping Lan Qimian's and pressing the fingertips of the other against her forehead, as if striving to endure something with great effort. "The sweet brew you gifted me is truly delightful, and that cup is exceptionally beautiful. I adore it." Ling Xingyue remained with her eyes tightly shut, her fingertips still pressing against her forehead. "Well, I shall prepare some more for you next time, so you can savor it at your leisure." Upon uttering these words, Ling Xingyue opened his eyes. Unlike moments prior, the traces of blazing fire within his gaze were now starkly evident. "Are you feeling better?" Lan Qimian inquired with concern. Not much improved, came the reply. Lan Kamang awaited further words from Ling Xingyue. Yet he fell silent, lowering his head to gently stroke her forehead, his expression finally softening from its earlier rigidity. What troubles you? Lan Kamang's voice was barely a whisper. I have not sustained any harm. You need to relax. Her voice grew even softer. Upon hearing this, the fire in Ling Xingyue's eyes diminished significantly, replaced by a deeper and more profound tenderness, his tone lowering to a soothing timbre. Chapter 47. A stroll under the moon. Fortunately, I was nearby. After speaking, the gentleness in Ling Xingyue's demeanor was suddenly overtaken by a more piercing intensity in his gaze that I cannot help but feel an overwhelming urge to eliminate them. Yet, I am aware that such actions would not only instill fear in you, but also create substantial troubles and calamities for the Lan and Sea families, he continued. At times, I find it nearly impossible to control my fury and temper. The violence surging within me feels as though it might erupt. Ling Xingyue pressed his fingertips to his forehead. I am constantly tempted to turn around and pursue them, to rend them asunder, believing it might quell my rage. Watching the flickering flames rekindle in Ling Xingyue's eyes, Lan Kamang hastily removed his warm hand that had been pressing against his forehead, replacing it with her own, gently caressing the indentation left behind. Ling Xingyue stood quietly, allowing her tender touch to soothe him, remaining silent. The slender reeds around them swayed gently, clustering at their feet, a faint sigh escaping his lips, dissipating into the thin mist of rain, never to be found again. Ling Xingyue gazed down at Lan Kamang, his eyes reflecting the tranquil depths of a serene lake, which seemed on the verge of engulfing her entirely. Unbeknownst to them, a light rain began to fall once more. You enjoy the rain so much. Shall I take you for a ride through it? The sensation is truly exquisite. Observing the eager expression on Ling Xingyue's face, Lan Kamang slowly nodded in agreement. Elated, Ling Xingyue held the umbrella over her with one hand while reaching out to assist her in mounting the horse with the other. However, despite being a child of the steppes, Lan Kamang had been startled earlier, and the rain-soaked stirrup was slippery. Thus, she struggled twice without success in mounting the steed. Suddenly, with a gasp, Lan Kamang found herself lifted into the air and then securely seated on the horse's back. It turned out that Ling Xingyue had expertly supported the umbrella with one hand while effortlessly lifting her delicate waist with the other, placing her gently on the horse. He then mounted swiftly, one arm encircling her while the other held the umbrella aloft. Concerned that raindrops might fall upon her as they rode, he opted for a slow pace, allowing the horse to tread lightly. Today, our attire does not harmonize particularly well, which is quite regrettable. Dai feels as though we owe an apology to this serene landscape, this splendid rainy day, and the soft cattails, especially the delicate strands of rain that seem to have penetrated the softest corners of my heart. Ling Xingyue gazes straight ahead, seemingly speaking to herself, yet perhaps addressing Lan Qimen as well. It is at this moment that Lan Qimen notices that Ling Xingyue is not adorned in the usual jade-toned garments he has favored in recent days. However, the outfit of deep black adorned with bamboo leaf embellishments enhances his elegance even further. His hair, dampened by the gentle rain, appears impeccably neat, adding an alluring charm to his demeanor. Lan Qimen recalls that it seems quite some time has passed since Ling Xingyue's clothing has complemented her own. At times, it is the overall color scheme of their attire, at others, a mere embellishment, and occasionally, an entire ensemble that matches splendidly. A blush creeps across Lan Qimen's cheeks as she inquires, "Did you intend to achieve this effect? I often wonder why your clothing seems to resonate with my own." While a coincidence might be plausible once or twice, she is genuinely curious about how he knows what she wears each day. Ling Xingyue lowers his chin to gently brush against Lan Qimen's hair, then playfully replies, "I shan't tell you. Why don't you take a guess? Ling, young prince, your speed and strength are remarkable. You seem anything but ordinary. How do you manage such feats? And why are you nearby today, in the rain, without an umbrella? Did you come out for a stroll in the rain?" Lan Qimen sets aside her musings about their attire, her mind now more occupied with her subsequent inquiries, particularly regarding Ling Xingyue's extraordinary abilities that leave her perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xingyue lowers his head and says, "You needn't call me young prince. Do you not find that cumbersome? We need not be so formal. Promise me, call me by my name, Ling Xingyue, or if you prefer, just Xingyue would be best." Upon finishing, the elegant arch of his brows slightly furrows. As he hesitates and adds, "Lan Qimen." She nods gently, and a gust of cold wind sweeps by, causing the somewhat underdressed Lan Qimen to shiver slightly. "Are you cold?" Ling Xingyue offers her the umbrella in his left hand, halting the slowly advancing horse with his right, swiftly shedding his soft cotton outerwear. Clad only in a thin shirt, he drapes the garment over Lan Qimen, taking care to gently tie the sleeves at her shoulders. Then, utilizing a modicum of his inner spiritual energy, he adjusts his body temperature to exceed that of the spirit cat clan. That a human's body temperature is generally 3 or 4 degrees lower than that of the feline kin, making the spirit cats more susceptible to the cold. Ling Xingyue continuously expends his spiritual energy. Although the requirement is minimal, he would never indulge in such extravagant waste solely for his own comfort. However, for the sake of Lan Qimen, it was a different matter. Ling Xingyue seemed never to have contemplated whether his actions were excessively extravagant, whether they were a waste, or whether he was being unduly harsh on himself. To the point of causing harm, his movements were entirely instinctive. He had no control over himself as long as she, Lan Qimen, was before him. Ling Xingyue turned his horse towards Lan Qimen's home. Racing ahead. "What sort of place is it? Is it beautiful? Did you discover it?" Lan Qimen inquired with curiosity. Chapter 48. A rendezvous indeed. "It is a splendid place that if you are willing, I would like to take you to see it. Aside from myself, no one else has ventured there. It is truly beautiful, especially when it rains," Lan Qimen invited with enthusiasm, her tone unwittingly tinged with a hint of playful coquetry, although she was unaware of this change. Ling Xingyue once again heard that sweet, mellifluous voice of the girl, stirring something within him and causing a warmth to rise in his chest. Moreover, what if she had matters to attend to later and could not go out? What if that warm yet bothersome brother, C2, came to seek her out again in the afternoon? What if that rascal, Lan Jing, concocted some scheme to please his wife, leading to yet another family gathering for tea and fruit? Ling Xingyue promptly resolved to keep Lan Qimen by his side during lunch. Thus, when he proposed this to her, a mischievous glint began to surface in his eyes. "All right, but you must wait for me outside a little longer. I must inform my father and mother in detail after I change my clothes." Ling Xingyue paused and earnestly asked Lan Qimen, "Are you going to tell your mother that you wish to go out alone with me? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? I worry that your mother may not approve." Hearing this, Lan Qimen nodded in agreement, saying, "That is true. My mother seems to disapprove of my excessive interactions with you. What should we do? Perhaps you could tell your mother that you were invited by the cold lady of the Ling Xingyue manor to enjoy some tea, and then she would not object." A mischievous sparkle flickered in Ling Xingyue's deep-set eyes. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the term cold lady, Lan Qimen felt a sudden heaviness in her heart and coldly whispered, "Why do you refer to your own secondary wife as the cold lady? Is she not the beloved one you married?" Lan Qimen inwardly berated herself several times. "Lan Qimen, how could you be so frivolous? Knowing full well that he has someone he cherishes, how could you develop feelings just because he saved you a couple of times? Even if he ardently confesses his feelings to you, do not forget that he has yet to take a legitimate wife and has taken a secondary wife instead, which indicates he likely pursued that cold secondary wife in a similar manner." With this thought, Lan Qimen's heart grew cold, and her desire to visit that ethereal place waned. "By the way, has your cold lady never been there?" Lankman inquired coolly, yet her heart harbored a faint hope, for she had never ventured into that desolate autumn. She distinctly remembered that when Ling Xingyue had invited her moments ago, she had stated, "Apart from me, no one else has ever entered that place." "No, besides you, I have not invited anyone else." Ling Xingyue's spark gradually dimmed, yet she urgently implored, "Miss Lan, you must allow me to explain everything regarding Miss Lung. I promise to elucidate all matters concerning her. Please, grant me this favor." Upon witnessing the anger in Lankman's eyes, a wave of panic surged within Ling Xingyue, causing all her cunning, slyness, and even allure to dissipate into thin air. Her words became somewhat disjointed, as she fervently reiterated her plea, infusing it with a hint of desperation. Hearing Ling Xingyue's sincere words, which seemed to pierce her very soul, Lankman's heart softened, and she clasped her hands tightly together, murmuring, "All right, I shall accompany you. Please wait for me." After speaking, she removed the outer garment Ling Xingyue had draped over her, then accepted the oiled paper umbrella offered by Ling Xingyue, slowly stepping through the gates of the Lan residence. Disappearing into a small enclave of rooms, Ling Xingyue's heart tightened into a knot. At times, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain for his own ineffectiveness, ever since he discovered that Lankman was that girl. He had been fraught with anxiety in her absence, Worrying whether she would fall ill again or find herself in peril, it seemed that Lankman was perpetually surrounded by danger, whether falling from trees or being intercepted by nefarious individuals. Not to mention fainting one day or suffering amnesia the next. The fact that she ventured out alone for a stroll, clad so lightly, was a source of endless concern. Ling Xingyue was particularly troubled by the thought of Situ possibly visiting Lankman again. Sometimes, he even felt that Situ intended to take root at the Lan residence, which was exceedingly vexing. Hence, he found himself drawn to see her, a compulsion that enabled him to save Lankman today. This very reason intensified his desire to remain by her side, to be there for her at the first sign of danger, ready to protect and care for her. Ling Xingyue stood, his gaze deeply fixed upon the direction of the Lan residence. Rooted in place, due to the relentless rain and biting wind, no servant stood watch outside the gates of the Lan residence. Lan Jing had never favored having servants idly await the sparse visitors from the grasslands. And with the weather being so bleak today, the doors were wide open. Should anyone arrive, they could directly enter the warm chambers without the need for an announcement. Just as Ling Xingyue began to lose hope that Lankman would emerge again, he beheld her donning a fur-collared outer garment, which accentuated her slender waist and, coupled with the fluffy collar, added an air of softness and warmth. Suddenly, Ling Xingyue's eyes brightened, and a wave of tenderness washed over him. An involuntary smile graced his lips, and the coldness in his gaze melted away, merging into the rain, which seemed to take on an added warmth. Chapter 49. Leap. Let me drape this over you. Lan Qimen approached and handed Ling Xingyue a fox-fur collar cloak identical to the one she wore. Ling Xingyue's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted it with both hands, lifting it to drape over her shoulders. Then bowed her head, waiting for Lan Qimen to fasten it for her. Lan Qimen glanced at the smiling Ling Xingyue. Her face suddenly flushed like a sunset, and without a word, she turned and walked away. Consequently, Ling Xingyue hastily secured the cloak herself and urged her horse to catch up. The reason for Ling Xingyue's prolonged wait was that Lan Qimen had meticulously arranged everything and had quietly taken the cloak before rushing out. The spirited horse stood nearby, neither whinnying nor making a sound, its gentle eyes blinking as it gazed at the pair, seemingly captivated by their enchanting presence. The light rain had ceased, and a crisp breeze, laced with the scent of dew, gently penetrated the softest corners of Ling Xingyue's heart. He extended his hand to assist Lan Qimen onto the horse, then swung himself up, wrapping his arms around her slender waist as they galloped towards the official road leading to Blue Qimen Ranch. Lan Qimen, after a moment of orientation, asked in astonishment, "You'll know soon." Ling Xingyue lowered his head, inhaling the refreshing scent, slightly entranced. The aroma of the spirit catnip, which had previously unsettled him, seemed to fade into oblivion. Perhaps every time Ling Xingyue felt a surge of emotion, that alluring fragrance dissipated, leaving only the crisp, dew-laden air, enveloping the delicate sentiments between them. The horse galloped swiftly along the main road until Ling Xingyue brought it to a halt. Suddenly, the sun burst forth, illuminating the sky with a magnificent rainbow. The two stared at the rainbow in silence, lost in its beauty. After a while, Ling Xingyue's gaze softened as he looked down at Lan Qimen, asking gently, "Are you hungry, Qimen?" Lan Qimen nodded slightly, responding, "I can manage. I'm not very hungry." However, almost immediately, her stomach audibly protested, breaking the moment. Ling Xingyue, observing her shy demeanor as she lowered her head, felt a flutter in his heart, and his expression grew even more tender. "Get down. I'll carry you." He dismounted and then, with utmost care and gentleness, helped Lan Qimen down from the high saddle, pointing to a narrow stretch of protective forest alongside the road. He said, "Do you see that long, slender grove? I will take you through there to Mingbanshang City." As he spoke, Ling Xingyue bent slightly forward and continued, "Come on, climb onto my back. I'll carry you. Hurry, there's no one around." Lan Qimen hesitated for a moment, unsure if he was jesting, but it was evident that Ling Xingyue was entirely serious. Sensing her uncertainty, he smiled and extended a hand to support her, though perplexed. Lan Qimen, seeing that he had no intention of explaining further, allowed him to guide her into his embrace, ultimately finding herself on his back. She soon realized that she needed no effort other than to wrap her legs and arms around Ling Xingyue's form. Yet she felt too bashful to proceed. Ling Xingyue unexpectedly discovered this issue, and a smile crept onto his lips as he momentarily forgot that women of this era should not be so casually carried on one's back. In truth, he had not entirely overlooked this matter. His only concern was to shield her from prying eyes, never considering that lank man herself might feel too shy to be carried in such a manner. Thus, he gently shifted the bewildered lank man from his back to his front, effortlessly cradling her against his chest. However, he consciously ensured that her body only nestled within the curve of his arm, avoiding any contact with his chest to spare her from excessive embarrassment. Ling Xingyue then began to run, darting through the narrow woodland with the speed of a cheetah and the lightness of a bird, landing as silently as a feline, leaving no trace of his passage. His breathing remained steady, seemingly effortless, as the trees on either side rushed past, brushing so closely as to feel but a mere breath apart. Lank Man was both startled and thrilled, enveloped in a wondrous sense of exhilaration. From the moment Ling Xingyue started to run until he slowed down slightly and led her out of the dense forest, she felt no fear. Rather, she sensed that as long as Ling Xingyue was by her side, there was nothing to dread, no danger, no hunger, no chill, and certainly no discomfort, for he was always attentive and considerate of her feelings. Ling Xingyue continued to leap through the thicket until they were not far from the city of Mengba, at which point he guided Lank Man out of the woods, lowering his gaze to her sparkling eyes. Aglow from their swift run, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ling Xingyue was truly elated. This girl was indeed extraordinary, not only beautiful, but also brave and imbued with a spirit of adventure. Yet, because of this very quality, she often found herself facing greater dangers than others. Therefore, he resolved to stand guard by her side, to protect her diligently, ensuring that she would suffer no harm. He would not permit anyone to inflict pain upon his girl. With a heart full of joy, Ling Xingyue strolled alongside Lank Man towards the city. As expected, the tavern he had previously visited was bustling with patrons. He did not linger on the ground floor, but led Lank Man directly up the stairs to the second floor. To his delight, the table by the window, adjacent to the bamboo, was unoccupied, seemingly waiting for their arrival in serene anticipation. Soon as Ling Xingyue and Lank Man sat down, a cleanly dressed innkeeper approached them personally, laying before them a bottle of celestial wine and 2 cups adorned with submerged blue lotus flowers, followed by 4 exquisitely prepared small dishes. Before departing, without further interruption, Lank Man took a sip, savoring the delightful flavors. Indeed, the food at this tavern was remarkably good. Chapter 50. The tavern. Have you been here before? Lank Man inquired, noticing that the innkeeper seemed quite familiar with Ling Xingyue's preferences. Ling Xingyue refrained from disclosing that this was his first visit solely due to her, during which he had indulged in drink and spent a night in a stupor outside her tent. Recalling that occasion when he was inebriated and unable to contain his emotions as he intercepted her on the path to the academy, a twinge of embarrassment washed over him. Lan Qimen, misunderstanding the situation, assumed that the ever-passionate Ling Xingyue harbored affections for the innkeeper's daughter. With a hint of playful indignation, she pouted and exclaimed, "Whom have I smiled at? I scarcely know the innkeeper here, let alone his daughter." "Huh? From whence do you conjure these notions?" Lan Qimen, wearing a perplexed expression, responded, "Did you not notice the innkeeper's daughter's reaction just now? Your smile, coupled with your voice, nearly bewitched her into a state of dizziness. Were you truly oblivious to it?" Ling Xingyue discovered that whenever he was in the presence of Lan Qimen, a smile would inevitably grace his lips, spilling forth unbidden and mingling with the refreshing aroma of the morning dew. He realized it had been quite some time since he had laughed so genuinely. In his previous life as a cat, he had lamented not possessing the company of Lan Qimen, and in his human existence, he found himself yearning for her in the present day. Last, Ling Xingyue could stand proudly by the side of this enchanting girl, though he was constantly besieged by the annoyingly warm presence of his dear brother, Wen Tao. Yet today, in this moment, it was solely he and Lan Qimen together. As he listened to her soft words, even in a tone of mock anger, he found an extraordinary tenderness that left him utterly unperturbed. "Is my smile truly enchanting? Is my voice beguiling? Does it ensnare you?" Ling Xingyue playfully rose from the table across from her, swiftly leaning closer until his exquisitely handsome face was mere inches from hers. His deep-set eyes blazed with fervor, shimmering with a hint of mischief and allure. Lan Qimen was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of his gaze, stuttering, Ling Xingyue, why are you suddenly so close?" "Sit back down." With a radiant smile, Ling Xingyue complied and settled back into his seat. "Miss Lan, I've noticed that whenever you're irate, you instinctively call me by my full name. whereas you usually adopt a more formal demeanor. If you insist on calling me Little Prince or Prince Ling, then I'd prefer you remain perpetually vexed, for that way you could keep invoking my name." His voice was a languid murmur, almost teasing. "Miss Lan, do you not find the name Ling Xingyue rather melodious? Why not call me by my name from now on? Xingyue, what do you think? Give it a T or Y.as." He extended a hand to serve her food. He beckoned the innkeeper to bring forth some sweet wine, knowing well that Lan Qimin could not indulge in alcohol, and that his own tolerance was notoriously low. It was best for both to refrain from excessive drinking. Lan Qimin, feeling famished, dove into her meal without hesitation. Aware of her penchant for food, Ling Xingyue found her relaxed demeanor refreshing, as she savored her favorite dishes with abandon. Deep within, she felt a peculiar sense of familiarity with Ling Xingyue, as if they had known each other for ages, or perhaps that he was always meant to be by her side. Lan Qimin found herself perplexed by the nature of her feelings. Yet curiously, these sentiments seemed to have stirred within her since their very first encounter. However, in all their previous meetings, including the one prior to this shared meal, their interactions had been steeped in a cacophony of chatter, and she could not shake the impression of being a magnet for calamity, constantly embroiled in perilous situations. Strangely, Ling Xingyue always appeared to extend a helping hand, rescuing her time and again. This profound sense of familiarity left her no time for contemplation until just moments ago, when the realization dawned upon her. By the way, I am exceedingly curious about how you manage to move so swiftly, and your strength, seems remarkably formidable. You effortlessly carry me while navigating through the dense forest at such a rapid pace. And yet I feel no turbulence whatsoever. How do you achieve this? Could it be that you are indeed a revered monk in the service of the current emperor? No, that cannot be right. A monk would not have hair. Ah, I have it. You must be a highly accomplished practitioner. Am I correct? Lan Qimin exclaimed in a hushed tone filled with excitement. Ling Xingyue was left in a state of bemusement by Lan Qimin's incessant speculations. Yet he was reluctant to disrupt the blissful moment they had so painstakingly cultivated. I truly wonder what fanciful thoughts swirl in that little head of yours each day. Ha. Upon hearing this, Lan Qimin pouted slightly and huffed, as if to convey, "If you do not acknowledge it, does that mean I am mistaken? Otherwise, why would the current emperor bestow such favor upon you, even after committing the offense of dishonoring the widows of the military? You were merely relegated to your own estate for reflection. Surely, he must see the value in your exceptional abilities. Rest assured, even if you deny it and keep it to yourself, it is evident that this must be a closely guarded secret. Fear not, I shall not breathe a word to anyone," she declared, her demeanor exuding the essence of a confidant, which made Ling Xingyue struggle to contain his amusement, though he felt a pang of guilt at the prospect of deceiving her. Just as Ling Xingyue posed his inquiry, he noticed a distinctly pained expression cross Lan Qimin's face, which tugged at his heartstrings. He chastised himself for broaching such a topic at this moment. Realizing he ought to wait until she was fully satiated before delving into such matters, he promptly poured her a cup of warm sweet brew, his tone gentle and laced with concern as he urged, "Why have you stopped? Please, continue eating. It will cool down, and you may end up with an upset stomach." After ensuring the temperature was just right, he handed the cup to her, saying, "Take a sip. Only then will I continue our conversation." Chapter 51. The chilling autumn of past sorrows. Lan Qimin accepted the cup of warm sweet brew, sipping it slowly in small increments, her gaze fixed on the lush green bamboo outside the window. No longer speaking or casting a glance at Ling Xingyue, this sudden silence prompted a wave of anxiety within him. How utterly unbecoming. "You must turn around and look at me for me to speak," he implored softly, his tone unconsciously tinged with a hint of pleading. Lan Qimin let out a sigh in her heart. Truly, Ling Xingyue was someone whom no one could resist. His deep, alluring tone made it impossible for her not to turn and meet his profound gaze. As Ling Xingyue recounted the tale, the events unfolded vividly before Lan Qimin's eyes. Many years ago, a longtime friend of Lung Qingqiu's father, having newly wed for just a year, was blessed with a son. Both families rejoiced, and during the child's full moon banquet, they agreed that if the Lung family's first child were a daughter, she would be wed to the boy. If a son, they would become sworn brothers. However, for reasons unknown, Lung Madam's womb remained silent for many years, until at last, after a long wait, she bore a daughter. The families, unable to contain their joy, revisited their old engagement agreement and finally reached a consensus. As soon as Lung Qingqiu matured, She would be married off. After successfully conceiving, Lung Madam became remarkably fruitful, giving birth to 3 sons in quick succession. Given the prevailing preference for sons within the Lung family and the rather stern disposition of Lung Qingqiu's father, her status in the family gradually diminished, and she received far less affection compared to her younger brothers. Strangely, when Lung Qingqiu was merely 6 months old, the Lung household adopted a 2-year-old son from her uncle's branch as the family's eldest son. This act was perceived as a profound disgrace by Lung Madam, who harbored deep resentment that her firstborn was not a son, leading to her showing less maternal affection towards Lung Qingqiu. Eventually, just as Lung Qingqiu was beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel, her betrothed fiancé tragically fell in battle. When the devastating news reached her, Lung Qingqiu nearly fainted, refusing food and water for 3 days and nights. Yet, before she could gather her thoughts on what to do next, her stepbrother and father took turns persuading her, in the current dynasty, particularly among the families of military generals. The reputation of widows was held in high regard. Thus, her father, in pursuit of the family's honor, compelled her, with a mix of coercion and inducement, to enter into the household of her deceased fiancé as his widow, making her swear never to remarry. One day, when Ling Xingyue was still young, he hid in his parents' room while playing hide and seek, and overheard their hushed conversation regarding this matter. It was then that he learned of the plans to have Lung Qingqiu serve as a newlywed bride in a ritualistic burial. The elderly Lady Ling vehemently opposed this, repeatedly urging the old prince to intervene and rescue Lung Qingqiu. From that moment on, Lung Qingqiu took residence in the royal mansion, her designation still uncertain. However, Lady Ling treated her with considerable distinction, providing her with numerous maidservants and even granting her a separate, tranquil courtyard for her own use, earning her the respect of the household staff at that time. Although Ling Xingyue was not short in stature, he was somewhat frail and sickly. When he first encountered the 2 years older Lung Qingqiu, he found her presence to be strikingly formidable. According to the servants of the Ling Wangfu, the first encounter between Ling Xingyue and Lung Qingqiu was marked by an immediate fondness and reliance, as they often played together. Whenever there was something delicious or entertaining, Ling Xingyue would undoubtedly be the first to share it with Lung Qingqiu. As time passed, and both grew older, their bond transformed from the clingy affection of childhood into something more subtle. However, it was evident that Ling Xingyue began to develop distinct feelings for Lung Qingqiu. Had circumstances continued in this manner, perhaps the eventual exile of Ling Xingyue from the capital and his subsequent period of reflection on the pasture would never have occurred. Nor would he have been deprived of the chance to see Lon Qimen again. That seems to resonate with the adage that everything is preordained. Yet, unexpectedly, Lung Qingqiu entered with a cup and a wine jug, expressing a desire to share a few drinks with the young prince. Ling Xingyue, already burdened by a heavy heart, did not refuse. Little did he know that his tolerance for alcohol was limited. After only 3 cups, he succumbed to inebriation. Upon awakening, he discovered Lung Qingqiu, clad only in her undergarments, weeping sorrowfully on his bed. The events that transpired in between remained a complete enigma to him. Nevertheless, despite his memory's shortcomings, he was not naive. As the saying goes, I may have a poor memory, but I am not foolish. Furthermore, within the spirit cat clan, if no feelings are stirred, there can be no signs of male arousal, making the occurrence of such an event impossible. Thus, it was inconceivable that any intimate relations could have transpired while inebriated. However, this was a truth he could not divulge to Lon Qimen. Moreover, his own characteristics as a spirit cat, marked by the phenomenon of still possessing his virginity, further assured him that no such actions could have occurred with Lung Qingqiu. He was entirely convinced that Lung Qingqiu had deliberately ensnared him. Yet he ultimately chose not to expose her scheme, for his justifications could not be shared with outsiders. In Chapter 52, Lon Qimen's Trust, Ling Xingyue contemplated the prevailing circumstances, ultimately deciding to delay marriage and explanation. This continued until the Emperor and Empress Dowager issued a decree, compelling him to wed Lung Qingqiu as commanded. However, the Emperor was aware of the complexities, considering that Lung Qingqiu was a widow, while Ling Xingyue held the title of hereditary prince. Consequently, Lung Qingqiu entered the royal household as a concubine. Following this arrangement, Ling Xingyue found himself compelled to depart the capital for the grasslands of Lanku pasture. This served dual purposes. To quell the emperor's wrath, he could not abandon Lung Qingqiu immediately after their union. and to keep a close watch on her, ensuring he was aware of her actions and could maintain some level of vigilance. Most importantly, at that time, Ling Xingyue harbored a flicker of hope. He believed he could leverage Lung Qingqiu to draw out the true essence of that prince, thereby unlocking the potential for a tri-spiritual empathy that would lead him to the girl. Lan Qimen. Should he locate Lan Qimen, Lung Qingqiu could assist him in clarifying matters when he struggled to articulate his thoughts, although Ling Xingyue's thoughts were difficult to articulate in their entirety. She ultimately gazed earnestly and unwaveringly into Lan Qimen's eyes and declared, "I implore you to trust me. Should you continue to doubt, I shall have no choice but to summon Lung Qingqiu to elucidate matters personally." Lan Qimen listened intently to Ling Xingyue's narrative, and in that moment, the reasons behind Ling Xingyue's marriage to Lung Qingqiu, requiring the emperor's explicit decree, became clear. She comprehended why Ling Xingyue consistently accompanied Lung Qingqiu and why he never brought along his other consort, regardless of the occasion. Furthermore, Lan Qimen had noted that Ling Xingyue referred to this consort as Miss Lung, never addressing her as Madam or Qingqiu, let alone using endearing terms akin to my dear Qimen. Curiously, Lan Qimen longed to inquire of Ling Xingyue why he harbored such fervent affection for her, repeatedly coming to her rescue. While she acknowledged a slight advantage in her appearance, it was evident that Ling Xingyue was not a man to be swayed solely by superficiality. However, as she opened her mouth to speak, she ultimately refrained, realizing that such inquiries would be rather unbecoming for a woman. After a brief silence, Lan Qimen took another sip of the sweet brew and gradually lifted her gaze to say, "I believe you." This affirmation resonated in Ling Xingyue's ears like a celestial melody, surpassing even the most exquisite of harmonies. His greatest fear had been that Lan Qimen would find it impossible to forgive him due to the matters concerning Lung Qingqiu, compounded by the presence of her warm-hearted brother, which only deepened his unease. Outside, the delicate leaves of the emerald bamboo rustled gently in the breeze, while the droplets of rain formed resplendent pearls of dew, glistening in their descent. With the weight of his most profound burdens finally lifted, Ling Xingyue's expression transformed into one of joy, and his deep-set eyes appeared to brighten, reminiscent of a serene lake basking in radiant sunlight, captivating all who beheld it, making one reluctant to avert their gaze. Ling Xingyue spoke softly, but Lan Qimen scrunched her small nose and chuckled, responding with clarity, "I thought you might scold me for sacrificing my comfort for beauty, insisting that I bundle up like a bear." Ling Xingyue, observing the way her lips moved in playful rhythm, couldn't help but burst into laughter, then, still smiling, inquired, "What? Does your mother often say such things to you?" Lan Qimen, with a touch of pity, nodded. "Indeed, you have no idea. The moment the temperature drops, my mother chases after me, chattering about how I must dress warmly, even if I resemble a bear in her eyes. I am the most beautiful." Ling Xingyue erupted into hearty laughter once more, then turned serious as he addressed Lan Qimen. "I share that sentiment. My dear Qimen, I believe you are the most beautiful, regardless of what you wear. Moreover, I can accompany you in your bear attire. If you don the guise of a bear, I shall too." Upon uttering these words, Ling Xingyue felt a flush rise to his cheeks, his ears painted with the hues of dusk, and he added in a barely audible whisper, "Besides, as long as I am by your side, I will ensure you never feel the chill. You may regard me as your exclusive little son." He. In truth, the name Ling Xingyue signifies that if one day I were to accompany Lan Qimen while dressed lightly, he, Ling Xingyue, would rather employ his own spiritual energy than allow Lan Qimen to feel the chill. However, should I not be by your side, it would be prudent for you to wear more layers. Moreover, given your delicate frame, even if you were to wear multiple layers, you would never resemble a bear. And if you did, you would undoubtedly be the most exquisite bear in existence. Ling Xingyue earnestly conveyed this to Lan Qimen. The two engaged in a leisurely conversation, their meal extending well into the afternoon. Ling Xingyue, unhurried, slowly accompanied Lan Qimen in idle chatter, occasionally refilling her cup with sweet nectar, each time pouring himself a similar cup to taste first. If he found it to be slightly cool, he would summon the waiter to warm it up. As they neared the end of their meal, Lan Qimen suddenly recalled that Ling Xingyue had mentioned taking her to a particularly beautiful place. However, their delightful conversation had caused her to completely forget about it. With her innocent wide eyes, she asked, "What shall we do now, Ling Xiaowangi? It seems there may not be time for that today. I truly wish to see that lovely place." Upon hearing Lan Qimen revert to calling him Ling Xiaowangi, Ling Xingyue sighed and replied, "Do not worry. Have we not enjoyed ourselves immensely today? The purpose of taking you to see that scenery was to alleviate the distress caused by your earlier ordeal. Since your spirits have lifted, my goal has been achieved." As he continued weaving, he added, "We have ample time in the future. There is no need for concern that I will surely take you there eventually." Chapter 53. Love as if it were a dream. Unbeknownst to them, winter had already lingered for 3 months. With the new year approaching, a festive atmosphere began to permeate the winter as the eve of the 23rd day of the 12th month drew near. The imperial New Year rewards were distributed, particularly within the royal residence. Although the young prince was in exile, his father's many loyal subordinates and confidants still held significant military positions in the court. Fortunately, it was a time of peace. However, should troubles arise at the borders or unrest occur in the provinces, this young prince would undoubtedly be summoned to take command. Thus, it would be wise for this young prince to remain obedient. When called upon, he must assume his responsibilities, and when not needed, he should conduct himself with propriety and refrain from excessive actions that a warning delivered with both grace and authority. Ling Xingyue, a spirit cat of over a century, was well aware of this. On the only official road leading to Lan Qimian's estate, a lengthy procession of carriages and horses moved gracefully, creating a splendid sight from afar. Steward Lu was naturally busy, bustling about, while Ling Xingyue remained seemingly unperturbed, spending his days either attending classes or experimenting with sweet nectar and pastries at home. At tea times, he would compose elegant and tasteful invitations, sending them to Lan Qimian. The many maids, matrons, and young servants in the residence wore smiles of joy as they busily adorned the prince's manor, cleaning, hanging auspicious lanterns, and pasting good fortune characters, with the addition of numerous precious gifts. The entire household blossomed with joy, an atmosphere of festive harmony subtly permeating throughout the estate. The heavy snow had fallen for 2 days, the chill growing ever more intense, yet the beauty of the grasslands became increasingly breathtaking, rendering one at a loss for adequate words to describe it. As if the snow were a delicate mist, transforming the world into a tranquil dream. If clear skies are suited for encounters, then snowy days are perfect for longing. Unbeknownst to her, this thought drifted into Ling Xingyue's mind. With her left hand resting behind her, she donned a striking dark red garment adorned with bamboo leaf embroidery. Standing tall, her eyes resembling a frost-kissed moon, quietly gazing at the snowy landscape outside. Yet, the cheerful laughter and chatter of a few maidservants drifted to her ears. "Kaiju, our young prince has taken quite a liking to those slender black bamboo branches. Why not cut some bamboo leaf window decorations? We could adorn every window frame in the princess residence, and he would surely be delighted." It was the clear, crisp voice of Shan Xing, one of the maidservants. Following a chorus of enthusiastic agreement, Kaiju's slightly melancholic voice emerged. "If we cut them all into black bamboo, it would lose its charm. That I believe we should only decorate the prince's private quarters and study with bamboo. While for the other areas, we might create a variety of floral patterns, such as lotus, orchid, plum, chrysanthemum, daffodil, and even peony. This way, the prince's quarters will stand out with its uniqueness and elegance, while the rest of the estate will appear more vibrant and pleasing." This suggestion evidently garnered unanimous approval, as a flurry of additional ideas soon filled the air. "How about I cut a design of heavenly maidens scattering flowers? We can place various floral patterns beneath it, creating a beautiful tableau." Zhao Hao exclaimed excitedly, his voice rising above the others. "Xiao Hao, you're quite the thinker. I shall go and cut some auspicious designs like 5 blessings arrive in abundance year after year." Aunt Wang boomed, her robust voice cutting through the chatter as she departed to fetch more scissors and colored paper. Ling Xingyue lingered for a moment longer, as the snowfall intensified, before rising and making her way to her study. It was then that she noticed the windows of her study were already adorned with a circle of cut paper depicting green bamboo and dark bamboo leaves, and in the corner, a small branch of snow-kissed plum blossom peeked out, exuding an air of refined beauty. Ling Xingyue smiled softly, thinking to herself, "Kaiju has become increasingly talented. It seems she has learned quite a bit from studying with me these past days." Seated at her desk, she did not summon Kaiju to attend to her, instead choosing to grind her inkstone, seemingly intent on writing something. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she ultimately set down her brush, opened the bamboo leaf window, and gazed dreamily at the falling snow. If love is present, the silent snow embraces the dew, and the heart drifts like a dream. Ling Xingyue extended her hand to retrieve a sheet of pale gold paper with silver patterns. Her slender, fair fingers idly turning it over as she murmured to herself, yet refraining from putting pen to paper. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn outside by a glimmering silver object. Upon rising to investigate, she discovered that one of the maidservants had carelessly tossed a delicate pair of scissors out the window, beside which lay a stack of colorful cut paper, only half of which remained visible beneath the blanket of snow. Ling Xingyue listened intently, noting the absence of any onlookers that a sudden whimsy seized her, and with a graceful push, she leaped out the window like a cat, retrieving 2 items before swiftly vaulting back inside. Perhaps I should craft a small portrait to send to Mancy. She would surely appreciate it, thought Ling Xingyue. With that resolution, she steadied herself and began to cut, guided by the vivid image of her beloved in her mind. The spirit cats were inherently dexterous, and the males possessed equal skill. Before long, the portrait came to life in her hands. Ling Xingyue's earnest gaze flickered with emotion as she scrutinized it once more, then took up a piece of note paper and inscribed a delicate line. Jingxua Huailu, heart like a lingering dream that I in her heart. The ethereal fragrance of Lan Comanche was a cherished essence she wished to hold forever. She did not seek for Lan Comanche to fully comprehend her feelings, but rather hoped she might gradually sense them, feel the warmth she offered, recognize the depths of her affection, and perceive the joy she harbored for her. Ling Xingyue placed the carefully crafted portrait of Lan Comanche into the folded paper and tied it with a deep purple ribbon, artfully resembling a butterfly. She then searched meticulously and found another piece of paper of the same design, crafting a portrait of herself, albeit a rougher version. Yet, her poised stature was unmistakable. Ling Xingyue tucked this portrait into the newly found paper as well, inscribing in the lower right corner another line. Nian Ruoyuai. Heart like a lingering dream. Chapter 54. In Search of the Most Beautiful Snow Lotus, Part 1. On the morrow, the eve of the small new year, the students would rise early to attend lessons, participating in the annual tradition of seeking snow lotus flowers. Furthermore, in accordance with customary practice, each student was required to submit a poem and an essay as their final examination assignment for the year. Naturally, those who managed to find snow lotus flowers that day would be rewarded handsomely. Instantly, a wave of anxiety washed over the majority of students, for after a year of diligent study at the academy, failing to produce commendable work or locate a snow lotus would bring shame upon their families. Thus, everyone began to prepare earnestly, eager to achieve better results and standings. Only Ling Xingyue felt a swell of joy in his heart. He envisioned not only clinching the top spot, but also spending the day before the new year enjoying the snow with Lan Comanche. His brow softened with delight, as anticipation shone brightly in his eyes. When the Blue family received the letter, Chu Lian was busy arranging outfits for the family to complement the grand luncheon planned for the following day. Upon hearing the news, she promptly instructed everyone to transform the lavish luncheon into an extravagant candlelit dinner. The next morning, Lan Comanche hurriedly had Xiao Yu fetch a set of elegant crimson attire suited for walking. The garments enhanced the delicate beauty of her fair face and crimson lips, making them appear even more alluring. This outfit had been specially tailored by Chu Lian, its vibrant red striking against the snow, easy to spot. When the enchanting figure of Lan Comanche caught Ling Xingyue's eye, his face radiated with a brilliant glow. Upon witnessing Lan Qimian gracefully take a seat, Ling Xingyue let out a soft chuckle. What is it? What are you laughing at? Am I not right? Lan Qimian glanced down at herself, confirming that her attire, shoes, slender waist, and even the pair of exquisite bracelets adorning her wrists were all in perfect harmony, and she found nothing amiss. We are quite well matched today. Ling Xingyue chuckled again, as if stars were twinkling in her eyes. It was at this moment that Lan Qimian noticed Ling Xingyue was adorned in a deep crimson ensemble, accentuated by a narrow silver foxtail. Her tall figure both refined and imbued with a gentle grace, and her frost-like visage radiated a poignant charm that enhanced her allure. Lan Qimian's face flushed instantly, and she dared not glance in Ling Xingyue's direction any longer. Just then, Zhuang Xueji, clad in a newly tailored outfit, walked around the screen towards his lectern. The two of them gathered their thoughts and attentively listened to the final admonition of the year. Zhuang Xueji, succinct yet impactful, delivered a few critical remarks before dividing the group for the snow-seeking expedition. As Ling Xingyue had anticipated, Zhuang Laozi had indeed seated them together, as she desired, while earnestly advising, male students must take good care of their female counterparts. Those who are strong and robust should look after the weaker and younger. Most importantly, this activity will also assess your ability to support and cooperate with one another. After the lecture, Ling Xingyue slowly accompanied Lan Qimian out of the classroom and turned to inquire. Sister Qimian, do you still remember the beautiful place I once mentioned to you? I do. You said it was particularly lovely, and that no one else has been there apart from you, Lan Qimian replied softly. Apart from you? I have not invited anyone else either. How about I take you there today? You will surely not be disappointed. Otherwise, who knows when we will have such a fortunate opportunity again? Ling Xingyue coaxed, igniting a hint of hesitation in Lan Qimian. Behind them, Situ, grouped with his two younger sisters and a cousin, reluctantly bade farewell to Lan Qimian and boarded another carriage, as the group set forth towards the nearest snow-capped mountain. Upon disembarking, Zhuang Xueji reiterated his advice. Everyone should not act recklessly, and even if the snow lotus could not be found, poems could be composed about other subjects, with personal safety being the utmost priority. Be cautious, Ling Xingyue signaled to Lan Qimian, and subsequently, with Ling Xingyue leading the way and Lan Qimian following closely, they pursued their individual goals towards the small mountain peak. As Lan Qimian walked, she stumbled slightly, her cheeks flushed from the effort, and against the backdrop of the shimmering white snow, she appeared even more enchanting. Ling Xingyue leaped onto a slightly higher branch of a snow-laden pine, surveying the surroundings and noticing that no one was paying attention to them. But he swiftly wrapped his arm around Lan Qimian's slender waist and lifted her effortlessly. What are you doing? Ling Xingyue. Put me down, Lan Qimian exclaimed in a startled and bashful whisper. Ling Xingyue adjusted his hold to ensure Lan Qimian's comfort, cradling her against his chest, instead of merely supporting her with his forearm as he had done previously. Stay still. We are heading up the mountain. I was worried you might fall if I only held you with my forearm, causing you to get hurt again. Soon, we shall arrive. Do not fret, for I have surveyed the surroundings, and there is no one else in sight. Moreover, the summit will be quite chilly, so do try to draw closer to me, and I shall impart warmth to you. Ling Xingyue spoke softly and gently, his breath caressing Lan Qimian's ear, warm and soothing. Lan Qimian ceased her struggle to distance herself from Ling Xingyue's embrace, ultimately succumbing to the cold and wrapping her icy little hands around the back of his neck in surprise. Ling Xingyue, perhaps due to the buoyancy of his spirits over the past few months, felt his own spiritual energy surging remarkably. Even those two spiritual bamboo branches stood proudly beneath the glistening snow, flourishing with abundant foliage and heightened vitality. Thus, he was able not only to soar up the mountain while holding Lan Qimian in his arms, but also to manipulate his spiritual energy to elevate his body temperature slightly above that of the typical spirit cat. Ensuring that the girl nestled within his embrace would not feel the chill, he certainly did not wish for her to encounter any discomfort while reveling in the beauty surrounding them. Chapter 55. In Search of the Most Beautiful Snow Lotus, Part 2. You look truly enchanting, Ling Xingyue thought, wanting Lan Qimian to feel warm, relaxed, and at ease, allowing her to savor the enchanting sea of snowflowers that belonged solely to the two of them. Are we nearly there? Lan Qimian inquired, lifting her gaze to meet Ling Xingyue's, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Indeed, Ling Xingyue, suddenly inspired, halted his swift ascent. His heart raced as he looked down at Lan Qimian and asked, Would you like to see the treetop? We can already glimpse that place. I can carry you up, but you must wrap your arms tightly around my neck, and I'd also entwine your legs around my waist. Only then can I take you up, as my hands will need to assist in climbing. Do you wish to see? Ling Xingyue asked with eager anticipation. Lan Qimian longed to ascend and behold the view. Yet she hesitated, sensing her uncertainty. Ling Xingyue lowered his head closer, nearly brushing against her ear, and as he spoke, the warmth emanating from his body enveloped her ear and the slightly chilled skin behind it. Let us ascend together, shall we? You have yet to experience the breathtaking scenery from the top of the snow pine. It is truly astonishing. His voice, rich and melodious, carried a hint of charm and playful allure. Unable to resist the warmth, Lan Qimian gradually nodded and, following his lead, wrapped herself around Ling Xingyue. Ling Xingyue gazed at Lan Qimian's rosy cheeks, the delicate tremor of her eyelashes, and her softly pursed, tender lips, stifling the urge to kiss her. With crossed hands and a powerful push, he leapt with her to the highest, straightest snow pine tree before them. Once they had landed, Ling Xingyue gently set Lan Qimian down and steadied her, then swiftly cleared away the dense pine needles obstructing her view. Instantly, she was greeted by a dazzling sight. Indeed, it was a realm of 1,000 peaks and bamboo shoots, a myriad of pines against the sky. The snow-laden summits, ethereal and resplendent, shimmered with crystalline beauty, while the flakes cascaded like delicate pearls. Mountains and forests were enveloped in a silvery embrace, revealing their elegance amidst the grandeur, transcending the ordinary in their splendor. Look over there, a slender arm extended before Lankman, its fingers pointing towards a distant location. There lay a hollow in the ground, reminiscent of a maple leaf, distinct from its surroundings, for it was not a mere expanse of white. Subtle hints of purplish red seemed to emerge, though still somewhat obscured by distance, rendering Lankman's view less than clear. For your eyes, it remained a tad too far. Soon, you shall behold it. I hope it will please you. Ling Xingyue once again cradled Lankman and added, let us descend. As we go down, simply hold on to me. I shall carry you safely. Lankman obediently nodded, wrapping her delicate arms tenderly around Ling Xingyue's neck once more. With a light tread upon the tree trunk, Ling Xingyue leaped to the ground. This time, Lankman refrained from burying her small face into Ling Xingyue's chest, for she wished to admire the breathtaking snowy mountain landscape she had never encountered before. It was then that Lankman realized Ling Xingyue had already brought her close to the mountaintop, for the snow-capped peak appeared almost within reach. If you feel cold, just hold me tightly, Ling Xingyue softly murmured as she gazed down. Lankman, however, sensed the biting wind against her face, causing her slight discomfort, and thus, she once again wrapped her hands around Ling Xingyue, burying her icy visage into the cocoon of warmth, concerned that Lankman might be too sensitive to the cold. Ling Xingyue paused, shedding her outer garment and gently draping it over Lankman's shoulders, securing her snugly with a long sash before lifting her once more to ascend the mountain as they passed through patches of low-lying trees. Lankman was finally set down on solid ground. We have arrived, proclaimed Ling Xingyue, carefully unfastening the sash to ensure Lankman could move freely without the risk of falling, then turning her gently to face him. At this elevated point near the summit, an expansive flat area unfolded, resembling the shape of a maple leaf, its hue mirroring that of a maple's purplish red, revealing a breathtaking vista of snow lotus flowers in full bloom. The sun hung overhead, casting a brilliant halo of light that enveloped this garden of maple-like blossoms. Filled with awe, Lankman ventured slowly into this sacred garden of snow lotuses, traversing the fragrant, seemingly gilded air. And as she reached the center, she discovered amidst the magnificent purplish-red blooms, delicate white snow lotuses, pure and ethereal as the purest snow. Turning around, Lankman wished to share this incredible, breathtaking beauty with Ling Xingyue. Yet he was not where she assumed he should be. A sudden rush of anxiety coursed through her. She realized she could not see Ling Xingyue, and her heart raced with panic, spinning around. She searched for his figure, and oh, there he was. Ling Xingyue stood at the edge of the garden, his gaze attentive, observing Lankman's reaction, seemingly eager to glean from the minutiae whether she truly cherished this exquisite haven he had meticulously arranged for her. Facing Ling Xingyue, Lankman took a step back, her eyes brimming with astonishment and incredulity. Ling Xingyue's eyes, however, were filled with caution. Upon witnessing Lan Qimen's retreat, a flicker of reluctance and disappointment danced within her gaze. In response, Lan Qimen offered a tentative smile, her first encouragement, and waved at him with an instinctive gesture. Unconsciously performing these actions, she found herself biting the corner of her lower lip, a gentle flush of shyness washing over her. Ling Xingyue seemed to draw in a deep breath, and then, at long last, approached Lan Qimen, stepping into the brilliant embrace of the sun's rays. The light enveloped Ling Xingyue, casting an aura around him. Although the mountaintop remained frigid, Lan Qimen sensed that Ling Xingyue was no longer the same as before. In that moment, her feelings underwent a profound transformation, resonating from the depths of her heart. Her heart raced like a frenzied little rabbit, and she felt as if, should she not close her mouth, the rabbit might leap forth from her throat. The silhouette of Ling Xingyue, illuminated by the sunlight as he drew closer, sent waves of dizziness cascading through her. Lan Qimen was uncertain whether this sensation constituted affection, let alone love. She only knew that her heart seemed to beat with a life of its own. "You are truly beautiful," Ling Xingyue murmured from a few steps away. "Where am I beautiful?" "Everywhere is beautiful." In that instant, Ling Xingyue's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, akin to a cascade of fireworks. Chapter 56. Encountering an Avalanche. Part 1. Perhaps it was the overwhelming radiance of the sun, or perhaps the intoxicating fragrance of blooming flowers, but Lan Keeman felt a wave of dizziness enveloping her mind. Before she could fully grasp the situation, Ling Xingyue's figure, bathed in sunlight, advanced towards her with a warmth that enveloped her. The moment Ling Xingyue embraced her, Lan Keeman's body, chilled to the bone, quivered at the contact with his fervent warmth. Ling Xingyue leaned in close to her ear, whispering, "Place your hands beneath my clothes. They have grown as cold as ice." Obediently, Lan Keeman wrapped her delicate wrists around Ling Xingyue's taut waist, allowing her icy hands to nestle within the innermost layer of his clothing. Ling Xingyue, having already heightened his body temperature through the use of his spiritual energy, had draped his outer garment over Lan Keeman. Beneath, he wore only a thin, soft long robe, leaving him with just a deep crimson-padded cloak. In that moment, he felt Lan Keeman's frigid hands resting against the heated skin of his lower back, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Believing she had frozen him, Lan Keeman instinctively attempted to withdraw her hands. However, as she moved, Ling Xingyue tightened his embrace, a hint of breathlessness escaping him, his warm breath grazing Lan Keeman's earlobe, sending shivers down her spine and rendering her momentarily unsteady. Ling Xingyue, gazing down with an air of dissatisfaction, murmured his reluctance to let her go, his warm, soft lips brushing against her ear. Unbeknownst to them, Lan Keeman's once cold hands had begun to tremble with warmth, as if they were about to melt through the fabric of Ling Xingyue's clothing. Gradually, as her body grew rigid, she extended her tongue to moisten her lips, hoping to cool herself down and signal to Ling Xingyue that she was no longer cold, wishing to slightly distance herself from his fervent embrace. Ling Xingyue beheld the delicate pink tip of her tongue, and in an instant, the fervent emotions in his eyes were ignited. With his left hand, he embraced the slender waist of Lan Keeman, while his right hand gently and affectionately lifted her exquisitely fair chin. Leaning down, he captured her tender, soft lips that a passionate and searing exchange ensued, the intoxicating fragrance of Lingzhu's cold dew permeating the air, filling his lungs with its essence. Lan Keeman, taken aback, was about to ask something when Ling Xingyue tantalizingly entwined her tongue. In that fleeting moment, the world around them faded away, leaving only the enchanting allure of his lips and the strength of his hands gripping her waist. After what felt like an eternity, the kiss ceased, and Lan Keeman emerged from her daze, opening her eyes to find Ling Xingyue gazing down at her, his eyes like serene lakes, brimming with emotion, as if they might overflow and completely engulf her. "Manner, you have plucked the snow lotus," he exclaimed. "How beautiful! You two are incredibly fortunate." Sito was the first to notice the translucent, exquisite snow lotus in Lan Keeman's hand, prompting the others to gather around in admiration, showering her with compliments. That moment, a haughty scion of an official family, known as Lu Xian, could not contain his disdain and sneered. "What is so remarkable about that? My great-grandfather, in his day, was a prominent minister who had countless of these worthless snow lotuses. Don't even mention this ordinary white snow lotus. Even the rare crimson ones were at his fingertips. Humph, you sheltered disciples have seen so little of the world. How can you be so envious over a mere white snow lotus?" Sito, accustomed to such arrogance, felt a surge of indignation but refrained from saying much, remembering his father's teachings about avoiding disputes, especially verbal ones. However, Lan Keeman could not hold back. "If your family is so formidable, why are you attending my brother Sito's school? Why not have your great-grandfather establish a school, just for you?" She retorted. "You would be better off remaining in the upper city and not venturing into our grassland pastures." Lu Xian, initially ready to leave in frustration, was provoked by Lan Keeman's words and mockingly replied, "If it weren't for my father's insistence that I attend this Sito Academy, claiming that the scholars here are unparalleled even in the capital, I wouldn't be here at all. Look at your smug expression. This school is not your family's. What are you so excited about? Do you think that by obtaining the Snow Lotus, you've secured a position as the esteemed bride of the Sito family?" Upon hearing this, Sito's face flushed crimson with indignation. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward to confront him. Yet, Lan Keeman quickly glanced at Ling Xingyue beside her, only to find that he had vanished. Sito looked up to see Lu Xian being sent flying by a shadowy figure. As Ling Xingyue stood with his hands behind his back, his expression dark and cold. "Repeat that," he commanded. That moment, Lu Xian realized the true might of Ling Xingyue and dared not utter another word related to Lan Keeman. However, after struggling to rise, He remained unwilling to concede defeat and lose face. Rubbing his aching arm, he shouted indignantly, "What a bunch of scoundrels! If my great-grandfather were here, not only would your shabby school be mine, but even your family's ranch would belong to me." Lon Keeman retorted, "Why don't you claim that this vast prairie and these snow-capped mountains are also yours? How utterly shameless! Only those of you who have never seen the world would place such importance on this wretched prairie and these pathetic snow mountains. In my eyes, they are nothing. Even the snow goddess you worship daily holds no value in my sight. I wouldn't even accept her as a concubine." The crowd immediately erupted in fury, enraged at the insult to their deity, wishing they could pummel him to the ground, leaving him in a state worse than that of a pig or dog, unrecognizable even to his own father. Yet, before they could advance, a thunderous roar echoed overhead. The snow goddess had awakened in wrath. Sister Situ exclaimed in shock. "Run! Seek refuge behind a rock!" Ling Xingyue shouted, swiftly leaping to protect Lon Keeman. Before Lon Keeman could comprehend what was happening, she found herself sheltered beneath a large protruding boulder. Ling Xingyue encircling her within her arms. Situ and the others had no time to evade. In the blink of an eye, they were swept to the ground by the cascading avalanche, the snow surging down the mountainside. Chapter 57. Encountering an Avalanche, Part 2. The roar finally subsided, and Situ struggled to clear the snow from her face and body, only to discover that, aside from Lu Xian, who had suffered a broken leg, everyone else was unharmed, merely startled by the ordeal. Scholar Zhuang was also greatly shaken. The old master, despite his rheumatic pain, hurried over to check on everyone. Upon seeing Lu Xian's condition, he was genuinely taken aback. Lu Xian was drenched in sweat, each droplet resembling yellow peas cascading down his face. His earlier bravado evaporated into hoarse cries of despair. His legs hung limply, as pliable as noodles. When the others rushed over to assist him, they inadvertently twisted one of his feet in a strange direction at that moment. As his ankle turned, Lu Xian could no longer bear the pain and let out a scream before fainting. Though the crowd felt a sense of vindication for his cruel words, witnessing his tragic state sent chills down their spines. Situ, however, anxiously interjected, "Master, Lon Keeman and Ling Xingyue have yet to descend the mountain. Shouldn't we wait a little longer for them? I saw Ling Xingyue sheltering Lon Keeman beneath a large rock during the avalanche. They should be unharmed and likely coming down soon." Scholar Zhuang, in a state of urgency, responded, "Having said that, we must quickly lift the unconscious Lu Xian and place him in the carriage before we depart." Situ hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct him, her eyes filled with anxiety as she grasped the master's sleeve. Speaking rapidly, "Master, we cannot leave. What will become of Lon Keeman? Don't forget, Ling Xingyue may also be buried under the snow. What if they fail to escape?" C2 was reminded of the fact that the one who had not descended the mountain with them, Ling Xingyue, was a prince. If they were to abandon him, it would indeed spell catastrophic consequences. In his moment of urgency, Master Zhuang failed to consider this crucial detail. He hastily leaped down from the carriage, nearly losing his footing, and C2 rushed to support him, eager to hear Master Zhuang's plan. Master Zhuang cast a glance over the assembled students and pointed to a particularly astute-looking individual, instructing him, "You must quickly mount this swift steed and hasten to Ci's residence to report the events as they transpired. It is imperative that you convey this matter discreetly to Ci Jinyao, the chief steward of the Ci family. Follow his guidance on whether to report to the prince's residence, and heed his instructions on how to proceed. This is of utmost importance." Master Zhuang then gestured toward C2 and several remaining male classmates. "Zhu Guru, Wang Sheng, and you local Mongolian students, band together and ascend the mountain in search. However, you must not venture too deeply. Simply ascertain the location where you found yourselves during the avalanche. It is essential that no one else goes missing." Despite their exhaustion, the urgency of the situation rendered them mute, and they hurriedly scrambled up the mountain. It was clear that, given Ling Xingyue's status as a prince, his disappearance from the mere blue pasture of Ci would undoubtedly incite the emperor's wrath. Not only would Master Zhuang and the students be implicated, but everyone present at the pasture, including all the servants of the princess' residence, would be held accountable, facing dire consequences alongside the young prince. Beads of sweat cascaded down Master Zhuang's forehead as he remained silent for a prolonged moment before pointing at C2 once more. I2 promptly acknowledged the instruction, while Master Zhuang noted his cousin's apparent fatigue. Finally breaking the silence, C2, You must respond quickly. I too nodded in agreement, and Master Zhuang then called upon several female classmates to squeeze into the carriage, urging them to hasten towards the sea residence. Lu Xian was truly deserving of condemnation. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Si Jinyao's eyes. After all, he was a subordinate of the old prince, having displayed great valor on the battlefield in years past. The chaos instigated by Lu Xian filled him with deep remorse for having once succumbed to fleeting gratitude by allowing Lu Xian to enroll. However, regret was now futile. He had to swiftly devise a solution and organize a search party. Fortunately, Lu Xian had lost consciousness, allowing for a straightforward dispatch to his family in the county. Any thoughts of vengeance or trouble from the Lu family could wait until the young prince and Monaire were located. Nevertheless, Si Jinyao took the time to compose a confidential letter, clearly outlining the need for Lu Xian to be punished for his insult to the snow goddess. The letter notably urged them to promptly visit the snow goddess temple to offer incense and seek forgiveness. Otherwise, future calamities would surely ensue. He sealed it with wax and entrusted it to a clever young servant, instructing him to send it along with the carriage. Without delay, Si Jinyao made his way to the princess residence, seeking out his old acquaintance, Steward Lu, to recount the entire series of events in detail. The two individuals deliberated on the situation at hand, ultimately deciding against reporting the disappearance of Ling Xingyue to the heavenly court. Instead, they resolved to organize a search party, dispatching all the male members and robust mothers from the Sea and Lan families into the mountains to seek her out. Subsequently, Butler Lu and Si Jinyao, after a series of analyses and deductions, concluded that Ling Xingyue and Lan Qimen could not possibly be lost and that no grave misfortune would befall them. Chapter 59, Encountering an Avalanche, Part 4, Phantom Xiaohui. Don't come any closer. A delicate and graceful girl, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, stood with tear-streaked eyes. Her long hair was ensnared by dense bamboo branches, obscuring her smooth forehead. Her tone was frantic, filled with sheer terror. Desperately, her trembling hands clutched at the coarse bamboo pole by her side, yet her body was irresistibly drawn towards a blinding light. She struggled to free herself but felt utterly powerless. A pure black, short-haired lion cat emitted a continuous stream of agitated warnings, punctuated by furious hisses. Crouching low, it assumed a defensive posture, its unblinking gaze fixed upon the frightened girl, torn between the instinct to leap to her rescue and uncertainty on how to act. Crack! As the pull intensified, the bamboo leaves and branches began to snap one by one. In a moment of despair, the girl shouted, "Don't worry about me. Xiaohui, run away." Shortly thereafter, an excruciatingly unpleasant sound echoed, and the girl vanished. The mane beneath the neck of the lion cat, named Xiaohui, suddenly fluffed up, and with a fierce roar reminiscent of a lion's, it leapt into the swirling mass of light without a moment's hesitation. It was an ordinary afternoon, the sky weeping softly as rain pattered down upon the bamboo grove nestled in a corner of Waterfall Park. The bamboo leaves glistened with vivid emerald hues, exuding an extraordinary clarity. The sound of rustling leaves was accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning creeping across the horizon, enveloping the surroundings in a tranquil embrace. The report of the 9 stars aligning like a shooting star rendered the park sparsely populated, lending an air of solitude to the atmosphere. Lan Qimen strolled leisurely along the narrow path beside the bamboo thicket, sheltered beneath a petite blue umbrella, the tranquil stone path devoid of visitors. She had always cherished rainy days, as they bestowed upon her a peculiar sense of bittersweet happiness that she could never quite articulate. Nonetheless, she adored it fervently. Moreover, a little cat awaited her nourishment. Anxiously, Qimen quickened her pace, fretting whether Xiao Hui's little nest had been drenched by the rain or blown away by the wind. As she approached the small nest, she called softly, "Xiao Hui, come out. I've brought you some dried fish." Yet, the joyful little creature that should have bounded forth did not appear. Concerned, Qimen ventured into the bamboo grove, calling out as she delved deeper. This park, shaped like a crescent moon, had once been a municipal project aimed at benefiting the community. It sprawled over a vast area, featuring numerous specialized botanical gardens. Notably, the most extensive of these was the bamboo grove, which utilized a deep, secluded corner of the crescent, creating an atmosphere of remarkable tranquility reminiscent of a Xiangxiang pavilion. Suddenly, Qimen heard the familiar, enraged roar of Xiao Hui. Instantly, she recognized it as her beloved companion. Having nurtured it for several years, she was exceedingly familiar with its voice, especially its ferocious growl. In the past, whenever they were together, the moment another cat or dog passed by, Xiao Hui would emit a furious roar, as if to assert her dominance and prevent her from being discovered and taken away by the other creatures, proclaiming her territory like a lion. Furthermore, Xiao Hui would only allow her to stroke her head, even displaying her belly for a scratch. Yet, the moment she reached out, Xiao Hui would squint her eyes and shiver with a delightful tremor, seemingly unable to suppress her laughter. Once, another little girl, upon catching sight of Xiao Hui, exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, look at that incredibly handsome jet-black cat. It even has a mane around its neck." As she reached out to pet its head, Xiao Hui swiftly dodged, lowering her body in an aggressive posture, as if to say, "Get lost, stay away from me, don't touch me." This scene elicited a chuckle from Can, who was crouched beside Xiao Hui's nest, playfully scolding her for being unfriendly to the young lady. In response, Xiao Hui gently trotted over and nestled against her feet. Suddenly, Xiao Hui's roar intensified with fury, prompting Can to stumble backward a few steps in surprise. To her astonishment, she noticed a blinding light not far in front of Xiao Hui. This light was silent and eerie, occasionally flickering with shapes resembling lightning. Behind it lay a denser bamboo grove and a dilapidated factory site, reduced to ruins and yet to be revitalized. Can's astonishment turned to alarm as she realized that the reason Xiao Hui was emitting such furious sounds and had not fled was that a slender, resilient bamboo branch, entwined with dense leaves, was ensnaring one of her front legs, while another thin branch seemed to be wrapped around her neck, tightening as she retreated. Quickly, Can rushed over, discarding her already closed umbrella. Her hair damp and clinging to her forehead and cheeks. One hand soothing Xiao Hui, she used the other to attempt to free her from the entanglement of the bamboo. With great effort, Can struggled to tear apart the tightly wound, resilient bamboo branches and prickly leaves. One could only imagine how long Xiao Hui had fought to escape, only to find herself ensnared once more. Why was it so difficult to disentangle? Can grew increasingly anxious as she witnessed Xiao Hui becoming more agitated and terrified, as if the light she saw was not a beacon of hope, but the dark shadow of a predatory cat, destined to end up in the sinister kitchen of a restaurant that preyed on stray felines. Heart aching with worry, Can whispered soothingly to Xiao Hui, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm going to free you." As she alternated between crouching and lifting Xiao Hui while trying to manipulate the situation, she failed to notice that she had stepped into another patch of radiant white light, close to the ground. In an instant, the light beneath her surged, drawing in the surrounding glow with a sizzling sound. The bamboo branches, leaves, and stems tightly pressed against Can, even ensnaring her hair within the bamboo grove, eliciting an involuntary gasp from her. Panicking, Can forgot to call for help, realizing that in this weather, at this moment, and in this dense bamboo forest, her cries might go unheard. Moreover, it appeared that once she became ensnared, the bamboo's strength emanating from Xiao Hui diminished significantly. In a state of urgency, as she struggled, she managed to break free. However, the suddenly intensified force of light was overwhelming, and in the fleeting moment of contemplation, she realized she was already on the brink of being drawn in. In a fit of panic, she shouted to Xiao Hui, "Stay back, crouch down." Gazing into Xiao Hui's anxious eyes, she perceived a glimmer of despair. The sound of Xiao Hui's frantic cries faded from her ears, and in an instant, she could only manage to yell, "Xiao Hui, run! Cousin, cousin, what has happened to you? Your Highness, please awaken. You're trembling so violently. It's terrifying." Shu speaks softly to in a lavish chamber. A multitude of individuals crowded around the bedside. A rather charming young girl clung to the edge of the bed, weeping and calling out, while a woman adorned with jewels sat beside the bed, fervently clasping the hand of the person lying there and pleading earnestly. The servants, dressed in dark attire, murmured among themselves, "What has befallen the prince? Why is he so gravely ill this time? And why is he trembling so suddenly?" One young maid, still quite innocent, whispered to her elder sister, "Why is the prince curled up like that? He looks a bit like a cat. Be quiet. Do you wish to invite disaster?" The sister quickly clamped a hand over her sibling's mouth, her eyes wide with fear as they both gazed at the figure curled up in a ball, trembling and emitting a sound that resembled both a whimper and a growl. "Make way. Clear the path. The imperial physician is coming. Dr. Wong, please hurry. We implore you. You must save our prince. We don't understand what has happened to him." A middle-aged man, resembling a steward, anxiously guided the royal physician through the palace towards the prince's bedside. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. It's all my fault. If I had endured the scolding and stayed by his side, we wouldn't be in this predicament. If anything were to happen to him, how could I ever face the late old prince? Dr. Wang, known for his composed demeanor, remained silent as he hastened from the corridor to the bedside. He wiped his hands with a dry cloth before grasping the cold, slender hand that lay curled up, his fingers resting on the wrist. Instantly, the room fell silent, no one daring to breathe loudly. As Dr. Wang assessed the pulse, his brow furrowed deeper with concern, eventually using both hands to check the prince's wrists, his expression turning to one of astonishment. After a lengthy pause, he stood up without writing a prescription. Calmly addressing the steward, "I must speak with you privately." The steward promptly rose, respectfully escorting Dr. Wang to a more secluded room down the corridor. Dr. Wang seated himself in silence, and the steward beckoned a young boy to bring tea before quietly taking a seat beside the table. Suppressing his anxiety, Lu Guanshi, the prince's ailment is indeed peculiar. His pulse is robust and steady, yet he remains unresponsive. What is even more astonishing is that his heartbeat is slightly faster than that of an average person, and his body temperature is elevated. However, there are no signs of a cold, which suggests that his condition may result from an excessive tonification, yet there are no symptoms indicative of post-tonification blood rush. Might there have been an administration of century-old ginseng recently? Not at all. How strange. Nevertheless, Lu Guanshi need not fret excessively. The prince's health should not be a cause for alarm. That it is possible that he has merely been startled. Could it be that something in the bamboo grove has frightened him? The prince harbors a profound fear of snakes. Could it be that he encountered a large serpent in the grove? Yet that should not be the case, as we diligently sprinkle realgar wine in the bamboo grove daily, precisely to prevent snakes from startling the prince. Lu Guanshi anxiously elucidated, "Am I afraid of snakes? That little rodent speaks nonsense. I am a cat. How could I possibly fear a snake? Capturing it would be a grand feast." Humph, the figure on the bed murmured to himself before suddenly opening his eyes. Chapter 58. Encounter with an Avalanche, Part 3. The strong pull of gravity. Since no one else seemed to be in peril, even that troublemaker Lu Xian had merely broken both legs. It was inconceivable that the mastermind would remain unscathed while the scapegoat perished. Moreover, C2 personally witnessed the two hiding behind the rocks, and based on analysis, it was certain they would be unharmed. Given the prince's status, everyone had momentarily lost their composure and acted rashly. Even if, hypothetically, Ling Xingyue were to meet with an unfortunate fate, both individuals felt that sacrificing their lives for this young prince would be a noble cause they would willingly embrace. However, there were still men and women, wives and children, servants, mothers, and countless others on the prairie. They could not all be ensnared by this incident, let alone lose their lives. After reaching a consensus, the two departed the mansion and headed to the Lan residence. Upon receiving the news, Lan Jing and Chu Lian were both rendered speechless in shock. Lan Jing was the first to regain his composure, hastily arranging for personnel. A throng of over 100 people set forth towards the snow-capped mountains. The mountain winds had ceased their howling, and the terrifying sound of the avalanche had faded. Midway up the mountain, tranquility reigned, with only a few snowflakes occasionally drifting down, filling the void left by the landslide. As soon as Ling Xingyue perceived the impending avalanche, he extended his arms to firmly shield Lan Qimen, turning his back to the oncoming danger and tightly embracing her little head within his grasp. After a considerable time, when the avalanche had finally subsided, Ling Xingyue intended to brush the snowflakes off Lan Qimen's forehead to ascertain whether she had sustained any injuries or if she was frightened. As this girl generally harbored a great fear of sudden loud noises at that moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful force drawing towards them, specifically aimed at Lan Qimen. Without a moment's thought, Ling Xingyue instinctively tightened his hold on her, turning his back to confront the mysterious attraction. Could it be that the 9 stars had once again converged? Lan Qimen was enveloped in a blinding white radiance, which rendered Ling Xingyue unable to open his eyes. Shortly thereafter, a wave of dizziness overtook him. All he could remember was steadfastly protecting the Lan Qimen in his embrace, pressing his cheek against her silken hair, determined to shield her from harm. Ling Xingyue, awaken! Ling Xingyue, please wake up. Ling Xingyue faintly heard a sound of muffled sobs. Is it Manner who is crying? What troubles her? Is she in danger again? Suddenly, Ling Xingyue opened his eyes, and before him stood Lan Qimen, cradling her face in her hands, Her beautiful eyes were brimming with tears, ready to spill over, and upon seeing Ling Xingyue awaken, she could no longer contain herself, letting the tears cascade onto his injured forehead. Ouch! Ling Xingyue felt a sharp pain surge through him, and it was then that he realized he was injured, not only on his forehead, but both arms and his back seemed to bear severe abrasions and contusions. He suppressed the pain and immediately thought to rise and gently comfort the weeping Lan Qinyuan, only to discover that he had lost all his spiritual energy, lacking even the basic warmth characteristic of the spirit cat clan. What has happened? Where is this place? Ling Xingyue asked, feeling somewhat dazed. Lan Qinyuan, her tears still glistening, quickly helped him sit up and pointed to a high opening, saying, "We just fell from there. You held me tightly, which caused you to faint upon impact. How are you feeling now? Are there any other injuries?" Clumsily, Lan Qinyuan attempted to tear a piece from her garment to bandage Ling Xingyue's forehead, but her hands trembled incessantly from the chill of the cave. And no matter how hard she tried, she could not tear it off. "I am not quite sure where we are either. I only know that it seems we were drawn down from above by something." As Lan Qinyuan relaxed, she felt increasingly cold, her body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Ling Xingyue, filled with concern, reached out and grasped her trembling fingers, bringing them to his lips to warm them with his breath. "I'm fine, Manner, don't cry. If you start blowing bubbles from your nose, it won't be pretty." Ling Xingyue feigned lightheartedness to cheer her up, hearing him still trying to make her smile at such a moment. Lan Qinyuan couldn't help but let out a soft giggle, her tear-streaked face tugging at Ling Xingyue's heartstrings. "Help me up, let us take a look around." Ling Xingyue gently instructed Lan Qinyuan on how to support his waist, allowing him to stand and move his painfully numbed body. Following his guidance, Lan Qinyuan exerted all her strength to assist the gravely injured Ling Xingyue as they slowly explored the exceptionally cold cave. The interior of this cave was remarkably exquisite, seemingly meticulously crafted by human hands. Every meter high along the walls were embedded precious, droplet-shaped crystals, predominantly snow white, with some in shades of purple. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that some crystals formed exquisite patterns, resembling the appearance of the grassland qixi grass. Lan Qinyuan exclaimed in surprise. Though Ling Xingyue had never seen the true grassland qixi grass, he had perused its illustrations through the Royal Library's collection. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in acknowledgement to Lan Qinyuan. Could this be the natural habitat of the grassland qixi grass? As Ling Xingyue finished muttering to herself, she heard the trembling voice of Lan Qinyuan. "It should not be so. Last year, I fainted once. Brother Shirtu once gave me the herb grassland qixi grass. He assured me that the grassland qixi grass does not grow in this place. It is found at a site rich in spiritual energy upon a certain mountain peak. Moreover, without his confidant Jiang Bei's shamanic blood, that herb would not reveal itself." Ling Xingyue listened to the quivering tone of Lan Qinyuan, feeling a sharp pang in her heart. She fell silent, struggling to remove her only fitted cotton robe to cover Lan Qinyuan. Lan Qinyuan, while trying to evade, protested, "Please don't give me your clothes. You are shivering from the cold as well." Ling Xingyue pondered quietly, realizing that the sensation of losing her spiritual power this time was entirely different from the last experience of being possessed. It felt more like suppression rather than chaos or complete disappearance of energy. Ling Xingyue remained silent, yet her deep, dark eyes gazed intently at Lan Qinyuan as she firmly draped the thicker robe over her shoulders. Not forgetting to shiver while securing the waist ties for her, Lan Qinyuan understood Ling Xingyue's stubbornness. Once he set his mind on something, he would invariably see it through, as if she had never truly escaped from his embrace. This thought warmed her heart, making the cold seem less biting. Perhaps due to the comfort of the robe, Ling Xingyue looked up to see a slender crack at the cave's ceiling, through which sunlight streamed, casting a dappled glow. Strangely, though, the cave was not dark. In fact, the walls appeared to be fashioned from a type of white icy jade, adorned with embedded crystals and oversized luminous pearls, giving the interior a soft, lustrous quality. If one were to rely solely on their senses, it could easily be mistaken for the elegant boudoir of a refined lady. In one corner of a table lay a white jade plate filled with clear dew, emitting an enticing fragrance of an unknown origin. Beneath the tables, 2 icy silk cushions rested, suggesting that someone had recently gathered here for a heartfelt conversation before stepping away briefly. Ling Xingyue urged Lan Qinyuan to sit on one of the cushions to rest while he began to meditate. Closing his eyes and intertwining his fingers, focusing on restoring his suppressed spiritual energy, Lan Qimen had always sensed that Ling Xingyue was not like ordinary people. Observing him in deep concentration, she understood he was either mending his wounds or contemplating a way out. So she quietly sat beside him, refraining from uttering a word. Indeed, there were runes in the cave suppressing spiritual energy. Although Ling Xingyue's power had not significantly surged, it had begun to recover. He quickly rose, searching for the suppressive runes. Yet despite his keen feline-like vision, he found nothing. Ling Xingyue knew he must locate these runes. If they remained, he could not wield his formidable energy to escape, and both he and Lan Qimen would inevitably perish in this seemingly beautiful, yet dreadfully icy cave. While his own life was of concern, Ling Xingyue could not allow Lan Qimen to be harmed, nor could he bear the thought of her dying here. Lan Qimen was unaware of what Ling Xingyue was searching for, yet she instinctively rose to assist in the quest. Given the immaculate condition of the cave, any discovery would surely surpass the void of finding nothing at all. Unintentionally, Lan Qimen brushed her hand against the surface of the white jade disc, and suddenly a voice resonated. "Axi, this is for you." Both Ling Xingyue and Lan Qimen turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. Before them, as if unfurling from a painting, the white jade disc projected a vivid apparition upon the cave wall, depicting the ethereal forms of two individuals residing within. One was a woman, her hair adorned with an ink plum hairpin, her eyes delicately upturned, resembling glistening snowflakes, her countenance strikingly beautiful, akin to frost and snow, evoking an almost unbearable allure. With a graceful flick of her slender fingers, she conjured a six-petaled, translucent snowflake, a smile gracing her lips, exuding nobility and elegance, surrounded by an otherworldly aura. The snowflake gently drifted towards a handsome man seated at a nearby table. He possessed star-like brows and bright eyes, his demeanor effortlessly charming and graceful. With a smile, he received the snowflake in his right hand, while his left hand formed an incantation, causing the snowflake to remain suspended and clear. Spinning delicately in his palm, he placed the snowflake upon the surface of the white jade disc, his eyes reflecting deep, fervent emotions. With a gentle flick of two fingers, a radiant beam of pale blue light illuminated the jade surface, gradually materializing into an otherworldly herb. The herb's leaves, sharp and dew-kissed, exuded an aura of ethereal coolness. The transparent snowflake nestled against this celestial herb, their connection imbued with profound affection. As warmth enveloped the cave. This passionate sentiment seemed capable of melting even the icy walls. Eventually, the snow maiden opened her eyes, sharing a shy glance with the handsome man. He sighed softly, approaching her with measured steps, enveloping her in an embrace. The snow maiden then rested her head gently upon his broad, firm shoulder, her beautiful eyes sparkling with burgeoning emotions. Though Lan Qimen did not fully comprehend the intensity of their ardent affection, she found the unfolding scene extraordinarily enchanting and evocative. Ling Xingyue, however, clearly understood that this was a manifestation of their fervent feelings. Thus, at the opportune moment, he pretended to casually shield the innocent, adorable eyes of Lan Qimen with his robe sleeve, all the while engaging her in idle chatter to divert her attention. Yet, as they remained transfixed by the vivid spectacle, Ling Xingyue's handsome visage grew increasingly flushed with embarrassment. Lan Qimen, with her long eyelashes fluttering, gazed at the snow maiden's breathtaking face. Sensing Ling Xingyue's uneven breath, she hurriedly wrapped her left arm around his waist, her right hand reaching to touch his forehead, concerned whether he was struggling or had succumbed to the chill. The gentle touch of her slender, cool hand sent his heart racing, his face aflame, fingers trembling slightly as he beheld Lan Qimen's lively visage, her anxious concern for him rendering her even more endearing. Overwhelmed with emotion, he quickly averted his gaze. "Why is your body so warm? Are you unwell? Or has your spiritual energy been restored?" As Lan Qimen's fingers brushed against Ling Xingyue's garments, she immediately sensed an astonishing heat radiating from him. His forehead was burning, prompting her to ask in rapid succession, her voice tinged with alarm. Ling Xingyue discreetly suppressed that overwhelming force, turning his gaze towards her, his eyes ablaze like torches, yet exuding an irresistible allure. Sparkling with brilliance, Lan Qimen found herself momentarily entranced by that gaze, slowly lowering her head, her small hand withdrawing from Ling Xingyue's forehead. Yet he opened his arms, drawing her tightly into his embrace, softly murmuring, "My spiritual power has somewhat recovered. Are you feeling cold?" For reasons unknown, Lan Keeman suddenly felt a profound shyness envelop her, pushing against Ling Xingyue. Unwilling to let him draw closer, my heart is racing. Can you hear it? Ling Xingyue gently pressed her head against his fervently beating heart. Do not shy away, Keeman. Use your icy touch to help me quell this sensation. My heartbeat is overwhelming. Ling Xingyue gazed down into Lan Keeman's enchanting eyes, which sparkled with a heart-wrenching charm, not allowing her any chance to evade his stare. Instantly, Lan Keeman's heart began to race uncontrollably. She ceased her struggles, yielding to Ling Xingyue. Resting her head upon his wildly pulsating chest, in that tranquil moment, neither spoke, as they beheld the shifting phantoms around them. Their hearts seemed to resonate in unison, gradually finding a serene rhythm, infused with tenderness. Chapter 60. The Past of the Snow Maiden, Part 2. The inevitable tribulation, the spiritual energy surrounding the Snow Maiden grew increasingly potent and radiant. Even the ink plum blossom adorning her hair shimmered with brilliance, her eyes glimmering alluringly, half closed, her visage becoming ever more breathtaking. The allure of her graceful demeanor rendered her nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. One day, as the moon ascended to its zenith, the evening breeze bore a chill, the clear light washing over the scene, the stars twinkling brilliantly, while the Milky Way spilled its luminous trail across the vast expanse. Within the cave, the ethereal energy swirling around the Snow Maiden soared to magnificent heights, illuminating the cave walls with its brilliance. Aishwe, come here, to my side, called the handsome, refined man in the illusion, gently patting the soft yellow satin cushion beside him. His eyes, enveloped in a misty warmth, glistened like delicate glass, brimming with affection, as if the gentle light from his gaze might spill forth. His expression grew increasingly tender, his brows curving, and a profound smile blossomed on his lips. Observing the handsome man's unwavering gaze upon her gentle laughter, the Snow Maiden furrowed her brow slightly, then playfully stomped her foot adorned with crystal snowflakes, emitting a soft, discontented murmur. At last, he could no longer contain himself. Breaking into hearty laughter, rising to pull the Snow Maiden into his embrace, whispering into her ear, Aishwe, you are truly adorable. Unprecedentedly so. After murmuring a few tender words, he cradled the back of her cloud-like black hair with his large hand, gently pressing her closer to his broad shoulder, softly declaring in her ear, Aishwe, I love you. My heart beats solely for you. With a sidelong glance, she swept her gaze downward, trailing a long, lingering tone that resonated with a magnetic softness. No matter what form you take, I adore you. Yet, I find myself particularly enchanted by your earlier guise. You are so delightful, as charming as a delicate snowflake. I long to embrace you tightly, to nestle you within my heart, never to let you go. The Snow Maiden gently raised her head, her eyes shimmering like stars in the dark night, her cheeks radiating a vibrant glow, softly flickering with warmth that seemed to burn until it nearly reached her translucent, rounded ears. Soon after, a wistful yet tender, sweet yet sorrowful expression quietly surfaced on the faces of both the Snow Maiden and the handsome man. Axie, will you accompany me above? I wish to stroll outside the cave with you, to converse and ease our hearts, if you would be so kind. The Snow Maiden disentangled herself from the embrace of the man named Axie, tilting her head slightly to gaze at the lofty cave ceiling, taking a deep breath until the mist in her eyes fully dissipated, before lowering her gaze and smiling at the man before her. Yes, I too wish to accompany you above, to admire those flowers, those trees, and that water. Though I have seen them all before, experiencing them with you will surely be different. The handsome man's eyes sparkled with mirth as he effortlessly lifted the Snow Maiden, causing the dark plum blossom to slide to her temple, adding an extra touch of languid charm. As he carried her to the base of the cave wall, he jested, my magical prowess is still insufficient. So I must trouble the divine Snow Maiden to wrap her arms tightly around my neck, and to secure her knees around my arm, lest we fail to ascend. The Snow Maiden now embodied the demeanor of a young girl, her eyes twinkling with laughter as she obediently draped her delicate, luminous arm over the handsome man's shoulder, bending her knees to clasp tightly around his firm, muscular arm. After a fit of laughter, the two leapt into action, soon vanishing from sight. After a fleeting moment, the ethereal forms of the Snow Maiden and the handsome man reappeared, as if these illusions were meticulously preserved scenes, night after night. The grass flourished along the path, day after day. The jade cave welcomed the setting sun. Clouds drifted and stars shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, the divine snow maiden's radiant halo had risen completely, becoming almost blinding. Yet, the sorrow etched upon the snow maiden's visage became increasingly evident, gradually revealing itself, accompanied by a thick frost that enveloped her exquisitely beautiful eyes. Unable to disperse that eye in contrast, the handsome man maintained his composed demeanor, his deep affection never wavering for even a moment, his strong, firm arms showing no inclination to part from the snow maiden. Even when they were reluctantly separated for a brief time, their gazes lingered, entwined and unwilling to break free. Axie, I fear the day of my ascension to divinity draws ever closer, the snow maiden murmured softly against the shoulder of the handsome man, her silken strands gently brushing against his ear and slender neck. Noticing Axie's silence, she too fell silent, yet the frost in her eyes could no longer be contained, crystallizing into tears that gracefully overflowed, cascading down to dampen the shoulder of his lustrous silk robe. Axie felt the fervent warmth of tears, and his heart involuntarily softened. The overwhelming sorrow and profound affection surged through his entire being, causing even his exceptionally handsome and ethereal visage to begin to flush with sincerity. As time flowed on, the jade plates on the intricately carved white jade tables filled increasingly with the spirit dew, the rich fragrance growing ever more potent. Finally, at a moment when a fine rain enveloped the cave's ceiling, the snow maiden goddess sat in meditation, ascending to the divine realm that as she began her ascent. The snow maiden gradually rose, her form ethereal, her feet barely touching the ground. The rain and mist flowed around her without leaving a trace. Her brows knitted with sorrow as deep as the ancient, unfathomable pool that a translucent, exquisite snowflake slowly emerged from the center of her forehead, dazzling in its vibrant colors, gently swirling for an eternity before descending, transforming into a drop of spiritual tear that quietly slid down her jade-like cheek. As that tear fell, the man known as Axie remained motionless, his ardent gaze fixed upon the snow maiden. That tear would inevitably cascade down. Axie looked up at the droplet, which seemed to shimmer with the breathtaking brilliance of 3,000 worlds, his body gradually fading away. Axie, the snow maiden goddess trembled as she softly called his name, her form suddenly radiating a brilliant and intense light. That it turned out that my divine trial was none other than you. Axie. Chapter 61. Confirmation. The snow maiden could no longer bear the intense sorrow in her heart. Tears streamed down her eyes, and the surroundings of the jade cave were instantly engulfed in a torrential downpour, the rain obscuring the sky and sun, falling relentlessly for 3 days and nights. On the brink of ascension, the snow maiden stood transfixed in the jade cave, immobile for a full 3 days, unable to alleviate the pain within her heart. That on the 3rd day, in the newly arrived autumn weather, the jade cave's snow-capped mountains unexpectedly witnessed a flurry of feather-like snowflakes, crystalline and fluttering, yet peacefully silent, as if birthed from profound grief. The rain and snow seemed to be enchanted, possessing a spirit of their own, daring not to fall upon the head of the snow maiden goddess. She appeared to be in deep meditation, her eyes slightly closed, her dark brows furrowed, her expression still filled with deep sorrow. Unable to control herself, the plum blossom at her temple seemed on the verge of wilting, drooping sorrowfully behind her ear, adding to the desolation. Axie, if I am destined never to be with you, what purpose does my ascension serve? In this vast universe, there is no place left in my heart for solace. The snow maiden's internal cries rose, tearing at her heart with a heart-wrenching fervor. Surging forth uncontrollably, the snow fell more heavily, mixed with ice particles, and a fierce wind suddenly whipped up from the ground, swirling around the jade cave, howling incessantly. If I cannot ascend, I shall fall into madness. Yet, even if I do, what of it? Am I, the snow maiden, to be afraid? The snow maiden's expression gradually twisted into a grimace, her dark hair billowing in the wind, pointing towards the obscured sky, as if her hair's tips were to pierce through the misty heavens. Axie, awaken, do not remain lost in your delusions. I am here. I have always been here. I will forever be by your side. If you listen closely, you can hear me. Axie, if you fall into madness, we shall never meet again. Awaken quickly. Axie, Axie. In the blizzard, the fervent cries of love echoed, calling out for Axie. The call finally brought a sense of tranquility to the snow maiden goddess, her once dark and brooding countenance gradually transforming into a crystalline clarity. Her breaths becoming long and serene, no longer fraught with anxiety. She, It turns out that my tribulation as a divine being is intertwined with your love tribulation. It is indeed the will of heaven." A single tear cascaded down the Snow Maiden's cheek, and where it fell, a fragrant celestial herb sprouted, shimmering with ethereal beauty. This herb, distinctly associated with Ashi, became adorned with a radiant, multicolored dew that would not fall. The snow ultimately ceased, and a misty veil of snow enveloped the sky, restoring tranquility to the world. Ling Xingyue and Lan Qimen gazed at the ethereal figure of the Snow Maiden, her myriad graceful forms ascending from the mouth of the Lunyue cave, disappearing into the snow-laden mist, leaving them in profound silence, their hearts shaken. Before the Snow Maiden ascended, she had harnessed her own spiritual energy to summon the spirit of the qixi grass from the prairie, manifesting it in the form of a young man, with whom she had shared many days. Perhaps, at that time, the Snow Maiden was unaware that her inability to ascend was due to her not yet encountering the third tribulation of her divine journey. Little did she know that this tribulation would be a love trial, and that the object of her affection would be none other than Ashi, the one she had never loved so deeply before. Even to the extent of exhausting her divine power to prolong her ascension, risking the shortening of her own lifespan. Yet the Snow Maiden had cultivated her powers for millennia, and by the time of her true ascension, her feelings had gradually settled into memories of the past. While not entirely relinquished, her spiritual insights blossomed, propelling her to a new level of cultivation that could no longer be compared to her former divine state. Ling Xingyue, moved by this ancient love story, could not help but feel sorrow for the unattainable and the companionship that would never be. He silently resolved, gently taking Lan Qimen's hand and placing it against his cheek, gazing at her with unwavering determination. "Qimen, no matter what, I will take you out of here. That I want you to live a life filled with joy and happiness, and I shall never allow you to be trapped in this frigid jade cave." Lan Qimen looked into Ling Xingyue's eyes, nodding earnestly, sensing his deep-seated concerns. She instinctively withdrew her hand to rest upon his forehead, wishing to soothe the slight furrow of worry etched on his brow. When the Snow Maiden departed, she had mentioned sealing the jade cave, indicating that our escape would not be easily achieved. Furthermore, our entry into this cave was likely linked to the formidable spiritual power of the qixi grass that I possessed. As Lan Qimen spoke softly, her delicate fingers caressed Ling Xingyue's brow. Ling Xingyue was acutely aware that, despite his centuries of cultivated spiritual energy and the additional spiritual consciousness shared with his dual spirit, he would be utterly incapable of breaking the seal of this jade cave. However, he could not permit Lan Qimen to perish in this icy chamber. He would not allow it, and could not bear the thought. Even if it meant sacrificing all his 100 years of cultivation, or even his own life. As the illusion faded, Lan Qimen, feeling a wave of relaxation, began to sense the coldness enveloping her body, making it nearly unbearable, her slender waist trembling like a butterfly caught in a tempest. Ling Xingyue was engulfed in profound sorrow, diligently channeling the scant remnants of her spiritual energy to cultivate a fervent warmth within her body. Subsequently, she embraced Lan Qimen tightly, pressing her against the fabric of her clothing, continuously transferring warmth to her. Once Lan Qimen finally began to feel warm, her body ceased to tremble, and her complexion started to regain its rosy hue. Ling Xingyue gently helped her sit upon the cushion, leaning in to place a tender kiss upon her fair forehead before rising to approach the cave wall. Ling Xingyue meticulously observed the intricately detailed jade-like cave wall, contemplating the careful selection of footholds necessary for her ascent. Chapter 62. Trapped, Part 1. The sealed cave entrance. Ultimately, Ling Xingyue discovered an exceptional foothold, every half zhang in height. A pearl, roughly the size of a pigeon egg, was embedded in the center of the qixi grass, each one lustrous and grand, radiating exquisite brilliance. Although the droplet-shaped pearls were undeniably resplendent, they were not the most stable for climbing. Fortunately, Ling Xingyue had regained a small fraction of her spiritual energy, enabling her to adeptly ascend using both hands and feet, which should not pose an insurmountable challenge. The crux of the matter lay in whether she could successfully open the seal placed by the Snow Maiden goddess. Moreover, she pondered how to carry Lan Qimen up to the Tenjiang High cave ceiling. If Ling Xingyue were to ascend alone, it would not be an issue, but bearing Lan Qimen along would likely exceed the pearl's capacity to support her weight. Ling Xingyue resolved to first ascertain the feasibility of opening the cave sealed by the Snow Maiden. After all, they could easily be drawn inside. If exiting proved as simple as entering, the situation would be considerably more manageable. Simultaneously, the second concern would dissipate, as Ling Xingyue could easily descend from the cave, strip the bark from a cedar tree to fashion a sturdy rope, and, near the cave entrance, use her spiritual energy to drive a large stake deep into the snow. She could then slide down the thick rope, securely tie one end around Lan Qimen's waist, and ascend once more to pull her out with all her might. Ling Xingyue contemplated sliding down to assist Lan Qimen with the knot, as well as testing the rope herself beforehand. She aimed to confirm two critical aspects before Lan Qimen used it. First, whether the rope was sturdy enough to bear her weight, and second, ensuring that the knot was secure without posing a risk of injury to Lan Qimen. Ling Xingyue felt a twinge of unease at the thought of allowing Lan Qimen to tie the rope herself. As she doubted her slender wrists could secure it firmly, Ling Xingyue could not bear the thought of a miscalculation at such a crucial moment leading to Lan Qimen's potential injury or even loss of life. With her thoughts clarified, Ling Xingyue's gaze ascended gradually, her mind pinpointing each step upon the designated footholds, knowing that precision was paramount. Even the slightest misstep could result in her own injury, rendering her incapable of rescuing Lan Qimen. After thorough contemplation, Ling Xingyue executed a series of graceful leaps, resembling a gecko, as she suspended herself against the opulent wall of the jade cave. Lan Qimen nervously watched as Ling Xingyue leaped, particularly when he was suspended above that crevice. Out of instinct, she rushed over, arms outstretched, standing directly beneath him, as if she could catch him should he accidentally fall. Observing Lan Qimen's anxious gestures, which disregarded her own safety in a bid to save him, warmth surged within Ling Xingyue's chest that he felt elated, realizing he had gradually stepped into Lan Qimen's heart. Although her concern for him was all that existed for now, he sighed in relief, believing that in time, her entire heart would be filled with him. Even if she was unwilling at present, he remained undeterred. Eventually, she would come around. Though it might take some time, he would no longer succumb to despair or indifference. Steadying his mind, Ling Xingyue refocused on the pearl-like core of the qixi grass. Due to the steepness of the crevice, he had to draw upon his limited spiritual energy that a momentary lapse in concentration nearly caused him to fall. Lan Qimen gasped in alarm, her arms widening further, oblivious to the outer garment he had draped over her slipping to the ground. Ling Xingyue struggled, using both hands and feet to crawl toward the top of the crevice. But upon nearing the summit, he discovered the seal of the Snow Maiden deity was insurmountably powerful, an impenetrable force. Undeterred, he relentlessly struck at the seal's entrance time and again, yet it showed no signs of yielding. Not even the faintest crack. Blood flowed from Ling Xingyue's repeatedly forceful strikes, dripping down to form a small pool at Lan Qimen's feet. "You must come down, Ling Xingyue. Stop hitting it. It won't break." Lan Qimen could no longer restrain herself, her heart aching as she observed the growing pool of blood. Ling Xingyue paused, glancing down at her, realizing her words held truth. If he continued, he might exhaust his spiritual energy, fall, and even injure her. Thus, he reluctantly began to descend the crevice, and just as he reached the ground, a warm figure rushed towards him, crashing into his embrace, holding him tightly and refusing to let go. She murmured repeatedly, "You're finally down. You scared me to death. I was so worried you would fall. What if you fell and I couldn't catch you?" As Lan Qimen spoke, tears welled in her eyes, her voice thick with emotion. Ling Xingyue gently wiped away her tears with his uninjured left hand, gazing into her eyes as he said, "Manner, we may not be able to escape. Are you afraid?" Lan Qimen nodded at first, then shook her head, stuttering, "I only fear you will fall. I fear for your life, but I am not afraid of being trapped here, for perhaps this is my fate." "Yet you, Ling Xingyue, are trapped here because you sought to save me. I owe you a debt," Langman uttered softly, her delicate face tinged with guilt, not daring to lift her gaze to Ling Xingyue. Her small hand withdrew from Ling Xingyue's chest, instead clutching tightly at the corner of his waist ribbon, twisting it fervently. Ling Xingyue gently disentangled her fingers, which had turned pale from the pressure. Bringing them to his lips for a tender kiss before placing them back over his heart, he solemnly addressed Langman, "Manner, you need not harbor such thoughts. Everything I do for you is entirely voluntary and brings me immense joy. Should anything happen to you, my life would lose all meaning. I would prefer to perish alongside you." Suddenly, a rich and fragrant aura of spiritual energy enveloped them, mingled with the sweet scent of spirit cat grass. Ling Xingyue's gaze drifted over Langman's shoulder, and he noticed a resplendent green grass sprouting from the site of a bloodstain. A splendid sight, with dewdrops clinging delicately to the tips, enhancing its ethereal quality. It was, astonishingly, a strand of the qixi grass, born from Ling Xingyue's own blood. Chapter 63. Trapped. Part 2. Blood-cursed qixi pill. Ling Xingyue recalled his mother once telling him that the blood of the spirit cat clan could condense souls and spirits, allowing spiritual energy to coalesce. However, this reunited form would only possess a physical appearance, devoid of consciousness. In essence, the blood of the spirit cat could gather spiritual energy, enabling the rebirth of disembodied souls. But this reborn form would lack self-awareness, merely ensuring its physical existence. Furthermore, the most potent effect of the blood was found at the forehead, particularly at the center of the brow. Ling Xingyue faintly remembered that in a moment of anger, he had been taught a blood curse, which cautioned against using it to prolong life unless in dire peril, as it could severely harm one's essence. He bent down to retrieve the fallen outer garment, draping it back over Langman, and then took her icy fingers into his warm grasp. Together, they made their way to the cushion, blood continuing to drip steadily to the ground, where patches of the shimmering qixi grass had also begun to sprout. As Ling Xingyue walked, the delicate grass bloomed with every step he took, resembling a lotus unfolding at his feet, a scene both eerie and beautiful. Upon reaching the cushion, Langman trembled from the cold. Attempting to untie the slender tassel at her waist to bandage Ling Xingyue's wounded hand, he did not refuse. Instead, he gently sat beside her. With his uninjured, slender fingers, he tenderly wrapped her delicate back in an embrace. Leaning down to kiss her, the silky touch of the night enveloped them like a soft caress, sweet as maple syrup, lingering on their lips for what felt like an eternity before reluctantly parting. Their foreheads rested against one another, his nose grazing the tender wing of her nostrils, a soft, almost imperceptible sigh escaping his lips. Manner, do you have a fondness for rain? Do you cherish rainy days? Ling Xingyue inquired with a smile. Yes, I adore it, so much that it brings a pang to my heart, though I cannot quite articulate why, Langman replied, having released her bandaged hands, and now gently tending to the small, deep wound on Ling Xingyue's palm. That I cannot explain it either. Perhaps such sentiments are inherently paradoxical. Lan Qimen tightly tied the tassel around her waist, meticulously fashioning it into a delicate bow. Ling Xingyue, upon witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Finding Lan Qimen exceedingly charming, Ling Xingyue caressed the strands of hair that cascaded down Lan Qimen's back. They engaged in gentle, meandering conversation, all while secretly channeling the remnants of his spiritual energy, transforming it into a warm essence that flowed continuously towards Lan Qimen. After a brief moment, Lan Qimen had comfortably nestled against Ling Xingyue's arm, akin to a small kitten, nuzzling against him, and unknowingly drifting into a hazy, sweet slumber. In that dream, she seemed to hear a muffled groan from Ling Xingyue, as if he had been pierced by a sharp object. After all that had transpired, Lan Qimen, unable to awaken, succumbed to a profound sleep. When Lan Qimen eventually roused from her dreamy haze, she discovered Ling Xingyue gently pressing his lips against the crown of her head, while she lay cozily and warmly in his embrace. To her astonishment, Ling Xingyue's palm cradled a fragrant, exquisite elixir. What is this? Lan Qimen inquired with curiosity. This is the qixi dan. He replied that I have just employed a blood incantation to create this elixir for you. Once I take a moment to rest and replenish my spiritual energy, we may consume it together, and it shall grant you a minimum of 3 additional days of life. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted, and I worry that the cold will further weaken your body and hasten your fatigue. Thus, I took the liberty of preparing the qixi dan in advance using a drop of blood from my forehead, ensuring that when you can no longer endure, you may take it to restore your strength. So, there is no need to fret about the mark left by my blood. It is merely a small amount. Nothing to be concerned about. Additionally, the spiritual essence of the qixi grass within you has been drawn out and condensed into this elixir, so you shall no longer carry its scent. Rest assured. After you consume this elixir, it will not emit the aura of the spiritual herb, as I have enveloped and suppressed its energy with my own. You will no longer bear the fragrance of the cat grass. At this point, Ling Xingyue suddenly burst into laughter. Concerned that Lan Qimen might be pained by his injuries, he chose to reveal the truth, providing her with a sense of reassurance. He had deliberately cast a calming spell to lull her into slumber. Wishing to shield her from witnessing his self-inflicted wound or the blood incantation required to concoct the Chishi Dan, he also wanted to spare her from knowing that he had to pierce his wrist deeply to gather all the unawakened spiritual energy of the Chishi grass within the cave. Ling Xingyue understood the significance of this spiritual essence to the Snow Maiden deity, which is why he had sealed the Jade Cave to prevent any leak of that essence. However, it was a decision made out of necessity. He only extracted the spiritual energy of the Chishi grass, not its consciousness. Even though this required more of his blood for the incantation, Ling Xingyue feared that if the Snow Maiden deity were to become enraged, she might seek them out, and even if they were fortunate enough to escape this time, their lives would still be in jeopardy on that fateful day. Thus, he persevered, ultimately obtaining this blood incantation Chishi-dan. Ling Xingyue sat cross-legged, harmonizing his inner breath and refining his spiritual energy. He was acutely aware that his spiritual power was indeed dwindling, and if this continued, he would not even be able to ascend the Jade Cave walls alone, let alone attempt to break the seal. Since escape had become an insurmountable reality, Ling Xingyue contemplated how he might allow Lan Qimen to enjoy the remaining moments in comfort and joy. After regulating his breath, he once again drew Lan Qimen into his embrace, continuously channeling warmth into her. Lan Qimen gazed at the wound on Ling Xingyue's forehead. Despite having heard the news, she couldn't help but gently caress the bloodstain. Cautious not to apply too much pressure, merely brushing her fingers lightly over it. She noted that although the cut was small and the blood had coagulated, it was evidently deep. Then, she discovered a severe wound on the wrist of Ling Xingyue's injured hand, which caused a sudden pang in her heart. Hastily, she unfastened her waist sash and tenderly wrapped it around his wrist, securing it gently as if fearing to cause him pain. She leaned closer, softly blowing on the wound. And finally, she delicately brushed her fingers over it a few times. Chapter 64. Trapped 3. With a smile as delicate as a thread, Ling Xingyue focused intently on Lan Qimen and softly called her name. Mannered, he then lifted her chin with great care, his eyes ablaze with fervor, as if with a mere stretch of his hand, she could pluck the stars from the night sky. Gradually, Lan Qimen felt her heartbeat quicken. Just as she intended to distance herself slightly, her lips inadvertently brushed against Ling Xingyue's neck. Sensing that this was perhaps their last moment together, Ling Xingyue was overwhelmed with affection and leaned in closer to her lovely face. His proximity obscured the small patch of sky, as clear as shallow jade, that hovered before her, much like a feather drifting down to the center of a tranquil lake, sending ripples spreading languidly outward. Ling Xingyue paused momentarily, and then a brilliant spark ignited in his mind, growing ever more intense, akin to a firework soaring into the sky. In an instant, the fragrant essence of spirit bamboo enveloped them, swirling around Lan Qimen endlessly. It was not until Ling Xingyue, breath slightly unsteady, ceased the kiss that Lan Qimen felt as if her soul were about to escape her body, her cheeks flushed like dawn's first light. As she attempted to turn her face away to quell the heat that enveloped her, she found herself ensnared in Ling Xingyue's ardent gaze, her eyelashes fluttering as she lowered her head. Her cheeks growing increasingly warm, almost to the point of boiling. Ling Xingyue gazed at Lan Qimen's bashful visage with passionate admiration, his heart swelling with emotion, yet his voice remained alluringly deep as he called out softly. Manner, manner, manner. He reached out to stroke her cheek, as one would caress a cat, gently lifting her chin with his fingertips. You are as beautiful as a fairy now, Manner. You are as fiery as fireworks now. Manner, I adore the way you look right now. The last sentence escaped him like a sigh, reminiscent of the tides of Kunming Lake, filled with unbounded joy and satisfaction that was ineffable on the surface of Ling Xingyue. A faint blush emerged, her eyes filled with tenderness as she gazed upon the gently rippling azure waves. Manner, if we were to venture outside, would you still wish to be with me in this manner? She inquired, delicately tucking a stray lock of hair behind the ear of Lan Qimen with utmost gentleness. Nestled against Ling Xingyue's chest, Lan Qimen could hear the rhythmic thumping of her heart, obediently smoothing the strands of hair as she softly yet firmly replied, I would. Ling Xingyue shivered slightly, her eyes sparkling with warmth akin to a sunlit stream, a smile dancing upon her lips like gentle raindrops upon a shallow pond, creating ripples of joy. Her heart, too, felt as if it had been swept away by the spring breeze, devoid of color yet brimming with charm. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Xingyue's inky tresses had entwined with Lan Qimen's, their similarly dark eyes resembling deep pools, a subtle fragrance of ethereal bamboo wafting between them. Lan Qimen's cheeks flushed with shyness, her thoughts tumbling over one another, yet she stifled them, her throat constricted as if filled with cotton, rendering her speechless. Ling Xingyue paused for a moment, her deep voice inquiring once more, "What do you wish to share with me? Speak again, manner." Instantly, Lan Qimen felt a tightening embrace as Ling Xingyue pulled her closer. She opened her eyes to find herself reflected in Ling Xingyue's gaze, tender and slightly trembling. Noticing the tension in the petite figure nestled in her arms, Ling Xingyue's mischievous spirit ignited, lowering her head to trace a path along Lan Qimen's jawline towards her ear. Soft and enchanting. Suddenly, with playful intent, Ling Xingyue licked Lan Qimen's earlobe, followed by a gentle suckle and a light nibble with her sharp teeth, asserting her claim upon her, wishing never to let Lan Qimen go. Unconsciously, Lan Qimen let out a soft, mosquito-like whimper, a wave of tingling warmth coursing through her limbs. Ling Xingyue, captivated by the shy and endearing Lan Qimen before her, felt that this life was long enough, and having her was more than sufficient, if not for the urgency of their current situation and her concern for Lan Qimen's well-being. Ling Xingyue would have wished to remain in this cave forever, never to depart. Suddenly, Lan Qimen's slender fingers brushed against something hard within Ling Xingyue's clothing, reminiscent of a stone, causing discomfort against her temple. Curiously, she pressed gently upon the object, asking, "What is this?" as she spoke. Her small hand pressed delicately yet haphazardly against the fabric. With Ling Xingyue having given most of her outer garments to Lan Qimen for warmth, the latter appeared as a slender little bear. Her adorable head adorned with rosy cheeks occasionally tilting up to smile softly at Ling Xingyue. Though Lan Qimen's little hands had been cold from the cave's chill, in Ling Xingyue's perception, they felt extraordinarily warm, the spot where Lan Qimen pressed resembling freshly fried pastries, ready to crumble at the slightest bite. As Lan Qimen inadvertently brushed against the stone pendant, Ling Xingyue exhaled softly. A sigh escaping her lips near Lan Qimen's ear, Ling Xingyue was uncertain whether to halt the actions of Lan Qimen, fearing that her words might startle her or, worse yet, evoke a sense of shame in Lan Qimen. Thus, Ling Xingyue pressed her lips together, tightly suppressing the increasingly profound love that weighed heavily upon her heart. In a fleeting moment of contact, she felt her affection swiftly take root and blossom, transforming instantaneously into a towering tree. This tree fueled Ling Xingyue's desire to keep Lan Qimen by her side, vowing never to let her depart again. Ling Xingyue endured her feelings, but finally, with a furrowed brow, she cast a lingering glance at the unaware hands outside her clothing. She reached out, grasping the moving wrist, her eyes shimmering like rippling waters, and with a voice barely above a whisper, she addressed Lan Qimen. "It was you who gifted me this pendant with your own hands. My dear, would you like to know its origin?" As she spoke, Ling Xingyue subtly drew the delicate wrist closer, resting it upon her shoulder. She revealed the collar of her garment and extracted a pendant, which turned out to be the coveted Siwa jade disc, the stone swaying gently at her fingertips. Lan Qimen lowered the hand that had been resting on Ling Xingyue's shoulder to accept the stone, scrutinizing it intently. After a moment, feeling a wave of dizziness, she set it down and rubbed her eyes. She murmured to herself, "For some reason, gazing at this stone for too long makes my head spin, as if the patterns within have absorbed my very soul." Chapter 65. Trapped. 4. Flame blue lotus in the stillness. The sun god, the star monarch, finally drew the winter sun down from the snow-capped mountains and submerged it in the sea. The twilight descended like a swarm of bats taking flight, flooding the skies in an instant, while the darkness swiftly enveloped the heavens. Only within the cave did the luminous pearls, akin to twinkling stars, continue to emit their ethereal, cool light. The first night within the jade cave had arrived, bringing with it an intensifying chill. Unconsciously, Lan Qimen drew closer to Ling Xingyue's chest, seeking the warmth that radiated from her embrace. Ling Xingyue let out a soft sigh, tenderly holding her waist in a loving embrace. Lan Qimen's breaths were long and steady, her eyes gently closed, and her brow slightly furrowed, exuding an aura of tranquil contentment. Unable to find slumber, Ling Xingyue quietly held Lan Qimen, occasionally planting soft kisses upon her cool, dew-kissed hair. The cave was serene and secluded, when suddenly, Ling Xingyue heard a gentle rumbling sound emanating from her arms. Where she cradled Lan Qimen's slender waist, a smile crept across Ling Xingyue's face as she realized the girl must be dreaming of hunger. Gradually, however, the smile faltered, replaced by a hint of vexation. Ling Xingyue raised an eyebrow slightly, reaching for the blood-cursed qixi pill, still warm in her palm. As the warmth flowed gently, Lan Qimian sensed the absence of the comforting heat at her waist. Murmuring softly in her sleep as she curled up, Ling Xingyue, unwilling to awaken her, supported Lan Qimian's back with her left hand while her right hand raised 2 fingers to her forehead. Summoning a cluster of fiery red spiritual energy, glowing like a passionately blooming blue lotus, radiating a faint azure flame. The azure lotus twirled forth, gently resting upon the palm of Ling Xingyue, where the blood-cursed qixi pill lay. In an instant, the pill melded into the heart of the resplendent blue lotus. Ling Xingyue's countenance was icy, her eyes half closed, and her long, inky hair billowed gracefully in the breeze. Clearly, she was exerting herself to extract the spiritual energy from her inner core, causing her own spiritual force to surge forth and emanate a potent aura reminiscent of a mystical feline. This commotion inevitably roused Lan Qimian, who, in a daze, opened her eyes, a hint of bewilderment flickering within them. She turned her misty gaze, scrutinizing Ling Xingyue closely, until her attention finally settled upon the whirling flame of the blue lotus heart. As Ling Xingyue observed the slowly awakening Lan Qimian, she noted the girl's lingering confusion, pondering how this girl could maintain such a broad-minded demeanor, sleeping so deeply even in such circumstances. Yet, as she contemplated their current plight, a melancholic yet gentle, sweet yet sorrowful expression emerged upon her face. The night was as chilly as fine ice, yet Ling Xingyue's hand remained warm as ever, feeling even more soothing than usual, prompting Lan Qimian to inch closer in search of warmth. Ling Xingyue paused, hesitating in her movements. Lan Qimian, with wide eyes, gazed intently, only to find Ling Xingyue wholly absorbed, her gaze entwined with Lan Qimian's face, reflecting the girl's hopeful and warm visage. A blush of pink crept up Ling Xingyue's cheeks, cascading down her elongated neck. Noticing Lan Qimian's eyes filled with wonder and admiration as she beheld the blue lotus in Ling Xingyue's palm, Ling Xingyue smiled with heartfelt sincerity. She gently lifted Lan Qimian's delicate chin with her fingertip, slowly feeding the fiery blue lotus into her mouth. That a wave of warmth flowed down Lan Qimian's throat, gradually spreading through her limbs and vital points, ultimately converging at her core, intertwining with the faint warmth within her being. A profound sense of warmth surged forth, banishing her hunger in an instant. In a dreamy murmur, Lan Qimian inquired, "Xingyue, what is this? Consuming it feels so warm and comforting, but it seems a pity to eat such a beautiful blue lotus." Perhaps it was the overwhelming comfort of the warmth, or perhaps the intricate chaos of the events of the day and night that led Lan Qimian to drift back into a slumber, seeking the embrace of sleep. Yet in her dreams, she seemed to see the figure of the king of dreams transform into Ling Xingyue, whose face bore a deeply furrowed brow as she caressed her own cheek. Sighing softly, "How could I ever bear to let you perish? You have finally chosen to call my name. Even in death, I shall protect you." Then, it felt as though the blue lotus emerged from Ling Xingyue's brow, its azure flames flickering warmly. Upon opening her eyes once more, Lan Qimian discovered the cave remained uncommonly cold, yet Ling Xingyue was nowhere to be found. Alone, she lay upon the 2 soft cushions. Startled into a sitting position, alarmed, she searched her surroundings, but Ling Xingyue was absent. Rising to her feet, the chill intensified, causing her to tremble violently. "Xingyue! Ling Xingyue! Little Prince Ling, have you gone?" Lan Qimian was flustered and at a loss. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. "I am here. You have awakened. Do you feel better? Are you cold? Are you hungry?" A pair of warm hands rested gently upon her abdomen, while a tender yet resolute embrace encircled her slender waist. Lan Qimian turned, her tear-filled eyes meeting the handsome, gentle face before her, and she instantly threw herself into that embrace, refusing to let go of the long neck with her delicate fingers. Her small head nestled into Ling Xingyue's arms. Displaying a posture full of grievance, Ling Xingyue softly caressed her cool hair, then kissed the top of Lan Qimian's head, lifting her tear-streaked face with a fingertip and smiling as he said, "Silly child, do you think I left the cave to abandon you? Just look at how lost you appeared a moment ago, that I was merely checking the ceiling conditions at the cave's summit." Lan Qimian shyly lowered her head. Ling Xingyue gently lifted her chin, looking firmly into her eyes. "Qimian, no matter what, I will ensure your safety and guide you out that I would not hesitate to expend all my strength. Even my life, if necessary. Do not be afraid. Trust me, I will undoubtedly lead you to safety. With tears glistening in her eyes, Lon Keeman felt a surge of emotion and leaned up to press her lips against his firmly set ones. However, being young and inexperienced, her limited encounters were only those from the previous day with Ling Xingyue. Thus, when Lon Keeman boldly and affectionately pressed her soft lips against his, Ling Xingyue was clearly taken aback. Trembling slightly, it was the first time his Keeman had so actively expressed her affection that he forgot to even close his eyes, gazing dazedly at the close-up of Lon Keeman, with her fluttering eyelashes and nervous eyes. Chapter 66, Trapped, Part 5. As they shared this intimate moment, Lon Keeman was utterly unsure how to proceed. Thus, the two remained still, gazing deeply into each other's eyes, lips pressed together for quite some time. Feeling a bit weary from standing on her toes and overwhelmed with shyness, Lon Keeman wished to withdraw to continue nestling in Ling Xingyue's warm embrace. However, Ling Xingyue reached up to caress the back of her head, leaning down once more to seek out those bashful, rosy lips, gently teasing her delicate tongue, engaging in a tender, lingering kiss, until Lon Keeman felt a delightful weakness spread from her hair tips to her toes. Ling Xingyue finally ceased the kiss, his eyes brimming with soft affection, overflowing with emotions that seemed ready to flood the surroundings, completely enveloping Lon Keeman. Lon Keeman had never experienced such sensations. Her heart felt as if it were being tickled by a cat, leaving her at a loss to describe the feeling. Ling Xingyue's dark hair brushed against her neck, softly sweeping over her as she tilted her head back, taking several deep breaths. Ling Xingyue was acutely aware that Lon Keeman was filled with tender feelings. Gazing upon her blushing face, he was captivated by her charm. Observing her shy demeanor, he gently settled her onto the cushion, then rearranged her clothing, tightening the waist sash once more to guarantee this moment. It was paramount to ensure Lon Keeman's warmth and vitality. Huang Ling Xinjiu, a member of the spirit clan with over a century of cultivation, undoubtedly possesses a deeper understanding of this matter than the young girl, Lon Keeman, who is merely in her teens. He is aware that enchanting Lon Keeman would not be the act of a gentleman, and she would certainly not acquiesce, despite knowing that he would never love another throughout his long life. Lon Keeman will be the sole girl he cherishes and accepts in his 1,000-year existence. The Spirit Cat clan operates in such a manner. Once they willingly accept the seal, that seal will remain the only one in their heart for eternity. A love unwavering across lifetimes. Nevertheless, he is considerate of Lon Keeman's feelings and the era in which she lives. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, he will undoubtedly be attentive to her thoughts and desires. As long as Lon Keeman is joyful, so too shall he be. Ling Xinjiu worries that Lon Keeman might find the cave dreary if she remains there for too long, so he sits beside her, gazing down at her as the lake water gently ripples, vast and boundless. Manner, do you know the origin of this stone? Would you like to hear me recount its tale, just to alleviate your boredom? As he speaks, he gently brushes aside a few stray strands of hair by her ear. Lon Keeman, intrigued by the stone's potential to induce dizziness, replies with enthusiasm, "Please tell me. I am eager to learn the details." This stone is not merely transparent. Its internal structure is also observable to the naked eye. The outermost layer is a lustrous black, seemingly adorned with faint polar patterns. The subsequent layer is a lustrous red, suggesting elusive four-symbol patterns, and the innermost layer is a lustrous white, hinting at subtle 8-trigram designs. The universe gives birth to 2 polarities, which in turn generate 4 symbols, leading to the formation of 8 trigrams. Thus, it is referred to by the Spirit Clan as the Celestial 8-trigram stone. Its value lies in the belief that this stone is an exceptional treasure for those adept in cultivating spiritual artifacts. Moreover, its wholly lustrous and transparent patterns are of natural origin, remnants from ancient times. Its content is vast and profound. Those who understand its study may glean heavenly secrets, comprehend the past and present, and foresee the future. It is indeed a divine object. Before it was suppressed, it possessed the ability to draw forth 7 souls and disperse spirits, greatly aiding its own cultivation, and if utilized by other spirit clans, could significantly enhance their prowess. Legend has it that at the dawn of creation, chaos unfolded, transforming the vast seas into fertile lands, which in turn reverted to the seas, an endless cycle devoid of novelty. However, one day, A celestial battle in the heavenly realm led to calamity, causing the heavens to fracture and leaving the vast earth in despair. The goddess Enwa, unable to bear the sight, took it upon herself to mend the heavens. This stone symbolizes a seemingly inconspicuous remnant of Enwa's repair work. Moved by its clarity and sheen, the goddess personally placed it in a location abundant with spiritual energy, a suitable spring of ice, granting it an opportunity to cultivate and flourish. Thus, for a long time, this event went unnoticed by the goddess. Year after year, autumn grasses grew along the paths, and day by day, the sun set over the sea, as clouds drifted and waters stretched endlessly. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Eventually, it once again resorted to its old tricks, by a twist of fate. A magnificent meteor shower graced the heavens for a continuous span of 7 days and nights. In the midst of this celestial display, it became ensnared by the overwhelming energy unleashed by the meteors, resulting in a reversal of time and space, revealing an otherworldly spectacle. The immense power of the 9 stars aligning caused countless souls to wander aimlessly, bringing calamity upon the populace. This occurrence even stirred the Lord of the Underworld, who, in a fit of rage, commanded the capture of the entity, sentencing it to the deepest recesses of the netherworld, never to gaze upon the surface again. However, upon learning of this, the great goddess Enwa was filled with wrath and hastened to apprehend the spiritual stone before the Lord of the Underworld's emissaries could reach it. She sealed it within the Bagua diagram, rendering it incapable of manifesting even the slightest trace of its power. Yet, should this stone be discovered by someone skilled in cultivation, it could potentially wreak havoc upon the mortal realm once more. The path of cultivation is inherently arduous, even for the most spiritually endowed clans, requiring over a century or even several centuries of relentless effort to attain success. Thus, Enwa ensured that the stone did not fall into the hands of mortals, a fact that later became a tale whispered among the spirit clans, inadvertently shared by the spiritual fish in the ice spring who witnessed the events unfold. Nevertheless, this remained merely a legend, with no spirit being ever having laid claim to the heavenly Bagua stone. Yet, Ling Xingyue found herself perplexed as to how such an ancient divine stone had quietly drifted into the mortal realm. The mere chance of her obtaining it felt like a favor from the heavens. In the end, Ling Xingyue expressed to Lan Qimen that if they could escape the cave, they would certainly safeguard it, vowing to recite the ancient scriptures morning and night, hoping to guide the spiritual stone towards goodness and liberation from its oppressive confinement. Chapter 67. Trapped. 6. Gazing as Ling Xingyue made her promise to Lan Qimen regarding the spiritual stone. Both were so engrossed in gazing at each other that they failed to notice the ethereal, deep purple light emanating from the stone concealed beneath Ling Xingyue's garments. The glow was so faint that it could not penetrate even the thin layer of fabric, and the intricate Bagua patterns within appeared to have fissures, slightly unfurling. Lan Qimen, absent-mindedly toying with the hem of Ling Xingyue's clothing, casually inquired, "How do you know so much about this stone? Did you not say that the goddess Enwa did not allow its origins or name to circulate among mortals?" Ling Xingyue paused momentarily, a warm smile flickering in her eyes. Momentarily caught off guard by Lan Qimen's probing, it dawned on her that Lan Qimen had seized upon her words, causing a subtle ripple of surprise to cross her brow. She reached out and playfully flicked Lan Qimen's forehead, raising an eyebrow slightly, her crystalline eyes shimmering with mischief. Ling Xingyue mused to herself that this girl was truly difficult to deceive. Reluctantly, she decided to employ her charms to see if it would bear fruit. Where is your jade disc of thought? Do share it with me for a closer examination, if you would be so kind. Ling Xingyue's voice, low and magnetic, lightly brushed against Lan Qimen's palm, a hint of playful coaxing as she deftly shifted the topic. Lan Qimen lifted her gaze, a hint of bewilderment sparkling in her eyes as she presented her cherished Sihua jade disc to Ling Xingyue, who extended her warm palm to receive it. The amethyst butterfly, though chilling to the touch, was exquisitely crafted, its wings depicting lifelike elegance. The butterfly's tail, adorned with shoe brocade threads and phoenix peony tassels, swayed gracefully at Ling Xingyue's wrist, exuding a sense of opulence and refinement. After toying with it for a while, Ling Xingyue delicately fastened it at Lan Qimen's waist, seizing the moment to engage in light-hearted conversation about the jade disc, causing Lan Qimen's lingering doubts to fade into oblivion. The two conversed leisurely for some time, nestled together in a comfortable silence. After a brief pause, a delicate, porcelain-like hand caressed Lan Qimen's cheek, and Ling Xingyue's eyelashes fluttered, casting a soft shadow across her face. As a barely audible sigh escaped her lips, above them, the twilight transformed, as night descended like a flock of black bats taking flight, enveloping the world in an inky embrace. The moonlight intertwined with the shimmering waters, illuminating the night pearl that danced gracefully, casting the scattered moonbeams into a tapestry of fragmented onyx. Thus, the days unfurled, slowly passing by. Inside the cave, the chill was unbearable. Despite her efforts to sustain herself with the blood-cursed qixi pill, Lan Qimen's strength waned, while Ling Xingyue, having consumed nothing, continued to expend her meager spiritual energy to keep Lan Qimen warm. An increasingly arduous task. Outside, the Lan family and the Wang household were frantically searching for the two. Lanjing led the household servants and attendants up the mountain, meticulously scouring every cave, stone, and even the slightest mounds of snow. Before dawn broke, the men from the Xi family, the Lan family, and the Wang household had all ascended the mountain in pursuit of the two. Given the difficulties that the women faced in traversing the mountain, it seemed wiser to await news at home while preparing the necessary supplies for the men's expedition. For 3 days, C2, Lan Jing, and Steward Lu led everyone in a thorough search of the mountain. But alas, they found nothing. Particularly, Lan Jing and C2 had gone without sleep for 3 days and nights, utterly exhausted. Yet their anxiety grew with each passing hour. The jade cave sealed by the Snow Maiden deity was not easily discovered or accessed by mortals unless by serendipity. It was only due to the immense spiritual energy of the qixi grass that Lan Qimen possessed that they were drawn into the cave, where they remained suppressed for 3 days. However, no matter how loudly one called or how desperately one searched, it would be of no avail. They remained unseen. Ling Xingyue, while her spiritual energy still permitted, managed to scale the cave's ceiling. After lulling Lan Qimen to sleep, she expended her energy once more, crawling to the sealed entrance, attempting to pry open the fissure to drag Lan Qimen out. Yet, despite her relentless efforts, even as she struck her palm against her fingertips, the seal showed no signs of yielding. Reluctantly, Ling Xingyue descended once again, only to find Lan Qimen trembling uncontrollably from cold and hunger. Gently, Ling Xingyue placed her hand on Lan Qimen's forehead, which was burning with fever, and her heart ached with a suffocating pain. She realized that if this continued, Lan Qimen would soon be unable to hold on. Ling Xingyue held Lan Qimen tightly in her embrace, lifting the collar of her final layer of clothing to reveal a chest as smooth and firm as satin. He then loosened the tassels that bound Lan Qimen's waist and gently parted the thick outer garment, leaving only the inner and outer layers clinging closely to her frail and cold form. He transferred the meager remnants of his spiritual energy into warmth, hoping to revive her. Yet, Lan Qimen remained motionless, her body seemingly devoid of warmth. Alarmed, Ling Xingyue reached to check for her breath, his fingertips trembling with panic. In her haze, Lan Qimen suddenly detected a fervent, bloody aroma before her. With a dazed blink, she opened her eyes and delicately licked the edge of the bleeding palm before her. Ling Xingyue quickly grasped the situation. Blood? She craved blood, did she? He pressed the wound of his palm to her lips, firmly holding his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip, drop by drop, into her mouth. A warmth surged in her throat, and she felt a flicker of sensation returning. With effort, she opened her eyes to see Ling Xingyue, gazing at her with unrestrained joy. Xingyue, what is this? It is so fragrant, she exclaimed before succumbing to unconsciousness once more, slipping back into her dreamy state. Ling Xingyue was elated. He suddenly understood that when he had administered the blood spell, qixi grass dan pill, he had infused it with his own purest spiritual blood. Thus, Lan Qimen had grown accustomed to his essence. More specifically, the taste of his spiritual blood ached this moment of her weakness. This craving had transformed into an instinct, a primal urge to survive. Chapter 68. Vertical Pupils, Part 1. To struggle together is less noble than to forget each other in the rivers and lakes. After enduring yet another frigid night, Ling Xingyue and Lan Qimen managed to survive, though the dawn brought little hope amidst the pale light. Ling Xingyue had not slept a wink throughout the night. He had repeatedly pierced his wrist, letting his scorching spiritual blood drip into the corners of Lan Qimen's mouth. Gradually, her breathing steadied. The first rays of sunlight filtered into the cave, mottled and weak. Ling Xingyue resolved to make one last effort to see if the seal had weakened, for they had been in this cave for 5 days and nights. All the spiritual energy from the qixi grass had been exhausted, including that which lingered within Lan Qimen. Perhaps the absence of the potent energy would render the Snow Maiden's seal somewhat fragile. Holding onto this last flicker of hope, he stood up, only to realize that he was nearly devoid of spiritual power. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to one knee, his wrist resting perilously close to Lan Qimen's neck. Before Ling Xingyue could react, he felt a sudden sharp pain and tingling in his wrist. To his astonishment, he discovered that Lan Qimen's lips were pressed tightly against his wrist, seeking the essence of his spiritual blood. Her tongue flicked over the still-healing wound, and the sensation sent shockwaves through him. Overwhelmed by the intense sensation and the significant depletion of his energy, he found himself momentarily paralyzed, with the only feeling remaining in the point of contact between his wrist and her eager lips. The flickering flames, spreading from an unknown source, surged upward and downward, causing his entire body to feel intensely heated. Ling Xingyue desperately bit his lower lip to stifle any strange sounds that might escape him. The spiritual blood within him was irresistibly drawn by the blood curse residing in Lan Qimen, seemingly taking pride in being consumed by her, rushing forth in a frantic tide. An unparalleled sensation of tingling ecstasy and emotion crashed over him like turbulent waves. At this moment, Ling Xingyue felt that even if Lan Qimen were to devour him entirely, he would willingly submit. As the wound on his wrist was momentarily drained of spiritual blood by Lan Qimen. He felt as if an electric current coursed through him, causing his body to tremble violently, leaving him utterly unable to support himself, collapsing onto the ground beside the mat where Lan Qimen lay. A droplet of blood fell onto her delicate chin, enhancing the pallor of her small face with an exquisite yet tragic beauty. Overwhelmed by the rich, intoxicating scent, Lan Qimen succumbed once again to unconsciousness. Ling Xingyue no longer harbored hopes of escaping, as he now found it difficult even to rise. How could he possibly reach the high opening above, especially with the walls slick and treacherous? He had never been particularly concerned about life or death, embracing freedom with a tranquil heart, and his cultivation had always been in the realm of carefree paths, with the clarity of spiritual bamboo energy making him carefree and untroubled. Yet, fate had conspired to introduce him to this woman, who had ensnared his heart from the very first glance, leaving him with an inescapable burden. Initially disregarding the natural order, he had sought to utilize the alignment of the 9 stars to hasten his transformation into a human, so that he might be with her. Instead, he had been drawn into this predicament, unable to extricate himself, and inadvertently dragged her down with him. The only silver lining was his fortuitous circumstance. He would not need to cultivate for 900 years, but could instead achieve his transformation in one fell swoop, allowing him to be with Lan Qimen openly and without shame. However, Ling Xingyue practiced the carefree path, and once his heart became entangled with longing, it was all too easy to fall into madness. Though he had taken on a human form, the essence of the spiritual cat remained within him, and during the long days spent in this cavern, amidst the highs and lows of his emotions, a seductive pattern of flames began to flicker upon his forehead, exuding an irresistible allure. Resigning himself, Ling Xingyue reclined, tightly grasping Lan Qimen's icy fingers, silently contemplating. Perhaps it would be better to perish together. In that way, he and Qimen would never be separated, their souls forever entwined within this cavern, until they scattered into the ether, never to awaken again. At last, the final vestiges of the cold light dissipated, and the chill of the night hurried back in, offering no respite for the two. The overwhelming cold suddenly assailed Lan Qimen at the cavern's base. Perhaps the chill was too piercing, or perhaps it was the warmth of Ling Xingyue's spiritual blood that protected her, but Lan Qimen weakly opened her eyes, gazing tenderly at Ling Xingyue. "Xingyue, let me tell you a story." Miraculously, Lan Qimen no longer trembled, her speech becoming much more fluid. Seizing the opportunity presented by the soft glow of the luminous pearl and the silvery moonlight filtering through the cave, Ling Xingyue's gaze lingered on Qimen's exquisite face, and he nodded in response. Lan Qimen delicately licked the fragrant corners of her mouth. Though she had been in a state of drowsiness, she gradually became aware that her survival, at this moment, was solely due to her continuous consumption of Ling Xingyue's vital essence. She realized that if this persisted, she would inevitably torment him to death. Should that occur, she would find it impossible to forgive herself. Even death could not alleviate this profound anguish. Her mother and father were likely in a state of agonizing despair, and she felt a deep sense of guilt for failing them, destined to perish in this cavern. However, Ling Xingyue still possessed the hope of survival that he was a sage, capable of scaling the cave walls to reach the exit. Should his strength restore further, unburdened by her presence, he might still escape. Lan Qimen grasped his still warm yet pallid hand, gently kissing the warmth of his palm, her eyes curving into a soft smile that, despite its delicacy, brought moisture to Ling Xingyue's eyes that he sat up, enveloping Lan Qimen in his embrace, allowing her to recline slightly, making conversation easier and her body more comfortable. His arms loosely encircled her slender shoulders, providing warmth as they awaited her words. Once upon a time, within a sheer cliff, two fish found themselves trapped. With every word Lan Qimen spoke, she paused momentarily, weary from exertion. Below lay the vast, tumultuous sea, yet the fissures of the cliff offered not a drop of water. She subtly moved her fingers, gently pecking at Ling Xingyue's palm. Both fish were reluctant to surrender, striving to nourish one another with the remnants of their saliva. Yet one fish was robust, perhaps, upon leaving the cliff, and the other fish. It could find a new life in a different world. Thus, the weaker fish proposed, rather than this, clinging to one another in mutual consumption, we should part ways and seek our own oceans. Perhaps we shall discover distinct joys and happiness. This tale is aptly named in mutual nourishment. Better to forget in the rivers and lakes. A drop, then two, of icy tears fell, seemingly tearing at Ling Xingyue's palm. Chapter 69. Vertical Pupils. Part 2. Farewell Xingyue. We are akin to those two fish. Rather than consuming one another in this manner, it would be better for you to rest well now, then depart without concern for me. I have grown quite fond of this cave. I wish to remain here. Lan Qimen spoke softly, her voice barely above a whisper. After I pass, you may extract the blood curse, the blue lotus elixir, from within me. This way, you will have the energy to leave. She shook her trembling, pallid hand, imploring, you must survive and escape, for my sake, and for my mother and my father. Without me, they will suffer to death. They cannot endure it. You, Xingyue, I hope you can live on for me. Take care of them. Ensure they can pass the remainder of their lives peacefully. If possible, treat them as your own kin. This is my sole wish. I hope you will promise me. The tears nestled within the palm could no longer be contained. They overflowed, cascading forth, their cool dew intermingled with a fragrant aroma, tinged with the searing heat of spiritual blood, rendering Ling Xingyue incapable of enduring the agony any longer. As she lowered her head, the fiery mark between her brows flickered into view once more, appearing even more pronounced than before. No, what utter nonsense is this? Ling Xingyue whispered hoarsely. Whether from unbearable pain or overwhelming dizziness, she found herself uttering vile words. Lan Qimen, heed my words. Regardless of who spun this ridiculous tale to you, forget it entirely. You once said that it is better to forget each other in the rivers and lakes than to share a bond. Yet I contend that forgetting is far less preferable than nurturing a connection. Lan Qimen did not express anger, nor did she argue. She merely tenderly grasped Ling Xingyue's hand and continued in a faint voice, slowly. Lan Qimen inclined her body, resting her head gently in the crook of Ling Xingyue's arm, softly closing her eyes as if in a trance, murmuring, Ling Xingyue, you must live. Ling Xingyue listened in shock as Lan Qimen recounted the memories of their past together, the pain rendering her breathless as she stood there, dazed, absorbing Lan Qimen's whispered musings. When I find peace, I hope you will continue to live. I shall await you. May your ears remain attuned to the whispers of the wind, so that you may savor the scent of the bamboo leaves we once cherished together. When that time comes, may my beloved still breathe, thus enriching life with vibrancy and fragrance. You recited this to me before. Manner, in your dreams. Do you remember? Ling Xingyue articulated these words slowly and deliberately, falling silent thereafter, the unbearable agony causing her insides to writhe in torment, her limbs seemingly tugged apart by the surrounding air. The world around her was a chaotic blur, obscured to her vision, save for the blinding flashes of red that flickered like flames between her brows. The suppressed spiritual power within her surged suddenly, as if the constraints imposed by the Snow Maiden's divine seal were on the verge of collapse, an overwhelming force compressing Ling Xingyue, making it difficult for her to breathe. Ling Xingyue felt an acute rigidity seize her body from her face to her limbs, her hands clenching Lan Qimen's in a trembling grip. She could not bear a world so silent. She craved the absence of this oppressive quiet, save for the thunderous rhythm of her heart, threatening to burst from her chest. Her ears buzzed, her body rendered immobile, paralyzed by fear. She did not even dare to glance down. Time stretched infinitely, and finally, in a barely audible whisper, she called out, "Manor?" The sound was choked, trembling, and barely recognizable. After what felt like an eternity of silence, the weight of the stillness threatened to shatter Ling Xingyue's composure. The flames at her brow suddenly ignited fiercely. And as she embraced Lan Qimen from behind, her throat convulsed, unleashing a heart-wrenching, pitchy wail, a voice so ragged and shattered that it seemed capable of fracturing hearts. "She is gone, she has left me. No, 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 she cannot die." Ling Xingyue lowered her head, fiercely biting into her wrist, as torrents of scalding blood cascaded to the lips of Lan Qimen. Yet, Lan Qimen refused to swallow. Ling Xingyue's eyes were ablaze with desperation, and the corners of his eyes had already begun to bleed. Though he remained oblivious, he stubbornly pried open the corners of Lan Qimen's mouth, intent on forcing his fiery blood into her. Hoping to rouse her from her stupid manner, "Open your mouth. Hold on. You still have your mother, your father. You cannot die." Ling Xingyue, heedless of everything, sank his teeth deeper, as if he would not relent until every drop of his fervent blood had flowed out. "Manor, please, open your mouth. I will save you. Do not give up." Ling Xingyue was nearly driven to madness. "For me, you have struggled to find your way back. For me, you have painstakingly achieved your human form. Please, Lan Qimen, Manor, you cannot be so cold-hearted. I beseech you. Manor, awaken." Ling Xingyue muttered feverishly, gnawing at his wrist, the blood trickling repeatedly to Lan Qimen's lips, gradually soaking her garments and seeping onto the ground. As he witnessed the crimson fluid oozing from the corners of Lan Qimen's mouth, the dark red hue pierced him, nearly rendering him breathless. "Swallow it. Manor, do not give up, I implore you." As he spoke, Ling Xingyue's voice grew hoarse, fading into whispers until he ceased to speak or move, merely holding Lan Qimen's head motionless. Yet his eyes grew increasingly red, and even his pupils transformed into a blood-red hue. Layers of crimson deepening in a haunting spiral, becoming ever more mournful. A chilling wind began to stir within the cave, Ling Xingyue's robes billowing, his hair swirling like ink, his words a chaotic blend of murmurs and sobs. Devoid of tears, trembling hands cautiously encircled Lan Qimen, as if cradling a fragile porcelain piece, no longer filled with fury, but only a profound sorrow and reluctance. "Do not fear. Manor, I am here with you." Chapter 70, Vertical Pupil, Part 3. Fury. Ling Xingyue sat on the ground, cradling Lan Qimen, in such peace, in such stillness, devoid of any anger that at last he dared to gently touch her icy little face. Wiping away the specks of blood from her pale lips, tears finally fell, and Ling Xingyue could no longer contain them. He threw back his head and let out a heart-wrenching wail, as if the very walls of the cave trembled in response. The shock, the rage, the pain, the unwillingness, each fragment, each thread embedded itself deep within Ling Xingyue's mind, like the ancient roots of twisted vines, seizing his consciousness entirely. Slowly, these feelings faded, and the desolate agony of his heart was overwhelmed by a tide of guilt and sorrow, eroding him like poison, corroding vast swathes of his being. Only then did Ling Xingyue recognize the depths of Lan Qimen's heart. She was so attentive, so kind, so gentle. Her meticulous tenderness extended to every ounce of his pain, every soft spot within him. Even in the face of her impending demise, "Do not leave. Manor, I have yet to see enough of the sea of flowers with you. You are unaware, standing amidst those snow lotus flowers, of the sheer beauty you possess. Your radiance renders me breathless. I implore you, Meet Sai, please do not depart. Do not abandon me, Meet Sai." Ling Xingyue curled up weakly, the murmurs of despair continuing unabated, steeped in sorrow. After a long moment, Ling Xingyue gently placed Lan Qimen's hands, now intertwined, upon the two cushions, deftly supporting her head with one hand. "Even if your smile is not meant for me, I would still brave fire and water for the sake of your joy. And now that you smile for me, I am more than willing to accompany you until the very end of time." Ling Xingyue lowered his gaze, his eyes fervently fixed upon Lan Qimen's pale, exquisite cheeks, as he extended two fingers of his right hand, poised to touch the spot on her forehead where her spirit resided. The despair etched on his face revealed no lingering ties to this world. "Wait for me. Hold on until I find you. Do not fear. Trust in me. I shall surely be by your side. Flames ignited at his forehead, radiating a faint purple glow. Even his blood-red eyes flickered with a shimmering violet hue. Even with the Snow Maiden's seal, I am still willing to disperse my spirit to accompany you, as long as you wait for me. Mitsai. Fireworks fade swiftly. Having never encountered you, the night still endures. Your presence illuminated my night sky from the very first glance that if you were to wither, how could I endure this bone-chilling winter night? Yet, I refuse to succumb. I refuse to accept this fate. Why must the heavens treat me so cruelly? Snow Maiden, you have stolen Mitsai from me, and I shall not rest until I confront you. Even if I become a demon, I shall relentlessly seek vengeance. The fiery patterns on Ling Xingyue's forehead surged ever higher, the brilliance emanating from him eclipsing even the glow of the night pearls. The tempest of rage roiled within him, an aura of murderous intent rising in an instant. As the fingertips poised to touch his forehead ignited with flickering flames, "Do you think that by dying, you can be with that woman?" A voice filled with anger and mockery echoed in the air. Within the phantasm, a figure rushed forward, its features blurred, yet the person's expression was one of urgency, still retaining a handsome warmth. Ling Xingyue closed his eyes for a moment, only to reopen them in astonishment, realizing that this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Overwhelmed by profound sorrow, Ling Xingyue randomly concluded that this individual must be the prince's true form, the original Ling Xingyue. Enraged and consumed by grief, he had entirely forgotten to contemplate how this apparition had entered. For him, nothing else mattered besides Lan Qimian. Now that Mitsai is gone, does it truly matter whether this body retains its humanity? This vessel, he thought, take it if you desire. He was unwilling to let sorrow engulf his spirit, not wishing to ponder why this prince's true form could enter this jade cavern that I in his heart and mind. There was only Lan Qimian. All else had seemingly dissipated into oblivion. Without you, this world has lost all color for me, rendered utterly void. The phantom gazed upon Ling Xingyue, whose fingertips were ablaze with fierce flames, and with a chilling glare, declared, "Ling Xingyue, should you perish now, your corporeal form shall decay here, while your soul will remain trapped in this cavern for millennia, an eternity, unable to escape, for your spiritual essence will be suppressed by the seals of this place, ensuring your spirit is forever bound here, and she, that woman, shall be utterly shattered. Her human soul cannot withstand the overwhelming power of the seals. Do you comprehend?" The phantom spoke with rapid urgency, emphasizing, "Thus, you will lose her for all eternity, and you shall descend irrevocably into the path of darkness, allowing the inferno of that path to consume you. Look at your fingertips." Ling Xingyue lowered her fingers and was taken aback to see blue-purple demonic flames roaring upwards. Scorching in an instant, with blood-red eyes, she felt the flames intensify, and with each word, she bellowed, "What if I become a demon? Am I to be afraid? The heavens are unjust, and the Snow Maiden's potent seals have led to the demise of my manor. If I cannot be with manor, then even if I become a demon, I shall not spare that Snow Maiden divine." The phantom scoffed. "So what? Even if you become a demon, she will never be with you. You will ultimately lose her completely." Ling Xingyue gently set down Lan Qimian, let out a low growl, and extended her palm, blue-purple flames rising fiercely, yet they passed through the phantom, which reformed effortlessly, standing there with a mocking expression. Silence. Flames surged around her, her blood-red eyes instantly transforming into blue-purple, and her once piercing gaze morphed into slitted pupils, exuding an eerie and captivating aura. The phantom, a few paces away, casually seated itself and continued with fervor, "I came to witness how you spiral into madness and darkness. I desire to see this woman's spirit scattered, her demise brutal." Ling Xingyue's fiery demonic patterns erupted from her forehead, her slitted pupils fully manifested, and sharp canine teeth protruded from the corners of her roaring mouth. Chapter 71. Slitted Pupils 4. Burning fire. Ling Xingyue unleashed the blue-purple flames from her palms, lunging forward with a raspy roar, each word punctuated with intensity. "I shall incinerate you." Yet again, Ling Xingyue could not touch even the hem of the phantom's attire. Ling Xingyue, oblivious to her surroundings, stood with her blood-red pupils and glistening sharp teeth. The fiery patterns on her forehead blazed fiercely. "How dare you insult my manor?" Consumed by wrath, she only wished for his demise. "You brute! Cease at once. That woman, she is not dead." If you continue to burn her, she will truly perish." Upon hearing these words, Ling Xingyue's flames extinguished abruptly. Her throat tightened, and with a trembling voice, she inquired, "What did you say?" As the words left her lips, a haze enveloped her mind, her vision blurred, and she could no longer stand. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, she knelt on one knee. The desperate cries of the phantom pierced through the fog surrounding her. "Ling Xingyue, wake up! Stop immediately! Your infernal flames are tormenting me." The phantom attempted to rush forward to grasp the fiery hand. Yet it passed through without contact, grasping at nothingness. With a sorrowful shake of its head, the phantom squatted before Ling Xingyue and, exhaling a sigh of relief, said, "Have you truly not realized? Lan Qimen is not dead. She merely succumbed to the cold and had all her spiritual energy drained, causing her to faint." Ling Xingyue blinked vigorously, rubbing her painfully throbbing temples, and finally noticed the phantom pointing at her drooping fingers, saying, "Extinguish that flame of yours. It hurts unbearably." Only then did Ling Xingyue realize that the blue-violet demonic flames at her fingertips had reignited, scorching her instantly. "Say that again." "Manor is not dead?" Ling Xingyue asked, her voice trembling with disbelief, as if still in a stupor from the revelation that I said. "That woman, the one you held in your arms moments ago, she is not dead. If you don't believe me, lean down and listen to her chest. There is still a heartbeat, albeit slow and faint." The phantom rolled its eyes in a teasing manner, wearing an expression that suggested, "Is this person a fool?" Upon hearing this, Ling Xingyue's heart raced violently, and the flames at her fingertips extinguished instantly, the fiery patterns on her forehead gradually fading to a mere faint trace. Gritting her teeth against her racing heart, she bent down, placing her ear against Lan Qimen's chest, listening intently, and then suddenly sat up. "She is alive. She has a heartbeat. Huh, she is not dead. Manor, she is still alive." Ling Xingyue laughed and cried simultaneously, utterly beside herself. "Have you been bewitched by her?" Alas, the phantom adjusted its attire, adopting a different posture before slowly continuing. "Your lack of awareness and composure stems from your deep affection. Once someone takes root in your heart, you are doomed. Look at you, such a remarkable individual, completely thrown into disarray because of her, nearly self-destructing your spiritual essence and descending into darkness." As the phantom spoke, it extended its exquisite finger to caress its own forehead, self-mockingly adding, "Who am I to judge you? I am not any better." Sighing, Ling Xingyue recalled that even if Lan Qimen still clung to life, if they could not escape this sealed jade cave, it would ultimately be of no consequence. With that thought, a sharp glint ignited in Ling Xingyue's eyes that a continuous torrent of ecstasy, despair, fury, and astonishment washed over Ling Xingyue. Yet he still managed to maintain his composure, revealing not a hint of his turmoil. His beloved, Wanner, had yet to emerge. Under no circumstances could he afford to falter. However, his temperament was becoming increasingly uncontrollable, the fiery demonic patterns not entirely dissipated, seemingly ever poised to seize control of his very soul. "How did you gain entry?" he suddenly inquired, lifting his gaze. "This cavern is sealed by the Snow Maiden. Logically, you should not be able to traverse in and out freely." The apparition chuckled softly, responding languidly, "At last, you have considered this aspect, to be precise. I can indeed enter at will, though exiting is not quite so simple. However, I can still rescue her, Lan Qimen, provided I have a condition." Upon realizing that Lan Qimen was alive and that the prince's true form could indeed aid her escape, Ling Xingyue felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. The fiery demonic patterns faded entirely, his forehead returning to its normal state, save for a slight wound from which tiny droplets of crystalline blood still oozed. Ling Xingyue regained his usual calm demeanor. As long as Lan Qimen was not in danger, he maintained an air of detachment, as if nothing could disturb his heart or penetrate his thoughts. Observing Ling Xingyue's swift return to tranquility, the apparition regarded him with a hint of admiration and spoke slowly. "Then I assure you, I can facilitate the escape of that woman, your honor, that I can also guarantee her safe awakening, her body entirely unscathed. Are you willing?" Without a shred of hesitation, Ling Xingyue replied promptly, "Yes." The apparition feigned surprise and coughed lightly. "Do you realize that by doing so, you will not only deplete your spiritual energy, but without a vessel to contain it, your 3 souls and 7 spirits will also disperse, possibly beyond repair?" Ling Xingyue merely cast a tender glance towards Lan Qimen, affirming, "I understand." The apparition shifted slightly, as if seeking a more comfortable position, and inquired, "Are you truly willing to die for her? Not merely to perish, but to have your soul scattered, never to be reborn?" Ling Xingyue replied, "Indeed." The apparition fell into contemplation for a lengthy moment before suddenly stating, "Are you not afraid I might deceive you, consuming your spiritual essence without rescuing your waner?" Ling Xingyue retorted coolly, "I am not afraid. Should you prove untrustworthy, I will ensure your demise is inevitable. Do not forget, you must already be aware that I am also of the spirit clan. My true essence will ultimately heed my command." With that, Ling Xingyue prepared to raise 2 fingers to extract his true spiritual essence, intending to bestow it upon the apparition, allowing it to be reborn. Upon witnessing the resurgence of Ling Xingyue's blue-purple flames, the apparition hastily gestured with both hands, exclaiming, "Do not be so hasty. Remarkably, your impatience mirrors my own in life. Yet, after such prolonged cultivation, I have attained a much greater composure. Yet, you, who are typically so calm and unruffled, how is it that you become so agitated when it concerns this woman?" Ling Xingyue, uninterested in the apparition's ramblings, interjected directly, "Quickly, tell me how I can exit that. If you are truly able to rescue Manor, I am willing to return this body to you. I am prepared to relinquish my essence and spirit as well. I would willingly accept being sealed within this cavern for eternity, be it 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or for countless lifetimes." The apparition, witnessing Ling Xingyue's genuine concern, felt a sense of relief as if avenging the grievance of being forcibly expelled from its body. It ceased to torment him and spoke directly. The seal within this cavern was crafted by the goddess Xuan Nu herself, intended to prevent anyone from peering into the enchanting depths within. However, by sheer coincidence, you have inadvertently entered this place and found yourselves trapped. This jade cavern cannot be exited unless the talismans are removed. No one can escape that. It is only because of the Lingzhu spirit that I was able to enter here. Yet the immense spiritual power I have cultivated can never be taken out." Ling Xingyue interrupted, "When did you become so loquacious? Did those subordinates not say you were a person of few words? Just tell me how to remove it, and I will immediately retrieve the spirit essence to return the body to you." The apparition, observing Ling Xingyue's fervent affection for Lan Qimyuan, sighed deeply and remarked, "It seemed as if the apparition had found a sense of resignation." As dawn began to break, the apparition stood up and softly murmured, "The Ling Cat clan, known for their acute hearing, has heard every word clearly." However, seeing the apparition lost in thought, it did not respond. After a moment of self-reflection, the apparition resolutely patted Ling Xingyue's shoulder. "Time is of the essence. Come stand before me now." Ling Xingyue, puzzled, stepped forward to face the apparition. "That I will transfer all my spiritual power and the 3 souls and 6 spirits within me into your body to assist you in breaking this seal. However, you must draw out the demonic flames within and endure the torment of being scorched. Then offer my 3 souls and 6 spirits as a sacrifice to control it." Ling Xingyue nodded immediately. "This pain is nothing. But what of you? Without your spiritual power and 3 souls and 6 spirits, you could escape the influence of this talisman, yet would you remain in your current form?" The apparition self-deprecatingly replied, "Just a moment ago, I was imparting wisdom to you. In truth, I am the fool." After saying this, the apparition extracted its 3 souls and 6 spirits, condensing all its spiritual power into a shimmering green spirit pearl. The apparition's presence grew fainter, as if it were on the verge of vanishing. "Ling Xingyue, I need you to promise me that you will take good care of Lung Qingqiu. This is the condition of my sacrifice to you." As the apparition's form continued to fade, it gradually began to disappear. "Ling Xingyue, also, every full moon night, the demonic flames will manifest. This is the consequence, and you must learn to control it. Remember this." The apparition finally vanished completely, leaving behind a luminescent pearl that radiated a warm, brilliant light. Meanwhile, within the princess residence, Lung Qingqiu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if even breathing had become excruciating. She furrowed her brow, uncertain of what was occurring, yet she sensed that something profoundly significant was departing from her. "Are you? Is that you?" Since the last encounter with the warm-eyed apparition of Ling Xingyue, Lung Qingqiu has not witnessed its appearance again. She is uncertain whether her longing has conjured an illusion, or if the events are genuinely transpiring. If her reflections over the past several days are indeed accurate, there exist 2 entirely distinct individuals, the current Ling Xingyue and the former young prince she once knew. How terrifying and cruel this realization would be. It would be an unforgivable cruelty, both for the original AU and for her present self. During this time, Lung Qingqiu has been quietly observing the so-called prince, Ling Xingyue, and the more she gazes, the more she feels he is utterly unlike the AU of the past. Although both share a fondness for the ethereal bamboo and exhibit a cold demeanor with sharp features, Lung Qingqiu knows that the current prince is undeniably different from the Ling Xingyue of yore. Perhaps it is the tenderness in his eyes or the warmth in his voice when he calls out. In any case, she is certain that either the present Ling Xingyue has truly lost his memory, resulting in a dramatic change in character, or another entirely unrelated person has taken possession of a Yu's body. Moreover, as time progresses, this feeling intensifies. However, just moments ago, for reasons unknown, Lung Qingqiu suddenly felt a chill envelop her, her heart constricting in pain, as if someone had forcibly stripped away the soft warmth from her innermost being, leaving her heart increasingly frigid. Has the true warm-hearted Ling Xingyue, her Yu, been forcibly driven away? If this is indeed the case, an unprecedented coldness suddenly manifested on Lung Qingqiu's delicate features. Chapter 73. The Sacrifice. Part 2. A gust of cold wind swept through, and dusk descended like a swarm of black bats, instantly engulfing the entire royal residence. And no matter who you are, if you dare to harm a Yu, I shall traverse heaven and earth and never forgive you. I, Lung Qingqiu, vow here and now, if you are indeed the one who has harmed a Yu, I shall extinguish your very soul, even if I must summon the mightiest sages and monks. I swear to bring you to ruin beneath my hands. With a frostbitten countenance, Lung Qingqiu's expression turned icy and somber. Turning her gaze, she suddenly spotted the resplendent jeweled crown within the jewelry box. Her expression softened momentarily. She seated herself on the round stool, her pale fingers brushing against her temples, massaging the area as though suffering from an unbearable headache. Yet, what if I am mistaken? What if he truly is the real AU? Should I cause him harm? Would that not be a grievous error? Lung Qingqiu bowed her head, lost in troubled contemplation. Within the jade cave, as the apparition faded completely, the lustrous beads began to descend slowly, and a faint buzzing sound seemed to echo in her ears. The words, "Please take good care of Lung Qingqiu," lingered in the air, as if they were closely following the ethereal beads, reluctant to depart. Ling Xingyue gazed deeply in the direction where the apparition had vanished, his eyes profound, and with lips slightly parted, he uttered a single word. All right. The phantom appeared to linger at the cave's apex, silently awaiting Ling Xingyue's promise, for he understood all too well. The current Ling Xingyue, once she gave her word, would undoubtedly fulfill it, never to renege. With the promise secured, there were no lingering regrets. He could not bear to witness the agony of sacrificing the 3 souls and 6 spirits he had painstakingly cultivated. Thus, he departed quietly, carrying with him the last remnant of the spiritual bamboo's essence. Drifting aimlessly, with no place to return, in the crisp autumn air, I can only wish for your life to be filled with joy and happiness, the phantom whispered, as if a faint sigh escaped. Gradually merging with the delicate morning mist of the jade cave, fading from sight, Ling Xingyue reached out to grasp the orb of the 3 souls and 6 spirits, cradling it in her palm. Resting it against her chest, with her other hand, she extended 2 fingers, closed her eyes, and intoned an incantation. The tips of her fingers ignited with cerulean flames, crackling fiercely, instantly searing. She slowly raised her hand, aiming it purposefully at her forehead, where the fiery magical rune had already begun to blaze, its brilliance too intense to behold. The cluster of flames, roaring and swirling, birthed a resplendent blue-purple lotus, and amid its radiant glow, Ling Xingyue stood proud, her robes billowing in the wind. Her expression was one of grave pain, as if the flames summoned by her fingertips were not merely fire, but barbed thorns, each delicate tug threatening to rend the flesh of her forehead. Yet, the barbs remained deeply embedded, unwilling to release their hold at last. Ling Xingyue's fingertips severed the connection to the fiery rune on her forehead, and in that moment, she unleashed a heart-wrenching, anguished scream that seemed to make the very earth tremble beneath her. The jade cave shuddered violently, and jewels and crystals from the cave walls cascaded down, illuminating the ground with a scintillating glow. Ling Xingyue strained to direct the dazzling flames between her fingers toward the orb in her palm, slowly and deliberately infusing it into the heart of the soul gem. The tremors within the cave intensified, and a fan-shaped section of the stone wall could not withstand the shaking, plummeting down towards the head of Lan Qimen. Suddenly, Ling Xingyue's eyes blazed with fiery brilliance, her crimson irises morphing into a blue-purple hue, and her pupils elongated into slits. The fiery magical rune burst forth from her brow, howling like a tempest. Flames soaring into the air, blindingly fierce. Simultaneously, the orb, now infused with the flames, seemed to writhe in torment, yearning to escape the searing heat, desperate to evade the fate of sacrifice. Ling Xingyue, while channeling her spiritual energy with both hands, made the orb spin violently at the heart of her palms, a mournful wail emanating from it, impossible to suppress. With a powerful leap, she positioned her back to catch the massive stone plummeting from the cave's height of over 10 zhang. In that moment of impact, she somersaulted to evade the impending crash onto Lan Qimen's form, landing with a thud, spitting out a mouthful of fragrant spiritual blood. The orb, once spinning brightly in her palm, ceased its anguished cries, seemingly softened by the gentle caress of Ling Xingyue's spiritual energy, no longer an unbearable torment. Observing that the once pristine jade orb of spiritual bamboo now are thus. With great effort, he settled into a meditative posture, reciting a mantra with fervor, his gaze fierce and eyes tightly shut, his right palm clenched around the sinister orb, channeling it into the core of his spiritual cavity nestled within his forehead. The malevolent sphere resisted being sealed within Ling Xingyue's spiritual channel, writhing in a tumultuous struggle, emitting a cacophony of piercing noise that was excruciatingly painful, prompting an overwhelming desire to block out the sound. Ling Xingyue protected his heart meridian with one hand while, with all his might, he forced the orb deeper into his spiritual cavity. The searing agony within his organs was unbearable, and his limbs felt as if they were being torn apart by the surrounding inferno. His vision was engulfed in chaos, rendering everything indistinct. The only clarity was in the blinding cerulean and violet hues along with waves of scorching heat that surged relentlessly, one after another, without respite. A heart-wrenching scream of anguish erupted, as if the very essence of suffering aimed to shatter the soul and explode the eardrums. This cry of torment lingered, and gradually, a trickle of blood emerged from the ears of Lan Qimen. Ling Xingyue's vertical pupils grew heavier, seemingly on the verge of overflowing from their sockets, while the sharp fangs at the corners of his mouth became increasingly pronounced, and even his dark, billowing hair shimmered with a dazzling azure glow. "Begone!" A furious roar erupted with sudden intensity, and though Ling Xingyue's lips remained tightly sealed, the moment the roar resonated, the fiery demonic patterns on his forehead began to fade, disappearing from sight, the flames at his fingertips extinguished, leaving behind only the vivid crimson vertical pupils and glimmering fangs still apparent. After a lengthy pause, his eyes, clouded and unfocused, turned toward Lan Qimen, a warm glimmer igniting within his gaze, a fleeting luminescence illuminating his features. "Manner, you must hold on. I shall rescue you at once. Just endure a little longer. Even if it is for my sake, we shall never part again. I will protect you with my life. Do not perish. I implore you." Ling Xingyue sank to one knee, utterly spent, and succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 74, Salvation, Part 1. The wind brushed past, dispersing like whispers, while the waters merged and coalesced. Even if you cannot hear the whispers of the wind or see the currents of the water, you can still sense their existence. Ling Xingyue descended into a profound dream, wherein an overwhelming aura of dark, ethereal light gradually infused itself into the core of his spiritual elixir at the center of his forehead. At the instant of complete infusion, a searing pain tore through his forehead, releasing a wave of ghostly blue and purple flames, intensely scorching. Ling Xingyue awoke abruptly. His eyes, like polished obsidian, sparkled with brilliance, while the fiery patterns on his forehead resembled a kaleidoscope of radiant hues. Magnificently vibrant, his gaze captivating enough to eclipse the luminous moon and radiant stars. The moon ascended high in the sky, the evening breeze brought a chill, and the clear light washed over all, while the Milky Way flowed silently at some unknown point. The ceiling at the cave's apex had been shattered, and a refreshing, crisp breeze began to waft in, accompanied by a beam of moonlight that cast a pure and bright reflection on the cave walls. Shimmering like silver, the moonlight and the lustrous jade walls resonated harmoniously, igniting a spark of hope within the heart. Ling Xingyue's fingertips gently brushed against Lan Qimen's forehead, akin to a spring breeze nurturing the earth. and he immediately sensed that although her vital essence was faint, it was temporarily safeguarded by his spiritual blood, ensuring her survival for the time being in the depths of her keen perception. Ling Xingyue was acutely aware that her spiritual power had transcended that of the past. With a slight nod, she glanced down at the wound on her wrist, now congealed, and her brow furrowed slightly. With her right hand, 2 fingers pressed tightly together, she summoned her spiritual energy, causing violet-blue flames to erupt, taking the shape of a blade of fire. With a swift motion, she let the flame knife descend, and as her fingertips stirred, blood gushed forth from her left wrist, searing and pungent. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Xingyue cradled Lan Qimen in her arms, reclining her against her right knee. Her right arm bent gently to support the frail head of Lan Qimen, while her fingertips caressed the delicate neck, gently lifting the chin to pour the blood meticulously into the corner of Lan Qimen's mouth. Ling Xingyue soon realized that, due to the depth of her unconsciousness, Lan Qimen was unable to swallow. Fortunately, earlier, Ling Xingyue had fed her nearly half of her own spiritual blood. Otherwise, she would never have survived in this bitterly cold and desolate land. A ripple of emotion flickered in Ling Xingyue's eyes as her right hand curled, cradling the back of Lan Qimen's head, leaning in to cover her. With each mouthful of blood she consumed from her wrist, she pried open Lan Qimen's lips with her tongue, delivering the fiery spiritual blood deep into her small mouth. Though her wrist bled profusely, Ling Xingyue felt no pain, but rather, each time their lips met, a tremor coursed through her body, as if the only sensation she was aware of was the warmth of their entwined skin, from which a blazing fire spread, engulfing her mind in a fervent heat. Ling Xingyue's complexion gradually flushed a soft pink, extending to the delicate blue veins on her neck. Unconsciously, her bleeding wrist traced gently along Lan Qimen's cheek, her fingertips tenderly caressing, lingering with reluctance. Whether it was the knowledge that Lan Qimen now had no worries for her life as long as she was with her, or the alluring power of the demonic blood coursing through her veins, Ling Xingyue's feelings ignited and soared, becoming impossible to conceal under the radiant moonlight. After feeding her for what felt like a dozen times, sensing Lan Qimen's breathing stabilize and her restlessness fade, she finally paused, taking a moment to regulate her nearly suffocating chest and breath. Ling Xingyue lifted her head slightly, gazing at the fragile Lan Qimen in her embrace. The once pallid cheeks now glowed with the brilliance of a rosy dawn. Her eyes serene, and a layer of soft mist clung to her breath, exuding a crisp, spiritual bamboo fragrance. Ling Xingyue's long brows arched slightly, and a smile crept upon her lips. Her dear Qimen was finally free of that intoxicating, irresistible scent of catnip. In their previous encounters, even during the times when Ling Xingyue's affections burned fervently, she had instinctively blocked out that aroma. Yet the subconscious desire had always hindered her from fully enjoying every moment with Lan Qimen, especially those fervent kisses and passionate embraces that in the future, as they continued to share their companionship, Ling Xingyue would surely find herself immensely happier, free to indulge in the warmth of their affection. Outside the cave, the light of dawn began to break. Yet Ling Xingyue had lost track of how many days had passed within. 6 days? 7? Perhaps even more? Ling Xingyue carefully laid Lan Qimen down on the only 2 cushions available. With her pale white fingertips, she tenderly wiped Lan Qimen's rosy cheeks, brushing against the corners of her robe with affection, and gently caressed the trembling lashes and delicate eyes. She softly kissed the tender corner of her lips before slowly rising. Outside the cavern, a small bird chirped, and once the seal had a fissure, even the sound of the wind rustling through the snow-capped pines became distinctly audible to Ling Xingyue. With measured steps, she advanced to the very center beneath the cave's apex. Ling Xingyue's eyes gently closed as she stood tall, her silhouette cast in shadow against the light, evoking a subtle chill in the air. With a flick of her right hand, her fingers danced gracefully against her forehead, and flames of blue and violet surged forth, the only brilliance in the surroundings, heightening the aura of magic that enveloped her as the energy surged against the cave walls. Break! With a few whispered blood incantations, Ling Xingyue shouted, her voice akin to thunder, startling the birds that had been soaring above to plummet to the cave's depths. That a powerful scent of pine and fresh snow surged in, filling the cavern with a rich, albeit chaotic, essence that felt both familiar and comforting. Ling Xingyue extended her hand to embrace Lan Qimen, her toes lightly touching the jade-like wall of the cave, and with a series of graceful leaps, she ascended to the cave's summit, gazing down to find the cushions now shrunk to the size of teacups, while the jade plates still glimmered radiantly. Resplendent and exceptional, Snow Maiden, I shall break your abode. You have confined me for many days, and we stand at an impasse, each with nothing owed to the other, Ling Xingyue declared, one arm cradling Lan Qimen against her chest and shoulder, while the other pierced her fingertip, letting a drop of her spiritual blood fall into the waiting jade plates, murmuring a small incantation. Instantly, the plates glowed crimson, filling the cave with light before vanishing in an instant. Snow Maiden, I offer a drop of my spiritual demonic blood to hasten the union of the spirit of the Qixi grass on the prairie, so that we may once again relive our past enchantments. Ling Xingyue softly concluded, her palm gliding to seal the cave's entrance anew, inscribing the sealing incantation upon her forehead. She then hoisted Lan Qimen horizontally and set off in the direction down the mountain. Chapter 75, Salvation, Part 2. Ling Xingyue's toes touched the snow. Despite carrying Lan Qimen in her arms, her footprints remained light and delicate, devoid of any semblance of heavy or unsteady steps. Seizing the moment before dawn broke fully, as the gentle sunlight began to emerge, Ling Xingyue lightly tapped the ground with her toes and leaped to the nearby treetop of a snow pine. She took a brief glance to confirm the closest path down the mountain. With Lan Qimen securely in her embrace, she leapt from the treetop, racing towards a minuscule carriage barely discernible at the base of the mountain. Were it not for Ling Xingyue's keen, ethereal feline eyes, combined with the aid of the demonic flames, she would not have been able to perceive such a distant sight. That it seemed that this demonic essence greatly benefited the feline clan. And Ling Xingyue recalled the words of the prince's phantom before it dissipated. Ling Xingyue, remember, on every full moon night, you may find the demonic flames manifesting. This is the consequence, and you must learn to control it. Do take heed. Did that imply that on every full moon night, the demonic essence would appear, and I would be unable to control it? Ling Xingyue fell into contemplation, her cool, clear eyes shimmering slightly, the faintly visible blue veins on her neck pulsing gently, and the dark pupils deepening into an enigmatic abyss. The chilly winds danced around them, intertwining with the sparse black pines of the snowy mountains, creating a melodious sound reminiscent of a plucked harp. Mist drifted along the horizon, clouds swirling gracefully, and unbeknownst to them, the sun had already ascended resplendently halfway up the mountainside, its brilliant rays casting a rosy glow upon the delicate face of Lan Qimen. Nourished by the blood of the magical spirit, she appeared remarkably vibrant and healthy as they neared the foot of the mountain. Ling Xingyue lowered her gaze, intently observing Lan Qimen nestled in her arm. A wisp of soft hair fell from her temple, caught by the wind, fluttering gently before cascading down to brush against Lan Qimen's cheek, causing her to slightly furrow her delicate brows in response. Approaching the base of the mountain, Ling Xingyue swiftly removed her own inner garment wrapped around Lan Qimen, quickly donning it herself, securing the snug fabric to envelop her body, leaving only an outer cloak draped around Lan Qimen. After all, as an unmarried young lady, Lan Qimen had already been missing for several days, and it would be most inappropriate for her to wear such intimate attire. Yet, concerned for Lan Qimen's comfort, Ling Xingyue pulled her closer, embracing her tightly, continuously transmitting warm spiritual energy without pause. The first to notice their figures was Lan Jing, whose keen eyes spotted what seemed to be a fiery red dot dancing down the mountainside. He distinctly remembered that before Lan Qimen left, she had donned a striking red outfit when she came to greet him, a garment both vibrant and enchanting that time. Chu Lian had advised with earnestness, a touch of red amidst the snowy mountains is beautiful and easily recognizable. When venturing into the snow-laden peaks, be sure to wear bright colors, lest you lose your way and become difficult to find. Little did they know that those words would ring true, as Lan Qimen had indeed gone missing, her fate uncertain, whether she had lost her way or been buried beneath an avalanche. Chu Lian wept bitterly, her heart shattered, while Lan Jing, though equally tormented by grief, bore the responsibility of being the family patriarch. He knew that succumbing to despair at this moment would be unworthy of a man. Thus, he remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, his anxiety palpable but unvoiced. If he were to speak, it would only be to comfort Chu Lian softly. Enveloping her in his embrace, pressing his already cracked, blood-streaked lips against her hair, forehead, hand, and palm in gentle, repeated solace. Although his heart burned with anguish, he revealed nothing outwardly, holding fast to the belief that hope still lingered. Yet, as days turned into weeks, hope waned, and despite the tireless efforts of hundreds from the three households, scouring the snowy terrain almost thoroughly, Lan Keeman remained elusive. Alongside her absence was the rumored significance of the young prince, Ling Xingyue. Thus, when that dazzling red appeared on the mountainside, a sight that filled Lan Jing with boundless exhilaration, it eclipsed the very sun that he felt a wave of dizziness and darkness engulf him as he beheld the sight before him. Upon reopening his eyes, the vivid hue of red drew remarkably closer, and Lan Jing swiftly discerned that it was indeed Lan Kemeng, accompanied by the young prince. Ling Xin, at a cry of greeting, rose within him. Yet his voice faltered, leaving him utterly mute. He then patted the young attendant beside him, gesturing towards the approaching crimson figure, his expression fraught with excitement as tears streamed down his face, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. The attendant, upon turning to behold Ling Xingyue and Lan Kemeng, let out an exclamation of joy, which ignited a wave of exuberance among the onlookers at the foot of the mountain, who rushed forward in eager anticipation. In just a few short days, Lan Jing appeared aged beyond his years, strands of silver threading through his hair, and the once bright gleam in his eyes now dulled by the trials he had faced. Upon recognizing that the red figure belonged to Lan Kemeng and Ling Xingyue, a surge of ecstatic joy overwhelmed him, constricting his throat and causing his fingers to tremble so violently that he could not muster the strength to utter a single word. Yet, he quickly sensed something amiss. While Ling Xingyue moved with assured grace, showing no signs of distress, Lan Kemeng seemed unwell, her delicate arm limply draped across Ling Xingyue's, appearing lifeless. Lan Jing's heart raced uncontrollably. His legs felt weak, rendering him unable to advance a single step. Could it be that Kemeng? No, it cannot be. Absolutely not. Ling Xingyue had been missing for just as long, yet he appeared to be in perfect health. Perhaps Kemeng was simply exhausted, lost in slumber. Surely that must be the case. My Kemeng, you must not be harmed. You cannot be harmed. If anything were to happen to you, how could your mother endure such sorrow? Summoning his resolve, Lan Jing fought to clear his mind. Although a buzzing persisted within his head, his legs regained some strength, propelling him towards the gathering crowd. As he ran, he fervently prayed, "O divine snow maiden, I beseech you, I implore you, please safeguard Kemeng, protect her health and well-being. O divine snow maiden, bless her. As long as she draws breath, our family shall forever remember your grace, offering our undying devotion and incense in your honor." Chapter 76, Rescue, Part 3. At last, Lan Jing stumbled to the side of Ling Xingyue and Lan Kemeng. Kemeng had been entrusted to the care of Lu Mama and Shang Mama, who cradled her in a thick lambskin blanket, leaving only her small head to rest limply on Lu Mama's shoulder. Ling Xingyue, draped in flowing garments, stood with a poised elegance beside Lan Kemeng, ever ready to assist should Lu and Shang falter in their hold, ensuring that Kemeng would not fall into the snow. Lan Jing anxiously scrutinized the face of Lan Kemeng peeking from the blanket. Noticing her complexion was rosy, her fair skin as delicate and translucent as a cicada's wing, a faint, exquisite flame-like blossom seemed to flicker at her brow, rendering her momentarily breathtaking. Rest assured, Lord Lan, Miss Lan, is in no peril. She has merely fainted for the time being. There is no need for excessive worry. Embracing the head of Lan Keeman, Mama Lu serves as the resident physician of the manor, primarily tending to the pulse and ailments of the maids and the housekeeper's wife. Possessing a commendable level of medical expertise, upon hearing Mama Lu's words, Lan Jing's expression softened considerably, and upon observing Lan Keeman's subtly steady breathing, the heavy stone in his heart was finally eased by half. In a moment of urgency, Lan Jing hastily reached out to take Lan Keeman into his arms, cradling her as he swiftly made his way towards the carriage. However, after so many days of distress, Lan Jing had scarcely enjoyed a proper meal or rested his eyes, and compounded by the fatigue of the past few days, his spirit was wearied, leading to a moment of weakness. After taking just a few steps, he stumbled on the snow, nearly causing Lan Keeman to fall to the ground. Ling Xingyue's gaze fixated on Lan Keeman, tightly held in Lan Jing's embrace. Upon noticing Lan Jing faltering, she immediately sprang forward, catching Lan Keeman in one arm while steadying Lan Jing's shoulder with the other, assisting him to regain his balance. "Thank you." Lan Jing expressed his heartfelt gratitude, not merely for her timely support in the snow, but also for preserving Lan Keeman's life during her prolonged absence. Observing that Lan Keeman appeared healthy, her cheeks flushed with warmth. He surmised that Ling Xingyue must have exerted considerable effort on her behalf. Yet, this place was hardly suitable for conversation. Lan Jing understood that inquiring about the circumstances at this moment would be ill-timed. Moreover, he caught sight of a laceration on Ling Xingyue's wrist, while faint traces of dried blood were visible on Lan Qimen's crimson attire. Having just checked Lan Qimen's wrist, he noted her pulse was weak yet steady, indicating no external harm, particularly highlighted by the vivid vermilion mark of a guardian seal on her exposed arm, suggesting Ling Xingyue's deliberate intent to protect her. This illustrated Ling Xingyue's meticulous nature and her unwavering commitment to safeguarding Lan Qimen. If Lan Jing was not mistaken, the scent of blood lingering at the corner of Lan Qimen's mouth was likely from Ling Xingyue, feeding her with her own blood, that a man who goes to great lengths to save his daughter, even resorting to sacrificing his own blood as sustenance, while tirelessly considering her welfare and striving to preserve her honor, is indeed a rarity. Once they settled into the carriage, Lan Jing earnestly invited Ling Xingyue to join them. Eager to inquire about the events of the past few days, Ling Xingyue, fully aware of Lan Jing's intentions, modestly declined at first, but then lifted her garments and stepped into the carriage, positioning herself at the entrance to shield Lan Qimen from the biting cold and swirling snow. Vice Steward Lan, do not worry. Sister Qimen should be fine. Ling Xingyue interjected before Lan Jing could speak, taking the initiative to share. Sister Qimen and I were swept down the snow mountain by an avalanche, and somehow we found ourselves in a natural snow cave that was filled with thick ice and snow, but fortunately, there were several ice fish in a shallow cold pool, which provided us sustenance until now. However, Sister Qimen, being a frail woman, succumbed to the extreme cold despite our swift efforts to dig a tunnel through the snow to escape. Ultimately, she fainted from exhaustion. Ling Xingyue's eyes were deep and serene, deliberately raising her voice to recount the details of their ordeal, seemingly not only for Lan Jing's benefit, but also for the listening servants and mothers outside. She explained that both Lan Qimen and Ling Xingyue had merely been swept away by the snow, inadvertently falling into a snow cave filled with ice, which made their emergence fraught with difficulties, thus prolonging their absence. The reason for their survival was attributed to the miraculous shallow pond ice fish, while Lan Qimen's fainting was due to being overcome by the cold, as her frail constitution could not withstand it. This narration, logical and substantiated, coupled with Ling Xingyue's intentionally enchanting voice, elicited gasps of admiration from the crowd, who marveled at the divine intervention of the snow goddess that had allowed them to survive thanks to the abundance of shallow pond ice fish. They were thoroughly impressed by Ling Xingyue's remarkable feat of excavating a tunnel with her bare hands, helping Lan Qimen to climb out. A truly arduous endeavor. Lan Jing, along with his family, was profoundly grateful for the small prince's life-saving assistance and vowed to visit the noble residence in the future to express their heartfelt thanks. Manor, how are you? It is I, your mother. Chu Lian's voice trembled with tears, her sobs unrelenting, as the tears cascaded down her cheeks, neglecting to dab at them with a handkerchief, holding tightly onto one of Lan Qimen's hands. Mama Lu, please summon the family physician to examine her and ensure that Manor is truly unharmed. As Lan Jing hurriedly cradled Lan Qimen and made his way to her chamber, he directed the others to attend to various matters. Xiao Yu, Xiao Tao, quickly prepare boiling bathwater. Chu Lian, you attend to Manor and wipe her down. With a series of commands, Lan Jing placed Lan Qimen upon the warm couch. Shang Mama, prepare some hot ginger soup. Add a generous amount of ginger and a touch of honey. And Xiao Yu, please warm a cup of hot milk as well. Hurry. Though Lan Jing spoke incessantly, his commands were methodical. Chu Lian gazed at Lan Qimen's gaunt face, her heart heavy with pain, as she reached out to clasp Lan Jing's hand. Looking up at him with gentle trust, deep down, Chu Lian understood that as long as Lan Jing was present, there was no need for her to worry. Observing Lan Jing's weary visage, weathered by the elements, a wave of tender concern enveloped her heart. Lingering there, unshakable, Lan Jing reached out, gently stroking the top of Chu Lian's head with his warm hand. Chu Lian raised her gaze to meet his steady, powerful eyes, nodding softly in response. Her sobs subsided, and she settled beside Lan Qimen on the couch, clasping her slender hands tightly, occasionally bringing them to her lips, kissing her forehead, and whispering tenderly, "Lianer, here, take a sip of water." Lan Jing filled a small, round jade porcelain bowl with warm water and offered it to Chu Lian, watching as she drank before sitting opposite her, his gaze lowered in silenced manner. What on earth happened? How could you have lingered on the mountain for such an extended period? Did you encounter a fearsome beast or some extraordinary phenomenon? Chu Lian turned her loving eyes away from the somewhat gaunt face of Lan Command and gazed at Lan Jing. Her voice laced with urgency. Lan Jing's dark brows furrowed instantly, his eyes reflecting a vague perplexity, akin to a thick fog that enveloped everything in obscurity. The two exchanged glances for a moment before Lan Jing gently took the empty porcelain cup from Chu Lian's hand and placed it on a small tray, all the while speaking slowly. Lianer, regarding this matter, I have yet to investigate it thoroughly. According to that young prince, the two fell into a frigid snow cave due to a massive avalanche. Fortunately, within the cave was a shallow cold pool teeming with ice fish. The young prince, disregarding his status, personally caught the fish and prepared them for manner to eat, which enabled their survival. Lan Jing poured himself a cup of warm tea. He sipped thoughtfully, expressing his astonishment. The young prince mentioned that manner, being physically weaker and unaccustomed to exertion, succumbed to the extreme cold of the cave and had no choice but to consume the raw ice fish, which left her chilled and overly fatigued, leading to her fainting. Yet, I observed that the young prince bore no signs of exhaustion or distress that day. He seemed to possess considerable stamina. You were not present at the scene and did not witness the event. I saw with my own eyes that the young prince carried manner down the mountain. When the crowd gathered to greet them, Ling Xingyue appeared neither flushed nor breathless, apart from a slight injury to his wrist. He seemed remarkably robust, and there was no notable pallor about him. As for manner, one would expect her to be utterly worn from such hardship over these many days, yet she appeared more vibrant than ever, with no signs of frostbite on her fingertips. Thus, I cannot shake the feeling that there is more to this story. However, perhaps I am simply overthinking, for it seems the young prince has no reason to deceive. Though it is conceivable he might have concealed something for the sake of Manner's reputation. Chu Lian refrained from pressing further. For today, Lan Jing seemed to be more talkative than he had been in recent years, indicating that he regarded this issue with significant importance and profound curiosity. Rising to her feet, she released Lan Command's hands and approached Lan Jing, gently patting his shoulders as if to brush away his fatigue and anxiety. In a soft and soothing tone, she spoke. Lan Jing extended his long arms, embracing Chu Lian lightly around the waist, nodding in acknowledgement, his expression shifting from troubled to calm. But in truth, Lan Jing intentionally overlooked the fact that he had noticed numerous deep, jagged wounds on the young prince's wrist, resembling those inflicted by a fierce beast. Furthermore, the scent of blood lingered on the outer garment of Lan Command, particularly near the corner of Manner's mouth, where a potent aroma of blood seemed to waft. Strangely, this scent was not repugnant, but rather intriguingly fragrant. Lan Jing felt a flicker of bewilderment within, yet he deemed it unwise to share these observations with Chu Lian, lest he burden her with unnecessary worry and distress. Soon, steaming hot milk and ginger honey water were brought in, placed on a small bamboo leaf-carved table in front of Lan Kemuan, as instructed. Chu Lian gazed at Lan Kemuan, who, though considerably thinner, still possessed a rosy complexion, and her heart felt significantly steadier. Regardless of the circumstances, Manner had returned home, and with the steady and reliable presence of Lan Jing behind her, casting a gentle and reassuring gaze upon her and her daughter, Chu Lian sensed that her worries were gradually dissipating, slowly vanishing into the swirling steam of the hot liquid, no longer to be found. Chu Lian first took the initiative to lift the bowl of ginger honey water, using a rounded wooden spoon to scoop a small amount, gently blowing on it a few times to tea the moment it was warm but not scalding. She carefully brought it to Lan Kemuan's lips, gently probing with the wooden spoon to administer the liquid. Unfortunately, Lan Kemuan still exhibited no awareness of swallowing, her lips slightly parted as if she were lost in an extraordinarily deep slumber. Unable to awaken, her countenance was serene, her eyes softly closed, and her half-draped silken hair shimmered with a cool elegance, reminiscent of dew. There seemed to be a subtle change in Manner's features. Though it was difficult to pinpoint what had altered, it was undeniable that a transformation had occurred. Chu Lian blew on the ginger honey water, contemplating Manner's delicate, slender face. An unexpected thought crossed her mind. However, she soon realized that Manner was in such a deep unconsciousness that she could not swallow on her own, and that fleeting doubt swiftly vanished, replaced by a growing sense of unease and concern. Chapter 78. Lan Kemuan Awakens, Part 1. Seeing her inability to feed the ginger honey water to Lan Kimuan, Chu Lian's anxiety deepened. What if Man'er continued to sleep like this, never to awaken? In her distress, she resolved to rise and seek the doctor and the midwife she had sent for. Just then, Mama Lu entered the room, leading the esteemed physician and midwife. Her steps hurried as she lifted the curtain. The physician appeared composed, exuding an air of competence that inspired confidence. Upon seeing Lan Jing and Chu Lian, she greeted them with a respectful bow, her voice steady and assured. I have the honor of meeting Lord Lan and Lady Lan. Lan Jing and Chu Lian quickly stood, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed physician. Please, we implore you to examine Man'er at once. She remains in a deep coma, unable to ingest the ginger honey water, and we truly do not know what to do. The physician nodded slightly, and a maid named Xiao Yu brought a round stool for her to sit upon. She then stood silently by, awaiting further instructions. The physician first extended her hands to take Lan Kimuan's wrists, checking her pulse, and gently lifted her eyelids to inspect her eyes. When she examined the inside of Lan Kimuan's mouth and tongue, she lingered for quite some time, even leaning in to gently scent the air around her. After completing these assessments, she lifted the blanket to check for any external injuries on Lan Kimuan's body, finally applying pressure with her fingertips to investigate all 4 limbs for any internal damage to her muscles and bones. After a while, the official female physician signaled that the examination was complete. Lan Jing promptly instructed someone to bring a basin of clean water for cleansing hands. Chu Lian personally assisted in washing her hands, handed over a cloth, and then invited the official physician to take a seat in the guest area reserved for Lan Kimuan, pouring tea before finally inquiring about Lan Kimuan's condition. I apologize for troubling you to come in person. It is truly that both my wife and I are deeply concerned that we are at a loss as to why. Although our daughter appears to be unharmed, she has remained in a prolonged state of unconsciousness, unable to consume even sweetened water. Furthermore, both Lan Derun and I observe that her complexion is rosy, not indicative of any severe illness, which only deepens our confusion that we hope you can provide clarity. Upon finishing, Lan Jing rose slightly in a bow to express his respect for the official physician. This physician, having surpassed 60 years of age, had accompanied Si Jinyao into the grasslands and was renowned for her extensive experience and impeccable skills in healing. For decades, she had attended to the esteemed ladies of the Si family without a single error. There was even an occasion when a highly regarded doctor brought from the capital could not resolve a particularly challenging ailment. Yet this official physician, through her vast medical knowledge, successfully cured the affliction, earning her considerable fame across the grasslands. The physician promptly stood to return the gesture and solemnly addressed Lan Jing and Chu Lian. Lan Derun, Lan Fu Run, please do not be overly anxious or worried. Your daughter's health is not in serious jeopardy. Although she exhibits severe signs of physical weakness, she is, in fact, quite robust internally. Furthermore, there are no internal injuries throughout her body, and her bones are healthy, showing no signs of fractures or breaks at this juncture. The physician furrowed her brow slightly, regarding Lan Jing with a look of perplexity. Lan Derun, the reason your daughter has not yet awakened seems to be due to some form of influence. Having temporarily fallen into an exceedingly deep slumber from which she cannot extricate herself, the fragrant aroma emanating from her mouth and the delightful scent surrounding her may suggest that she inadvertently ingested some toxic fungi. As it appears, this fungus will not endanger her life, but can induce a state of deep sleep from which she cannot awaken. After conveying this information, the physician took a small sip of hot tea and scanned the room to confirm that no servants were present. Only Lan Jing and Si-Tu Gongzi in Lan Kimuan's chamber. She then stood and bowed gracefully, addressing the 2 men. Lan Derun, Si-Tu Gongzi, I must kindly ask you to step aside for a moment. I have some private matters to discuss, advice that is not suitable for men's ears, which I must relay to Lan Fu Ran. Lan Jing and Si-Tu exchanged a silent glance, understanding that the physician likely wished to impart instructions regarding the care needed for Lan Kimuan. They each offered a respectful bow and exited through the curtain. Once they had departed and the sound of their footsteps faded, the physician solemnly instructed, beginning today, Miss Lan should soak in a bath 3 times daily. I shall soon provide the prescription for the soaking solution. Please ensure that a servant procures the necessary herbs without delay. Before the herbal mixture is added to the bathing water, it is imperative that all clothing be completely removed from Miss Lan, leaving her entirely unclothed. The bathing water must be hot, yet not scalding enough to harm the skin, in order to effectively promote the medicinal properties within her body for noticeable results. Chulian nodded busily, indicating that she had taken note. Thus, I estimate that within 3 days, Miss Lan will undoubtedly awaken. During this period, should Miss Lan require anything, feel free to send someone to summon me. Xiaoyu has always been devoted to the well-being of the young lady, and having almost lost Lan Qimen this time, she has become even more considerate and attentive in her duties. Each time Lan Qimen took a medicinal bath, Xiaoyu personally prepared the herbs and meticulously monitored the temperature of the water in the tub, repeatedly testing it with her hand. If it was too hot, she feared it would scald the delicate skin of the young lady. If it was too cool, it would lack efficacy and delay her awakening. Thus, for several days, Xiaoyu remained by Lan Qimen's side, tirelessly caring for her, her eyes red and swollen from both weeping and sleeplessness. In this manner, Lan Qimen soaked for 2.5 days, undergoing a total of 8 medicinal baths, and it was only on the evening of the 3rd day that she finally stirred awake. Upon seeing Qimen awaken, Chulian was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face as she rushed from a nearby chaise lounge, almost stumbling as her skirt caught her foot. Qimen, you have finally awoken. You have frightened your mother to death. Chulian spoke a single sentence before becoming choked with emotion, unable to continue. Chapter 79. The Awakening of Lan Qimen, Part 2. Dreaming of the past, Lan Qimen's eyes were hazy and confused, as if she had experienced an exceedingly long dream, or perhaps had dreamt of nothing at all. It seemed she heard another woman calling her Qimen with utmost tenderness, and that voice resembled the gentle murmurs of her mother, Chulian. She also seemed to see herself in a crystalline bamboo grove, alongside a sleek, ink-black cat. Though her vision was unclear, she could only perceive the brilliant sunlight streaming through the bamboo leaves. She was unable to grasp that fleeting figure, only hearing the lazy mew of the cat and the gentle laughter resonating in her ears. It was not until Chulian's tears fell in large droplets onto Lan Qimen's cheeks that she gradually awoke. Slowly lifting her gaze to her surroundings, as she took in the sight, her eyes widened, and her voice trembled as she said, "I can't believe it." She then began to sob, her slender shoulders shaking violently, her long eyelashes glistening with tears, as if at any moment they would overflow uncontrollably. "Father, you have grown thin and weary." Lan Qimen extended a frail wrist toward the cheek of Lan Jing. Unbeknownst to her, Lan Jing's eyes were already moist, his honest smile blooming in an instant, the light glimmering in his eyes. "You have finally awakened." Qimen, he leaned closer, gently taking her delicate wrist with his warm hands, tucking it under the covers, and spoke softly, "You need not worry anymore. You are home now. Your father is here, and I will surely protect both you and your mother. From now on, do not wander off to any snow-capped mountains." Chulian, dissatisfied, pouted and retorted, "You speak nonsense." Qimen was not wandering off to any snow-capped mountains. She was merely completing the annual assignment left by her teacher. "All right. Have you truly become so muddled as to forget all of this?" Lan Jing, feeling flustered, bowed his head and apologized. Yes, I have a poor memory. I forgot thy wrongly accused Manner." Manner would never be upset with her father, would she, upon witnessing her father and mother in such a warm scene of playful reproach? Lan Qimen couldn't help but smile, her eyes curving with delight. The sight of Lan Qimen's refreshing and sweet smile eased the tension in both Chulian and Lan Jing, allowing them to finally let go of the burdens they had been carrying. Chulian hurriedly instructed Xiao Tao to bring in the warm milk that had been kept at room temperature. With tender affection, she spoon-fed Lan Qimen, and then she broke off a piece of soft rose-flavored cake for her to enjoy. Afterward, she proposed, "Manner, how about after you fully recover, you refrain from attending school? The rules at Shuetang are numerous, and the coursework is demanding. After all, you are a girl, and you have already acquired quite an ample education. Would it not be better for you to stay at home and keep your parents company?" Following the recent harrowing experience of losing and regaining her, Lan Jing became exceedingly cautious, expressing his concerns to Lan Qimen. However, Lan Qimen's spirit quickly rebounded, with her big eyes blinking playfully. She firmly rejected Lan Jing's suggestion, stating, "I refuse. What is wrong with girls? The notion that girls should not study is merely a fallacy propagated by men in the Central Plains to limit women's understanding of propriety and knowledge. Did not father despise such rhetoric in the past? Why are you now echoing these sentiments?" Lan Jing found himself at a loss for words, sitting in silence with his head bowed. noticing her father's deep concern. Lan Command quickly softened her tone, saying, I understand that you worry about me being harmed again. Rest assured, Father, such an incident will never occur again. This was merely an accident. You have no idea how perilous the situation was. If I must point fingers, it is all that nonsense spouted by Lu Xian. As she spoke, Lan Command grew increasingly animated, her voice rising in intensity. Lu Xian, indeed. Pa, Lu Jian would be more fitting. Both Chu Yin and Lan Jing furrowed their brows in unison, taken aback by her use of crude language. They had always instilled in her the importance of maintaining a lady's decorum, and such words were unbecoming. The moment the words escaped her lips, Lan Command was startled by her own audacity. How could she have so carelessly uttered Lu Jian's name? Was it perhaps the influence of that vivacious spirit she had dreamt of? Observing her parents' reactions, Lan Command quickly stuck out her tongue, offering a playful smile. Vowing to refrain from such impudent remarks henceforth, it was at this moment that she suddenly realized her own folly. How could she have forgotten Ling Xingyue? She quickly queried. Yes, where's Ling Xingyue? Ah, wait. What about that little prince? How is he? And how did you manage to find us? Lan Jing then recounted in detail his encounter with Ling Xingyue and Lan Command. Unable to contain himself as he shared the entire story of how Ling Xingyue had deliberately raised his voice in the carriage to inform them of the events that transpired. Upon hearing Ling Xingyue so ardently defend her reputation, Lan Qimen could not help but feel profoundly touched. Acutely aware of Ling Xingyue's meticulous care for her, the recollection of Ling Xingyue possessing the strength to carry her down the mountain during her fainting spell filled her with admiration. Here was a young nobleman from a royal courtyard, yet so resilient, immensely powerful, and unwavering in his tenacity. Truly someone one could trust implicitly at any moment. Soon after, Lan Qimen's thoughts wandered back to the enchanting moments that had transpired within the cave, igniting a warmth within her heart that flushed her cheeks a delicate crimson, which gradually spread to her neck, leaving her ears feeling pleasantly warm. Chu Yin, astutely observing the subtle shifts in Lan Qimen's expression, surmised that matters might not be as straightforward as Lan Jing had portrayed. However, given that Qimen had just awakened, it was neither the time for probing inquiries nor for delving into complexities. Noticing that Lan Qimen showed no signs of dissent regarding the situation described by the young prince, she refrained from further questioning, instead gazing at her daughter with gentle warmth and maternal affection. Her heart swelling with contentment at the sight of Qimen, healthy and rosy-cheeked before her. Was that not already enough? Suddenly, Lan Jing lightly tapped his forehead, his tone laced with remorse as he spoke. Chapter 80. Lan Qimen Awakens. 3. A warm companion C2, having grown up alongside Lan Qimen and later shared academic pursuits with her, had been subtly encouraged by the Lan couple to foster a close bond, one that would surely delight both the C and Lan families, bringing smiles of satisfaction to both sides. Therefore, Lan Jing did not overly hinder C2's approach to Lan Qimen. At times, he even facilitated their interactions, for he believed that C2, a paragon of virtue and propriety, was a fitting companion for his daughter, a sentiment he held with considerable confidence. Thus, in recent days, C2 had become as if a member of the Lan household, steadfastly guarding Lan Qimen during her unconscious state, never daring to relax his watchful presence. Fortunately, as the new year approached, the academy had not yet resumed classes, allowing C2 ample time to remain by Lan Qimen's side. Had it been a typical day, the rigid C Jinyao might have admonished C2 for his behavior. Lan Jing personally approached the entrance, lifting the curtain to reveal, through the misty twilight, C2's slender silhouette, reminiscent of a rare and graceful Bodhi tree, standing in the doorway, exuding a sense of melancholic longing. Si2. Please come in. Qimen has awakened, Lan Jing called, holding the curtain with one hand while gesturing him to enter with the other. C2 stepped into Lan Qimen's chamber, taking a seat at the nearby wooden chair by the table, his dark brows furrowed slightly, yet his eyes sparkled like the tranquil waters of a moonlit lake, brimming with emotion, glimmering like stars freed from the shrouding clouds. Sister Qimen, you have finally awakened. Do you still feel any discomfort? If so, do not hesitate to express it. I shall summon a physician to attend to you. The visage of C2, imbued with timeless affection, was unmistakably evident on his face, as if the tender feelings he harbored were entirely inspired by Lan Qimen. Regardless of the moment, should you find yourself in need, there would be no requirement to voice your desires. Simply extend your hand gently towards him, and C2 would resolutely stand by your side, unwaveringly devoted. That feeling, even if the entire world were to distance itself from you. He would not. He would retreat from the world solely to remain by your side. Lan Keeman and Situ grew up together, and in Lan Keeman's eyes, Situ Gij is not only warm and handsome, but also exceptionally dignified and scholarly. Lan Keeman's heart and gaze are filled with the conviction that Situ is not merely her good friend and confidant. He resembles a beloved older brother. Being in his company is both comforting and heartening. When they venture out for leisure, Lan Keeman feels an immense sense of pride in having such a brother, yearning for the entire world to acknowledge. This remarkably distinguished and handsome gentleman is my intimate confidant. Lan Keeman's dear friend. Such an exceptional brother deserves to be announced to the world, and it would be splendid if he could find a beautiful sister-in-law. Seeing the genuine concern reflected in Situ's eyes. That caring affection seems like a lake brimming with water, threatening to overflow and cascade down his fair cheeks, igniting a warmth within her. Lan Keeman is equally touched and leans forward, expressing a desire to sit up. Xiaoyu promptly steps in to assist her, placing a cushion adorned with golden lotus and embroidered butterflies beneath her neck. Situ Gij, you appear quite haggard. Is it because you are worried about me? Your complexion seems to have aged significantly, she exclaims. Indeed, Lan Keeman perceives Situ's worry so clearly that it pierces her heart, especially upon noticing the red veins in the corners of his eyes, which stirs her emotions even further. Situ, upon hearing Lan Keeman's sweet and tender address of him as her good brother, feels a wave of warmth wash over him. His eyes glisten with unshed tears, and his expression transforms into one of vivid softness and determination. Though his lips have yet to smile, the corners of his mouth ripple gently like a serene lake, revealing the rare sight of his dimples, while his cheeks are touched by an unnatural blush, reminiscent of the morning sun's glow. However, with the Lan couple nearby, Situ's heart races for a while before he softly utters, Sister Keeman, you cannot fathom how worried I have been for you these past few days. I would gladly endure your suffering in that icy wilderness, if only you could return safely. Even if it meant my demise, I would willingly embrace it. His voice gradually diminishes until, at last, it becomes barely audible, a faint whisper. The Lan couple smiles without speaking, mindful not to interrupt Situ's sincere, yet subdued confession. They exchange a silent glance, concealing their amusement while delicately sipping from their jade teacups. Before turning their gaze back to Lan Keeman, leaning against the Ruan pillow, Lan Keeman rubs her eyes, clearly moved to her very core. She extends her slender wrist towards Situ, beckoning him closer. Situ Gij, please sit nearer to me. Looking up from such a distance is quite tiring. Chulian immediately lifts the curtain and instructs someone outside. Xiaodao, please bring a soft cushion stool for young Master Situ. Xiaodao responds promptly and soon returns with a round stool featuring an intricately carved golden lotus, laid with a soft cushion of peony, edged in deep crimson. Chulian subtly gestures, and Xiaodao, displaying her thoughtful acuity, places the stool not far from Lan Keeman's bedside, positioned directly opposite her delicate and charming visage. Chu Lian stood up with a radiant smile, addressing C2 not with a formal greeting, but in a gentle tone befitting an elder. Do go over now. Spend some time conversing with Man Air. I know you must have a plethora of words to share with her, and countless questions to clarify. There's no need to rush. Take your time that I shall prepare dinner for you both, and you may dine here this evening. After speaking, Chu Yin turned to Lan Jing, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, indicating their mutual understanding. Lan Jing then rose and offered a respectful gesture to C2, suggesting his imminent departure. Before leaving, he casually remarked to C2, Young Master C2, I am about to personally visit the C residence to convey the news of Man Air's awakening to Manager C, and I shall also inform Lord C that you will be dining at the Lan family tonight. Do not worry, just enjoy your time with Man Air. With that, Lan Jing and Chu Lian prepared to leave, prompting C2 to rise, bowing graciously in farewell to the couple. In that case, I shall impose upon you. Thank you, Uncle Lan and Aunt Lan. Chapter 81. Lingxing Moonlit Visit to the Lan Residence. Part 1. As per tradition, the celestial bodies ushered in the recently warmed sun, which, amidst the stunning evening glow, gradually descended beyond the mountain tops and into the sea. With dusk approaching, the night enveloped the land like a swarm of ink-black bats taking flight within the Lan residence. Laughter and merriment filled the air, and the dining hall buzzed with vibrant conversation, untouched by the chill of the winter night. everyone was particularly uplifted by the awakening of the eldest daughter of the Lan family, their hearts brimming with joy, especially during the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, when visits and greetings were exchanged endlessly. The atmosphere was one of unparalleled festivity. Thus, the post-New Year celebrations at the Lan family were exceptionally lively, akin to the legendary Taoist sage opening his elixir furnace and distributing the forgetfulness powder. In the dining hall, laughter cascaded in waves, akin to the crackling of a roaring fire. Wrapped in a dark red cloak adorned with fine details of lamb's wool and embroidered with auspicious motifs, Lan Command reclined comfortably in an ornately carved armchair, her back cushioned by a soft, square pillow embroidered with golden threads. Leonore, seeing Command able to join us for dinner so soon feels like a dream come true, Lan Jing remarked, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chu Lian gently placed her hand upon Lan Jing's arm, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy that glistened like dew in the warm glow of the candles. Reflecting the radiant smiles of those around them, with her keen perception, Chu Lian silently observed the scene, smiling as she took her seat and encouraged C2 to partake in the meal. As Lan Command had just recovered, she was unable to indulge in overly sweet or greasy foods. Thus, C2 attentively selected light and palatable dishes for her, arranging them in a delicate jade porcelain dish before her. Behind them, the maid Xiaoyu, noticing Lan Command's desire to try something, hurried over to assist her, carefully feeding her with tender care. At the outset, Lan Keeman was insistent on struggling to feed herself. However, the earnest and steadfast Xiaoyu knelt down without hesitation, resolutely refusing to venture beyond the screen to eat at the table, determined instead to attend to Lan Keeman. Upon witnessing this, Chu Lian found herself unable to resist and granted her wishes. Thus, for the first time, the main dining table behind the screen in the Lan household had the presence of a servant sharing the meal. Chu Lian delighted in the opportunity to indulge in her favorite sweet delicacies, for it had been many days since anyone in the room had enjoyed a proper meal. Observing Chu Lian's gaunt cheeks and her neck, which had inexplicably become much more slender, Lan Jing couldn't help but sigh quietly. He carefully and swiftly piled delectable, sweet pastries onto the jade green dish in front of Chu Lian, continuing until there was not a single gap left. Then, he turned to smile gently at her, his eyes radiating warmth and tenderness, causing both Keeman and Situ to feel a touch of embarrassment, prompting them to bow their heads and eat heartily to cover their feelings. In truth, Lan Jing held Chu Lian in even higher regard than Lan Keeman as a father. He loved his daughter dearly, even willing to sacrifice his own life for her. Yet, when it came to Chu Lian, he found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He simply recognized that she was more precious than his own existence, perhaps something he had yet to fully comprehend. Chu Lian, on the other hand, appeared accustomed to the situation, her expression calm, yet her eyes brimmed with a tenderness that seemed ready to spill over. Occasionally, she would cast a sidelong glance at Lan Jing, whose hair had begun to show signs of gray from the recent trials, and a warm smile would grace her lips, eliciting a softness in Lan Jing that seemed at odds with his rugged demeanor. After Situ served another soft, glutinous delicacy to Lan Keeman, she gently remarked. Upon hearing this, Lan Keeman understood that Situ was offering her some well-intentioned advice, concerned that she might lose control and overindulge now that she was feeling better, with a twinkle in her eyes. She nodded in agreement. Situ had already been informed by Lan Jing and his wife about the recent events surrounding Lan Keeman. This child, with her naturally graceful demeanor, had no ulterior motives. She simply gazed at Lan Keeman, her eyes shimmering with a rippling affection, lingering on that beautiful face adorned with a hint of a smile, again and again, without pause. As the meal came to an end, the stars hung high in the sky. The evening breeze carried a chill, and the clear light washed over everything, the Milky Way spilling forth its brilliance. The shadows of the trees danced gracefully, filtering the starlight into a mosaic of glimmering shards, reflecting the elation of everyone in the household. After repeated bows and farewells from Lan Jing and his wife, Situ stepped onto the waiting carriage of the Si family, gradually disappearing into the nocturnal embrace. Ling Xingyue leaned against a low snow pine outside the dining hall of the Lan family, attentively catching the conversations within, thanks to the keen auditory senses typical of the cat-like clan. After countless confirmations that Lan Keeman was indeed safe, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, departing slowly. That sigh, lingering and poignant, was imbued with tender affection. Chapter 82. a nightly visit having not laid eyes on Lan Qinyuan for 2 consecutive days. Ling Xingyue felt an overwhelming sense of impatience as he journeyed. Ignoring the throngs of people along the way, he galloped furiously on horseback until he neared the Lan residence, slowing his pace. He refrained from entering the estate, choosing instead to circle leisurely nearby, relying on his keen elven senses to discern whether Lan Qinyuan had awakened at last. He overheard joyous voices proclaiming that his beloved Qinyuan had finally regained consciousness. A surge of excitement coursed through him. He longed to step into the Lan manor and embrace the delicate, fair-skinned Lan Qinyuan, to see if she had lost weight, if her slender neck had grown even more fragile. Lost in such thoughts, his heart swelled with emotion. His usually vibrant and haughty eyes, now glistening with unshed tears, were fixed intently on the direction from which Lan Qinyuan's murmurs emanated. The corners of his thin lips curled upward slightly, a rosy hue blooming upon his cheeks. As memories of their passionate encounters flooded his mind, his heart raced, and he realized, without knowing when, that he had loosened his grip on the reins, allowing the horse to trot aimlessly without direction. When Ling Xingyue regained his senses, he found himself at the threshold of the Lan residence, where he could hear Lan Qinyuan softly calling, "Brother Situ, come sit closer to me." Startled, he froze. How could it be? Was that so-called warm Brother Situ truly at the Lan household, accompanying Qinyuan? And, moreover, was it with her consent? She even invited that outrageous Brother Situ to sit nearer to her. What did this mean? How audacious! This Brother Situ was truly brazen. Did he not value his life? How dare he sit so close to his Qinyuan? I shall break your legs, and let us see how you manage to sit closer then. Burning with rage, Ling Xingyue's deep, enigmatic gaze sharpened, in no longer hiding. He shouted for his steed to advance, making his way toward a small cluster of low trees. He raised a hand to lightly pat the horse's back, and the creature obediently trotted away to seek out grazing in the depths of the meadow. Ling Xingyue circled to the back of the Lan estate, scanning the surroundings and finding no one in sight. As dusk began to fall, he leaped gracefully into the grand courtyard of the Lan residence, swiftly maneuvering through the cover of the snow-covered cedar trees that in no time, he arrived outside the dining hall, just in time to hear the sounds of laughter and merriment within. Upon hearing Brother Situ warmly serving Lan Qinyuan, offering her this and that, and promising to bring her a midnight snack, Ling Xingyue's expression grew frostier than ever. Each time Lan Qinyuan called out for Brother Situ, his heart inexplicably quivered, as if submerged in water, growing heavier with each utterance. The more he listened, the more a profound sense of confusion enveloped his crystalline pupils, and a thread of sorrow emerged in his gaze. This sorrow did not belong to a centuries-old spirit cat, but rather resembled the profound heartache that could only be expressed by a small boy. Ling Xingyue stood in a daze beneath the shimmering starlight filtering through the cedar trees for half the day, until she finally heard the sound of C2's departing carriage, the rhythmic clatter of hooves fading into the distance. Never to be found again, Ling Xingyue remained motionless, an unsettling silence enveloping her. The reflections of the stars upon the cedar illuminated her face, which bore a shadowy gloom. She then murmured softly, "Lan Qinyuan, I absolutely forbid you from being with that so-called Brother C. Tuesday. Never even think about it. I will not allow it." Although her words carried an air of somber defiance, her gaze, directed towards the direction of Lan Qinyuan's tent, wandered anxiously over the spot where Lan Qinyuan was supposed to be seated, as if searching for some form of solace for her heart. After a prolonged silence, her expression shifted, sinking into a deep well of melancholy. A faint sorrow etched between her brows. "Qinyuan, what must I do for you to truly place your heart with me? Do the moments we have shared, and that date mean nothing to you? Am I truly so insignificant to you?" Ling Xingyue reached out, her palm extended outward, gently brushing against the space where Lan Qinyuan should have been. Her once sharp eyes now softened, filled only with tenderness, helplessness, and confusion. Suddenly, a melodious and heartfelt laughter jolted Ling Xingyue from her reverie. "Madam, I truly believe that young Master C2 is exceptionally good to Miss Qinyuan. So gentle, so attentive, devoted entirely to her. With no one else in his eyes, only her. Such devotion is indeed rare." It was likely Xiao Yu, Lan Qinyuan's personal maid, who spoke while tidying up. Immediately after, the voice of Chu Lian resonated clearly. Such things should not be spoken of again. It would not be wise for others to overhear, understand? "Of course, madam. I was merely sharing my thoughts with you, and I assure you it will not be mentioned to anyone else," Xiao Yu replied earnestly. That is correct. After all, Keeman is not yet promised to anyone. Although young Master C2 is quite taken with her, he is still young, and nothing has been officially stated. It is best to let things unfold naturally. Besides, I have yet to ascertain the thoughts of the matriarch of the C family, so it is prudent to refrain from making hasty remarks, Chu Lian advised, recognizing that Xiao Yu genuinely cared for Lan Keeman. Hence her earnest counsel. Thank you for your guidance, madam. Xiao Yu will remember it well, and will not err again. Chu Lian then reached out to assist her, playfully chiding. Why are you kneeling? Get up. There is no need for such formality. Xiao Yu continued to tidy the tableware, responding, I have already found it and covered it for the young lady. Madam need not worry. She is likely asleep by now. With Xiao Hong keeping watch, I will absolutely refrain from mentioning young Master C2 again, even to the young lady. You can rest assured, Madam C2. Ling Xingyue silently roared within, uttering not another word nor casting another glance, as she gracefully leapt away from the lawn residence, pursuing the direction of Situ. Chapter 83. Long how the night was dark as stars fell, the first day of the lunar month devoid of moonlight, and even the shadowy bats had ceased to appear in the dim and silent grasslands on the winding path. Only a carriage moved slowly forward. The lanterns before the carriage cast a faint yellow glow, obscuring the visibility of the road ahead and making it difficult to discern whether there were stones to avoid. Situ sat within the carriage, the soft curtains occasionally lifted by a chill breeze, pervading the air with a sense of foreboding. The coachman instinctively shrank his neck, pulling his collar higher. Ling Xingyue's footsteps were swift and agile, and in the blink of an eye, she caught up with the carriage that had incited her anger and irritation. Her deep, glazed eyes suddenly gleamed with a fierce light that I once vowed that in this lifetime, I would never allow her to leave my side. The Lingcat clan has always honored its words. And since I have willingly accepted the seal from Manor, my long life henceforth shall be devoted solely to her. Why must you, Situ, incessantly pursue and entangle me to such an exasperating extent? The flames of fury blazed fiercely within Ling Xingyue's heart, as echoes of, Brother Situ, come sit closer to me, and Brother Situ, you are my favorite, reverberated in her ears. Those soft, mellifluous calls seemed to resonate, as if Lan Keeman were right beside her. In an instant, Ling Xingyue's eyes turned blood red, and flames flickered ominously upon her forehead. If the horses were to be startled, the carriage would be driven madly forward, the coachman helpless to control it. In the pitch-black night, should the carriage collide with a boulder, tumbling off a cliff, then, Ling Xingyue's cold, penetrating gaze fixated on Situ's carriage, which was cautiously advancing ahead, when suddenly a sharp pain pierced her forehead. Ling Xingyue, you must suppress the demonic flames within your body. They will seize control of your mind. Do you understand? What is happening to me? Am I losing my sanity? When did I become so malevolent? Ling Xingyue struggled to contain the raging fire within her heart, but the pain in her forehead throbbed relentlessly. With a muffled groan, she pressed her hand to her head and sank to her knees. The coachman suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere, as if the wind had begun to stir, yet this breeze felt oddly scorching against the backdrop of the chilly spring air on the grasslands. Somehow, moments later, the young servant felt a bone-chilling cold seep into his lungs, and even the warmth radiating from Situ inside the carriage could not stave off the sudden onset of a rash upon his arm. The penetrating chill intensifying. Hurry, Situ urged from within the carriage, a hint of urgency in his voice. Yes, young master, it seems the weather is about to change, the coachman replied, no longer concerned about the carriage's stability. He raised his long whip, cracking it twice sharply, prompting the horses to gallop swiftly. Indeed, it was not long before the now standing Ling Xingyue was engulfed in a whirlwind of dust and stones, the fierce wind tearing at her garments, her dark hair billowing wildly as if it were ablaze. Ling Xingyue, her expression as cold as ice, lowered her gaze, her hands gradually forming a mystical gesture. Her lips pressed tightly together as she muttered incantations with the tip of her tongue. In but a moment, the spell surged forth like the radiant rays of the rising sun, piercing the dark sky, illuminating it with a blinding flash of lightning, accompanied by a rumbling sound akin to a thunderous clash. Subsequently, Ling Xingyue fell to her knees once more, seemingly overwhelmed by a pain that felt unbearable at her forehead. I cannot bring myself to kill him. If Situ were to perish, Manor would be consumed by grief. Since she and Situ share such profound feelings and an unwavering bond, I must ensure her happiness. I must grant her the right to choose. Ling Xingyue repeatedly reminded herself in a fervent manner, seeking to calm her tumultuous heart, yet the fiery demonic patterns on her forehead writhed with unrest. Uncontrollable, Ling Xingyue, halt! A booming voice erupted like the crack of spring thunder, prompting Ling Xingyue to form another incantation with her hands, reciting it fervently. She then struck her palm against her heart, immediately spewing forth a torrent of crimson blood that dripped from the corners of her mouth. The fiery demonic patterns finally dissipated, the raging winds ceased, and the sand and stones settled to the ground. Tranquility enveloped the scene. Only the surrounding herdsmen, roused from their slumber by the thunderous sound, murmured in bewilderment. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Situ recalled a lesson imparted by his venerable teacher. Where there is transformation, there must be a demon. Could it be that some extraordinary phenomenon was about to unfold upon this vast grassland? Situ pondered silently, his grip firm on the side of the carriage, bracing himself against its violent jolts. For a fleeting moment, he feared that if the carriage continued to race at such a speed, he might be thrown from it. After adjusting his attire, Situ followed the maid who had summoned him to his father's study. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find not only his father, but also his mother present. After exchanging respectful bows, he selected a chair at the corner of the room and took a seat. His mother first gently instructed the maid to prepare a warm cup of milk for Situ, waiting patiently for him to finish it before speaking. Situ glanced up at his father, noticing a slight nod of approval. Understanding that a serious discussion awaited him, he stood up respectfully before his parents and recounted in detail the circumstances surrounding Lan Kimian's awakening. Then solemnly inquired, "Father, may I ask if there is something you wish for me to attend to?" His father nodded, indicating for Situ to sit down. Situ scanned the room for a chair closer to his father and chose one, casting a glance at his mother, who nodded slightly. Thus, both mother and son turned their attention towards Si Jinyao, awaiting his instructions and deliberations. I Jinyao first gestured for all the attendants to leave, instructing them to close the door. After taking a sip of water, he fixed his gaze upon Situ and said, "Situ, I must ask you, have you and Lan Kimian made a private vow to one another?" The words struck like a thunderbolt, causing the composed Situ to spring to his feet, stammering nervously as he attempted to articulate his response. "Father, how can you think such a thing about Sister Kimian? There is absolutely nothing of the sort. Sister Kimian and I are entirely innocent, and there has not been a hint of impropriety between us." Chapter 84. Discussion. Si Jinyao observed C2's intense reaction. Momentarily taken aback, after a moment of contemplation, he gestured for C2 to take a seat, while feigning a calm demeanor to console him. "Please, sit down. Do not be so agitated. I did not imply anything regarding you and your sister. Command, I merely inquired whether you two have expressed your feelings clearly to one another. Have you made any agreements with Lan Command, in essence? Father, please trust me that my relationship with Command is merely harmonious. There has been no overstepping of boundaries between us, especially Command, who is still so young and innocent. We have never broached such topics." C2 replied, his fair and handsome face blushing with embarrassment. Seeing her son's discomfort, his mother tenderly offered him a glass of water and spoke soothingly. I noticed that you spend your days at the Lan household, and your visits have grown more frequent. With no classes at the moment, as the C Family Academy has yet to commence, this is understandable. However, once the academy resumes with old Master Zhuang teaching again, if you continue to flit between the C and Lan families, it may become rather inappropriate. Wouldn't you agree? Command has recovered well, and if the C Academy opens its doors to students, she will surely attend at that point. I want need to go to the Lan household as often, and I can still see her regularly. C2 responded. I Jinyao furrowed his brow, interrupting his wife's attempt to continue. From what I gather, after the recent events, it seems that Uncle Lan has little intention of allowing Command to study at the C Academy. Furthermore, Command is no longer a child. She is of an age where preparations for marriage should commence. Upon hearing the word marriage, C2's expression shifted, his face filled with anxiety. What? Has Uncle Lan arranged a marriage for Command? When did this happen? Which young gentleman is it? Is he also from our prairie? His mother leaned closer, gently placing her hand on the back of C2's tightly clenched grip on the armrest, reassuring him with a subtle nod to remain calm and listen to his father's. I Jinyao, visibly displeased, addressed C2 sternly. In the future, when faced with such matters, do not lose your composure so easily. As a son of the C family, You must stand tall and steady. Do not let trivial issues unsettle you. Do you understand? C2 did not relax his expression. Instead, he stood upright and bowed his arms respectfully. I understand. Father, I shall heed your teachings. Father, has command truly been betrothed? He asked, a hint of distress in his voice. Jinyao expression darkened further, his tone growing impatient. The Lan family has yet to arrange a marriage for Command. However, yesterday, I gathered from your Uncle Lan's words that he seems inclined to consider a betrothal for her. It appears he does not oppose the idea, given your frequent visits to the Lan household. Which is why I inquired whether you have made any agreements with Lan Command. If you have already come to an agreement, then neither my mother nor I hold any objections. It seems that Uncle Lan's sentiments align closely with those of his spouse, and thus we shall commence preparations for your matrimonial union, negotiating the betrothal on your behalf. However, should you not be entirely agreeable, we must first inquire about your feelings. Do you hold affection for your cousin from the Lan family? Are you willing to unite with the Lan family through marriage? At that moment, C2's heart raced, the faint veins on his neck subtly pulsating. After a brief pause, he lifted his head, his expression grave, his eyes ablaze with fervor, and spoke with unwavering certainty. I am willing, Father. My heart rejoices for cousin Ku Wan from the Lan family. Beyond her, I desire no other woman for marriage. Seeing C2's resolute demeanor, his father could not help but reveal a look of satisfaction, though his mother appeared somewhat hesitant and frozen in contemplation. C2 quickly bowed to his mother, his tone jubilant yet tinged with unease. Thank you, Mother, for your support. However, I hope you will refrain from suggesting that my union with the Lan family is beneath me. I do not perceive cousin Ku Wan as a lowly match. Rather, I feel I am the one fortunate to aspire to such a celestial being. Upon hearing these words, C2's mother momentarily paused, but soon regained her composure. She stepped forward, gently assisting C2 to his feet, drawing him close and gazing up at him, her tone resolute. No matter the circumstances or how old you become, C2 will always be my dearest son. You must not forget your mother simply because you have a wife. Do you understand? As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jinyao, growing impatient, admonished the two. How old are you both? Release each other. What a display. He turned away, heavily placing down his teacup, and quietly chastised C2's mother. No wonder C2 is so unstable in times of trouble. It is your influence that burdens him. Just look at what you have taught him. Seeing his mother's face contorted with sorrow, yet bravely holding back tears, C2 felt a pang of anguish in his heart, as if it were suffocated by cotton. Mother, please do not cry. Your tears cause me great distress. Rest assured, I will always be your most cherished son, and nothing can alter that. As he reached out to wipe away her tears, he too could no longer contain his own, his voice catching in his throat. Your mother has grown old, and it is natural for your father to no longer wish for my company. You must not hold this against him. Do you understand? As he observed the frost that suddenly clouded his usually warm eyes, Madame C hurriedly wiped away her tears, attempting to console her only beloved son. Yet C2 quietly countered, not all men are like my father. Look at Uncle Lan. He has spent countless springs and autumns alongside Aunt Lan without ever raising his voice at her. Chapter 85. The C residence. Madame C swiftly covered C2's mouth, preventing him from continuing further. Do not utter another word to her. You must remember that, in the future, you must never forsake everything for the sake of a woman. As a man, the most important pursuit is to enter the officialdom and achieve great success. In your mother's heart, you are the sole hope I have for yearning for home. All my thoughts are centered on you. And you must not disappoint me. In truth, had it not been for your mother noticing your genuine affection for the daughter of the Lan family, I would never have permitted you to wed Lan Kimian, a daughter of a lowly household. However, your father, intent on ingratiating himself with the Lan family, has thoughtlessly sacrificed your lifelong happiness as collateral, which is the only aspect of him I find unsatisfactory. C2 forcefully pushed aside his mother's hand that covered her mouth and urgently said, Mother, how can you harbor such thoughts? What nonsense is this about marrying up from a lowly status? Such sentiments belong to the mundane world, and do you truly value them? Reflect on how you have lived these years. My father took one concubine after another, fathering child after child, and what of you? Throughout these years, you have lit solitary lamps and prayed, and your health has waned. As C2's barrage of questioning flowed forth, tears immediately brimmed in the eyes of C4. Yet, She gazed at him with a heart full of earnestness. Her tone sincere. "Do not fear, for I still have you, and you are my only hope. Therefore, you must strive to succeed, so that your mother may enjoy true blessings in the years to come." C2 nodded and continued. "Thus, if I, C2, were to marry Sister Kimian in the future, I would, like Uncle Lon, never take another wife that I wish to accompany Sister Kimian for all my days, never wavering in my heart." Each time C4 heard C2's fervent declarations regarding the daughter of the Lon family, she felt an unsettling pang of anxiety. She would sometimes silently wonder, must my only son, the one who loves me most dearly, also be taken away by another woman? Is it to be the case, like C Jinyao, that now even C2 is to be quietly snatched away from me by another? As the conversation unfolded, C4's expression grew cold, her gaze dimmed momentarily. However, upon looking at C2, the fervent light in her eyes rekindled with intensity. "You are the very marrow of my heart. Whatever you desire, I will do everything in my power to procure for you, but you must never betray your mother's expectations. You can never allow any other woman to overshadow your own mother, not even if she is Lon Kimian." Si4 quietly resolved that on her next visit to the Lon residence, she would ensure that her son secured the famously beautiful and infatuated Lon Kimian. Surely, C2 would come to value his mother even more. With this thought, a long-lost smile graced C4's face. "Why did my father suddenly inquire about my betrothal to Sister Kimian? It seems not merely a consequence of my constant presence at the Lon household. Previously, I often lingered there without my father ever questioning me on such matters. Could there be a change in circumstances? Is my father concerned that I might be unable to win Sister Kimian's hand, prompting him to test and caution me?" Upon this realization, C2 abruptly sat up. After all, it was he who rescued Sister Kimian, so I shall pardon him this time. Besides, as a prince, what could he possibly lack? There is no need for him to compete with me for Sister Kimian. The mere thought that Ling Xingyue might also harbor feelings for Lon Kimian dispelled all remnants of drowsiness, igniting in C2 an irresistible desire to rush to Lon Kimian's side, grasp her delicate, fair hand, and confess, "Sister Kimian, I adore you. I have always cherished you. I wish to be with you forever. I want to marry you. I want to be by your side. You must not accept any other suitor's proposal." At this point, C2's heart raced uncontrollably, a fiery passion surging within him, threatening to explode. Yet, what if others sought to propose to Sister Kimian in the future? Would his father need to be the one to initiate the conversation? It would be best to establish a vow with Sister Kimian, so that no matter who else came to propose, even that young Prince Ling Xingyue seeking to take Lan's daughter as a secondary consort, it would be of no consequence. Indeed, it must be so. Thus, when Uncle Lon mentioned he would personally visit his father to inquire about Lon Kimian's circumstances, it was likely that day he subtly conveyed all his concerns and hopes to his father. That day, Ling Xingyue defied death to rescue Lon Kimian from the mountain, and the tale had already spread like wildfire across the grasslands. This implies that Ling Xingyue might indeed have some affection for Sister Kimian, for she is so stunning, gentle, and endearing. Even if all the men in the world were enamored with Lon Kimian, in C2's eyes, his Sister Kimian was undeniably worthy. The crux of the matter now lies in whom Lon Kimian favors. Does she hold feelings for him as fervently as he does for her? Is there a depth of affection concealed within her tender address of Brother C2? Moreover, Uncle Lan's concerns are not without merit. After all, Ling Xingyue is a first-rank prince. It seems implausible that he would seek to marry Lon Kimian, since she is merely the daughter of a servant's servant. To be chosen as a secondary consort would already be an immense stroke of fortune for her. Yet, given Uncle Lan's character, he would undoubtedly be reluctant to engage with a wealthy young prince. Furthermore, since Ling Xingyue already has a secondary consort, Uncle Lon would certainly not wish for his daughter to become a secondary consort in the prince's household. Chapter 86. Sweet and tender. The morning dawned bright and clear, with a gentle breeze stirring the withered banana plant outside C2's chamber, sweeping away his tangled emotions and longing. The intensity of his thoughts wove a complex web, leaving him restless throughout the night. As the first light of dawn broke through the window, C2 could no longer lie still. He called out, and his personal attendant along with others entered in succession, some bearing basins, others carrying towels, some holding clothes gracefully, and others offering cups for rinsing. A young maid stood by the curtain, awaiting C2's instructions on what delectable breakfast to prepare for the day. Jin Yao presides over a vast pastoral estate. his days consumed by an abundance of official duties. The lady of the house, residing in a distant courtyard from C2, is often preoccupied with the management of the entire household, compounded by the incessant disturbances caused by the several troublesome concubines. Consequently, Si-Fu Ren seldom visits C2 for meals, leading him to essentially possess his own little kitchen. Except for attending school or during significant family gatherings, he typically dines alone. Everyone has long since grown accustomed to this arrangement, allowing daily life to flow smoothly, unnoticed by anyone regarding C2's inner turmoil from the previous night. I shall forego breakfast. Please inform them to bring me a cup of hot milk. I shall partake once I finish, he instructed. I intend to visit the Lon family shortly to check on how Command is faring and whether her health has fully restored as C2 donned his attire. Washing his hands, he issued his commands. The thought of meeting Lon Command brightened his previously bloodshot eyes, and the corners of his lips, which had been tightly pressed, blossomed into a familiar warm smile. Young Master C2, the maid conveyed with a radiant smile, Madam has asked me to inform you that the Lon family sent over a box of fruit pastries this morning. They expressed gratitude for your care and concern for Miss Command during these past few days. These pastries are intended for your breakfast, and the little servant delivering the message said they were personally prepared by Madame Lon. Please be sure to accept them graciously. Taken aback for a moment, C2 stepped outside and inquired, did the messenger mention how Miss Command is doing? Has she shown any improvement? Has she fainted again? His tone grew increasingly anxious as he spoke. The young maid, noticing his distress, smiled even more brightly and reassured him. No, please do not worry, young master. The servant reported that Miss Lon Command can now walk on her own. Furthermore, with today's splendid sunshine, Madame Lon wishes to invite you to accompany Miss Command for a stroll around the Lon residence to help strengthen her after several days of convalescence. Upon hearing this, C2's expression brightened as if the heavens had cleared, and his steps toward the dining hall became noticeably lighter. Outside the dining hall, a kitchen matron awaited him, assisting him in lifting the curtain to enter, where he was seated at a specially crafted small dining table. The table, adorned with brilliant red lacquer and intricately carved, was filled with delicate porcelain dishes resting on vibrant green banana leaves, each containing an exquisite pastry. It was evident that Madame Lon had devoted considerable effort to prepare this token of appreciation for C2. Though he initially lacked an appetite, C2 found his senses invigorated by the sight of the verdant pastries. Their sweetness and soft texture seemed to resonate deeply within his heart. He took his time savoring each piece, followed by a sip of sweet milk, completing his breakfast with a sense of contentment. Over the years, he had sampled countless elaborate and expensive delicacies, yet none had ever brought him the same level of sweetness and joy as this moment. It was a warmth and thoughtfulness that filled him, leaving him with the impression that even his heart had been satiated. After finishing his meal, C2 tidied his attire and, with a composed demeanor, strolled toward his mother's courtyard to converse with her for a while before announcing his intention to visit the Lon residence. Madame C's expression momentarily faltered. She remained silent, merely issuing a few directives, essentially instructing not to delay for too long, while also mentioning that since Miss Man's health had recently improved, it would be unkind to disturb her unduly. C2 gradually took his leave. Madame C's countenance grew increasingly grave. It appeared that Lon Kemuan possessed quite the allure, having utterly captivated her son, who now seemed unable to part from the Lon residence. What would become of them in the future? If things were to go awry, C2 might end up resembling Lon Jing, a man devoid of ambition, merely indulging in the company of a Chu Lian, engaging in idle pursuits, having made no progress over the years. Though he possessed commendable abilities, he remained merely a low-ranking steward. Si2 was Madame C's only child, and she would never permit him to be ensnared by that foolish girl, Lon Kemuan. Should this affect C2's career, it would spell disaster. Thus, it seemed imperative to swiftly arrange this marriage for her son, and subsequently keep that Navi girl under her watchful eye, ensuring she did not lead C2 astray. This way, C2 would frequently visit his mother, allowing her to keep a close watch on her future daughter-in-law and safeguard C2's promising future. Yes, that shall be the plan. Madame C felt a surge of satisfaction at her ingenious strategy. Contemplating, if I were to broach this matter with Madame Lon, I can only imagine the delight that would illuminate the Lon residence. It would also provide an opportune moment to suggest that I wish for Lon Kemuan and C2 to accompany me for a few years. After all, Is it not perfectly reasonable for a daughter-in-law to honor her mother-in-law? Consider the vast wealth of the C family. It would indeed be a boon for that foolish girl, Lan Kemuan. However, the more naive she is, the easier she will be to manage, requiring little exertion on my part, unlike those insufferable concubines of my husband, who only know how to flirt and scheme. Sooner or later, I shall have to deal with them. As these thoughts crossed her mind, the pallor on Madame C's face deepened, and her expression gradually took on a sinister shade, with her slender eyes occasionally sparkling with a keen intensity. Upon C2's entrance into the grand courtyard of the Lan family, he chanced upon Lan Kemuan, who was quietly seated in a beautifully adorned chair upholstered with satin and embroidered peony flowers. Her eyes were half closed, utterly still, and her delicate face bathed in a serene, cool light under the sun. Kemuan I too approached cautiously, softly calling her name. Yet Lan Kemuan remained unresponsive, as if even her breath had ceased. Alarmed, C2 felt his knees weaken, forcing himself closer, trembling as he gently placed his warm palm beneath her nose, intently holding his breath to sense her presence for a moment before finally relaxing. Beneath the clouds, a sunrise adorned with crimson and golden hues rose steadily into the sky, casting a kaleidoscope of light. "Young Master C2, you have arrived," exclaimed a young servant at the entrance. "Has that little rascal run off again without delivering the message? But then again, your uncle Lan Jing has never been fond of having a servant loitering at the door, so please forgive us for not welcoming you properly." Just as C2 lowered his hand, Chu Lian appeared, personally carrying a small ebony tray, followed by the cheerful maid, Xiao Tao, both gazing at him with bright smiles. Si2's face flushed slightly, and feeling somewhat awkward, he hurriedly bowed towards Chu Lian, saying, "Greetings, Aunt Lan." Chu Lian quickly approached, supporting him with one hand while placing a tray on a small round table nearby. She invited C2 to sit beside her, and then went to check on the gently dozing Lan Kemuan. "Stop pretending. Did you frighten your brother C2 again, just now?" Lan Kemuan chuckled and opened her bright eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering playfully as she teased, "Brother C2, did you think I had fainted when you placed your hand beneath my nose?" "Ha ha." Seeing Lan Kemuan's radiant smile, C2 was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and affectionately remarked, "Manner, you truly are something. You mustn't scare your brother C2 like that again. At least you had the decency not to hold your breath while I was checking your breathing. Otherwise, you would have frightened me to death on the spot." As he spoke, he reached out, intending to ruffle Lan Kemuan's hair. However, sensing it was inappropriate, he feigned nonchalance and instead gently adjusted the lambswool blanket draped over her dress. I too quickly expressed his gratitude, then took the blanket into his hands and brought it to his lips for a delicate taste. This sweet brew tastes remarkably different. It possesses a hint of refreshing essence that is quite delectable. "Is this Aunt Lan's latest concoction?" Chu Lian smiled slightly, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. She then pretended to casually lift a cup and took a careful sip before nodding. "You see, this inspiration came from a bottle of sweet brew that Kemuan left in her writing box a year ago. I had always thought it was you who gifted it to her. It turns out she must have carelessly bought it from somewhere else, likely intending to surprise me. Unfortunately, she never got the chance, as she was trapped in the mountains due to her final school assignment last year. However, seeing her health improve so quickly fills me with joy, so this morning I decided to try brewing it myself to share with you all." Upon hearing about Lan Kemuan's disappearance, a look of concern instantly surfaced on C2's face. He momentarily set aside the matter of the sweet brew, his gaze intensely focused and deeply affectionate as he turned his eyes towards Lan Kemuan. "Sister Kemuan, you shouldn't lie there all the time. How about I help you sit up and take a stroll in the courtyard?" C2 suggested enthusiastically, observing Lan Kemuan's reluctance to move. Lan Kemuan shook her head, expressing her desire to remain lying in the sun. Si2, feeling helpless, turned to Lady Lan, who mischievously winked, indicating for him to try again. Understanding that Aunt Lan was giving him another opportunity to care for Lan Kemuan, C2 approached with both arms bowed towards the ground. "Sister Kemuan, would you like to see the butterflies of winter? I brought a crystal jar filled with butterflies that only appear in spring and summer. Would you like to admire them?" Upon hearing this, Lan Kemuan seemed to instantly regain her spirits, shaking off her earlier lethargy and repeatedly urging, "Hurry, hurry, let us go see." Since the previous night, when Lan Kemuan had fully recalled the events surrounding her disappearance, Chu Lian had been plagued by a subtle sense of unease. She felt that the circumstances of Lan Keeman's vanishing were far from straightforward. Yet, despite Lan Keeman's seemingly gentle, naive, and endearing demeanor, there was no forcing her to divulge anything she wished to keep secret. Furthermore, from the previous night onward, when Lan Keeman was still unable to walk freely, she had expressed a growing anxiety before bedtime about visiting the prince's residence the following day, eager to ascertain the health of the young prince. Ling Xingyue. Although both she and Lan Jing had repeatedly assured her that Ling Xingyue was in perfect health, showing no signs of discomfort, and that the injury on his wrist had long since healed. Not to mention their household servants had already paid a visit and delivered formal greetings, all awaiting Lan Keeman's recovery to express their gratitude in person. She remained despondent, appearing disinterested in moving at all. In desperation, Chu Lian recalled the idea of inviting Situ to accompany them for a leisurely stroll, hoping to uplift Lan Keeman's spirits and hasten her recovery. Additionally, both Chu Lian and Lan Jing were keen to prevent an unwanted situation from arising in the coming days. That is, Lan Keeman developing romantic feelings for the young prince, Ling Xingyue, which explained her deep concern for his well-being and her urgent desire to meet him. Were Ling Xingyue not a prince, there might have been a glimmer of possibility for a connection between them. Perhaps envisioning a scenario in which he would take Lan Keeman as his primary wife, sharing him with the secondary consort, Lung Qingqiu, provided Lan Keeman agreed. Ling Xingyue's evident affection for her could have made such an arrangement conceivable, albeit imperfect. However, Ling Xingyue was a prominent young prince, a first-rank military lord of the current dynasty, a man of unparalleled status, with even the Empress Dowager personally bestowing a marriage decree upon Lung Qingqiu, relegating her to the role of a mere secondary consort. This alone underscored the multitude of noble daughters vying for his hand in marriage, not to mention the possibility of even the emperor's own daughters or princesses seeking to wed him. It was inconceivable that the daughter of a mere steward from a princely house could aspire to such an unattainable match. Thus, after ensuring Lan Keeman was comfortably settled for the night, Chu Lian and Lan Jing engaged in hushed deliberations for a considerable time, ultimately agreeing that they must not allow their daughter to harbor such feelings, lest she suffer immense heartache in the future. Chapter 88. Butterfly Situ gently placed her hands on Lan Keeman's slender shoulders, supporting her frail form as they strolled slowly around the courtyard. Gradually, she guided Lan Keeman to lean against her arm, leading her to the carriage waiting outside. Together with Xiaoyu, they assisted Lan Keeman into the carriage, and Situ tenderly ensured that a blanket was properly draped over her before opening a meticulously sealed redwood box with a square shape inside the carriage. Within the confines of that wooden box, a ring of gently warm charcoal was encircled by a thin iron band. The temperature, though not high, was rendered remarkable by the ingenious design of the inner layer, which allowed the mildly heated charcoal to be evenly and delicately spread around the interior. Additionally, a layer of fine cotton insulation was employed to maintain the warmth within, while preventing the charcoal from overheating and causing discomfort to the butterflies. Most exquisite of all was the crystal-clear, circular vial, securely placed at the center of the grand wooden box, topped with a lid of hollow crystal. Inside the vial blossomed an array of flowers, some in full bloom and others yet to unfurl, and to the astonishment of all, a few delicate butterflies were gently perched upon the petals. Lan Keeman's eyes widened in surprise, sparkling with wonder as she gazed at Situ. Rendered momentarily speechless, "Isn't it beautiful?" manner. "I specifically relinquished a year's worth of allowance, beseeching my father for this," Situ continued. "This was originally procured by our household for a high official in Bian County. Painstakingly transported from the south, to ensure the butterflies remained alive and the flowers fresh. Various strategies were employed during their journey, and we managed to acquire only 5 such crystal vials of butterflies. The moment I laid eyes upon them, I knew you would adore them, so I pleaded endlessly to obtain one for you. Are you not delighted?" Situ's gaze softened as he looked at Lan Keeman, his eyes shimmering with warmth. The deep, inky hue of his irises fixated on her youthful visage. The tumult of emotions surged within him, so profound that had it not been for Xiaoyu's presence in the carriage, he might have uttered the countless heartfelt words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. Lan Keeman was naturally overwhelmed with joy. To witness living butterflies on a winter's day in the grasslands was a feat she had never before imagined. Cautiously, she lifted the lid, extending her delicate fingers to gently caress the flowers. Startled, the butterflies took flight, their soft wings brushing against the back of her hand, eliciting a delightful peal of laughter from her lips. As she beheld Lan Qimen's lips, softer than the butterflies and her face more radiant than the budding flowers, Situ could not restrain himself that he reached out, tenderly stroking her hair, and sighed softly. Manner, you often declare that your former self was foolish. Yet I find myself even more enamored than you. Lan Qimen, bewildered, raised her eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze before being captivated again by the butterflies within the crystal vial, resuming her playful admiration of the flowers and their delicate wings. Brother Situ, you are so kind to me. I adore you the most, she exclaimed, clutching the crystal vial tightly to her chest, her tone infused with a playful charm that, of course, for the sake of these butterflies, I shall visit you every day, until you grow weary of my presence, she added, stifling a giggle, and in that moment, the air was filled with the brilliance of blooming lotus flowers, vibrant and extraordinary. As Sido swallowed hard, he licked his lips, murmuring in a parched whisper, even if I grow weary of myself, I shall never be a burden to you, Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, suddenly lifted her head, gazing at Sido in a daze for a moment. Her expression slightly clouded, no longer laughing along with Lankman. Instead, within the confines of the carriage, she offered a slight bow to Sido and Lankman, her voice hoarse as she admonished, Lankman, have you not noticed the change in Xiaoyu's voice? You must remind her to dress warmly. Although it is spring, the lingering chill of late winter should not be underestimated. Wearing such thin garments, you risk falling ill. What would become of you then? Xiaoyu's face momentarily registered surprise before warming with a smile, retorting playfully, Miss, your words are strikingly reminiscent of what Madam would say. Huh. Lankman could not help but laugh, responding, indeed. I was about to say, Xiaoyu, you are not overweight. Wearing layers will not diminish your beauty in the slightest, nor will it make you resemble a bear. Huh. I believe my mother has mentioned something similar to me as well. It was only at that moment that Lankman noticed Xiaoyu's attire was notably different from her usual garb. Instead of her customary Mongolian clothing, she was adorned in a pink Han-style dress gifted by Lady Lan, which suited her remarkably well. Lankman casually inquired, Xiaoyu, is there a special occasion today? You look particularly lovely and charming. Truly a sight to behold. Henceforth, you ought to dress this way. I shall persuade my mother to provide you with several more Han dresses for variety. Brother Sido, do you not agree that Xiaoyu looks exceptionally beautiful in this attire? Sido smiled warmly, replying, indeed, she is beautiful. But you, Manner, surpass her. You are more exquisite than any blossom. By the end of his words, his tone had shifted from mere admiration to a profound earnestness. Upon hearing this, Lankman burst into laughter, dispelling the gloom that had lingered on her face throughout the day. She promptly settled beside Sido, resting her head on his shoulder, her delicate lashes fluttering as she closed her eyes. The cold wind wafted through the carriage curtains, tousling Lankman's loose strands of hair, which danced gracefully to one side, intertwining around the side of Sido's face, gently stirring his heart. Chapter 89. The Fraying of Ties on the Return Journey. Lan Jing and Chu Lian found themselves bewildered. Based on previous encounters with the young prince, he had always been exceedingly courteous to their family, seemingly delighted by their visits. However, during these past two meetings, both Lan Jing and Chu Lian sensed an unusual coldness emanating from Ling Xingyue, the young prince. It appeared he was reluctant even to meet the members of the Lan family. Lan Jing found himself somewhat bewildered, for he had witnessed, with his own eyes, Ling Xingyue exerting great effort to rescue Lan Qimen from the mountain Hecate that moment. He discerned that this young prince seemed to hold a particular affection and care for Qimen. However, ever since that incident, both he and Chu Lian, wishing to keep Lan Qimen from growing too close to the young prince, had persistently declined her proposals to express her gratitude in person, often using her still recovering health as an excuse to prevent her from leaving the Lan family estate. As a result, neither Lan Jing nor Chu Lian could ascertain the true intentions of this young prince. Yet, the more they pondered, the more they felt that Ling Xingyue's thoughts were inscrutable, further solidifying their resolve to keep Lan Qimen at a distance from him. In recent days, Ling Xingyue had indeed become increasingly busy. Though he did not voice it, those around him could read it in his demeanor. The Lan estate had grown increasingly lively, in addition to the frequent visits from the young Master Situ. He had also brought numerous small gifts for everyone in the household. Chu Lian, who cherished collecting porcelain vessels, was delighted when Situ presented her with a complete set of exquisite green glazed porcelain from a bygone era. comprising 9 intricately carved green cups and a jade-hued pitcher adorned with 9 lotus blossoms. Overjoyed, Chu Lian hurriedly stored them away, allowing herself only occasional moments to admire them, forbidding even Lan Qimen from touching them. Moreover, the maid Xiaoyu, who attended to Lan Qimen, and Xiao Dao, Chu Lian's personal attendant, were also the recipients of thoughtful gifts, jewelry and hairpins that every woman cherishes. Even the young servants and mothers within the estate found themselves receiving small items they happened to need, courtesy of Situ's unassuming generosity. In no time, the entire Lan estate was abuzz with praises for the young master Situ, whose charm and kindness seemed to know no bounds. His demeanor was effortless. He seemed to resolve matters with a mere wave of his hand, ensuring that those he assisted never felt a sense of indebtedness or unease, a rare quality that spoke of a gentle touch. As if he were a soft rain falling silently in a brief span of time, everyone in the Lan estate unanimously extolled the virtues of the young master Situ, noting how he had matured, grown more considerate, and become increasingly graceful and amiable. Regardless of how late Situ had stayed up drinking with Lan Jing the night before, when Lan Qimen opened her eyes the following morning, she was certain to find him standing outside her chamber, radiating an aura of elegance untainted by the moonlight. Upon seeing her emerge, he would invariably greet her with a warm, gentle smile that brought with it a profound sense of comfort. Occasionally, Lan Qimen would find herself draped in a blanket, engaging in light conversation with her father, mother, and Situ, indulging in sweet wines and pastries. Yet, as fatigue began to envelop her, rendering her soft and languid as if inebriated, Situ would still gaze at her with bright, attentive eyes, his presence as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. On one such occasion, Lan Qimen, perplexed, inquired, "Situ Gij, are you not tired? It is so late, and you cannot possibly rest. Yet you rise early the next day." Si2, however, offered a subtle smile and casually remarked, "How could one feel fatigued? Observing your vibrant health and rosy cheeks is the finest form of rest for me. The mere thought of seeing you again the next day fills me with a sweetness that surpasses even 10 days of slumber." Upon uttering these words, a gentle blush crept up C2's neck and warmed his cheeks. Before Lan Qimen could fully comprehend, she had already succumbed to fatigue, sleeping soundly in the embrace of Xiaoyu. Lan Jing feigned a casual turn of his face, exchanging a tender glance and a smile with Chu Lian, both slowing their movements as they instructed Xiaoyu and Xiao Tao to assist Lan Qimen in settling onto the couch. However, by this time, Lan Qimen had already drifted into a blissful slumber, and it seemed quite impossible for Xiaoyu and Xiao Tao to place her gently onto the couch without awakening her. "Uncle Lan Jing, you have consumed quite a bit of this potent bamboo leaf liquor. Your steps may falter. Allow me to assist," said C. Tuesday Chapter 90. The Broken Pine, Part 2. C2 then turned her face towards Chu Lian, who promptly tugged at Lan Jing's sleeve, silently urging him to take a seat. Oblivious, Lan Jing complied, and Chu Lian spoke to C2. Thus, Xiaoyu and Xiao Tao hurriedly attended to the curtains and lanterns, and soon the entire family congregated towards Lan Qimen's sleeping quarters. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the courtyard, reminiscent of a low branch of a snow-covered pine being snapped in anger, causing the light from the lanterns to flicker. Noticing the startled expressions around him, Lan Jing quickly reassured, "Do not worry. It is merely the weight of the snow. The pines are laden with a thick blanket of snow, and while I suggested shaking it off, that girl, Qimen, insisted that it should remain for its beauty. It seems one branch could no longer bear the burden. It is of no consequence. We shall assess it tomorrow." Lan Qimen enjoyed a night of sweet dreams, only to sense in her slumber the penetrating gaze of Ling Xingyue, her ethereal eyes coldly observing her at the break of dawn. Lan Qimen was awakened by the brilliant light streaming through the window. Rarely did she sleep past the sun's ascent. Reflecting on the passage of time, her health had significantly improved, prompting her to consider expressing her gratitude to Prince Ling Xingyue for his life-saving intervention. After completing her morning routine, Lan Qimen gazed into the mirror, beholding her cheeks flushed like radiant clouds. Suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of nervousness and shyness, she instinctively covered her face with her hands, yet a smile tugged at the corners of her lips, unable to be suppressed. In truth, just a few days prior, Lan Qimen had expressed her desire to visit Ling Xingyue, but both her father and mother advised against it, citing her lingering frailty and haggard appearance as reasons for such a visit being rather impolite. Upon reflection, Lan Qimian agreed that presenting herself in a state of disarray to Ling Xingyue would indeed be inappropriate. Thus she had been suppressing her fluttering heart, akin to a restless rabbit. Until this moment, suddenly, a quiet voice emerged from behind a cluster of snow-laden pines. Ah, to describe Master C2 truly, is it, how shall one articulate it? Last night, when I beheld him cradling Miss Kimuan, the tenderness that adorned his visage seemed almost palpable, as if it could drip with warmth that as he tucked the quilt around her. The grace of his movements and the glimmer in his eyes were truly enchanting, enough to render one willingly captivated with just a glance. TSK, an attendant nearby scoffed. What does this signify? You have yet to witness young Master Situ and Miss Kimuan engaging in a game of chess. Given Miss Kimuan's spirited nature, she is most unable to contain herself. Go is an exceptionally taxing pursuit. After a short while, if she does not prevail, she becomes vexed, often tossing the pieces aside in frustration. Yet, young Master Situ possesses the patience to indulge her, skillfully allowing her to alternate between victory and defeat, often by a mere couple of stones, ensuring that regardless of the outcome, Miss Kimuan maintains her dignity, thus fostering her growing enthusiasm for the game. In such a long, chilly night, it has certainly made her evening much more pleasant. This moment, a voice from Xiaoyu chimed in, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Suddenly, one of the matrons remarked, Miss Xiaoyu, it is said that in the Central Plains, the Han people have a notion of maidservants marrying alongside their mistresses. If Miss Kimuan were to wed young Master Situ, would you not also be able to follow suit? You are indeed a fortunate girl. Moreover, I perceive that your gaze upon young Master Situ is rather extraordinary. Xiaoyu, blushing profusely, quickly retorted, Wang Mama, please cease your fanciful talk. Everyone, disperse. Let us each return to our duties. Miss Kimuan has risen and is awaiting her breakfast. Lan Kimuan shook her head, pondering that the atmosphere within the Lan household had truly deteriorated. These attendants and matrons had become increasingly audacious and unruly. She resolved that it was high time for Xiaoyu to teach them a lesson, as they incessantly spouted nonsense. After all, she was the sister of young Master Situ. Discussing matters of marriage was utterly ludicrous. Yet, as she reconsidered, a thought struck her. Could it be that Xiaoyu harbored feelings for young Master Situ? From her tone, it seemed she did not outright oppose Wang Mama's words. Indeed, it was no surprise that all the maidens in the courtyard were enamored with young Master Situ, given his gentle and refined demeanor. However, she was left wondering whether her brother reciprocated Xiaoyu's affections. She resolved to discreetly inquire about this matter, for Xiaoyu had been her companion since childhood. If Xiaoyu were to marry young Master Situ, even as a secondary wife, it would certainly be a stroke of fortune for her. Surely, a man of such gentility and elegance as young Master Situ would never subject Xiaoyu to hardship or suffering. With this in mind, Lan Kimuan fortified her resolve to act as a matchmaker for Xiaoyu and young Master Situ, not wishing to overlook the kindness her brother had shown her in recent days. As for the whispers surrounding her own supposed betrothal to young Master Situ, she soon brushed them aside. She had always been magnanimous and not overly concerned with such trivialities. However, the matter of introducing young Master Situ to a potential suitor remained firmly planted in her thoughts. Just then, she spotted Xiaoyu approaching from a distance, bearing a red lacquer tray, upon which rested a steaming cup of milk accompanied by a few pastries. Lan Kimuan hurried forward and eagerly inquired, Xiaoyu, have you had the chance to ask Mother? Will our family be going to express our gratitude to the Ling Wangfu today? Xiaoyu, while exclaiming, hot, 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 responded accordingly. Do not be in such a hurry. Nodding, he remarked, I have inquired. Mississippi the lady has instructed that you should have breakfast and prepare yourself as soon as possible, dressing as formally as you can. We are about to depart to express our gratitude at the Duke's residence. Chapter 91. Adornment. As the rooster heralded the dawn, the sun began its ascent, casting a fiery glow reminiscent of the vibrant winter sweet blossoms, which, though proudly blooming, were on the verge of their demise. Petals fell like whispers to the ground, and as the last lingering red plum blossom reluctantly surrendered to the thawing earth, the first signs of spring began to emerge across the grasslands. Today, Lan Kimin unusually rose early to meticulously groom herself. She vividly recalled all that had transpired within the cave, a singular grain of memory swirling in her mind. Repeating endlessly, the subtle smile began to grace Lan Kimin's face once more. Manner, you shall no longer bear the scent of catnip. Fret not. You may now don any fragrant attire that pleases you and embellish yourself as you wish. I understand that you have refrained from adornment for my sake. opting for simplicity in attire and visage. Devoid of any fragrant powders, I am grateful for your thoughtfulness and care unconsciously. Lan Keeman felt her cheeks flush as she examined her reflection in the bronze mirror, where the delicate flower ornament trembled slightly, enhancing her bashful elegance. After a brief moment, Chu Lian's devoted maid, Xiao Tao, called from beyond the curtain, urging Miss Keeman to hasten, for they were soon to depart. Xiao Yu, with a playful chuckle, lifted the soft satin curtain and offered a light courtesy to Xiao Tao, her voice bright and clear. Xiao Tao, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Tao's eyes. This young lady, who typically slumbered until the sun was high in the sky, had never stirred even after multiple calls. Today, however, she exhibited a rare sense of responsibility, clearly aware of the importance of their visit to the Duke's residence. It seemed the young lady had truly matured and become more sensible. Reflecting on this, Xiao Tao nodded in satisfaction. Before leaving, Xiao Tao offered a flurry of reminders, chattering on as she departed. Watching her go, Xiao Yu stuck out her tongue and made a face, muttering to herself, I wonder if Xiao Tao is truly aging. She is becoming increasingly nagging, as if I needed her reminders. I had everything prepared perfectly before our last outing. While placing a neatly arranged tray of pastries and warm milk on Lan Keeman's dressing table, she added, Miss, you have heard. I trust, regardless of your hunger, you must consume this morsel of breakfast. Otherwise, I fear we shall both be subjected to the relentless fate of her nagging. Lan Keeman sighed and gestured toward a small, intricately carved table by the window, saying helplessly, just leave it there. Come help me with my makeup. Aside from the rose essence lipstick, everything else must be ready. Hurry, hurry, Xiao Yu pouted, her expression one of displeasure. Is it merely a visit to express gratitude to the young prince? Why go to such lengths to adorn yourself? Furthermore, you may not even get to see him. I have heard that the lord and lady have visited twice and have yet to catch even a glimpse of the young prince. You should reserve such beauty for Master Situ. He would surely be captivated by your elegance. Upon concluding her words, Xiao Yu cheerfully approached to meticulously assist Lankman in her preparation. In a flurry of urgency, Xiao Yu supported Lankman as they hastily exited the confines of the bedroom. Making their way towards the waiting area for carriages as they walked, she chattered incessantly. Miss, do hurry. The lady is becoming anxious. If she reprimands you, the master may not be able to shield you from her ire. After taking just a few steps, Lankman stumbled slightly, prompting Xiao Yu to exclaim, Miss, please take your time. Do not rush. Be careful not to fall again. That would be disastrous. Suddenly, Lankman halted, raising her right hand in a commanding gesture. Stop. You speak of Sister Xiao Tao, yet I find you even more loquacious than she. One moment you urge me to hasten, and the next you implore me to slow down. What is your true intention? I assure you, should your incessant prattling continue, I shall send you to Sister Xiao Tao, and you can experience firsthand how she dotes on you each day. At this, Lankman could not suppress a giggle, and Xiao Yu, exasperated yet resigned, exchanged a moment of silent confrontation with her. Eventually, after several earnest pleas from Xiao Yu, who clasped her hands together in supplication, Lankman resumed her brisk stride towards the grand entrance. Meanwhile, Lan Jing remained unperturbed. He had already calculated the time. Even if they departed now, there was no need for haste, as arriving too early for the prince's visit would not be advisable. He had become somewhat acquainted with Lu, the steward of the prince's residence, and was aware that the young prince, Ling Xingyue, had recently developed a penchant for sleeping in. Official matters were often scheduled for the afternoon, and he would typically summon Lu after he had dined to clarify any instructions. Moreover, Lu had casually mentioned, Lord Lan, our young prince has been frequently leaving the estate at night. We are unsure whether he seeks leisure or inspects the pastures. This has left us all quite puzzled. However, given the prince's temperament, we dare not inquire further. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to enhance the vigilance around both the pastures and the prince's residence. Naturally, Lan Jing readily agreed and promptly devised a plan with the steward. As the pastures were already patrolled by capable personnel, it sufficed to increase the number of patrols and intensify their frequency. Thus, Lan Jing preferred not to arrive at the prince's residence too early, especially since he had not yet had the chance to meet the young prince on previous visits. This time, accompanied by Lankman for such a formal occasion to express gratitude, a cautious approach seemed most appropriate. The carriage ambled along, with the picturesque scenery along the official road unfolding before them. Lankman occasionally drew back the curtain to gauge their progress and to ascertain their proximity to their destination. Ultimately, as the sun reached its zenith, the Lan family carriage arrived at the gates of the prince's estate. Chapter 92. The visit to their surprise, Steward Lu, accompanied by a throng of servants, awaited them outside. This was due to Lu's astute observation upon receiving the Lan family's invitation the previous day that he noted that as the young prince's fingers delicately traced the names of the visitors on the invitation, he subsequently placed the one bearing Lankman's name atop a stack of notes on his writing desk. Thus, early this morning, Steward Lu instructed the preparation of various hospitality items, including the rare and exquisite fresh fruits from the grasslands, as well as the delicate pastries offered by the city of Mungba County. Even the sweet concoction personally crafted by the young prince was elegantly presented in fine porcelain dishes, awaiting the arrival of the Lan family. Additionally, just as Steward Lu was departing after giving his orders, the elusive Ling Xingyue spoke up, casually reminding, "Don't forget to instruct the kitchen to prepare cumin lamb for tomorrow's lunch. Place it near the younger sister of the Lan family during the visit." Her tone was unremarkable, yet for some reason, Steward Lu felt an undeniable significance surrounding this visit for the young prince, especially when compared to the previous two encounters with the Lan family, where the young prince's demeanor seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. However, Steward Lu was acutely aware that if the young prince had a purpose, he would undoubtedly see it through, particularly since arriving on the grasslands, where the young prince appeared to be increasingly assuming the airs of adulthood, tackling his endeavors with growing confidence. Given the young prince's reticence, Steward Lu would never dare to pry. Adhering to the family motto of the Lu clan, to be a loyal servant, never meddling or disturbing the prince's peace of mind, Steward Lu hastily stepped aside, patiently awaiting as Ling Xingyue gracefully moved past him. Standing before the crowd in anticipation of the Lan family's arrival, the carriages approached at a leisurely pace and finally came to a halt. Lan Jing, having not seen Ling Xingyue in previous visits, remained inside the carriage alongside Chu Lian, refraining from dismounting to assist with the horses. Before Steward Lu could issue any instructions, Ling Xingyue had already taken a quick stride to the front of the second carriage. Personally lifting the curtain, Steward Lu hurriedly approached the first carriage, still somewhat bewildered, intending to assist in lifting the curtain himself. However, Lan Jing was quicker, pulling back the curtain first, upon seeing Steward Lu standing outside. He was startled and promptly leapt down from the carriage, bowing deeply with urgency, exclaiming, "How could I dare disturb Steward Lu in personally welcoming us? I am deeply honored, truly honored." Inside the carriage, upon hearing that Steward Lu had come to greet them personally, Chu Lian quickly lifted the curtain and, grasping Lan Jing's wrist, descended from the carriage, also offering a respectful bow to Madame Lu standing behind Steward Liu. In a moment of realization, Steward Lu extended his arm towards Ling Xingyue's direction, stammering, "Our prince. The prince. He is over there, awaiting your daughter's descent. Please proceed to greet him." It was only then that everyone noticed Ling Xingyue, with her own hand lifting the curtain, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the figure within the carriage. Lan Qimen, while extending her other hand to assist her descent. Lan Qimen slowly emerged, her exquisite jade-like visage adorned with a delicate yet refined plum blossom motif. The originally youthful and charming features seemed to have shed their naivety, revealing a hint of allure. Her radiant, starry eyes possessed a captivating charm capable of enchanting any man, while her cascading black hair gracefully fell to her slender waist, dressed in a pale lavender front-button dress embroidered with deep purple cloud patterns, complemented by an inner garment of jade-colored lotus, and cinched at the waist with a soft turquoise sash. Her figure seemed to embody an enchanting elegance that was both alluring and difficult to gaze upon directly. Ling Xingyue was overwhelmed with a sense of unbearable longing, sighing inwardly, "How is it that this girl has become even more enchanting? It is no wonder I am to blame for this. Had I not infused her with the blood of the Spirit Cat clan, she would not have so swiftly captivated so many hearts. Yet, your beauty truly causes me great distress." When Lan Qimen saw Ling Xingyue personally extend a hand to greet her, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. Slowly, she extended her delicate hand, gently squeezing Ling Xingyue's palm with a few fingers before supporting Xiaoyu as she descended from the carriage. Observing Lan Qimen's cautious demeanor, Ling Xingyue instinctively reached out to grasp her slender wrist. Lan Qimen, startled, looked up at him, and Ling Xingyue abruptly came to his senses, turning to walk a few paces forward. In an awkward moment, he extended his arm outward, saying, "Manager Lan. Please, Mrs. Lan." The Lan couple promptly led Lan Keeman in performing the formal greetings, and the group proceeded into the estate. As they walked, Lan Keeman suddenly spotted a remarkably beautiful snow lotus blooming elegantly in a delicate flower pot nestled in the corner of the Wang residence. Captivated, she was about to approach for a closer look when Chu Lien noticed her intention and pulled her back sharply. Lan Keeman quickly lowered her eyelashes, gently following behind her mother towards the Ling residence's parlor. What followed was merely the customary exchange of pleasantries and expressions of gratitude. Lan Keeman had to bow in thanks several times, and without fail, Ling Xingyue personally assisted her each time, his palm growing increasingly warm with each encounter. As expected, Ling Xingyue warmly invited the Lan family to join for lunch. After the meal, he suggested that Butler Lu accompany Madame Lu to chat with Chu Lien a little longer to enliven the atmosphere. While he took it upon himself to escort Lan Keeman to admire the snow lotus he had painstakingly procured. "This snow lotus is truly exquisite," Lan Keeman exclaimed in delight as she gazed at the flower. Ling Xingyue, however, gazed at her with a dreamy expression, murmuring, "Is it more beautiful than the one I showed you that day?" In an instant, Lan Keeman recalled everything that had transpired that day, the maple leaf garden of the snow lotus, the lingering gazes, and that passionate kiss. Observing the sudden blush on Lan Keeman's face, along with the allure radiating from her figure, Ling Xingyue's heart raced, a faint pink hue creeping up his neck to his ears, his cheeks aflame. Feeling flustered, Lan Keeman, in an effort to alleviate the awkward tension and warmth, hurriedly sought another topic to divert the overwhelming fervor. "Prince Ling, did you know? My brother, Sito, sent me a plethora of butterflies a few days ago. Can you believe it? In this grassland, during winter, butterflies are truly a rare sight. He even found a large crystal jar for me. It's simply stunning. I was so delighted that I couldn't bear to sleep at night. Just watching those butterflies." Chapter 93. Anger and hurt. Ling Xingyue, gazing down at Lan Keeman, felt his expression cool instantly. His long eyelashes narrowed, his eyebrows arched in a commanding manner, yet he continued to smile. Though the charming dimple on his cheek had vanished, in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, he slowly asked, "Your brother, Sito, the so-called Prince Ling, whom you speak of, seems to have captured your attention more than I had anticipated. It appears you have lost sleep over him throughout the night." Ling Xingyue rose to her feet, her gaze half lowered as she looked down upon Lan Keeman. The oppressive aura she exuded now carried a hint of something truly terrifying. Lan Keeman was momentarily taken aback, her heart fluttering with surprise. Ling Xingyue's temperament seemed to shift far too easily. Feeling a sense of grievance, she fell silent, instead toying with the delicate petals of the snow lotus, tears threatening to spill over. Noticing that Lan Keeman offered no explanation nor a hint of reconciliation, Ling Xingyue felt a surge of anger mixed with hurt, unable to restrain herself as she added, "You have been spending day and night in the company of C2. I imagine it has been quite pleasant for you, has it not?" Upon hearing this, Lan Keeman withdrew her slender fingers from the fragile petals, clenching them tightly in her palm, her expression darkening, yet she maintained a strong posture, her back slightly straighter but trembling ever so slightly. Ling Xingyue, unable to bear the sight, reached out to gently pry apart her delicate fingers, revealing 5 vivid lines of blood etched into her palm. That a wave of discomfort surged within her chest, and she furrowed her brow as she cradled Lan Keeman's small hands in her own, blowing softly upon them, murmuring, "I shall refrain from mentioning your brother C2. Please do not torment yourself any further. Your palm is bruised. Does it hurt?" Lan Keeman swallowed the lump in her throat, feeling even more aggrieved, and replied without raising her head, "Do not speak to me in such a manner to belittle my feelings. Whether I am at ease or not is of no concern to you. The one you should be worried about is your concubine, Lung Qingqiu. Why that logic? It is she who should be incensed with you, not I. Why must you speak to an outsider in this fashion?" After a brief pause, her sense of grievance deepened, and she thought to herself, "Does Ling Xingyue not understand how I feel? Have our days together, and those moments that not revealed my heart to you?" Upon hearing Lan Keeman mention Lung Qingqiu again, distancing herself from him, Ling Xingyue felt a sharp pang of pain and fell silent, tenderly blowing on Lan Keeman's palm, now tinged with blood. Lan Keeman abruptly withdrew her hand, her voice quivering as she said, "Furthermore, do not presume to speculate about my brother C2. You think he is like you." What Lan Keeman truly meant was, "Do you believe C2 is akin to you? You desire to kiss me, so you do. You wish to embrace me, so you do. and I have never opposed it. Is this not clear to you? The thought of Ling Xingyue possibly treating his concubine in a similar manner during her own days of distress only fueled her anger further. She chose not to continue the conversation, her back straightening defiantly, trembling slightly with indignation. After waiting for a while, and seeing that Ling Xingyue remained unresponsive, Lan Qimin struggled to suppress her tears and the overwhelming joy that had filled her heart. She hastily strode towards the living room, her mind seething with indignation. This Ling Xingyue, I truly never wished to see him again. How could I have adorned myself so joyfully and solemnly for his sake? Yet he merely toys with my feelings, alongside that cold and aloof concubine of his, Qing Qi. I cannot even mention her. Even if he were to chase after me to apologize, I would never forgive him again. Shaking her head, Lan Qimin said nothing more. She entered the carriage with Xiao Yu, leaning against a large cushion, allowing the vehicle's bumps to jostle her without uttering a word or peering out to admire the scenery. She fell into a heavy silence, and Xiao Yu, sensing her mood, dared not disturb her. Instead, she quietly sat beside her, holding a food box given by young Master Situ, entirely refraining from suggesting that Miss Qimin partake in a few morsels for afternoon tea. Xiao Yu had never been particularly fond of the association between Ling Xingyue and their young mistress. In her eyes, apart from young Master Situ, no one was worthy of Miss Qimin. Young Master Situ was refined, upright, warm, and gentle. With a handsome and charming demeanor, he treated his servants with utmost care and kindness, earning praise from all, regardless of age. Thus, when young Master Situ entrusted her with delivering a food box to Miss Qimin during their journey, Xiao Yu felt increasingly convinced of his considerate nature. She couldn't help but think of whether Miss Qimin might not receive sufficient nourishment at the Wangfu due to her reserved demeanor, further fueling her determination to assist young Master Situ in bringing them together. Chapter 94. Twilight in Truth. Deep down, Xiao Yu harbored a small selfish ambition, given the sparse population on the grasslands. If young Master Situ were to marry their young mistress, it was conceivable that she could serve as a close maid accompanying him, with the bond between her and Miss Qimin akin to that of sisters. It was not unreasonable to think that, in a few years, or perhaps even less than a year, she might become a concubine, thus becoming a side consort of young Master Situ. This thought filled her with a sense of fulfillment, leaving little room for other desires. Upon contemplating this, Xiao Yu's cheeks flushed with a sudden shyness, recalling how she had been captivated by young Master Situ from the very first glance, unable to control her feelings. She quickly stole a glance at Lan Qimin, her heart racing. However, Lan Qimin remained oblivious, still leaning against the large cushion with a vacant expression, showing no sign of noticing Xiao Yu's shifting emotions. With a gentle sigh, Lan Qimin slightly closed her exquisite eyes, her fingertips digging once again into her delicate palm, refusing to glance at anything around her. The subtle trembling of her fingers caused the jade bangles on her wrist to lightly clink together, echoing like rain on porcelain, ethereal and devoid of thought. Ling Xingyue, clad in a simple white robe edged with dark bamboo patterns, had let his hair fall freely, simply gathering it with a black jade ornament. His attire was unembellished, and his usual air of aloofness had faded from his eyes, leaving behind a look of deep contemplation. Ling Xingyue's heart was incessantly haunted by a singular phrase, pounding against his chest with such intensity that it left him in pain. Even until Lan Qimin departed, he remained ensnared by her words. "Do you think he is like you?" This statement echoed in his mind like the relentless rumble of thunder, revealing the stark truth that, in Qimin's heart, he could never compare to her most cherished brother, Situ. Indeed, what was he worth? A surge of humiliation and fury ignited within Ling Xingyue. Yet, what did all the sacrifices he had made over these past days amount to? He had bestowed upon her his precious snow lotus garden, offered her his spiritual essence, surrendered his heart, and even risked his life for her. Ultimately, it was not the material gifts that truly mattered to him, but the myriad kisses they had shared. Could she not perceive the depth of his affection, one that surpassed all others? He had endured the torment of watching her and Situ exchange laughter and banter at the lawn residence, wishing he could tear out his eyes to escape the pain. Yet he silently excused her. Qimin is still young. She cannot possibly comprehend the nature of her feelings for Situ. The way she looks at him is that of a true friend, at most a genuine brother. However, now, all the comforting lies he had told himself had become mere jest. Ling Xingyue closed his eyes and stepped deeper into the warmth of Lan Qimin's gentle smile. Unable to extricate himself that I in the past, he could have declared, "Though your smile is not radiant for me, I would still brave fire and water for your joy." But now, he found himself at a loss for words. Unable to tolerate the sight of Lon Keeman beside another man, exchanging soft words and playful laughter at tea times, he fantasized about remaining forever in that sealed jade cave with her. Perhaps he should never have brought her out. At least within those confines, Keeman's heart and gaze were solely his, her enthusiasm and initiative igniting within him like flames that blazed fiercely. Ling Xingyu gently brushed the mark between his forehead and brows, where the heat blazed intensely, that flame rising, eternally unquenchable. Yet, Keeman, even if you cherish that man, I cannot relinquish you. What am I to do? I do not wish to utter any words that might wound you. I truly do not, yet I find myself unable to control my emotions. Why do you defend Sidhu so fiercely? Does your heart truly belong only to him? And where do you place me? Ignoring the encroaching dusk, Ling Xingyue softly murmured a few words, delicately plucking the snow lotus flower with his slender, pale fingers that he infused it with his spiritual energy, safeguarding its roots, until the night fully descended. He resolved to seek out Lon Keeman, for the sentiments within him rendered him restless. Only upon seeing her could he hope to quell the agonizing throb in his forehead and the chaotic fluttering of his heart. Xiaoyu was the first to descend from the carriage, personally arranging the horse stool and reaching out to lift the curtain in order to assist Lon Keeman down, but as the curtain was suddenly drawn open. The chilly evening breeze rushed in with a whoosh, causing Lon Keeman to involuntarily shiver. Xiaoyu quickly instructed with a crisp tone, "Miss, please hold on to that cushion tightly. Your warm clothing will arrive shortly. It would be best to wait for the hooded cloak before stepping down." Observing this, Xiao Tao similarly instructed someone to fetch 2 sets of fox fur-collared woolen cloaks from the ladies' quarters. While also pulling the ladies' curtain tight, they all awaited the arrival of the warm garments before disembarking and entering the house. Thus, the area outside the Lon residence became bustling with activity. Some were moving the horse stools. Others were requesting ginger soup. Some hurried to fetch outer garments, while others prepared to unload the carriage or led the horses to the stable, creating a lively chaos. The few mothers had even arrived early, standing outside to greet the Lon couple upon their descent, inquiring if they would like their customary afternoon tea as they awaited further instructions. Chapter 95. Consider this. Others delicately nibble like cherry blossoms, deftly picking only a single vegetable with their chopsticks, while food connoisseurs like Lon Keeman and Chu Lian often find themselves unsated and unfulfilled, a common occurrence. During such times, the servants would also enjoy some culinary delights, particularly the young maids who accompanied them to the banquet, receiving extra treats. However, amidst the ensuing commotion, the crowd gradually dispersed, adhering to their tasks, some resting while others engaged in their duties. Strangely, this time, Madame Lon did not arrange for any delicacies or even the customary warm sweet brew, instead retreating into their respective quarters with the master and the young lady. Falling into silence, it was not until dinner time that Chu Lian instructed Xiao Tao to prepare a simple meal, sending a separate portion to the young lady. Opting not to dine together in the Lon family's dining hall, Chu Lian herself was feeling somewhat unwell, deciding to prepare only a few dishes to be brought in. This was indicative of Chu Lian's meticulous nature. Even Lon Jing noticed something was amiss with Lon Keeman, let alone Chu Lian, who discerned the melancholy and pallor on her daughter's face, along with a hint of indignation. Throughout the journey, she refrained from speaking, concerned that any remarks could tarnish her daughter's reputation. However, she could no longer contain herself and turned to Lon Jing. "Lon Jing, I suspect that something unpleasant has transpired between Man Heir and that young prince, which has caused her demeanor to change so drastically. Did the young prince not even come out to see her off? Could it be that he has treated our Man Heir with force?" Chu Lian suddenly gasped, anxiously gripping Lon Jing's sleeve. Lon Jing, extending his warm hand, gently stroked the top of Chu Lian's head, reassuring her, "You worry too much. From what I know of the young prince, he would never act in such a manner. Moreover, consider Man Heir's temperament. If that young prince had truly wronged her, she would undoubtedly be furious, and her expression would reflect that. Instead, it appears her countenance is more sorrowful, and that sorrow seems profound. When I observed her boarding the carriage, her eyes appeared quite moist." Chu Lian, perplexed, raised her eyes and suddenly inquired of Lon Jing, "Could it be that that girl Manner has developed feelings for the young prince? Yet, that doesn't seem right. It appears that the young prince harbors quite an affection for our manor. That if that were the case, the young prince should be delighted, and manor should share in that delight. Rather than feel sorrow, Lan Jing extricated herself from Chulian's tightly clenched hands and moved to a small table by the window, pouring a cup of hot tea for her. She gently handed it to Chulian. Speaking warmly, "Do take a sip. Your face has been anxious and silent throughout our journey, and I could tell you were worrying about manor. In truth, I believe it would be wiser for you to set your mind at ease. For matters of love are those we should neither meddle in nor control." After finishing her words, Lan Jing poured herself a cup as well, taking a sip before continuing. "I understand you do not wish for manor to become too entangled with that young prince. And I share your sentiment, regardless of how one views it. If manor were to end up with young Master Situ, it would be the greatest happiness. That child, Situ, has grown up before our eyes, and we know him well. However, I feel that matters of the heart are the most difficult for anyone to navigate." Chulian nodded, recalling the time when she and Lan Jing faced much opposition and skepticism. Yet, here they were, happily united, living a life of simplicity and tranquility. Gradually, her previously somber expression relaxed as she cradled the warm tea, her features softening into a smile. "Indeed, had you heeded the advice of the matriarch back then, I would not have been in the picture, nor would manor have made her appearance." As soon as she finished speaking, both of them couldn't help but chuckle, the melancholy and anxiety that had lingered in the room dissipating like mist. Even the tea seemed to have grown significantly warmer, soothing their hearts. Suddenly, Chulian appeared to remember something and stood up, addressing Xiaotao at the door. "Xiaotao, who prepared the tea in this room? It's been thoughtfully warmed. Kindly inquire and reward them with something." Xiaotao, who had been silently anxious throughout the journey due to the solemnity of the three masters, felt a sense of relief upon hearing the light-hearted laughter of her lady and the return of Chulian's melodious voice. She quickly responded and hurried off to attend to the task. Lan Jing, still somewhat puzzled, turned to Chulian and asked, "Lianer, since you noticed that manor was unhappy, why did you not invite her to join us for dinner? It would have been a chance to comfort her. Why did you specifically instruct for her meal to be taken to her room?" Chulian gently patted Lan Jing's hand and remarked, "You, a grown man, how could you possibly comprehend the thoughts of a little girl? Do not forget, I too have traversed that path. That I recall a time when everyone opposed your marrying me. I was engulfed in frustration, shame, and sorrow. During that period, I longed to be alone, wishing that no one would utter a single word related to you, allowing me to gradually process my feelings. At such times, the last thing I desired was for others to incessantly voice their so-called concern." After speaking, Chulian sighed with empathy and continued, "If manor is currently disinterested in food, we should accompany her. She will feel compelled to put on a fade, perhaps even feigning a smile, just to consume her meal. Forcing her to eat in such a manner will only spoil her appetite. It would be far better to grant her the time and space to gradually digest her experiences. Moreover, based on my understanding of our child, when the time is right, she will undoubtedly confide in me, her mother. Rest assured, I shall also instruct Xiaoyu to prepare some snacks for manor, in case she feels hungry later on. Not worry too much. I have everything planned out." Chapter 96. Outside the window, after whispering these words to Lan Jing, Chulian stood up on her toes, resembling a child, and softly confided in his ear, "So, there is no need to fret about manor. She should not go hungry. Let us provide her with a little private space." Upon hearing this, Lan Jing fell silent, merely embracing Chulian's shoulders, gently caressing her. In that moment, both understood the depths of Command's heart and agreed that matters of the heart should be resolved by the children themselves. When circumstances allow, suggestions may be offered and assistance rendered, but the fundamental emotional experiences must be felt and navigated by Lan Command herself as she grows and develops resilience, something that even the most devoted parents cannot substitute. Time would reveal that Chulian's approach was indeed correct. Lan Command had not touched a morsel of dinner. Her mind was preoccupied with Ling Xingyue's distrust, and the mocking words echoed relentlessly in her thoughts, provoking tears that threatened to spill over. In the past, regardless of what she faced, especially during times of ridicule and humiliation, she would merely brush them aside. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Ling Xingyue's indifference and slight jabs pierced her deeply, causing her heart to plummet at the slightest frown or hint of disdain. As these thoughts consumed her, Lan Command grew increasingly furious at her own perceived weakness, fiercely wiping away her tears. And in a low, furious whisper, she admonished herself, Lan command, do not cry. Have a little dignity, for that boy Ling Xingyue is not worth your tears. Suddenly, a soft murmur broke the silence just outside Lan Command's window. In the stillness of the night, a sudden, low voice intruded, startling Lan Kemuan into an upright position, nearly provoking her to call for help. Then, it dawned upon her that she had sent Xiaoyu away to ensure tranquility, leaving her utterly alone in the room. Should she truly cry out, it would surely tarnish her reputation that I in her flustered state. She was struck by the familiarity of the voice. Do not be afraid. It is I, that scoundrel, Ling Xingyue. Upon hearing Lan Kemuan's breath quicken in trepidation, Ling Xingyue realized he had frightened her and quickly sought to reassure her, using his spiritual power to softly convey his voice directly to her ears, while also employing the soothing nature of his spirit cat to gently calm the tumultuous beating of her heart. Lan Kemuan had not actually fallen asleep. She had been lazily reclining on the couch. And now, at the window stood Ling Xingyue. Although startled, she felt an undeniable urge to open the window despite the awkwardness of the moment. Outside, the soft glow of the crescent moon bathed the surroundings in silvery light, casting shadows of the snow-laden pines that glimmered like shattered jade. Ling Xingyue, clad in garments of jade hue, with delicate embroidery of emerald bamboo along the edges, appeared ethereal against the backdrop of his flowing white robe, which billowed gently in the night breeze. Standing tall, with his phoenix-like eyes arched gracefully, he smiled at her. With a swift and graceful motion, Ling Xingyue leapt through the window, choosing not to sit but instead kneeling on one knee, gently grasping Lan Kemuan's small hands, murmuring, "Muener, I am sorry for having caused you sorrow. Now that I hear your voice, my heart finds solace, and it is not in vain that the latter part of his words faded to a whisper. As if he were speaking to himself, Lan Kemuan could not discern his words clearly, but she felt the chill of his hands, as if he had just emerged from icy waters, trembling slightly in her grasp. Realizing he had left without donning his outer garments and had stood outside her window for quite some time, Ling Xingyue became concerned that he might have chilled her hands. Hastily, he summoned his spiritual energy to raise his body temperature. Apologizing, "I am sorry, Muener, I have chilled you again. You have just recovered. Are you well? Do you feel any discomfort?" Hearing Ling Xingyue speak to her in such tender tones, Lan Kemuan could no longer contain her vexation, exclaiming, "Why are you so cold? Why do you not wear a coat? Are you worried you might appear as a lumbering bear?" At this, she burst into laughter, her heart filled with a mix of embarrassment and irritation, contemplating how Ling Xingyue truly was her nemesis. A single word or expression from him could dictate her emotions, revealing her own lack of resilience. Yet, before she could fully process these thoughts, Ling Xingyue, with his now warm hands infused with spiritual energy, gently pulled her hand back, saying, "Muener, could you not find it in your heart to be a bit more joyful towards me, and temporarily set aside your worries for your brother?" Just for this brief moment, as the conversation progressed, the tone grew softer. Lan Kemuan sensed the flicker of trepidation within Ling Xingyue's heart, and her own irritation waned. She cradled his face in her hands, gazing intently into his fervent eyes, which sparkled like stars. With unwavering conviction, she stated, "Ling Xiaowang, this is both my first and last time speaking these words to you. You must remember clearly, I cherish Brother Situ, viewing him solely as my dear elder brother and my closest friend. Yet, I truly hold affection for you. My heart delights in you, to the extent that I would allow you to kiss me, and I yearn to meet with you under the veil of night." Initially resolute, Lan Kemuan found her words trailing off, her cheeks aflame and her ears burning, the heat palpable to the touch. Ling Xingyue's keen eyes, sharp even in the darkness, captured this fervor, and he instinctively leaned closer, pressing his warm face against Lan Kemuan's flushed cheek, capturing her tender, heated lips with his own. His trembling fingertips lightly grazed the delicate skin along her neck, akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze. Perhaps it was the night's embrace that rendered their kiss unending. Lan Kemuan, flustered and wishing to escape, found herself firmly held by Ling Xingyue, who grasped her shoulders and delicately traced her brow with his fingertips. Chapter 97. The Reign of Transformation. Lan Kemuan trembled as she closed her eyes, feeling his fingers touch her brow like a gentle spring rain. "What troubles you, Manner? Are you unwell? Did my impatience cause you discomfort?" Finally, Lan Kemuan drew in a breath, shyly retreating toward the inner recesses of the chair, pointing to the intricately carved seat beside her. "Please, sit there, so we may converse if you don't mind." Her voice was barely above a whisper, akin to the hum of a mosquito. Ling Xingyue paused momentarily at her words before rising to take a seat at the adjacent table. He reached into his robe, retrieving the snow lotus that Lan Qimin had lightly touched, and offered it to her. Upon seeing it, Lan Qimin nearly gasped, reproaching him in haste. "Why did you pick it? How regrettable. It will surely wilt soon." A hint of amusement danced in Ling Xingyue's eyes as he replied, "I have infused it with my spiritual energy. It will not perish but thrive even more than it did in its pot." In truth, Ling Xingyue seldom expended his spiritual energy on anything unless it pertained to Lan Qimin. For the Spirit Cat clan, spiritual energy was more precious than life itself, as it signified the essence of their being. Yet, when it came to matters involving Lan Qimin, he seemed to shed all rules and limitations, ready to offer his energy at a moment's notice, as if it flowed effortlessly like water, with a warm smile. Ling Xingyue accepted the cloak that Lan Qimin handed to him, but instead of donning it, he playfully stood, placing the cloak back into her hands, gazing down at her with ardent eyes, awaiting her to drape it over him herself. Lan Qimin's visage is enchanting beyond compare, and although her cheeks are flushed with a rosy hue, it does little to conceal the allure that graces her brow. The moonlight, soft as mist, cascades upon her slightly furrowed brow, rendering her almost impossible to gaze upon directly. Ling Xingyue sighed softly to herself. "Manner, I wonder whether the spirit cat's blood I bestowed upon you is a blessing or a curse. Though you have become even more resplendent, captivating to the point of being unapproachable, in my heart, you remain the same beautiful companion by the bamboo grove." Lan Qimin finds herself unable to resist Ling Xingyue's whims. Her tremulous arms instinctively encircling his neck as she tenderly brushes away the inky strands of hair from his back, delicately fastening the warm cloak around him. That moment, Ling Xingyue leaned closer, whispering into her ear, "This garment is imbued with your fragrance, which I find most delightful." Instantly, Lan Qimin's cheeks burned with an even fiercer heat, and she attempted to fan away the warmth with her hand. Yet under Ling Xingyue's unwavering gaze, she lowered her lashes and bowed her head, her cheeks growing increasingly warm, as if the very air around her was heated. Ling Xingyue reached out, caressing her cheek as one would soothe a cat, gently lifting her chin with his fingertips. "I adore your shy demeanor. Please do not lower your head. Would you show me your lovely face?" Lan Qimin's face was already aflame with embarrassment. She was unwilling to comply, casting her eyes downward, catching a glimpse of the silvery moonlight filtering through the window, casting a cool, lustrous glow upon a corner of the floor. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she turned to Ling Xingyue with a hint of playful indignation, asking in astonishment, "How did you know my chamber is in this tent? How is it that you are aware there is no one else here? How did you know I have not yet fallen asleep? Could it be that are you stalking me? Have you entered my home to spy on me?" Ling Xingyue was taken aback, his expression momentarily faltering. Although he feigned a calm demeanor, the moonlight cloaked his inner turmoil, preventing Lan Qimin from noticing the rapid explanations swirling in his mind. His fingertip brushed against a still wet tea stain on the table. Unmindful of it, after a brief pause, he finally spoke. "Are you angry?" Though Lan Qimin's words were laced with ire, she felt an inexplicable surge of joy and excitement at his treatment of her. She realized that his silence was a testament to his flustered state, and her heart softened in response. Thus, a hint of her concealed delight slipped into her tone. "Do you come every day? What have you heard? Do I talk in my sleep?" The last question bore a trace of a smile. "The night is so long. If I do not come to see you, what else is there for me to do?" The implication lingered, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lan Qimin, slightly embarrassed, propped her wrist against her left cheek, feigning nonchalance as she asked, "So does that mean you come every day? Or how often do you visit?" "I mean, aside from the moments when I faint and fall into unconsciousness, during which you undoubtedly come over out of concern for my well-being, I can understand that. You visit almost every night." Lan Qimin suddenly turned around, astonished. "Why? When you are asleep? It is particularly amusing," Ling Xingyue remarked matter-of-factly. "You often mumble in your sleep, and you even speak sweet nothings." "My goodness!" Lan Qimin inadvertently let out a startled cry, suddenly feeling a warm palm gently covering her mouth, followed by a rush of warm breath near her ear. "Do you wish to awaken, shall you?" The warmth sent a shiver through Lan Qimin's earlobes, her cheeks flushed and burning. Straightening her posture, she closed her soft lips, waiting for Ling Xingyue to remove that heated hand, and then she indignantly retorted, "How can you behave like this? It is utterly the act of a libertine. Ling Xingyue's expression shifted to one of slight remorse. Are you very angry with me? His tone carried a hint of timid concern as he gazed at Lan Keeman with deep affection. His eyes sparkling like stars, flickering with the breeze. His voice took on a teasing lilt. Manner, look at me and speak. Lan Keeman felt slightly breathless. Ling Xingyue surely detected the anger in her voice. That depends on the circumstances. Chapter 98. Huashu Ling Xingyue paused in surprise for a moment, then urged anxiously. What circumstances? What did you hear? Lan Keeman could not help but let out a low shout that I in an instant. Ling Xingyue silently stood up, swiftly moving to crouch in front of Lan Keeman's chair, carefully grasping her hand, which was already beginning to sweat slightly. "Do not be angry," Ling Xingyue pleaded. He lifted his handsome face, aligning his earnest and profound gaze with Lan Keeman's, resulting in a tender moment of shared eye contact. Lan Keeman felt a bit bashful, attempting to avert her gaze. You often dream of sweet brews, pastries, and couple orchids when you visit the jade cave we once inhabited. Ling Xingyue softly shared what he had heard. Lan Keeman's expression gradually calmed, and she then inquired, "What else did I say?" Ling Xingyue understood the implication behind Lan Keeman's question. He knew precisely what she was asking. You indeed mentioned my name. His heart swelled with joy, yet his voice remained unassuming as he acknowledged that what he most longed to hear were the dreamlike whispers. Little Prince. Little Prince. Ling Xingyue. Xingyue, this garden is exquisite. Xingyue, please do not be with that cold autumn. Ayu, hurry and leave this jade cave. Do not mind me. Xingyue, are you well? Lan Keeman, appearing shy and eager to conceal her inner feelings, asked with difficulty and a hint of dejection. I surely did not mention your name too many times, right? Did I? Besides, I must have mentioned others' names as well, right? For instance, Brother Situ. How much is considered a lot? Could you perhaps be a bit more precise? A slight smile tugged at Ling Xingyue's lips, a mix of amusement and exasperation. You silly girl, silly manner. Do you think that your shyness will provoke my Brother Situ? Oh, please don't say that. Lan Keeman lowered her head, overwhelmed with bashfulness. With tenderness and natural grace, Ling Xingyue stood and embraced her. You need not feel shy with me, he said softly, lowering his head to gently place his warm lips near Lan Keeman's ear. If only you could see the dreams I have, you would discover that they are all of you, and I would never feel embarrassed about that, nor have I dreamed of any other woman. After speaking these words, he straightened up and lightly flicked Lan Keeman's head. Unlike you, little fool, who still dreams of that Brother Situ. After the playful flick, concerned that Lan Keeman might be upset or hurt, he quickly leaned down and tenderly kissed the spot where he had flicked her head. Then, Ling Xingyue crouched down again, his starry eyes gazing intently into Lan Keeman's, as though trying to peer into her very soul. If I were to tell you that I dislike you being with that Situ, and that I am not pleased when you call his name in your dreams, would you be angry and ignore me? He observed Lan Keeman, a regal figure often unyielding and fearless, now displaying a flicker of vulnerability, her eyes reflecting a desperate gamble for affection. No, Ling Xingyue exhaled deeply, closing his eyes momentarily before reopening them, sparkling with emotion, his smile revealing dimples. His voice softened, almost shrouded in mist. Manner, I truly like you. Do you know that? Lan Keeman lowered her gaze, silent, yet she gently nodded. Ling Xingyue's smile deepened, and he tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, his eyes brimming with affection as he whispered enchantingly. Then, Manner, do you also like me? Though overwhelmed with shyness and unable to meet his gaze, she finally managed to respond in a barely audible whisper. I do. Upon hearing this, Ling Xingyue's smile grew even more pronounced, an eruption of joy illuminating his features, like ripples across a serene lake. Rest assured, no matter how wonderful other women may be, none can capture my heart. In this vast world, though many women exist, there is only one who holds my affection. I, Ling Xingyue, shall never marry another. All you need to do is wait for me to set everything right. Without any worries on your part, he then enveloped Lan Keeman in his embrace. She nestled against his chest, hearing the soft ebb and flow of the Kunming Lake, lowering her eyelids in sweet obedience, gently smoothing his hair and wrapping her arms around him. Ling Xingyue tenderly caressed the crown of her head with his lips, a silent sigh escaping him. Filled with boundless joy, comfort, and satisfaction that was beyond words, he prepared to leave. He hesitated for a moment, a faint blush warming his cheeks, and asked Lan Qinyuan, "May I come to see you again tomorrow?" Lan Qinyuan made a valiant effort to suppress her shyness as she stepped forward with delicate strides, wrapping her arms around his neck. She gently whispered into his ear, "Of course, I hope you will come to see me every day from now on." She then tightened the cloak she often wore around her and helped him open the window he had entered through. Lan Qinyuan returned to her bed, but found herself unable to sleep for a long time. Outside, the melting snow on the cedar trees dripped rhythmically, and as the sky began to lighten, she gradually fell into slumber, dreaming of a gentle melody that whispered to her, "Lo, the vibrant hues bloom all around." Yet all this beauty fades into dilapidated ruins. How can one enjoy the splendid moments bestowed by heaven, whose courtyard harbors such delightful moments? As dawn breaks and dusk gathers, the clouds and rosy sky swirl. Amidst the rain and wind, the misty waves dance with the painted boats, captivating the onlooker with the fleeting beauty of time. By the lakeside, the clouds entwine with the drizzling rain. Beyond the carved railing, the red blossoms intertwine with the green. A heart entangled in the sorrows of bees and the affections of butterflies. The bond upon the stone of 3 lifetimes is not merely a dream. A sudden wave of enchantment descends with the rain. Unbeknownst to her, as Lan Qinyuan listened, tears began to silently roll down her cheeks, blending with the melody of her dream. Suddenly, the figure of Ling Xingyue approached her, and Lan Qinyuan stood there, dazed, with tears glistening in her eyes. "Do not be afraid, manner that I will always be here. Regardless of the rain or the clouds, the passage of 1,000 years, I will find you, guard you, and protect you. You shall never lose me." I in her dream. Ling Xingyue tenderly caressed her hair, his embrace feeling so secure and warm that Lan Qinyuan unknowingly drifted back into a deep sleep. Free from further dreams. Chapter 99. Waiting. Ling Xingyue wore a faint smile on his lips, his face aglow with the radiance of peach blossoms. As he leisurely strolled towards the palace, to his surprise, he spotted Lung Qingqiu standing outside his chamber, her expression one of icy aloofness. Instantly, Ling Xingyue's smile faded, yet he still addressed Lung Qingqiu in a calm and gentle tone. "What brings you here? Why haven't you come inside? It is quite cold out here. Please, come in." Ling Xingyue had always preferred solitude, eschewing the presence of personal maids or attendants, particularly in his bedroom and study. Normally, he did not summon anyone, as it was an unwritten rule that no one should enter without his permission, a fact well known throughout the household. Once, when the girl picking chrysanthemums, in a moment of haste, forgot herself and entered his room with a pot of hot tea without being summoned. Ling Xingyue did not utter a word, but his expression turned icy. With a calm yet piercing tone, he simply said, The slight inflection in his voice sent a chill down the girl's spine, causing her to retreat hastily, forgetting even to set down the tea, and once outside, she prostrated 3 times before tremblingly departing. However, upon reflection, it seemed that the young prince had never reprimanded her harshly, nor had he imposed any severe punishment. Nevertheless, for some inexplicable reason, whenever he uttered that calm, everyone seemed to buckle under its weight, kneeling in obedience. Strangely enough, regardless of the command given, those who listened would invariably find it reasonable and would soon rise to fulfill their tasks with a sense of eagerness and joy. It seems that for Ling Xingyue, nothing poses an insurmountable challenge, and every dilemma is resolvable. Even Lung Qingqiu, on several occasions, felt compelled to voice her inquiries, yet each time she was dissuaded by Ling Xingyue's serene demeanor. Devoid of any trace of irritation at times, Lung Qingqiu could not help but feel utterly ineffectual, unable to articulate even a single question. This time, her presence here was prompted by yet another dream of the former Ling Xingyue. That same Ling Xingyue from days gone by, fervently calling her name. Qingqiu, 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 Qingqiu. Amidst the thick, inky fog, a single indistinct figure lingered, evoking a myriad of expressions that flickered past like a revolving lantern, sometimes aloof and haughty, at other times caught between laughter and tears, or gritting teeth in frustration, and at moments, enveloped in sorrowful detachment. Regardless of the tonal shifts, the refrain remained unchanged, consistently invoking Lung Qingqiu's name. Whenever Lung Qingqiu strove to discern the visage of this figure, the shadows would swiftly dissipate, leaving no trace behind. Yet the fervent calls resonated deeply within her, and she was certain that this was indeed her Ling Xing. Madam, please awaken. Her devoted maid, Shan Xing gently urged her. Abruptly, Lung Qingqiu was jolted awake, her eyes flying open, drenched in sweat, her back clammy against the fabric, her chest heaving as her breath came in erratic gasps. Madam, you have had another nightmare. Shan Xing offered a warm towel with concern. Gripping the soft cloth, Lung Qingqiu buried her face within it, tears streaming down, mingling with the steam, unstoppable in their descent. After a moment of silence, she instructed Shan Xing to assist her in changing into thicker garments. Expressing her desire to take a solitary walk under the moonlight, insisting that Shan Xing not accompany her. According to the usual practice, once Ling Xingyue retired for the night, he would invariably dismiss all attendants to their quarters. Should any need arise in the middle of the night, he often preferred to tend to it himself. It seemed he relished solitude to such an extent that, if possible, he could spend an entire day without encountering anyone aside from overseeing matters at the ranch. Often requesting meals to be brought to his study, where he would dine while engrossed in literature. Zhao Hao, the clever young servant, upon hearing this, quickly bowed in farewell to the secondary mistress and vanished in an instant. Nevertheless, Lung Qingqiu, despite her current status as the lady of the household, had not yet been bestowed the title of primary wife. However, with no legitimate wife present, she reigned supreme as the most esteemed woman in the Wang residence. Thus, she refrained from entering the quarters where the servants awaited, pondering for a long while. Ultimately, she quelled her curiosity and decided against intruding upon Ling Xingyue's private chamber, not wishing to create an awkward scene at this moment. How long have you been standing there? It is quite cold. Come inside. In that instant, Lung Qingqiu found it hard to believe her eyes as she gazed upon Ling Xingyue, still possessing that familiar and handsome face, that elegant figure standing tall, and this time, his tone seemed imbued with the same gentle warmth as before. Ling Xingyue, it contemplated the phantom that had sacrificed itself to the infernal flames for his sake. An overwhelming sense of guilt consumed him that he had not forgotten, even for a moment, the phantom's heartfelt plea. Please, take good care of Lung Qingqiu. She is a pitiable soul, and this is my only condition. With a gentle sigh escaping his lips, Ling Xingyue approached and personally opened the door to his chamber. A shimmering frost, as delicate as jade, cascaded onto the floor within, pure and crystalline, as though a single step would shatter its perfection. Lung Qingqiu straightened her back and entered the chamber alongside Ling Xingyue. Remarkably, since arriving at this pastoral expanse, it was her first time crossing the threshold into his quarters. Chapter 100, Master. Fortunately, the servants within the manor harbored a deep-seated fear of Ling Xingyue's keen insight into human nature, coupled with their awareness of his protective affection for Lung Qingqiu, which ensured that none dared to meddle in the affairs of the prince and his concubine. Please, have a seat. I shall fetch you a hand warmer. Though Ling Xingyue's tone remained indifferent, he nonetheless took it upon himself to retrieve a soft fox fur hand warmer for Lung Qingqiu. You've come to seek me personally. Is there something amiss? Ling Xingyue did not spare a glance at Lung Qingqiu, his gaze fixed instead on the glimmering frost that adorned the ground, reminiscent of polished white jade. In that moment, Lung Qingqiu found herself devoid of the courage to question him, or perhaps, she simply lost the desire to do so. Outside the window, the moon hung high in the sky, the evening breeze ushered in a chill, and the silvery light washed over the surroundings, while the Milky Way revealed its ethereal beauty. Xingyue. Lung Qingqiu gazed at Ling Xingyue's aloof profile, a profound sense of desolation washing over her. Her expression bore traces of fragility and helplessness as she sighed softly, her hands clutching the hand warmer that felt almost scalding against her skin. With a heavy heart, she turned to leave. Ling Xingyue was acutely aware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Lung Qingqiu's mind. However, he found himself unable to utter any explanations. He firmly believed that with her calm, astute, and clever disposition, she would ultimately come to understand the truth on her own. Thus, he resolved to grant her the time she needed to process her emotions, deeming it preferable to revealing the reality at this juncture. When the moment arrived, he would willingly repay the debt he owed her. As a spirit cat, barefoot, Ling Xingyue stepped out from behind the screen. Pushing open the window, a flurry of snowflakes mingled with the fragrant pine, gently cascading in. Beneath the eaves, a pair of sparrows busily gathered mud to construct their nest, fluttering about with fervor. Occasionally, they would nuzzle against one another in affectionate encouragement, only to erupt into a cacophony of chirps, seemingly quarreling over the placement of a single straw. Noticing Ling Xingyue's keen gaze upon them, the sparrows abruptly ceased their bickering, shyly tucking their heads beneath their wings, stealing glances at him through the gaps in their feathers. For many days, Ling Xingyue had been in remarkably high spirits, a radiant expression akin to blooming pear blossoms gracing his countenance, particularly today. His demeanor was exceptionally gentle, and even his typically frosty tone betrayed hints of joy. All of this stemmed from his successful appeal to the Lan couple, who had finally consented to allow him to bring Lan Qimian to the manor, to assist in preparing the lanterns for the Snow Maiden Goddess to be presented on the 15th night. The night was as cool as water. Ling Xingyue settled Lan Qimian beside her. Dismissing all the servants, leaving only the two of them, she served tea and water, while patiently teaching Lan Qimian how to craft the Snow Lotus lantern, all the while attending to her every need with heartfelt diligence. However, in this world, possessing a clever and talented apprentice does not necessarily guarantee that the apprentice will be skilled in all respects. Observing Lan Qimian's delicate fingers, so fragile they could hardly bend even a bamboo strip as thick as incense, Ling Xingyue could not help but smile wryly, secretly jesting to herself. Look at this girl, usually so sharp-witted, yet her manual skills leave much to be desired. If only her dexterity matched her ability to climb trees and pluck orchids, she wouldn't be struggling now, still unable to complete even the framework of the lantern. Yet, she dared not voice such thoughts that in fact, watching Lan Qimian's clumsy attempts only made her find the girl endearingly charming. So much so that she felt an overwhelming urge to pull her into an embrace and shower her with affectionate kisses on her little head, in a bid to demonstrate her sincerity towards the Snow Goddess and to alleviate her guilt for inadvertently disrupting the seal in the cave alongside Ling Xingyue. Lan Qimian was determined to personally craft the most exquisite Snow Lotus lantern. However, the delicate red thread seemed wholly oblivious to her grand ambitions. Before long, it ensnared Lan Qimian herself, smearing her hands with sticky glue and leaving a trail of chaos in its wake. The most amusing moment came when, just as Lan Qimian was concentrating on shaping the bamboo strip to achieve her envisioned Snow Lotus, the mischievous strip sprang up unexpectedly, heading straight for her forehead. Ling Xingyue, holding a glass of water, was commanded by Lan Qimian to stay back and not assist, so she could only watch helplessly as the bamboo strip struck Lan Qimian right between her brows and on the side of her nose. With a startled cry, the glass fell from Ling Xingyue's hands as she hurried over. She found Lan Qimian's hands covered in glue, her nose reddened from the impact, and her expression one of comical despair. Reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, her heart ached, and she quickly pulled Lan Qimian into her embrace, soothing her gently. Then, she retrieved a box of cooling ointment, delicately applying it to the girl's nose and forehead, accompanied by gentle sighs. Finally, she brought a warm towel and meticulously wiped away the sticky residue from Lan Qimian's fingers and the tiny bits of paper scattered across her face, carefully avoiding the tightly wound red thread. Ling Xingyue's expression was gentle, her smile almost spilling over, yet she held it back just in time, coincidentally catching Lan Qimian's gaze. You mustn't laugh at me, Ling Xin. You still dare to laugh, beneath the shimmering glass lantern. Their reflections danced together in a picturesque warmth, and as they occasionally exchanged glances, the bond between them deepened immeasurably. Thus, Lan Qimian, no longer insistent on completing the task alone, signaled Ling Xingyue with her eyes to come and assist her. Ling Xingyue, delighted beyond measure, eagerly joined her, sitting closely beside Lan Qimian as they embarked on the creation of the most beautiful Snow Lotus lantern, as envisioned by Lan Qimian. Chapter 101. The Beautiful Lantern. After much effort, the two of them finally completed the exquisite lantern crafted specifically for the Snow Goddess, adorned with Snow Lotus flowers. Lan Qimian cautiously inquired of Ling Xingyue, "Do you think this lantern might be a bit too unsightly? Will the Snow Goddess mock me?" Ling Xingyue, however, was unfazed. He understood clearly that, as long as this lantern was made collaboratively by him and Lan Qimian, it would appear the most beautiful in his eyes. Although it was meant as an offering to the Snow Goddess, according to the traditions of the Ling clan, such a lantern merely represented the hopes of the common folk. Did the Snow Goddess truly descend to the mortal realm to inspect the lanterns created for her? With a gentle smile directed at Lan Qimian, his tone was soft yet filled with mirth, almost unable to contain a chuckle as he reassured her, "Fear not, Qimian. This lantern is indeed beautiful. The Snow Goddess will certainly find you lovely with your rosy fingertips and your face covered in paste. And with your flushed forehead, she will undoubtedly be moved." Lan Qimian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully scolded, "Ling Xingyue, you are mocking me again." "Humph." Ling Xingyue lightly tapped her forehead with his slender, delicate fingers, and she glared at him with a mix of annoyance and affection. "Do you not realize? The more beautiful and graceful a person is, the less adept they are with their hands, as all their strength is devoted to their enchanting appearance. Thus, this lantern, despite its current state, is quite an accomplishment." Ling Xingyue stifled the laughter threatening to escape his lips, genuinely praising her efforts. Lan Qimen rolled her eyes and retorted, "Ha! After all your words, you are still ridiculing my clumsiness. Ling Xingyue, you are insufferable. I detest you." At that, Ling Xingyue could no longer contain himself, and a bright, joyous laughter erupted from deep within him, startling the sparrow resting beneath the eaves, causing it to blink awake before sinking back into slumber. Ling Xingyue gently wrapped his warm hand around the indignant Lan Qimen, who had turned her back to him, drawing her into his embrace. He lowered his head and pressed a soft kiss atop her head. Then, with a swift motion, lifted her horizontally into his arms, his face adorned with a charming smile. Lan Qimen gasped in surprise and immediately began to bashfully punch his shoulder with her tiny fists, whispering in alarm, "Put me down. What are you doing? Ling Xingyue, your servants will see us." Ling Xingyue smiled faintly, nuzzling her delicate hand with his cheek, offering tender reassurance, "Do not be shy, home." The way he raised his tone at the end of that phrase, coupled with his alluring demeanor and the teasing caress against her skin, left Lan Qimen blushing fiercely, her ears aflame. Noticing her shyly burying her face in his embrace, too bashful to look up, Ling Xingyue felt a playful impulse stir within him that he softly called, "Qimen, lift your face. I wish to kiss you." In her embrace, the body of Lankman suddenly stiffened, and the two small feet that had been swaying hesitantly came to a halt. The pair of delicate wrists wrapped around Ling Xingyue's neck instantly felt ablaze. Ling Xingyue, but how dare you?" A low, muffled voice escaped Lankman's lips, buried deep within the confines of her embrace. Ling Xingyue felt her heart flutter. The glimmer in her eyes akin to the gentle ripples on a spring lake, subtly undulating, waves rising and falling. Observing Lankman's discomfort, he felt a pang of sympathy for her rigid form, fearing her distress and discomfort. Thus, he ceased his teasing antics and instead held her securely as he walked steadily to the door. With a gentle tap of his toes, the door swung open with a resounding crash, revealing a moonlight that flowed softly like water, with a few upright snow cypress trees standing tall. Suddenly, the entire courtyard unfolded before their eyes, revealing a breathtaking display of crimson snow lotus flowers under the night sky. Amidst the soft illumination, in the gentle breeze, before the corridor and beneath the pines, one after another, the vibrant red blossoms swayed gracefully, as if enchanting flowers were blooming in splendid profusion, vibrant and dripping with color. Lankman's astonished gaze could not tear away from the sight. These snow lotus flowers blazed like fire, each crafted with exquisite detail, surpassing even the purple snow lotuses she had seen at Ling Xingyue's maple garden. Lacking the icy demeanor, yet exuding a rich warmth. With a sudden burst of energy, Lankman freed herself from the warm embrace of Ling Xingyue and leapt into the courtyard, her senses overwhelmed. Spinning and dancing amidst the sea of lights formed by the interconnected red snow lotus flowers, as graceful as a butterfly in full bloom. Looking up, she beheld the lively dance of light filtering through the intricately shaped petals. The delicate, gossamer-like veins vividly visible, truly astonishing in their beauty, even more so than the actual snow lotus flowers. "These lanterns of snow lotus flowers are all gifts I have prepared for you. Do you like them?" Ling Xingyue stepped forward slowly, a smile gracing his lips, eyes shimmering like rippling waters. "Yes, I love them. I adore them." Lankman's eyes sparkled with countless stars, igniting a fervent blaze within Ling Xingyue's gaze. "Did you personally make all of these?" Her heart swelled with gratitude that if not, how could I possibly qualify as your master to teach you how to create snow lotus lanterns? As Ling Xingyue drew closer with each step, Lankman's heart raced, feeling as though it might burst from her chest. Why did he smile so beautifully? The young girl's heart was a tempest, unable to contain the wild emotions that surged within her. Just as she intended to part her lips to draw in a breath of refreshing air, a fragrant object, imbued with the rich scent of bamboo, pressed against her. It was soft and moist, exuding warmth and tenderness, instantly ensnaring her senses. Blushing shyly, Lankman attempted to push away the gentle yet possessive restraint, only to find herself ensnared even more tightly. Her wrists were firmly grasped by a slender hand, anchored in a place that was both broad and strong, the powerful rhythm beneath her awareness revealing that this was indeed a chest, and the lips pressed against her own were none other than the trembling, tender lips of Ling Xingyue. Struggling to break free, Lankman found herself unable to contemplate her next course of action, completely oblivious to the presence of others around her. She felt as though she could scarcely breathe, and her heart seemed poised to leap from her throat. In an instinctive effort to quell this overwhelming heartbeat, she unconsciously sought to draw strength and air from Ling Xingyue's lips. Lankman gently kissed those slightly parted lips, greedily seizing every bit of the energy that suppressed her racing heart. Chapter 102. The Beauty of Lights. Part 2. Uncertain whether those lips also sensed the struggle for breath, they suddenly opened wider, enveloping Lankman's tender mouth in a fervent kiss. With an audacious flair, a teasing tongue ventured into her mouth, stirring chaos as it caressed her gums and teeth. Mimicking the gesture, Lankman, in a daze, extended her own tongue to savor the dwindling fragrance that lingered in that tender entanglement. Although her eyes fluttered shut, the trembling lashes sparkled with the red glow of the snow lotus lantern above. Just as Lankman felt her body grow increasingly weak and her consciousness blur, Ling Xingyue finally released her to some indeterminate moment. Lankman discovered herself standing beneath a snow-covered cedar, her back pressed firmly against the rough trunk. Flurries of remaining snow cascaded down, illuminated by the red petals of the snow lotus, gracefully brushing against Lankman's cheek before silently settling on the ground. Dressed in a deep crimson robe, Ling Xingyue's collar lay partially open, unknowingly undone by Lankman's anxious hands. Delicate snowflakes fell upon Ling Xingyue's cheeks, swiftly melting away, leaving behind dew that adorned his hair like frosted blossoms, droplets glistening and ready to fall in an instant. A few crystalline drops of dew slid down his smooth, gentle neck, disappearing into the depths of his collar, leaving no trace behind. With her back against the rough bark of the cedar, the damp snowdrops heightened Lankman's sensitivity to her surroundings. She felt a slight sting against her back, which Ling Xingyue perceptively noticed as he swiftly drew her into his embrace, distancing her from the trunk. Overwhelmed with shyness, Lankman dared not open her eyes. Yet her ears strained to catch any signs of Ling Xingyue's servants nearby. After listening intently for what felt like an eternity, she confirmed that Ling Xingyue had indeed been exceedingly considerate. Having already dispatched all his servants far from the small courtyard where they found themselves, with a bashful flutter, Lankman opened her eyes to behold Ling Xingyue, whose gaze shimmered with an enchanting allure. His eyes like glistening water, filled with fervent affection. The rippling light in his eyes resembled the gentle waves of spring, creating a charming whirlpool, akin to the first snow falling upon a shallow pond, evoking tender ripples of deep emotion. Adjusting her hairband with care, Ling Xingyue playfully flicked Lankman's forehead and said with a blend of amusement and exasperation, "Well, Lankman, making lanterns requires you to slather your little face with paste. And you worry about the ribbons sneaking a taste, hiding them in your garments." Unable to contain herself, Lankman burst into laughter, her eyes narrowing playfully as she cast a teasing glance at Ling Xingyue. She extricated herself from his embrace, scampering off to admire the exquisite snow lotus lanterns. She appeared as joyful as a child of merely a few years, her radiant beauty accentuated by the rosy blush blooming upon her cheeks. Resembling a captivating flower in full bloom, Lan Qimen occasionally swayed her arms gracefully, dancing with abandon, and at times, she would rise onto her toes, unable to contain the joy swelling within her heart, twirling like a resplendent swan. The moment Ling Xingyue beheld that stunning swan make its entrance, his heart raced violently, for although he was certain that the Lan Qimen before him was indeed the girl he had longed for, willingly sealed away, he could not suppress the surge of emotions that erupted upon witnessing her dance the ethereal ballet of Swan Lake from their past life. Tears welled in his eyes, shimmering like frost, and a single droplet, akin to melting snow, cascaded down to the ground, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only the lingering fragrance of spiritual bamboo. Ling Xingyue stood silently behind Lan Qimen, allowing her to express her delight freely. The sound of her laughter flowed like a gentle stream, washing away the gloom that had enveloped him for days. Even that bothersome brother Situ seemed to be swept away by the current, leaving only the overwhelming sentiment of "I cherish you. I cherish you." Qimen. Suddenly, Ling Xingyue's ears perked up as he heard the approaching footsteps of a servant. He frowned slightly, his heart tinged with displeasure. And his gaze fell upon Lan Qimen, who was gazing dreamily at the snow lotus lantern. Before the servant could approach, he elegantly stepped forward, discreetly shielding Lan Qimen behind him. After a brief moment, the voice of the frequently summoned servant, Zhao Hao, trembled with unease. It is getting late, and if we delay further, it may lead to inconveniences that I hope the prince can forgive us if the lantern is not yet completed. We may return tomorrow during the day to finish it together. Zhao Hao's voice quivered, fully aware of the young prince's deep feelings for Lan Qimen. Since he had explicitly instructed not to be disturbed, it was imperative that they not be interrupted. However, as the Lan family pressed for updates, failing to report could provoke their ire, potentially restricting Miss Lan Qimen's outings, should anything unfavorable arise that jeopardized the young prince's happiness. His own fate would be imperiled. In truth, Ling Xingyue was not one to speak much. His directives regarding official matters were typically succinct. Good, imichum, acceptable, unacceptable. Yet, whenever it pertained to Miss Lan Qimen, his instructions became abundant and repetitive. Should the young prince issue directives more than twice, the verbosity would far exceed his usual brevity. Invariably linked to Miss Lan Qimen at such times, an invisible tension enveloped the manor, save for the serene courtyard of the side consort. Lung Qingqiu. Everyone was anxious, fearing that any setbacks in the relationship between the beloved young prince and Miss Lan Qimen would render their days ahead arduous, permeating the estate with a sense of gloom. In these moments, it was not uncommon for Ling Xingyue to succinctly utter a single word, punish, punish. Upon delivering his report, Zhao Hao strained to listen to the sounds within the courtyard, hesitating to intrude further. After a while, it appeared that Ling Xingyue was contemplating the news, perhaps even harboring anger. Chapter 103. The Beauty of Lights, Part 3. Upon this thought, Xiao Hao's body trembled suddenly, seemingly due to the biting chill of early spring. After a brief moment, as Xiao Hao felt certain he was destined to receive the favor of that single word, Ling Xingyue's deep voice finally resonated. Good. Startled, Xiao Hao's legs weakened. Another solitary word. Just as he intended to turn and depart, he heard Ling Xingyue continue with her command. Xiao Hao hurriedly bowed respectfully. Though Ling Xingyue could not see him, he inexplicably felt that, merely through her auditory perception, she could discern whether he had bowed or not. Understood. I shall arrange it now. I will personally drive and prepare the soft cushions and charcoal stove. Please rest assured. Prince Xiao. After a considerable time, Xiao Hao dared not rise, remaining in his respectful stance, until he finally awaited Ling Xingyue's utterance of another word. Good at these words, Ling Xingyue's brows arched slightly, and her elegant, delicate eyes sparkled with a hint of mischievous allure. Is it merely the snow lotus lanterns that you cannot forget? The rise in her tone indicated that Ling Xingyue's playful spirit towards Lan Qimen was rekindled. Yet, in his heart, he ardently wished for Lan Qimen to repeat that sentence again, 100 times, 1,000 times. He could never tire of hearing it. Lan Qimen gazed at Ling Xingyue's hand for a moment, her face blooming with the vibrant hue of peach blossoms. In a voice as soft as a whisper, she finally sighed. I too cannot forget today. Ling Xingyue's gaze instantly sparkled like countless fireflies, as if the entire cosmos had descended into those dark pupils, radiating brilliance and splendor. Menger, Ling Xingyue murmured, his hand instinctively encircling Lan Qimen's slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. Lan Qimen replied softly, her confusion evident, yet she no longer resisted his advances, yielding to his pull as she nestled against his chest. Call me by my name, not Prince Xiao, Ling Xingyue tenderly requested, his lips brushing against the crown of Lan Qimen's head as he caressed her side with his hands in a somewhat playful manner. All right, Lan Qimen acquiesced. Xingyue. The two syllables, which had long since nestled deep within her heart, rolled off her tongue naturally, as if she had been whispering them day and night for an eternity. Ling Xingyue responded joyfully. Akin to a child, his lips grazed Lan Qimen's hair, and the warmth of his breath sent a wave of dizziness through her. Xingyue, 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 Xingyue. Lan Qimen called his name in a continuous stream. Ling Xingyue echoed back in kind. In the next moment, Lan Qimen was forcefully pulled into a deeper, firmer, and warmer embrace, his arms encircling her tightly, as if fearful that she might vanish should he release her. After a brief pause, Ling Xingyue gently let Lan Qimen go, only to immediately grasp her delicate wrist, leading her toward the gates of the royal mansion. The moonlight is radiant while the stars are sparse. The grassland is enveloped in an eerie silence. The carriage moves gently, and Lan Qimian sits quietly opposite Ling Xingyue, occasionally lifting the curtain to gaze at the tranquil night outside. Ling Xingyue does not intrude upon her reverie, and the two remain in serene silence, exchanging only fleeting glances. Yet, in that moment of mutual gaze, Lan Qimian perceives a multitude of unspoken words within those deep, glass-like eyes, filled with yearning and fervent anticipation, unwavering affection, and a hint of trepidation, all enveloping her like the embrace of mountains meeting the sea. Those eyes, so earnest, seemed to make even the warmth of the coals within the carriage shy away in humility, cautiously radiating their heat. "We have arrived, Your Highness," Xiao Haozi called out, bringing the carriage to a halt. He set up the footstool with care before raising the crystal-clear lantern of the night palace, slightly bowing as he lifted the curtain. Patiently awaiting the descent of the prince and Miss Lan, Ling Xingyue was the first to alight from the carriage, standing beside it to assist Lan Qimian, offering his arm as support. He attentively watched as she steadied herself on the footstool, feeling a sense of relief only once she was secure. Had it not been for their arrival at the Lan residence, he would have wished to sweep her into his arms and carry her down. At that moment, both Lan Qimian and Ling Xingyue realized that Xiao Yu had been in the carriage behind them. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Yu's little mind was either lost in thought or dozing off. For it was only after Ling Xingyue had helped Lan Qimian disembark that she dazedly emerged from the carriage, still appearing somewhat disoriented. Upon seeing this, Lan Qimian couldn't help but chuckle softly and approach Xiao Yu, affectionately linking her arm with hers. "Xiao Yu, why were you so quiet in the carriage? You made me ride alone with the young prince, who worried that I would not take care of myself. And you, my dear, showed no concern for me at all." "Humph, miss, Master Sidhu sent someone to deliver fruits for you," Xiao Yu replied. "I will hand them to you in a moment." A fleeting glimmer crossed Ling Xingyue's gaze as he turned his attention back to Lan Qimian. His eyes filled with tenderness. "Miss Lan, you should head inside now. The night is growing late, and your parents may not be aware that I personally escorted you home, that I would not want to impose further, as it may cause your parents unnecessary inconvenience. Please rest early and do not dwell too much, lest it disturb your sleep. That it is chilly tonight. Be sure to close the windows to prevent any night creatures from startling you." Ling Xingyue began with a tone that was low and steady, but towards the end, a hint of mirth crept into his voice as he recalled something. "That I wish you a safe journey home, Your Highness." As the carriage moved farther away, Xiao Yu leaned in to whisper to Lan Qimian, "Miss, it seems you may have committed a social faux pas just now. Fortunately, the darkness concealed it. Otherwise, the young prince might have taken offense. I have heard tales of his unpredictable temperament, and it would be wise for you to be a touch more mindful in the future. Wouldn't you agree? I am merely fatigued, so do not fret and refrain from lecturing me." Lan Qimian replied, "You are starting to resemble Sister Xiao Tao more and more, or perhaps I should soon refer to you as Aunt Xiao Yu, don't you think?" Gazing at Xiao Yu's stern, furrowed brow, which seemed to be on the verge of forming deep creases like winding rivers, Lan Qimian resolved to cease her playful teasing of this little girl, who was so concerned about her origins. She promptly grasped Xiao Yu's slender arm and gently whispered in her ear, "Everything will be fine, trust me. And remember, this matter must not reach your mother's ears. Do you understand?" Though Xiao Yu did not fully comprehend, her trust in Lan Qimian ultimately prevailed, and she solemnly nodded in agreement. Ink mingled with water, swirling in thick, impenetrable masses. One individual lingered, softly sighing, their expressions shifting like a revolving lantern, sometimes cold and arrogant, at other times caught in ironic disbelief, gritting their teeth in anger, or steeped in sorrowful detachment, wildly ecstatic, bleeding from the lips, or with flames flickering upon their brow. Despite the changing tones, the recitation remained unaltered, echoing only two words, the latter half of Lan Qimian's name. Unable to find solace in sleep, Lan Qimian recalled how Ling Xingyu had delicately informed her, upon parting, that he would not be visiting her that night. Thus, she had instructed Xiao Yu to secure the window tightly. Stretching her numbed hands, which had been tightly clenched, she pondered whether the nightmares stemmed from her hands resting upon her heart. Rising from her seat, she donned a pair of soft satin, lambswool-lined winter shoes adorned with embroidered butterflies, and bent to open the window that filtered in a crisp, ethereal light. She reached for the jade-green porcelain teapot that had been warming, pouring herself a comforting cup of tea. Cradling the pot in one hand while resting her chin on the other, she sat motionless at the table beside the window, gazing vacantly at the snow-laden pines outside. Suddenly, she thought she heard a low growl from a distance, causing her body to shudder. She looked up at the round, luminous moon that cast an unsettling glow, realizing that the night felt unusually dark. The moonlight almost blinding. Tonight, no one is permitted to enter the courtyard for any reason. Violators will face severe consequences. Ling Xingyu shed his disguise. Forcing himself into the chamber, he used the tip of his foot to secure the door behind him, then knelt on one knee, trembling uncontrollably. From the moment he had escorted Lan Kuman to the gates of the royal residence, he sensed something was amiss within his body. The courtyard, shrouded in snow-laden pines and eaves, had shielded him from the moonlight for a while. Yet, upon stepping outside, the bright moon hung low in the sky, and he was suddenly overwhelmed by a rush of heat, the pain in his forehead becoming unbearable. Ling Xingyue hastily took the opportunity to gently caress Lan Kuman as they both entered the car, disregarding the conventional distinctions between genders. Although the moonlight filtering through the window was exceptionally soft, an inexplicable tension lingered in the air. Perhaps it was the precise moment when the ethereal energy of the moon was at its peak. Ling Xingyue continuously harnessed her spiritual power, strenuously resisting the throbbing mark of demonic flames on her forehead, determined not to allow even the slightest hint of its ferocity to emerge, despite its furious howls within her. Additionally, a painful realization crept into Ling Xingyue's mind, echoing the words of the phantom of the royal lord. Ling Xingyue, from now on, every full moon night, the demonic flames will manifest. This is the consequence. You must learn to control it. You must. This ominous truth weighed heavily upon her. The mere thought of potentially harming, or even tearing apart, Lan Kuman in an uncontrollable frenzy caused her eyes to blaze crimson. Perhaps it was the horrific images that overwhelmed her senses. Suddenly, Ling Xingyue let out a low growl, and the fiery mark between her brows flickered back into visibility, appearing even more pronounced. An unbearable wave of agony surged through her, as if her internal organs were being mercilessly wrenched, and her limbs felt as though they were on the verge of snapping from the surrounding air's oppressive grip.